your old man is really tough. Clearly, the family is wealthy, but he insisted on sending you to the army. However, he never expected that you would escape from the military camp after just one day and become a deserter. As you were riding home with your good friend Wang Song in Kalinin, a bus lost control on the road and flew off the bridge spanning the river. Faced with a 30-meter drop to the water below, you resolutely chose to jump down to save people. At this moment, your good brother Wang Song saw you jump down with his own eyes. His face changed drastically and exclaimed, "Xiao Fei, are you crazy?" With a plop, you fell into the river about 7 to 8 meters, while the bus was just a dozen meters away from you. After you recovered, you immediately swam towards the bus. Fortunately, the bus has a certain buoyancy. Even though it fell so high and completely submerged in the river, it quickly floated halfway up. However, many windows of the bus were open, and the river water kept pouring in, accelerating the sinking speed of the bus. At this moment, the passengers on the bus were in chaos, shouting for help in fear. You quickly swam over and pointed at the strongest and youngest man on the bus. "Come out quickly. I'll save you first." Other people, in panic, are all asking you to save themselves first. By now the river water has already passed their thighs. In less than 2 minutes, the bus may be completely submerged in the river. You completely ignored their shouts and instead pulled the youngest man out of the window, dragging his chest as you turned to swim out. Before swimming out, you shouted to the people inside the bus, "Those who can move, climb out quickly, get on top of the bus. I'll be back soon." After speaking, you dragged the young man and quickly swam towards a bridge pier 20 meters away. There was a platform on the pier, nearly half a meter above the water surface. This was also why you chose to save a young man first, so that when you saved the second person later, you could help pull them up. The people on the bridge saw the scene and exclaimed excitedly. Many of them took out their phones to call the police, take photos, and even a couple of young people did a live broadcast on the scene. On the bridge, Wang Song was stunned to see you rescuing people so professionally. He didn't know that the current you was not the same as before. In your past life, you were a Special Forces reconnaissance soldier training for high-altitude parachute jumping when an accident occurred. You thought you were done for, but unexpectedly, you crossed over to a parallel world and possessed the body of a wealthy second generation with the same name and surname. In your past life, your swimming skills were among the best, but now your body is weak from constant eating and drinking. Even if your swimming skills are still good, your physical strength cannot keep up. After dragging the young man to the bridge pier, you gasped and urged the young man to climb up quickly. The audience on the bridge saw you successfully rescue someone and cheered excitedly. You quickly swam back, and by this time, several people had already climbed out of the bus and onto the roof. The people on the roof kept bargaining with you in order to survive, but you directly said, "You won't sink completely for a short time, so wait for now." You approach the window again and see that the water inside has reached their waists. You shout to the two elderly people with children, "Give me the child." You directly used your right hand to hold the two children in your arms, ignoring their struggles, and quickly swam towards the bridge pier. The young man on the bridge pier quickly crouched down and helped you pull the children up. Time is life. You dare not stop for a moment. Hurry back again. You keep exhausting your strength, one after another dragging people out of the bus and bringing them to the bridge pier. On the bridge, the audience also noticed that you were running out of energy and kept shouting words of encouragement. Even Wang Song on the bridge was infected by your spirit at this moment, and joined the audience in cheering for you. Finally, when you saved the 8th person, the bus had completely sunk into the river. There were a few people standing on the bus, shouting anxiously at you to save themselves, but there were still several people inside the bus at this time, and you definitely had to save them first. And now you have consumed a lot of physical strength, but you are still persisting. Although your body has changed, your identity has changed, and your age has changed, the military spirit and mission deep in your bones have not changed. As long as there is still breath in you, you will not give up. You will never abandon a single civilian. You seem tireless, saving one person after another, but even so, your speed of saving people cannot keep up with the speed of the bus sinking. After my Xiao Fei saved all the people in the car, the river reached their shoulders for the few people standing on the roof of the car. "Don't give up. Don't give up. I'm okay. I'm okay. Let me save another one. Save another one." The current my Xiao Fei had long since exhausted his physical strength. It is entirely by strong willpower that the body is mechanically supported to keep swimming. After saving all 3 people on the roof of the car, when my Xiao Fei swam back, he found that the last 2 people left, without any support, had disappeared into the river. McFly dove down to look for it. However, a few seconds after going down, he too completely lost consciousness. What's going on? The little hero has been down there for more than a minute. Why hasn't he come up yet? He won't have an accident, will he? Shut the hell up. The little hero swims so well, how could anything happen to him? Fei, Come on out. Don't you scare me. On the bridge, Wang Tsong roared loudly. The rest of the audience screamed the words little hero, but another half-minute went by and it still hadn't surfaced. Look, there's a speedboat coming. The rescue team is coming. A spectator pointed to a few speedboats 100 meters away and shouted excitedly. End of chapter. Woo woo. The ambulance also arrived in time as the speedboat was taking the unconscious Mai Xiao Fei and 3 others who had sunk into the river to the shore. Come on, come on, come on. The doctors and nurses rushed down. The people from the speedboat were also resuscitating a few of Mai Xiao Fei's people. Except for Mai Xiao Fei. Everyone else woke up after spitting up a few mouthfuls of river water. Xiao Fei may also have suffered more physical injuries after sinking into the river because of his severe physical exhaustion. Doctor, you must save him. He's a hero. One man jumped from the river bridge and saved more than 20 people. The man on the speedboat, with an anxious face, shouted, more than 20? Jumping off the river bridge? The doctors and nurses subconsciously looked at Zhang Xiao and couldn't help but gulp. Quick, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and save it. The doctors and nurses rushed up. Mai Xiao Fei was carried into the ambulance, where the doctors were resuscitating him while the car rushed quickly toward the hospital. The other 3, all of them woke up, proving that there was no longer any danger to their lives. The rest of those saved on the piers were carried by speedboat. Fei, Fei, Wang Tsong quickly rushed over, but poking through the crowd, there was no sign of Mai Xiao Fei. He grabbed a nurse and said sharply, Nurse, 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 where's my brother? McFly. The nurse was dumbfounded. Who's Mai Xiao Fei? Wang Tsong, my brother, the one who saves lives. The nurse immediately said, he's already been taken to the hospital for resuscitation. Wang Tsong turned around and was about to rush to the hospital, but was surrounded by the media who rushed over. Hello, just now, I heard you say that the hero who saved the people was your brother? His name is Mai Xiao Fei, right? Hi, can you talk to us specifically about this brother of yours? What does he do? Why was he so brave to jump off such a high bridge to save someone? Other members of the media kept passing their cell phones around, asking pretty much the same questions. Wang Tsong anxiously tried to dislodge the crowd, but was surrounded and unable to move. In the heat of the moment, he could only say, yes, 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 he's my brother. Then why did he dare to jump from such a high bridge to save someone? Hell knows him, out of his mind. Crowd of media members. Then why don't you come along? Aren't you brothers? I'm not in over my head. Meteorite. What does he do? Is a swimmer? Wang Tsong was really anxious and blurted out. He's a soldier. Get over it? Soldiering? A crowd of media people and the surrounding crowd sniffed in disbelief. Except for that group of the most lovely people who guard the security of the people and the homeland. There are really not many people who have that kind of courage to dare to jump off the dozens of meters high bridge to save people. Wang Tsong also took this opportunity to quickly slip out. Then sprinting into his Cullinan, he kicked the gas pedal and the car sped out toward the hospital. I go. Oh Cullinan. This brother is rich. Then as his brother, Mai Xiao Fei, his family must not be simple either. A rich kid goes to the army too? Those media people saw Wang Tsong left, but also dug up useful information, especially after knowing that Mai Xiao Fei is a soldier. This time, there can be explosive news to write. These self-published ones are, well, very fast. This side of the ambulance transporting Mai Xiao Fei to the hospital has not yet arrived at the hospital. About Mai Xiao Fei jumped off the bridge to save more than 20 people heroic deeds has been hot all over the internet. The bus crashed into a bridge and the young hero jumped dozens of meters to save him. Little hero saves 24 people from crashing into the river by himself. Reliable sources. The little hero is a soldier. Who is the loveliest person? Soldiers jumped off a bridge just to save a citizen who fell into the river. Various news sites, in the shortest possible time, have articles written and placed in the headlines of their sites. Douyin, Fast Feet and other short video platforms. There are also thousands of live Mai Xiao Fei rescue video posted. In less than 10 minutes, the number of views on the whole network has exceeded 10 million, and the comments are as high as hundreds of thousands. Mai Xiao Fei's deeds of saving people, but also with great speed, topped the various hot search headlines. The little hero is awesome. Our great China soldiers are great. Is this little hero really a soldier? It looks so young. Aren't soldiers training in the army? How come they are here? Upstairs. Haven't you ever heard that soldiers get a vacation every year too? In the world, only our soldiers dare to have such courage. More than 30 meters high. Or a big river. Awesome. Kudos to our loveliest people. While the entire internet was discussing the heroic deed of Mai Xiao Fei's rescue, Wang Tsong also finally arrived at the hospital just in time to see the doctor walk out of the resuscitation room. Doctor, how's my brother Xiao Fei? You guys have to save him. He was saving more than 20 people before he got into trouble. He must be saved. Wang Song called out with an anxious face as he grabbed the doctor's arm. The doctor smiled and comforted Wang Song. Don't worry, the little hero is fine. He just ran out of stamina, drank a few mouthfuls of river water, and temporarily went into shock and stopped breathing. In the ambulance, heartbeat has been restored. We just gave him a careful body check and there's nothing serious. A little sleep should wake you up. Wang Song was relieved when he heard this. At this time, the door of the rescue room opened, and the nurse pushed my Xiao Fei out of the hospital bed. Seeing my Xiao Fei, who was still unconscious and pale, Wang Song just wanted to go up and take a look. But then, a group of media people also appeared in the aisle. When they saw my Xiao Fei, one by one, they picked up their cell phones and cameras and camcorders and snapped at my Xiao Fei. There were also media people rushing the doctor, constantly asking about my Xiao Fei's health. The nurses rushed to protect my Xiao Fei from these media people. You guys get out of the way. The patient needs fresh air. Don't huddle. Don't make any noise. The nurses rushed to drink. But these media people do not care so much. Still surrounded by constantly taking pictures and videos. Fortunately, at this time, the traffic police also rushed over and stopped a group of media people, which allowed the nurse to push my Xiao Fei away smoothly. New book asking for recommendations. Monthly tickets. Ask for a catch-up read. End of chapter. 4. March 15, 2024. Breaking news. According to reliable people, the little hero Xiao Fei is a soldier, yes, but just less than a month after enlisting, he was discharged from the army. I heard he's a deserter. Also, my Xiao Fei is the son of my Daxiong, a famous entrepreneur in Jinghai City. He's a typical second-generation tycoon. This news out immediately detonated the whole network, and quickly boarded when the major media site's hot search headline position. No way? My Xiao Fei is a deserter? How can that be? How could a deserter jump off a bridge to save someone without caring about his life? I don't believe it. Countless intense comments popped up on various video and text websites, more than 90% of which were condemning the bad media for smearing my Xiao Fei. And with the fermentation of the incident, the heroic deeds of my Xiao Fei to save others, more and more people know. This includes many people who know my Xiao Fei, such as his friends, his classmates, those lone friends of his, and those who have a problem with him. So, there are also many who claim to know my Xiao Fei came forward to say that my Xiao Fei indeed enlisted in the army only a month ago, and at this time, he should be inside the army. How did you end up in the community if you weren't discharged from the military? At the back, there was also a photo of my Xiao Fei wearing a camouflage uniform with a big red flower when he enlisted as a soldier. Credibility is very high. This also made the argument of whether or not my Xiao Fei was a deserter even more heated and difficult to argue. I don't care, even if my Xiao Fei is a deserter. So what? Although deserters should be condemned to punishment. Think about it, if my Xiao Fei hadn't been a deserter, wouldn't those 20-odd citizens on that bus have drowned? Even if he's a deserter, he saved so many people, so he should still be making up for his mistakes. We shouldn't deny my Xiao Fei this heroic deed just because he's a deserter. Curious how he thought of risking his life to save someone's life, given that he was a deserter. Is that something a deserter could do? And on the internet, countless netizens were in a heated discussion over whether or not my Xiao Fei was a deserter. At this time, a certain building in the CBD of Jinghai City, inside a large conference room. What? My son is in the hospital for saving someone's life? The secretary came to McDonald's side in a hurry and told him what had happened in the morning. My Daxiong's face changed drastically and he stood up violently. Quickly, have the driver prepare the car. Meeting suspended. After saying that, he quickly rushed out. In the Maybach car, when the secretary finished talking to my Daxiong about my Xiao Fei's heroics in the morning, my Daxiong burst into a big smile of relief. Yes, bravo, worthy of being my McDonald's son. Despite being discharged from the army, at least a sense of military responsibility was developed within the army. Ha ha ha, McDonald was genuinely happy. He himself had come out of the army. Naturally, I know exactly what the army is. The melting pot. It is a sanctuary where people can exercise their hard-working willpower and responsibility. My Xiao Fei was spoiled since childhood. Learning to learn not good. Just no follow a bunch of fox friends to eat, drink and have fun. If this keeps up, it's going to be a waste. He had made a bet with my Xiao Fei in order to correct his character. As long as he could go into the army and serve for 2 years and come out, he himself could consider handing over the family estate to him. However, my Xiao Fei really can't take the pain. Less than a month into the army, because of insubordination, cheating, and finally escaped over the wall, the army forced to retire. Let a face of his old face in the industry is considered to be lost. My Daxiong is also completely no longer have any hope for this son of his. Unexpectedly, today, my Xiao Fei made such a glorious good deed. My Daxiong, who was born in the military, at this moment, for the first time, Felt proud of having a son that he had. Chairman, there's something. I don't know if I should say it or not. The secretary hesitantly looked at my Daxiong. What is it? Just say it. My Daxiong waved his hand. Secretary, a media outlet dug up information that Duquid was a deserter and was forcibly discharged from the army. Right now. It's all over the internet. My Daxiong frowned slightly and then sighed. The secretary asked, should we go through some channels to suppress this in advance? How do I press it? My Daxiong said helplessly. That's just the way it is. The official sighed. Sooner or later, we'll also issue an announcement. Go with the flow. Good thing. This kid saved so many people this time. Even if others know that he's a deserter. But at least, in the future, he won't be pointing at my family's spine and cursing us. Soon, my Daxiong came to the hospital. At this time, outside the hospital, there are still a lot of reporters, media people on guard, trying to keep digging for some more info on McSquizzy. Those citizens who were saved by my Xiao Fei were also among their interviews. The rescued citizen and the citizen's family members, all in front of the reporter media, thanked my Xiao Fei for saving their lives. My Daxiong got down from the car and was also seen by the sharp-eyed reporters and media who rushed over. Mr. McDonald, excuse me, is it true that your son, my Xiao Fei, is a deserter? Mr. My Daxiong, your son saved so many people this time. What are your feelings as a famous entrepreneur in our Ginghai? Mr. McDonald. The press media squeezed and tried to come to McDonald's front, but were stopped by the bodyguards in time. My Daxiong had thought of quickly entering inside the hospital to visit my Xiao Fei, but after hesitating for a moment, he stopped on the steps, turned around, and looked at the reporter media. The reporter media hurriedly quieted down when they saw that my Daxiong was going to be interviewed. My Daxiong looked sincerely at the reporter media below and said, my son, my Xiao Fei, is indeed a deserter. As soon as these words came out, the reporters and media below, as well as the surrounding crowd, were instantly in an uproar. What a deserter! My God! But how can a deserter have the courage and duty obligation to jump off a bridge to save a life? With such good qualities and courage, how could he choose to be a deserter? The crowd was talking, and the press and media were just about to ask questions. Instead, my Daxiong continued, I know what you want to ask, so let me tell you specifically. Dash's mom, who died when he was very young, and I was still serving in the army at the time, were not able to educate him in time. Later, when I retired from the army and started my own business, I was too busy to work, and even less time, so I neglected his upbringing, allowing him to develop a pampered character that couldn't take a little bit of suffering. Later, in order to change those vices of his, I let him go to become a soldier. You should also all be clear. What is the place of the army? Xiao Fei cannot eat the hardship of the army. Just, did the wrong thing and became a deserter? In this case, as his father, I have an unshirkable responsibility, but I won't defend him either. A mistake is a mistake, especially in this case, and when you're wrong, you have to be punished. We, the My family, are also willing to accept all the punishment decisions of the army and the government. Allow me, here, also, to apologize to the troops and to the community on behalf of my son. After saying that, my Daxiong made a deep bow towards the camera of the reporter media. My Daxiong continued, about Fei's rescue, I also know about it. As a father I am very proud of him. Thank you all. After saying that, my Daxiong was turning around and walking towards the hospital. These reporters and media wanted to ask some more questions, but they were stopped by bodyguards and security. Soon, the definite information they got from McDonald's side was sent back to the company through video interviews and posted online as fast as possible. Nowadays, the two events of my Xiao Fei's rescue and desertion are the hottest topics on the entire internet. Whoever gets the jump on the first release will be the first to get the most traffic. Traffic is money. This side of the Armed Forces Department of Jinghai City, because of the delay in seeing my Xiao Fei come over to report, immediately let people to investigate. Only then did he realize that my Xiao Fei had jumped off a bridge to save someone on his way here. Immediately, the Minister of Armed Forces immediately moved to the hospital. Anyhow, the current my Xiao Fei, before he eliminated his military status, was also a member of the army. Uncle Mai, Wang Song, who was guarding the entrance to the ward, saw my Daxiong coming over and hurriedly greeted him. Satoshi, how's my little Fei doing? My Daxiong asked worriedly. Wang Song comforted. Uncle Mai, don't worry, Xiao Fei is no longer in danger. When he wakes up, he'll be fine. Only then did my Daxiong let out a sigh of relief. Then with a stern face, he questioned Wang Song. What's wrong with you guys? Didn't you take Dash to the Armed Forces Department to receive the punishment decision? How come Dash ran off to save the day for no good reason? Wang Song was also still confused and said, it was on the way to the Armed Forces Department that I saw a bus fall off a bridge. We went over to watch the fun. And who would have thought that Fei would jump off the bridge to save someone without even squealing to me? My Daxiang said. It's also strange. This kid, when did he become so eager to help others? And isn't he the most afraid of water? Can he actually swim? Wang Tsung said. I'm surprised too. Uncle Mai, could it be that Fei learned it in the army? My Daxiang frowned slightly and muttered. Now that the troops are practicing, do they start having to learn how to swim in the new company? At that moment, the door to the room opened. A nurse came out with the empty bottle of the finished four. The patient is awake. You can go in and take a look. Awake? My Daxiang and Wang Tsung quickly walked in. Realizing that, my Xiao Fei had opened his eyes and looked at them. My Xiao Fei's face, still a little pale, looked very weak. Fei. The two men came to the bedside. My Xiao Fei rushed Wang Tsung and asked, those people I saved up, are they alright? Wang Tsung said, it's fine. It's fine. They're fine. My Xiao Fei, what about the remaining two that I didn't have time to save? Wang Tsung, all were also rescued by rescuers and are awake. My Xiao Fei then put his heart down. That's good. On one side, Mac Dehung is both emotional and heartbroken to see his son waking up and not caring about his own body first, but about the citizens he saved. Looking at my Xiao Fei on the hospital bed, my Daxiang was a bit skeptical. Was this really his son who escaped from the army? How did it suddenly change so drastically? Could it be that the ancestors are manifesting themselves? But you manifested earlier too, okay? Can it be before this kid becomes a deserter? Now it's good that he became a deserter. This stain, that is, he saved more than 20 people, cannot be erased. And this is? My Xiao Fei also noticed my Daxiang on the side at this time. Wang Tsung was stunned. Fei, you wouldn't have jumped off the bridge and gotten your brain knocked out by the river, right? You don't recognize your own old man? My Daxiang also approached with worry. Fei, I'm your father, don't recognize me? My Xiao Fei was stunned and hurriedly searched for relevant memories from his mind's memory. That's when he laughed. Of course I remember. I just woke up and my eyes are a little blurry. I can't see clearly. As I recall, my own old man was also a veteran. After 8 years in the army, he started his own business when he got out of the army. After more than 10 years of hard work, he became a famous boss of a listed company in Jinghai City. My Daxiang then breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that his son didn't even recognize himself. My Daxiang walked over and tucked my Xiao Fei in a little bit, his tone soft in a rare way. This time, you did a great job, and Dad is proud of you. Let bygones be bygones, and think no more of them. Manly men, when they do something wrong, let's admit it and accept the punishment. It's no big deal. My Xiao Fei knew that he was talking about desertion and refusal to serve in the military, and immediately said, Dad, I want to, but before my Xiao Fei could finish speaking, several silhouettes suddenly appeared at the door. Yo, Mr. Mai, you've come too. The three men turned their heads to look. When my Daxiang saw the visitor, he immediately greeted him. Minister Wang, what brings you here? This came from none other than the Minister of the Armed Forces. The Minister of the Armed Forces. Because of what happened to my Xiao Fei, they had been in contact before. Minister Wang said, Xiao Fei, how to say? The military registration has not been cancelled. Then it is still the people of the army. I, the Minister of the Armed Forces, also deserve to come over to see him. At that moment, Minister Wang also walked to the front of the hospital bed. Xiao Fei, let's not mention the things you did wrong before, but today you saved someone's life. It's really great. You've done our country's troopers a great honor. With this, the higher-ups, too, will deal with you leniently for what you did before. Of course, the reward that should be there, will definitely be there as well. My Xiao Fei immediately said, Chief, I don't need any rewards. I have only one request. What request? You say? Minister Wang said. My Xiao Fei said with a serious face, I want to continue to return to the army as a soldier. Is that okay? New book begs for recommendations. Monthly ticket. Catch up on reading. End of chapter. 5. March 15, 2024. When my Xiao Fei said this, the scene instantly quieted down. What did you say? You want to go back to the army and continue your service? Minister Wang thought he had heard wrong and quickly asked. My Xiao Fei nodded his head with incomparable firmness. Yes, Chief, I apologize to you and the troops for my previous lack of understanding, but I've come to my senses now, I think, and I'm really enjoying life in the army. Please, can you apply with the army? I cannot want the reward or give me a disciplinary action, but do not dismiss me from the army, so that I can continue to return to the army as a soldier? Minister Wang obviously didn't expect my Xiao Fei to say something like this. Subconsciously, he looked at my Daxiang. My Daxiang hurriedly waved his hand and said, Minister Wang, this is definitely not something I forced him to do. After saying that, My Daxiang looked at my Xiao Fei and questioned. Xiao Fei, you're not kidding, right? A week ago, dead set on getting out of the army. Even if it meant expulsion from the army and all sorts of serious punishment consequences for you. Now what? All of a sudden, you want to go back to the army again? My Xiao Fei said. I was confused before. I was wrong. I hope the organization and the troops can give me another chance. Minister Wang couldn't help but fall silent at his words. On one side, when Wang Song heard my Xiao Fei say this, he immediately became anxious. Xiao Fei. My Xiao Fei immediately drank. Shut up. If you try to persuade me to refuse military service again, we won't be friends. Song Wang. He looked at my Xiao Fei somewhat dumbfounded. He felt that the my Xiao Fei in front of him was completely like a different person. Very strange. My Daxiang didn't say anything either, and was also looking at Minister Wang with some anticipation. Of course he wanted my Xiao Fei to return to the army from the new. Who wants their offspring? A deserter? After Minister Wang was silent for a moment, he also asked my Xiao Fei with extreme seriousness. My Xiao Fei, I will reflect this request of yours to the top. After all, this time, you also made a great achievement, and also let the higher-ups see your responsibility and bearing as a soldier. I think, the higher-ups will also consider it, but whether it will work or not, I can't promise you, but there's one thing, you have to make sure that you don't really want to go back to the army. If, say, you're allowed to go back to the army when the time comes, and you refuse to do military service inside the army, then the punishment will be even heavier than the first time. My Xiao Fei instantly rejoiced. Yes, I'm 100% sure. Minister Wang then nodded with satisfaction. Okay, then you take a good rest first. I'll notify you immediately when I have news. My Xiao Fei was full of gratitude. Yes, thank you, Chief. After Minister Wang left, my Daxiang and Wang Song were also looking at my Xiao Fei somewhat strangely. My Xiao Fei, however, directly said, you guys go back first. I'm fine, I'll take a rest. The two froze for a moment, then nodded and turned to go out. Outside the ward. That, Wang Song hesitantly rushed at my Daxiang. Uncle Mai, should we ask the hospital to check little Fei's head? I'm afraid it's crashed. When my Daxiang heard this, he was furious. What? You still really hope that little Fei is a deserter? Wang Song hurriedly waved his hand and said sheepishly. Which? Where? He was too weak to look at my Daxiang's eyes, because the reason why my Xiao Fei had escaped over the wall before was because he had been compelled by him. My Daxiang grunted and turned to walk out the door, but after just a few steps, he stopped and rushed over to the approaching nurse and asked, Nurse, may I ask, which room is the head of your hospital's psychiatric department in? Wang Song, End of chapter. 6. March 15, 2024. In the hospital room, my Xiao Fei patiently waited for news and to recuperate his body. Originally, the body was not in any serious trouble, and after lying in the hospital for 2 days, it could also be discharged. In the past 2 days, one after another, he saved the shore of the citizens and their families came to visit and thank. The media reporters were also unceasingly slipping in when they found an opportunity, looking for interviews with my Xiao Fei. At the beginning of my Xiao Fei also cooperate a little, answered some questions, but more and more media reporters over. My Xiao Fei is really overwhelmed. Let his father arranged for the bodyguards to come over to watch. No one is allowed to come in. And until my Xiao Fei was discharged from the hospital, the Armed Forces Department and the Army side, there was no news. This really made my Xiao Fei anxious. He really didn't want to take the blame. My Xiao Fei's home is in the famous villa area of Jinghai City, and those who are able to live in it are worth billions of dollars. Thousands of acres of villa area with less than 30 villas. When I entered the house, it was a bit cold. There were only 2 nannies in. Mr. Wheat, you're back? Come on, give me the luggage. The 2 nannies enthusiastically walked up and reached for my Xiao Fei's luggage. No, I'll do it myself, thanks. My Xiao Fei is really not used to being served and politely refused. The 2 nannies froze in place with disbelief. Mac can say thank you now? By the way, where's my dad? My Xiao Fei asked. The nanny reacted and hurriedly replied respectfully. Mr. Mai left for the office early in the morning. My Xiao Fei nodded and didn't say anything. As far as I can remember, my father was indeed a busy man. Even in the past 2 days when he was hospitalized, he had only visited twice. With his memory, my Xiao Fei returned to his room. That level of luxury made my Xiao Fei not even dare to touch it. The life of a rich man is luxury. My Xiao Fei sighed slightly. At that moment, he noticed the military suitcase and small carry-on bag and the military quilt that lay next to the table in the room. The nanny who followed up noticed my Xiao Fei's eyes and nervously explained. Lord Wheat, this is what Mr. Wheat told us to put back in your room. If you don't like it, I'll take it out now. With that, the nanny was about to go up and take the things away. but was stopped by my Xiao Fei reaching out. No, I like it. After my Xiao Fei finished speaking, he couldn't wait to walk over. From memory, these things, when they came back, were thrown in the trash by him. It should have been MacDonald who asked the nanny to take it out and hide it first. When my Daxiong saw that my Xiao Fei had the idea of wanting to go back to the army, he dared to let the nanny take it out again. My Xiao Fei walked over, opened the bag, took out the regular clothes inside, and gently stroked it with a face full of awe. My friends, I have wronged you. I'm sorry, my Xiao Fei murmured softly. The two nannies couldn't help but look at each other when they heard my Xiao Fei's words. Is this really the Mr. Wheat we know? Why is it like a different person? Before that, but any time I saw the slightest thing about the troops or even mentioned it, I would get angry. What's with this moment and liking it? My Xiao Fei couldn't wait to take the clothes off his body and change into his military uniform to try it out. But it was just halfway off, when it occurred to me that the babysitter was at the door. He turned his head and the nanny immediately comprehended and hurriedly bent to exit, closing the door. A few minutes later, my Xiao Fei walked out wearing the physical training uniform of the army. Auntie Lan, I'm going outside for a run. McFly rushed the nanny. Running? The two nannies were flabbergasted. By the time they reacted, my Xiao Fei had already run out. Regardless of whether or not you can re-enter the military, your body always needs to be worked on. What's the use of being so fit that you can't take 2 steps without gasping for air? But when less than a kilometer had been run, my Xiao Fei was out of breath. If not for the memory of him, my Xiao Fei wondered if he had a weak kidney. It's only been a kilometer. I can't believe I can't run. This caused my Xiao Fei, who was a physical sharpshooter in his previous life, to agonize. With this physical fitness, how long do you have to practice to become a sharpshooter? If you're not physically capable, what awaits you is definitely waking up half an hour earlier than the other recruits to run 3 kilometers, going to bed half an hour later to get another 300, etc. It's a great feeling to have a squad leader who cares about you and a company commander who has your back. Pussy soldier is to work overtime every day to engage in 5 kilometers. Physical fitness, planting and feeding pigs, cooking class to help. The first choice is also you. Although my Xiao Fei had some experience in self-training, but nah, the foundation of this body was too poor. What could he do? Where's Fei? At home. MacDonald came in with a colonel and a major. The nanny hurriedly said, Mr. Wheat said he went out for a run. Running? MacDonald and the head of the armed forces, Colonel, were confused. Hello, Chief. At that moment, a voice rang out. The three of them turned their heads and saw my Xiao Fei sweating profusely as he saluted the colonel and major. The two froze for a moment, and the major laughed. That's a pretty standard salute. Thank you, Chief, for the compliment, the major exclaimed. If I hadn't met you, I'd wonder if you'd been wrongly accused of this responsibility and military qualities. My Xiao Fei was stunned, carefully sizing up the major and hurriedly searching with the memories of the original body's owner. Only then did I realize that the major was the section chief of the military recruitment office. Previously, when he was in the army, the original body owner made a fuss about going home, and he came over on behalf of the people from the military recruitment office to investigate and understand the situation. What? Forget who I am? The major asked. My Xiao Fei immediately stood at attention and said, Report. Didn't forget. You are section chiefly. The major nodded in satisfaction at this. Come on. Sit down and talk. My Daxiong hurriedly pulled the two to sit down and asked the nanny to pour tea. My Xiao Fei, on the other hand, had the good sense to stand across from them, standing straight and upright. When Minister Wang and section chiefly saw my Xiao Fei like this, they really couldn't associate it with my Xiao Fei's arrogant, domineering, and insubordinate appearance from before. On the other hand, my Daxiong was extremely pleased and satisfied as he secretly nodded his head. This son of his own will do things. Comrade my Xiao Fei, you sit down too. Minister Wang said. Yes, my Xiao Fei answered and then sat straight on the sofa. Minister Wang said, regarding your request to return to the army to continue your service, after I returned from the hospital that day, I reported it to the organization and your military unit. It would have said that, according to the original mistake you made, you must have been dismissed from the military and punished accordingly. But the leaders know that you risked your life to save more than 20 citizens, have an excellent and firm sense of mission as a soldier, and take the initiative to admit your mistakes and want to return to the army to continue to serve the people and the country. So, that's why the leaders send section chiefly over to talk to you in person, which is also considered another home visit. My Xiao Fei said, yes, please ask whatever you want, Chief, I'll know everything. Section chiefly nodded his head in satisfaction and asked, Comrade my Xiao Fei, I'd like to ask what made you suddenly want to go back and continue as a soldier again. My Xiao Fei replied seriously, in the time since I've been home, I'd begun to regret it a bit. On the way to the Armed Forces Department, I saw a bus fall into the river. At that time, I did not have any hesitation. I jumped to save people. At that time, I was sure that, although I had only been in the army for a month, but in my bones, I had already incorporated the sense of responsibility and mission of the military. That was the moment I was sure that I loved the army and was proud to be a soldier. Chief Li listened carefully while taking notes. Minister Wang on one side was also paying attention to my Xiao Fei's demeanor, wanting to see clearly if he was lying. It certainly wasn't what my Xiao Fei had in mind. What could he do? He was not from this world. He couldn't say that the original my Xiao Fei had died and he had traveled from another world. Could he? Section Chief Li continued. Is it possible that it was your fear of being punished? Or is it your father's reason that you want to go back to the army again? My Xiao Fei shook his head decisively. There is no such reason. Chief, you've all been in contact with me before. If I was really afraid of this, I wouldn't have continued to make trouble. And, honestly, my Xiao Fei turned his head to look at the house. Do you think that this little punishment, for a family in our condition, is something I would care about? Minister Wang in section chiefly sniffed and also subconsciously looked at my Xiao Fei's home. Any piece of furniture here is 5 figures or more. The penalty for refusing to serve in the military is indeed painless for these rich people with billions of dollars of family money. However, we also have reason to suspect another reason, that is, you saved so many people. Knowing that back in the army, you would surely be able to make a military achievement. Do you think it's a bit of a shame to be discharged from the military because you've been able to get a merit award? My Xiao Fei said, this is even more impossible. I'm not even afraid of being punished, so how would I care about this military honor? What can military honors give me other than spiritual honors? If I really go back to the army and don't serve properly and don't have good military qualities, what does this military honor mean to me? In my family's condition, even if I were to be discharged with military honors, I wouldn't be of much use, would I? How can someone who doesn't even care about military honor care about military service? Don't you think so? Section Chief Li and Minister Wang similarly smiled. You do see through it. After asking a few more questions, Section Chief Li stood up. Okay, I will report your original statement to my superiors. The results will be available in 3 days at the latest. Thank you, Chief. After the two left, my Daxiong patted my Xiao Fei's shoulder with a relieved look. Xiao Fei, no matter if you can go back to the army again in the end, your dad's pride. My Xiao Fei looked at his strange old man and couldn't tell what he felt. One could only smile and nod. Fei. At that moment, Wang Tsong's voice rang from the doorway. My Xiao Fei walked out and saw Wang Tsong with his little netizen girlfriend, standing at the door. Hurry up. Go change your clothes and go fool around. I've booked a box to celebrate your release from the hospital. Wang Tsong laughed loudly. At this time, my Daxiong walked out, and Wang Tsong's second-generation smile instantly converged, accompanied by a smile. Uncle Mai, you're at home. My Daxiong grunted with a stern face. You kid, all day long you're either picking up chicks, engaging in some kind of competitive game, or just fooling around. Watch out for all those commercial plaza businesses your old man runs. They won't be enough for you to lose. Wang Tsong laughed and said, it's okay, my home is not still a theater line. That thing? Make money. My Daxiong rolled his eyes and turned his head to charge my Xiao Fei. You're just fine. Come back early. There's something else going on at the office, so I'll leave you to it. After my Daxiong left, Wang Tsong then dared to walk in front of my Xiao Fei and curiously said, what's wrong with your father? Why is he suddenly so relieved about you? According to the past, when he saw me coming to find you, he definitely wouldn't let you go out. My Xiao Fei looked at the shadow of my Daxiong's departing car and couldn't help but smile. It was normal for him to be relieved to see his own transformation. You guys go have fun. I'm not going. Just give me the list back and I'll buy it. My Xiao Fei said. Wang Tsong skimmed his lips and said, Lousy is worse off than you are. I mean, you kid, you don't really want to go back to the army, do you? It's hard to get out. And you want to go back to prison? My Xiao Fei said breathlessly. That's a troop, not a prison. Wang Chung, you're the one who said prison. McFly, the troops authorized you to go back? Wang Tsong asked. My Xiao Fei shook his head slightly. Let me wait for news. Saying that, my Xiao Fei patted Wang Tsong's shoulder. If you're a brother, don't stop me anymore. I am heading down the right path. In fact, we all know it in our hearts. We just don't want to give up our current comfort zone and lie to ourselves. Wang Tsong looked at my Xiao Fei in a slight daze. My Xiao Fei laughed. You go back. I hope that the next time we meet, you'll have changed as well. Don't be a small netizen for 3 days and a big star for a week. Moderation. After saying that, he patted Wang Tsong's shoulder again, and then he turned around and went back to the house. Looking at my Xiao Fei's figure, he then looked at his little internet girlfriend in his arms. It instantly doesn't smell good. 3 days later, Minister Wang personally came to the door and told my Xiao Fei that he could rejoin the army. My Xiao Fei breathed a sigh of relief. And on the side of the Armed Forces Department, it was also revealed to the journalists and media that my Xiao Fei had rejoined the army. Surprisingly, the entire network supported the organization's decision. After all, my Xiao Fei had saved more than 20 people. No one dares to condemn and blame him in this matter anymore. The next day, after bidding farewell to my Daxion, my Xiao Fei was with Minister Wang, directly traveling to the army by car. After 10 hours or so, the two finally reached the troops. 707th Regiment. Office of Regimental Commander Zhou Jiangwo. Hello, Chief. My Xiao Fei rushed Zhou Jiangwo and saluted. Zhou Jiangwo nodded with a smile. Although, you disappointed me before, but after knowing that you risked your life to save more than 20 people in society, I am proud to have a soldier like you. The troops are proud of you too, since you chose to come back to continue your military service. I hope that, this time, you will dive in and work out well to serve your country. I won't let down this opportunity given to me by the organization. My Xiao Fei loudly stood at attention. After a pause, my Xiao Fei added, Chief, I have a small request that I hope you can grant. Zhou nodded. Go ahead. My Xiao Fei said, I hope that the head of the regiment won't tell the rest of the regiment first, especially the company commander and the comrades in them, what I did outside. Zhou was stunned and curious. Why? After all, you did something wrong before, and your company commander and squad leaders and comrades are more or less against you, but it will be easier to accept you again if you know that you saved so many people. My Xiao Fei said, I just don't want them to take care of me because of this. I want to use my accomplishments from training in the army to wear away my previous stains. Re-establish their trust in me. Zhou Jiangwo nodded his head in relief. Not bad. It seems that you have really changed a lot. Okay, since you put it that way, I'll keep it from them for now. There's still more than a month left in the recruit company. Your foundation was already poor and you've been delayed for such a long time. You need to train harder and catch up. Yes. Also, regarding the mistake you made earlier, even though you were allowed to come back, the disciplinary action still needs to be given, and it needs to be announced at the recruit company assembly. You'll also have to go up on stage and do a review. Is that okay? Report. No problem. I accept the punishment of the organization. Zhou Jiangwo nodded. Of course, you saved so many people in the society. The battle merit is definitely there, but we also have to wait for the top to discuss out what kind of rewards to give you guys in light of the mistakes you made before. Even if the merit awards are given, it's when the recruiting company is over. Yes. Okay. That's it then. I'll have the guards send you back. Thank you, Chief. End of chapter. Ding. On the way to the boot camp, in the back of my Xiao Fei's mind, the system's voice resounded. Detected host rejoining the army. Humongous soldier system. Officially activated. When you're a soldier, you should be full of fervor and passion. When a soldier fights, he should be unrelenting, furious and strong. If you can kill an enemy with one punch, you will never throw a second punch. Therefore, this system is intended to assist the host in becoming a berserk tough soldier with superb single combat strength. As long as the host completes the training missions and actual combat missions issued by the system, he or she will be able to obtain the corresponding berserk points. The higher the berserk points, the stronger the berserk physique the host will be able to stimulate, and when engaging in various forms of combat, the combat power will be boosted to a certain extent. Hosts can view their physical attributes through the attribute panel. After the system explained so much, my Xiao Fei had a corresponding understanding of the so-called humongous soldier system. Immediately, opened the attribute panel with his mind. Name, Max Xiu Fei. Position, private, recruit company. Physical fitness, 90, 100 for normal people. Berserk points, 0. Merit points, 0. Skills, 0. Mall, has not yet reached the opening standard. Need 10 merit points to open the newbie gift pack, 1. Note, berserk points can be gained through self-training and completing system tasks. The higher the berserk points, the higher the enhancements the host receives in battle. Merit points can be obtained through various ways such as large and small competitions, exercises, various troop missions, battle rewards, and helping your comrades to train and practice. Merit points can be exchanged for skills, items, etc. in the mall. After looking at the attribute panel, especially seeing the physique, my Xiao Fei was almost about to curse. Surprisingly, it was 10% weaker than a normal person's physique. How trashy is this? System, open the newbie bundle and take a look. System, okay, opening the newbie bundle for the host now. Ding! The opening of the novice gift pack is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rifle mastery skill. After activating this skill, the host's theories on various models of rifles, their maintenance, construction, assembly and decomposition, various forms of shooting, and other aspects of theory and operational methods, automatically blends in, especially when it comes to shooting. As long as the host is consistent enough at holding a gun, the skill will temper the host's shooting ability in a variety of ways. As long as you train diligently according to the skill conditioning tips, the host can quickly become a rifle shooting expert. This is good. My Xiao Fei nodded secretly. While his shooting ability is not bad, it's not at the level of elite excellence. If he could have this skill to assist him, he might not be unable to become a sharpshooter himself. Camp of the third company of recruits. Nearly 100 new recruits, undergoing training under the gun. My Xiao Fei followed the head guard in unison, immediately attracting the attention of many recruits. McFly. Is that McFly? Why is he back? Wasn't he going to be forcibly discharged from the military? My Xiao Fei had been in the recruit company for a month, and with the recruits here, he basically knew them all. He was in the recruit company for a month, and the recruits were well aware of how he was a demon. But half a month ago, my Xiao Fei had been taken out of the army. Now, why are you back? Squad leader. Look, my Xiao Fei is back, on the side of the 8th squad. One of the recruits hurriedly shouted at the sergeant squad leader next to them who was correcting their gun-supporting maneuvers. What McFly is back? Lin Tao, the 8th squad leader, raised his head and looked in the direction his own recruit was pointing. McFly. Lin Tao was stunned, then quickly ran over. McFly. You're. Before Lin Tao finished speaking, my Xiao Fei immediately stood at attention and saluted. Squad leader. I'm back. Ha? Oh well. Lin Tao responded a bit dazedly, then instantly reacted. No, what's going on here? What do you mean? I'm back? Weren't you forced back? The guard on one side immediately explained. It's like this. After Comrade my Xiao Fei was sent back, he came to his senses and decided to keep coming back to serve. That's okay? Lin Tao stared slightly wide-eyed at my Xiao Fei. He's also been in the army for 7 or 8 years. During this period, there were also a number of recruits who refused to perform military service after entering the army and were sent back. This is a situation that is impossible to send back once it has left the gates of the army. Moreover, my Xiao Fei escaped over the wall, and it's all very good that he wasn't sent to jail. How is it allowed to be sent back for further military service? What the hell is going on here? Lin Tao asked in disbelief. The guard took out the order notice and handed it to Lin Tao. There's no reason. The regimental commander said to just tell your company commander to do what he said. Since you're here, then my Xiao Fei is all yours. After that, the guard left. Lin Tao looked at the notice and then looked at my Xiao Fei. My Xiao Fei immediately said, Squad leader, I was wrong before. I hope you can give me another chance and I will serve well. Lin Tao couldn't figure out why my Xiao Fei's attitude had changed so much, but he still forced a smile and nodded. Good, come, go into the barracks first. I'll take you to see the company commander. Watching Lin Tao lead my Xiao Fei into the barracks, those recruits were puzzled. This man was sent back, and he's going to be sent back again? Get some rest in the squad room and I'll go talk to the company commander. Lin Tao looked somewhat complicated as he patted my Xiao Fei's shoulder, then walked into the company commander's office. A few minutes later, bang! Inside the company commander's office, Su Zhilong, the commander of the 3rd company of recruits, slammed the notice of orders hard on the table. No! Su Zhilong roared angrily. I don't care what relationship he has with the head of the group or other leaders. Anyway, the door of my 3rd company of recruits is closed to this soldier forever. He can go wherever he likes. I, Su Zhilong, am determined not to desert. Lin Tao was worried. But company commander, this order has already come down. Moreover, I want him. What did you say? Su Zhilong glared at Lin Tao. You soldier, what kind of goods do you not know? How much trouble has he caused you and me just because he made a fool of himself here and escaped over the wall? How much trouble did it bring to the 3rd company of recruits? If we want him again, and he runs away one more time, you and I will have to get the hell out of the army. Lin Tao seriously said. But company commander, I still want him. Su Zhilong was furious, but still suppressed his anger. Reason. Lin Tao, he's my soldier. He did something wrong, and I'm his squad leader, so I'm responsible. Anyone can make a mistake in a moment of confusion, but if they can recognize the mistake in time and are willing to change, why can't we give them a chance? Su Zhilong said in a deep voice. Lin Tao, the army is not society. Lin Tao said, but the troops are more emotionally oriented than society. I think this is the soul of our Chinese soldiers. On the battlefield, we can take bullets for our comrades. Is that possible in society? Isn't this one of the capitals we soldiers are proud of? Su Zhilong instantly didn't know how to retort. At that moment, the instructor pushed the door in, glanced at the two, and said, I contacted the regiment just now. Deadly orders, and for no reason whatsoever. When Su Zhilong sniffed, He was so angry that he turned around directly and looked out the window. Lin Tao. Here. The instructor rushed to Lin Tao. Continue to keep my Xiao Fei in your class. Make sure you do a good job with your thoughts. Thank you, instructor. Returning to the squad room, he found my Xiao Fei still standing upright. Seeing this appearance of my Xiao Fei, Lin Tao had an illusion. It was as if this my Xiao Fei in front of him was not a new recruit, but a disciplined veteran with very high military qualities. Come on, relax. Your bed is still number 5. It hasn't changed since you left. Hurry up and get your housekeeping in order first. Yes. My Xiao Fei immediately took out the military supplies from his suitcase. Lin Tao, on the other hand, took his social items and took them to the storage room. When he came back, he was shocked to find that my Xiao Fei had actually folded the quilt. The beds were even spotless, without a single wrinkle. The quality rivals that of a veteran. Lin Tao pointed at the tofu block quilt on the bed and asked in surprise, Fei, when did you fold the quilt so well? My Xiao Fei smiled. I've been practicing every day for the past half-month since I went back. Lin Tao was full of relief. It seems that you really have the intention to change your ways. That's good. Keep it up. Don't think much about the past, and serve well in the army. My Xiao Fei stood at attention and shouted, Yes, squad leader. I won't let you down again. Lin Tao smiled and nodded. Good, then you rest in the squad room now. I have to go out and take them to train. My Xiao Fei hurriedly said, Squad leader, I don't need to rest. I can directly participate in the training. I've fallen too far behind in the last month and a half. I need to make up for it. Lin Tao was slightly stunned. According to the previous my Xiao Fei, when it came to training time, he either pretended to be sick or simply refused to train. It's the other recruits who can't wait to get more rest. Instead, my Xiao Fei, who was now on his own initiative, applied for training. That's a lot more awareness than the other recruits. Okay, then change into your training uniform and come with me to get your gun. Yes. A few minutes later, Lin Tao brought my Xiao Fei and came outside to the training ground of the boot camp. Class 8. Stand up. The 8 recruits of the 8th squad, as well as the 8th squad's second in command, quickly stood up and lined up. When they saw my Xiao Fei standing behind Lin Tao with a gun on his back and wearing a training uniform, they were all surprised. Lin Tao said, Starting today, comrade my Xiao Fei, continue to stay in our class for training. In the past, everyone is not allowed to discuss my Xiao Fei's matter anymore. If I find out who is chewing on his words in private, I will let him know how poisonous the sun is at noon every day. Do you all hear me? Yes. Despite the disbelief and confusion, as well as resentment, the crowd did not dare to disobey the squad leader's orders. McFly, here, get back in your queue. Yes. When my Xiao Fei answered, the 2 recruits behind him took the initiative to take a step to the side and let my Xiao Fei in. Lin Tao continued, because comrade my Xiao Fei fell behind in his training sessions too much in the previous month and a half. So, when we train in the back, everyone help out if you can. We are a collective. Between comrades, we have to help each other. Yes. Although he verbally responded this way, the group of recruits were still extremely unimpressed with my Xiao Fei. There was no other reason than the fact that my Xiao Fei had become a deserter and trampled on the dignity of the soldiers they were so proud of. No one would want to be comrades in arms with a deserter. There is also the fact that my Xiao Fei, relying on the fact that his family has a bit of money, before, often looked down on them. These comrades from ordinary families talked to them, pompous, like a handout. This also led to the fact that even though my Xiao Fei had been in the army for a month, he hadn't made any friends, especially since he's been resisting training and acting all kinds of demonic again, which has also caused his comrades to shun him. Naturally, my Xiao Fei also heard the reluctance and rejection in the tone of his comrades in the class. The heart couldn't help but laugh bitterly, secretly cursing. The original owner, my Xiao Fei, is a real failure as a human being. Lin Tao said, Tomorrow, it's going to be the first live firing of your military career. Today, make sure you take training seriously. Now, on my command, spread out from side to side, 1 meter apart, and lie down and train with your guns. Yes. When the group of recruits responded, they quickly dispersed and went prone. Lin Tao had thought of calling my Xiao Fei out and teaching him alone to lie down and hold his gun. Unexpectedly, my Xiao Fei's movement of lying down and according to the gun was extremely standard. In one go. Better than other recruits who had trained for so long. This caused Lin Tao and the 8th class vice to look shocked. While the group of recruits were according to their guns, Lin Tao and the 8th squad deputy had already walked over with water bottles filled with water. The 8th class recruits all wailed when they saw it. What's with the farting around? Lin Tao droned sternly. Can you shoot well if you are not steady according to your gun? If you shoot live fire tomorrow, flunk it, and come back. It won't be as simple as hanging a water bottle. After that, it was time to hang the water bottles one by one on the barrels of their guns. The crowd of recruits immediately felt the rifle in their hands become twice as heavy, and their elbows and muscles, all at once, tensed. Squad leader. As Lin Tao was about to hook up Mai Xiao Fei suddenly shouted. Lin Tao thought that Mai Xiao Fei was going to offer to not hang the kettle and get used to it first, so he said, "That's right, you're just getting into this training possibility, and you won't be able to handle it if you hang the kettle directly, then leave it hanging for now." When the other recruits heard this, they all subconsciously rolled their eyes at Mai Xiao Fei. I'm sure he's still the same cowardly soldier who likes to sneak around and avoid training. Nevertheless, Mai Xiao Fei said, "Squad leader, that's not what I meant. I was going to request that we train underarms on the concrete in the back and then hang up our water bottles." Concrete floor? Lin Tao and the crowd of recruits all subconsciously looked at the concrete floor of Camp Avenue behind their heels. They were now lying on their backs on the lawn, which still managed to rub their elbows red and swollen with pain. This would probably take a layer of skin off your elbows if you were to hold your gun on a hard and fine little sandy concrete floor and train for an afternoon. The new book begs to be read posthumously. Ask for favorites. Ask for recommendations and monthly tickets. All kinds of begging. End of chapter. Mai Xiao Fei said, "Squad leader, I'm falling too far behind. I've looked up information about the way you train on concrete to hold your gun, and it works a lot better than on grass. If I can be able to grab it accordingly and steady even on concrete, I can control it more when I hit the target. With live fire coming up tomorrow, I have to change things up to get better faster." Mai Xiao Fei's words gave Lin Tao really no reason to refuse. Although, when it comes to target shooting, the target spot there, too, is a dirt lawn, which is much softer compared to concrete. But like McFly said, if you can hold your ground on concrete, on a dirt lawn, even more so. But this type of practice is usually only used by veterans or sniper training. Only, on the recruit side, it is less recommended. After thinking for a while, Lin Tao finally nodded and said, "Good, since you have this heart, I agree. Go." Yes. Mai Xiao Fei stood up and quickly came to the concrete floor. The crowd thought he would just get down. Unbeknownst to him, Mai Xiao Fei first rolled up his sleeves, exposing all of his elbows and letting his flesh come into contact with the concrete. Seeing Mai Xiao Fei like this, the 8th class recruits and the nearby recruits from other classes first froze for a moment. Then they all revealed mocking colors. Sticking a pig's nose in the ground and pretending to be an elephant. Haven't even trained on grass yet and you want to head for concrete? Do you really think you're the king of soldiers? In their opinion, Mai Xiao Fei was doing this because he wanted to win the favor of the class president. See what? Lin Tao droned at the 8th class recruits. Look at the other guy, Mai Xiao Fei, who took the initiative to apply to train on the concrete floor. What about you guys? Hang a kettle and you're all dying. Squad leader, he faked it. One of the recruits bristled. Snap. Lin Tao directly smacked his steel helmet. If you're capable of doing what he did, you can act like him and pretend on the concrete floor with your gun? The recruit stopped talking at once. The 8th class vice then came to Mai Xiao Fei, his tone more or less carrying a hint of displeasure. You choose to position your gun on the concrete, and your water bottle has to be hung up. Yes, Mai Xiao Fei responded without hesitation. Mai Xiao Fei's alacrity had caused the 8th class vice to be a bit surprised. Subconsciously, he looked at Lin Tao. Lin Tao glanced at Mai Xiao Fei, then looked at the barracks behind Mai Xiao Fei, found that the company commander, Su Zhilong, was standing at the window looking their way. Hang on, Lin Tao said. The 8th grade deputy nodded and hung the canteen on the barrel of Mai Xiao Fei's gun. Ding! According to the gun mission detected, the host will be rewarded with berserk points for holding on to his gun for 10 minutes on a concrete floor. The longer it takes, the higher the reward. Go for it. Hearing the system's voice, Mai Xiao Fei was instantly delighted. I bet he won't last 2 minutes before the gun drops. 2 more minutes? I bet he won't last a minute. With his crap physique and fine skin, how can he withstand the friction of the concrete floor? The 8th class recruits, one by one, whispered, Fei, hold on. Show the company commander how you've changed. Lin Tao mentally cheered for Mai Xiao Fei. Su Zhilong was also quietly looking at Mai Xiao Fei, a touch of mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth. Old Su, maybe this kid, Fei, has really changed. The instructor next to him said, putting it half a month ago, he didn't even want to practice on the lawn, let alone on the concrete. Now, volunteering to be on concrete is indeed different. Su Zhilong coldly grunted. It's too hard to ask him to change. 10 years of dude life, pampered and spoiled. Can he change after going home for half a month? The instructor sighed slightly and looked at the clock. 1 minute. Mai Xiao Fei below, at this time, also felt soreness and pain in his arms and elbows. The elbows, in particular, contacted the concrete like there were pins and needles sticking out of them. With a weaker physique, Jeanette's face, too, was quickly covered in sweat. It's not good enough to be false, but after all, There was experience in a previous life. Although his physique was not working, this pain was not enough to make him give up. Time passes by. Soon, the time came to 3 minutes. This time has greatly exceeded the expectations of the crowd, especially a bunch of new recruits. They had originally thought that my Xiao Fei could only last for a minute or two at most. But now, it had been 3 minutes, and my Xiao Fei was still gritting his teeth, even on their side, with their water bottles hanging on. They felt extremely strained to draw their guns on the lawn, and their arms were trembling slightly. It's 3.5. The instructor rushed Su Zhilong with some excitement. Now, you should believe that this boy has the determination to change, right? Su Zhilong didn't say anything and remained expressionless as he looked down at my Xiao Fei, who was lying on his back. McFly felt a fiery pain in his elbow. The arms had long been sore and trembling, but he's hanging in there, not giving up. Sweat, constantly sliding down his chin. 5 minutes passed. On the side of the 8th class recruits, they could no longer carry it, and one by one, the hands that refused to hold the gun trembled so much that a few water bottles touched the lawn. Hold on. Shake what? Lin Tao droned. You can't hold on after only 5 minutes? Look at McFly back there. People are on the concrete, in the same position as you guys are in with their guns. Have they ever looked like you guys? All of you, stabilize yourselves. From now on, as long as Max Xiao Fei holds the position, you will hold it for as long as you can. 5 more minutes for whoever's water bottle touches the lawn. When the 8th class recruits heard this, each one of them wailed in their hearts and could only grit their teeth and hold on. They kept turning their heads to look at my Xiao Fei. It was found that my Xiao Fei was actually gritting his teeth as well, but according to the gun, it was still very stable, and it was worlds apart from them swaying like this. Dying. Hands are too sore. When did this my Xiao Fei become so powerful? On the concrete floor, it actually managed to last for so long. My Xiao Fei, please, put the gun down. We were wrong. We shouldn't have suspected you, right? The recruits shouted in their hearts. Lao Su. 6 minutes. It's been 6 minutes. The instructor was obviously a little excited. It's just that there are very few other recruits who can last 5 minutes without moving. On the lawn, with a canteen full of water hanging over them. Not to mention, McFly is still on concrete. Su Zhilong's eyes also apparently moved, but he still said, according to the gun is good. It doesn't necessarily prove that he's changed. The instructor sighed. You're just too strong. Sometimes a cowardly soldier and a good soldier are just a thought away. I believe that this my Xiao Fei has that heart to completely change his face. We should be more tolerant of him. More. Su Zhilong didn't say anything, but the instructor could see that Su Zhilong's opinion of my Xiao Fei had loosened somewhat. Although Lin Tao and the 8th class vice were also shocked at my Xiao Fei's willpower and were excited in their hearts, they didn't go up to disturb him. They all wanted to see how long my Xiao Fei could hold out. Time continues to pass. 7 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes, 11 minutes. On the side of the 8th class recruits, everyone's water bottle had touched the grass more than twice, but my Xiao Fei was still holding on with clenched teeth. The concrete floor beneath his chin had long been soaked with his sweat. My Xiao Fei at this time, according to the gun's hand, also began to tremble terribly. Looking at the center of the eye, constantly covered by sweat, spicy eyes cannot open. Finally, after holding out for 13 minutes, my Xiao Fei could no longer carry on, and the water bottle touched the ground, but instead of immediately putting the gun down, he called out with difficulty, "Report! Squad leader, can I take a break?" Lin Tao and the 8th class vice did not expect my Xiao Fei at this time, but also shouted first to shout the report. Immediately, there was a greater recognition of the change in my Xiao Fei's military literacy. When the other recruits saw that my Xiao Fei was able to hold out for such a long time, the way they looked at my Xiao Fei changed greatly. Obviously, this huge transformation of my Xiao Fei made it a bit hard for them to react at once. Yes, Lin Tao shouted. My Xiao Fei, rest for 10 minutes. Yes. Only after hearing Lin Tao's words did my Xiao Fei gently put the gun down, then struggled to get up and let out a deep breath. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the training mission. Rewarded with 10 berserk points. In addition, exceeding the mission standard by 3 minutes is an additional reward of +5 physical strength enhancement. My Xiao Fei immediately asked, System, these 10 berserk points, how exactly should I use them? System, this can't be described in detail. It can only be experienced by the host when he uses the skill while performing some fighting or tactical maneuvers, physical training, and some other exercises, because this is also related to the host's physique. Physically strong, using this skill allows the host to be more furiously agile. In terms of movement, with a weak constitution, using this skill will also allow the host to achieve more strength and speed than their constitution should allow. My Xiao Fei secretly nodded. Okay, then behind that, I'll slowly comprehend it. Now, his own physique had also been enhanced by 5 points, and he was only 5 points away from being normal. After my Xiao Fei communicated with the system, he wanted to hurry up and relax his arm muscles. After insisting for these 13 minutes, his arm muscles had long been stiffened to the point that he didn't even have the strength to give his hand muscles a press to relax. I'll do it. Lin Tao sat down across from my Xiao Fei, and without waiting for my Xiao Fei to react, he grabbed his arm and started to press his muscles. My Xiao Fei smiled. Thank you, squad leader. Lin Tao glanced at him and smiled gratefully. No need. I'm your class president. After a pause, Lin Tao added, actually, you don't need to be too anxious. Rice has to be eaten one bite at a time, and skills can be practiced little by little. It's good that you have the heart to take the initiative to put in extra practice, and sooner or later you'll be able to catch up. There's no need to put your body in overdrive all at once. That just backfires sometimes. My Xiao Fei nodded slightly and said, yes, I'll pay attention. The next hour or so remained the same as the according to the gun drill. As usual, my Xiao Fei pushed the limits of his body and willpower. It made the other recruits and squad leaders treat him, well, differently. Soon, it was dinner time. Because of the live fire the next day, this evening's 3-kilometer physical training was cancelled. The crowd dragged their tired bodies back to the dormitory. I wanted to take a break, but I was instantly amazed by my Xiao Fei's bed. As far as I can remember, my Xiao Fei's bed is the messiest and worst in the whole class and even in the whole company. But now, he has a quilt that is folded almost to catch up with his workmates. The sheets are also extremely flat. It's a couple of grades better than any of their newbies. The class president helped him fold it, right? Definitely. How can he fold so well when his housekeeping is so bad? Maybe, he really improved you? Don't you guys see that he's better than us in the afternoons with the gun training? According to the gun, maybe he was already in better shape? What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and wash up. Get ready to finish dinner. At that moment, the 8th grade deputy walked in and shouted at a few of them. Squad lieutenant, did you help make up my Xiao Fei's bed? A new recruit asked curiously. Beds? The 8th grade deputy looked in the direction they were talking about. Couldn't help but be wowed as well. The crowd of recruits saw the look on the squad leader's face and knew he hadn't done it. I think the squad leader organized it. By this time, my Xiao Fei had also come back from washing up. When the crowd saw my Xiao Fei, they dispersed, and no one bothered to say hello to him. Obviously, my Xiao Fei was, at the moment, still very unappealing to them. The 8th class deputy then rushed at my Xiao Fei and asked, my Xiao Fei, the quilts and sheets on your bed, did you make them up yourself? My Xiao Fei nodded. Yes. Cut. Ghosts believe you. Each of the 8th class recruits rolled their eyes. What level of internal affairs can they not know in their hearts about my Xiao Fei? The 8th class vice looked deeply at my Xiao Fei and didn't say anything about him. Just nodded. Apparently, like the recruits, he didn't believe that it was my Xiao Fei who folded it himself. Upset that he was still lying to himself. After dinner, Class 8 vice caught up with Lin Tao. When did you get so free? Still have time to help the new recruits with their housekeeping? The 8th grade deputy asked with a smile. Lin Tao was stunned, and then as if he thought of something, he laughed. That's your vice squad's job. I'm not going to help you. The 8th grade deputy frowned slightly. My Xiao Fei, that bed, you didn't organize it? Lin Tao smiled at him mysteriously. Want to know? Just go back and let them practice as a group. Class 8 deputy. Did McFly really fold it himself? This kid's level of housekeeping. How did it get so good? Back to the squad room. The 8th squad deputy looked at my Xiao Fei's bed, hesitated, and rushed the 8th squad recruit. Come on, while there's still an hour left in the evening session, let's all practice our quilts. As usual, the one who folds the worst is responsible for cleaning the plates for tomorrow's class. In the past, they would have spat and wailed. After an afternoon of training, it was hard to wait until after dinner and a break to practice housekeeping again. But now, instead, they want to practice. That way, it'll be my Xiao Fei who does the dishwashing tomorrow. My Xiao Fei's level of quilt folding sucks a lot more than they do. In any case, it's not their turn to be at the bottom of the list, is it? End of chapter. Yes. Then get ready. My Xiao Fei, you come along too. The 8th class vice rushed my Xiao Fei. Since you're back, there's a place for you in the 8th class. Group activities, you follow them all. Yes. McFly responded. Good. Get ready. Break up all the covers, the 8th grade deputy said. At this time, Lin Tao smiled as he sat on a chair and slowly sipped his tea. All set? There. The 8th class vice scanned the 8. Begin. With a command, the crowd moved quickly. On the side of the 8th class vice, they also started to jam the table, but only a minute later. The other 7 recruits had just jerked their quilts straight, had just folded them up less than 2/3 of the way, and hadn't even begun to work on them yet. A voice had rung out. Report. I'm done folding. My Xiao Fei shouted. Finished folding? Hearing my Xiao Fei's voice, the new recruits and squad leaders all subconsciously looked towards my Xiao Fei's bed, because everyone was too busy keeping their heads down and folding quilts. Plus, my Xiao Fei's bed is the top bunk against the inside, opposite the wall, with his back to the crowd, and it's hard for others to find a good angle to see how he folded it. When they saw the quilt molding on my Xiao Fei's bed, they were all dumbfounded. The quilt, flat and angular, not a crease in sight, very typical tofu block for that quality, let alone stacking on the top bunk. It's the lower bunks that can be stacked with this quality that a 2-year veteran couldn't do. Only those at the level of housekeeping standard bearer or squad leader can fold so well. My Xiao Fei, your quilt, when did you fold it so well? One of the recruits in the bunk next to him asked. Full of shock, my Xiao Fei laughed. I've been practicing every day for the past half-month that I've been home. Crowd of recruits. Originally, they were thinking that in the future, if they washed the dishes, it would be my Xiao Fei who would do it all. I didn't realize that people's level of folding quilts, my Xiao Fei, was already on the same level as the veterans. This time, the 8th class vice also believed in my Xiao Fei's words, and said with relief, my Xiao Fei, you're very good. Keep it up. Your quilt is folded nicely, and behind you, when you have time, assist me, and help the rest of your comrades in folding the quilt. Yes, my Xiao Fei answered. The 8th squad mate nodded, then barked at the other 7 recruits. What are you all stopping for? Are you all folded? The 7 recruits hurriedly buried their heads and continued folding. Time. 2 minutes later, the 8th grade sub called a halt. Then, looking at the bed of quilts, and then at my Xiao Fei's quilt, he couldn't help but feel a pang of annoyance. Look at what you guys folded, and then look at what someone else, my Xiao Fei, folded. Same new recruits. Why do they fold so well and you guys suck? The 7 new recruits also looked aggravated and puzzled. Then they all looked at my Xiao Fei with a grumpy face, the same new recruits. Why can't they fold rotten a bit like us? Alright, and there's no need to rest. All of you keep practicing. When can you fold it until it looks like my Xiao Fei's? Then rest. Otherwise, from now on, all the rest time, use it to fold quilts for me. Whoops, the 7 recruits wailed instantly. My Xiao Fei, you also help your class comrades and teach them how to fold well. The 8th grade deputy gave a wink at my Xiao Fei. Yes, of course my Xiao Fei knew what ban vice meant, just trying to ease myself a little bit with my classmates. Although, my Xiao Fei didn't mind them having preconceived notions about themselves. After all, it wasn't himself who had done wrong before. Instead, it's the original my Xiao Fei. But this is the army, where there is so much right and wrong between comrades. If it was his first time in the military, he might have been a little emotional. But in his previous life, he had also come out as a soldier and knew the preciousness of comradeship. For the next hour, my Xiao Fei also used his experience to assist his comrades in the other squads. At first, the class comrades were more or less ostracized. However, seeing that my Xiao Fei was so serious and sincere, his preconceived notions about my Xiao Fei gradually weakened. Seeing the way my Xiao Fei taught people to fold quilts, like a veteran teaching new recruits, made the 8th class vice and Lin Tao very surprised. If they hadn't been more familiar with my Xiao Fei, they would have suspected that this my Xiao Fei in front of them was not a veteran soldier mixing in and posing as a new recruit. Ding! Detected that the host taught his comrades to fold quilts with some results. 10 merit points awarded. Please continue the host's efforts and utilize the spirit of mutual help between comrades in arms. Hearing the system's voice, my Xiao Fei couldn't help but stare. Just teaching a comrade to fold a quilt and you get a reward? My Xiao Fei quickly opened the attribute panel and realized that there were really 10 merit points. Although, my Xiao Fei didn't help his comrades for any reward, but naturally it would be better if there were rewards. An hour later, the company assembled. Keep practicing the flow of live fire. It wasn't until 8:30 that this ended. Come on. The whole company listen. Recruit Battalion 1 is having a bonding event. So we're all going to perform our talents for each other and relax and have some fun so that you can be in the best frame of mind for your first live fire tomorrow. Anyone with talent, get ready. We can't let our 3rd company of recruits be outclassed by the 1st and 2nd companies. The recruits were excited to hear that there was a bonding event. In the extremely boring life of the army, it is extremely rare to be able to organize such entertainment. Soon, the 3 companies of the 1st Battalion of recruits were assembled in a large playground. 3 companies, several hundred men, in a triangular formation, surrounded each other. After the 3 companies shouted slogans at each other and played a few songs, the commander and instructor of the 1st Battalion of recruits came over. The instructor stood in the center, scanned the room, and smiled. Tomorrow is the day we're going to have live fire. All of you, I think, are looking forward to this day. I came through the military as well and share that thrill, excitement, and nervousness you all feel the first time you shoot live ammunition. I vaguely remember being so excited and nervous that I lost sleep at night when I found out I was going to be firing live rounds the next day. So, in order to be able to relax everyone's tight nerves and not have to be so tense, the battalion has organized this joint recreational activity. Of course, it's an event and a competition. Soldiers, no matter what, have to compete and compete. In this way, the potential can be stimulated. In order to make yourself stronger, the rules of competition for the event are simple. There is no rule about who has to come up. Everything is on a voluntary basis. The company commanders and instructors, as well as the battalion commander and myself, scored together. The performer with the highest score has a reward. As for what the reward is, hey, when the time comes, you'll know. Okay, without further ado, you will be given 3 minutes to prepare your companies. Then, starting with Company I, 1 program per company. In a circle. End of chapter. Our company. If you have any talent, hurry up and get ready. Su Zhilong shouted at the 3rd company recruits. That Fong Jixiong from the 3rd class. Haven't you practiced martial arts for a few years? Wait until you go first and pull out the top for our 3rd company. Yes, a somewhat dark-looking, 6'8" recruit, responded loudly. The others, too, hurry up and think about what talents they have. Class presidents, it's time to mobilize. Does anyone here in our 8th class have any talent? Rintai asked at the 8 people in the class. Squad leader, I can sing, a somewhat chubby recruit shouted. But as soon as he finished speaking, one of the recruits next to him immediately scolded. Lu Xiaofat, that singing voice of yours? Forget it. People sing for money. You're killing yourself. The crowd burst into laughter. Like the 8th class side, the other classes, as well as the rest of the company, were in stimulating discussion. Ding! The system releases a new task. The host goes up to perform a talent show and gets first place. When the task is completed, you will be rewarded accordingly. Hearing the system's voice, my Xiao Fei froze on the spot. Make yourself a talent show? I have a load of talent to perform. My Xiao Fei immediately said urgently. System, this mission, is it okay if I don't take it? I don't have any talent. System, you can abandon the mission, but there will be a corresponding punishment. McFly, so you have to let yourself go up there? My Xiao Fei thought back carefully, including the memories of the original owner. In the end, it turns out that the original body owner was a bit of an artist, even though he wasn't a very nice person. I can actually play the guitar. It seems that even if I were to perform, I would have to play the guitar. However, it may not be possible to get first place with a solo guitar. Suddenly, my Xiao Fei lit up. Try that Forbidden Army song? Thinking of this, my Xiao Fei immediately asked Lu Xiaoshan, the lower fat man next to him. Xiaoshan, do you know green flowers in the army? Lu Xiaoshan was confused. What green flowers in the army? A song? Right. McFly nodded. Lu Xiaoshan thought for a moment and shook his head. I really haven't heard of it. Is this song famous? My Xiao Fei immediately asked a few other classmates. All said they had never heard of it. What about Unity is Strength? McFly asks for this even more lame song title again. But they know the words. But none of them have heard the song. My Xiao Fei immediately determined that those military songs in his previous life, in this world, did not exist. McFly. Here. Lin Tao looked at my Xiao Fei. Seeing how active you are. What? You have a talent to perform? The other recruits in the 8th class all looked at him. My Xiao Fei hesitated for a moment and said, Squad leader, I'd like to give it a try. What talent? Play guitar and sing, McFly said. And you play guitar? Lin Tao and the others were slightly surprised. Learn some. Lin Tao laughed. That sentiment is fine. Then you're on for our squad. 8th squad lieutenant. Go. In the company recreation room, there are guitars. Go get one and bring it here. Yes. The 8th squad deputy responded, and was quickly running towards the company. Soon the 3 minutes were up. Starting with Company I, recruits began to perform on stage. There are singing, dancing, playing the flute. Wait until the 3rd company here. Fong Jixiong went up a meal of martial arts performance, so that the atmosphere of the scene also reached a climax. After the dozen or so recruits had gone up to perform, and then to the 3rd company side, McFly, Lin Tao shouted in a small voice. Go! Cheer up! Fei! Cheer up! Show them what you can do! The other recruits of the 8th class also cheered for my Xiao Fei. After the evening when my Xiao Fei taught them to fold the quilt, they, now, recognized my Xiao Fei quite a bit. What's more, right now, my Xiao Fei was fighting for Class 8, for their 3 companies. Report! My Xiao Fei stood up under the gaze and anticipation of the crowd in Class 8. Yes, the 3rd companies, the instructor's voice stopped in consternation. Because, he also recognized that the one who stood up was my Xiao Fei. The people from Recruit Company 1 and Recruit Company 2 might not be familiar with my Xiao Fei. I only know that half a month ago, a recruit named my Xiao Fei in the third company escaped over the wall and became a deserter. It was even Su Zhilong and the recruits of the third company who froze. None of them expected that my Xiao Fei would actually stand up. How does he have the face to perform when he's a deserter? What courage! It's not afraid that when they go up there, the recruits will spit on them one by one and drown them out. Ah, my Xiao Fei, what are you doing? Sit down. Su Zhilong grimaced and droned in a low voice. Even though my Xiao Fei had changed now, the things he had done wrong before did bring shame to the third company to him as the company's chief officer. For the past half a month, the other recruits, the company chiefs of the other recruits companies, had still taken to flirting with each other whenever they met. Now that's good. If you come back, stand up and show off. Can't you keep a low profile? Don't we have anyone in the third company? Need you to come out and back it up? He's McFly, the deserter? Didn't you say you were forcibly discharged? What's going on here? The recruits and company officers of the other two companies were in a daze. Report company commander. I want to go up and perform. Please agree. My Xiao Fei was not the least bit afraid and said loudly. The more this time, the less he could wimp out. Otherwise, the black mark of desertion will never be erased. He was going to prove, by his actions, that he was, indeed, a good soldier. No longer the same my Xiao Fei as before. Su Zhilong droned. Agree my ass to agree. Sit the down. Third company commander. At that moment, the instructor immediately rushed Su Zhilong with a black face and said, You sit down first. Yes. Su Zhilong was so furious that he could only sit down sullenly. The instructor and the boot camp commander didn't know why my Xiao Fei had been sent back again. But since the regiment had agreed, they had nothing to say. The others, my Xiao Fei, had now taken the initiative to stand up, so they naturally couldn't disagree. Even though they all had preconceived notions about my Xiao Fei in their hearts, they wouldn't be so petty that they wouldn't even give people a chance to change their ways. My Xiao Fei, what are you going to perform? The instructor asked at my Xiao Fei. My Xiao Fei immediately stood at attention and said loudly, Report! I'm going to sing a song. Good. Get up here. Yes. The instructor shouted. Let us applaud and invite Comrade my Xiao Fei to come up and sing for us. Applause for encouragement. Slap. At the scene, except for the people of the 8th squad, the other companies, including the third company side, were all sparsely and extremely reluctantly applauding one after another. My Xiao Fei didn't mind picking up the guitar that the 8th grade deputy handed him and running up. Fei, go for it. Prove it to them. The people of the 8th class, in their hearts, were cheering. End of chapter. My Xiao Fei came to the center of the field and sat down, trying to fiddle with the guitar strings twice. Admit it. The guitar isn't much better, but it's better than nothing. My Xiao Fei began to tune the strings. Recruit team, everyone was still whispering, waiting for this deserter my Xiao Fei's performance. The people in class 8 were looking at my Xiao Fei in anticipation. He's given so many surprises in recent times. People in other classes. Some people don't look good skimming. Some people watch the fun. Some people are bored looking at the sky and counting stars. The only person who didn't look favorably on my Xiao Fei. In their eyes, my Xiao Fei was a deserter. But anyone with a little bit of ability would not go for desertion. After briefly debugging the strings, my Xiao Fei slowly plucked the strings of the guitar. A sad musical sound came. The line of recruits, which was still whispering, instantly fell silent, because everyone's attention was attracted by the McFly guitar tone. Troops are all about listening to hot-blooded, heartening, fighting songs. It's curious to see a sad piece of music come out of nowhere. The looks of everyone on the scene changed instantly. The eyes revealed a slight surprise. I didn't realize that the deserter was quite musical. The sad prelude that made one's heart ache to hear it ended. And Ling Feng slowly opened his mouth. The cold wind drifts the leaves. The army is a green flower. Dear comrade in arms, don't you be homesick. Don't think about mommy. The first two lines were sung, bringing instant silence to the scene. After my Xiao Fei sang about not being homesick, everyone felt an indescribable air of sadness in their hearts that began to permeate out. Voices I call day and night. How many words from the heart. Don't part with tears in your eyes. The barracks is our warm home. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell into an atmosphere of sadness and depression. Some of the recruits, their eyes were already red without realizing it. They were all young guys in their late teens and early 20s, and many of them were still traveling for the first time. These days in the recruit company were not only physical torture, but also psychological torture. They were obviously training hard, with an unknown number of blood blisters on the soles of their feet, training to hold their guns, and not a patch of good skin on their elbows. But the squad leader was still not satisfied. Even for the most basic meal, there are rules and time limits. All of this is nothing that counts in the eyes of a veteran. In the case of new recruits, it is something extremely painful and aggravating. All of them were homesick for the mom who took care of everything for them. My mom would cry her eyes out if she knew that I was suffering like this in the army. How could I not want my mom? How could my mom not want me? I miss my mom so much. Halfway through the song, a third of the recruits had started wiping tears from their eyes. Lin Tao, as well as a group of class leaders, were also sung by my Xiao Fei to the point where their throats tightened and their noses turned sour. They had been in the army for so many years. It was impossible to say that they didn't want to miss home. Every year, there is only so much time to visit home. When training was tight, I didn't even get to call home for months. Parents are getting old, but they can't fulfill their filial duties at their knees. How can one not feel guilty? At this moment, no one had any other mind to treat my Xiao Fei on stage as a deserter. Just completely immersed in the melody of his beautifully sad song. Ling Feng's gentle, yet heart-touching song continued. Don't you worry, Mom. I've grown up. Kid, standing guard is the defense of the country. I'm not afraid of the wind or the rain. Best wishes to Mom. May Mom live a long and healthy life. We'll go home when it's time to celebrate. Come back and visit the good mother again. The song came to the second half of the song, and more than half of the recruits in the room, including the instructor, were wiping tears from their eyes. The instructor took his hat off and dragged it over his face with one hand so that no one could see him shedding tears. He's an instructor. If he's seen crying, what prestige will he have? But even though he was an instructor and highly ideological, he was more of a soldier. Anyone who is a soldier and has been in the garrison for a long time, there is no one who doesn't miss home, even a 10-year veteran like him. After the song, Ling Feng saw that most of the recruits had red eyes, and inwardly sighed in relief. My Xiao Fei also reached up and touched his eyes, wiping away the tears. Yes, he sang himself to tears. He's homesick too, thinking, of course, of that home in his former life. In their previous lives, when they were soldiers, every time, when they were homesick, they would hum this song from time to time. It goes without saying that this song kills it. That's known as a forbidden song for the troops. Someone once commented on this song. The song is sung at noon. The soldiers run at midnight. You can see how much this song kills recruits. And as it turns out, the song is no less lethal even in this parallel world. Slap. Finally, after the entire audience was immersed in the melody of my Xiao Fei's sad song for a few moments, some people also reacted. One by one, they applauded fiercely. This time, the applause was no longer sparse or reluctant, because my Xiao Fei really sang into their hearts. How could they not expect that my Xiao Fei's musical cells were so good? A simple guitar, not a great singing voice, but creating songs that are so catchy that they resonate with the whole group. End of chapter. The instructor eased up for a moment and he asked my Xiao Fei at him, "This song, did you write it?" My Xiao Fei nodded. "Yes, instructor. No wonder. I say, how come I've never heard a song like this before? Great. The lyrics speak to the heart of the soldier and the selflessness of the soldier and the greatness of the mother. It's this melody. Ahem. This song, it's better to sing less in the future. You understand what I mean, right?" My Xiao Fei laughed dryly. "Yes, no more singing. Good. Go back." The instructor forced out a smile and patted my Xiao Fei's shoulder. "Yes." McFly ran back to the group. It was noticed that the new comrades in the class, one after the other, were in a somewhat depressed mood. "Next, does anyone else want to come up and perform a program?" the instructor asked, scanning the room. No one answered. Just now, my Xiao Fei song had made the whole audience lose interest in performing. You can see how powerful this forbidden song is. The instructor looked at the emotions of the crowd inside mentally, not to mention the new recruits, but he, too, now felt that any program had become tasteless. And then, looking at the many recruits, he spoke in a gentle voice, calming the many depressed recruits. "Comrades, I have come from your time as well. I know you're homesick, and I know how you've been, mentally, falling through the cracks during this time, but the new recruits will eventually become veterans, and you will eventually become admirable summer soldiers. Keep training hard in the future and don't let your mom at home down. Strive to be a good soldier that makes them proud." Well, that's it for tonight. I think it is no longer necessary for me to say who is first back. I'll have someone send the reward over. All companies bring back. Get some rest and prepare for tomorrow's live fire. Yes, the company commanders, upon receiving orders, were to bring back the company recruits. The instructor then left the company instructors behind, somewhat worried. This song of my Xiao Fei's, the killing power and the aftermath, it's a bit big. I'm worried that some of the recruits might not be able to stand the thought of home and do something irreparable because of it. What I'm referring to, you guys should understand, right? The three instructors nodded. The second company instructor said, "We shouldn't have let this kid, my Xiao Fei, go up and sing." Not only did he become a deserter himself, but he also tried to lure the other recruits to join him. "It's abominable." The third company instructor immediately retorted, "Ha ha ha. You can't say that. Comrade my Xiao Fei was arranged to come back by the head of the regiment. Moreover, he already knows that he is wrong and his thoughts have been corrected. Shouldn't those of us who do ideological and political work be proud and happy about this?" Second company instructor, he's corrected himself. "But tonight, I wonder how many new recruits have slipped in their thinking because of his song." The instructor said, "All right, stop arguing. It happened, so let's not get into who's right and who's wrong. When you go back, pay attention and have the squad leaders do some more ideological work on them, and if necessary, also give them another lesson on refusing to serve in the military, so as to prevent them from doing the wrong thing because they are too homesick." The first company instructor frowned slightly and said, "Not so much. Anyways, they've been in the army for a month and a half. It's not like they just joined the army at that time." The instructor said, "But don't rule out the fact that there isn't a small percentage of recruits who can't help thinking about bondage. Also, all companies are reinforcing their guard rotations for tonight. There's going to be live fire tomorrow, so don't make any mistakes." Yes. The instructors of each company went back and immediately got the squad leaders to hold an emergency meeting as well, emphasizing the instructors' orders. When the squad leaders went back, before they could start the ideological work, some recruits told them that they wanted to go home to see their moms. This caused all the squad leaders to sit up and clip their throats and use their gentlest words to counsel the recruits, afraid that one of them might not be able to think straight and go on the run. Some even took their cell phones out so that they could call back and talk to their parents to ease their longing, including the 8th squad side of the 3rd company as well. There were 2 or 3 recruits, all extremely depressed. In such a state, let's not talk about whether the shadow will affect tomorrow's live fire or not. They'd be thankful if they could make it through the night without sneaking off. Thinking of this, Lin Tao and the 8th class vice both looked towards my Xiao Fei with a grudging expression. My Xiao Fei also knew that it was his song that caused the trouble and could only smile. Hell, I didn't know recruits in this world had such fragile minds. Ding! When my Xiao Fei returned to the dormitory, the system's voice was ringing out. "Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. Rewarded with berserk points +1 and physique +5. Seeing the reward coming, my Xiao Fei let out a slight sigh of relief. That night, the camp had a dozen men specially assigned to strengthen the guards of the camp, especially the camp's fence, just in case any recruits escaped during the night. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Inside the recruits' dormitory, there were no longer snores, but cries. The squad leaders listened as if they were being tortured. Even the atmosphere did not dare to breathe a sound for fear of scaring the new recruits and giving them the idea of being a deserter. Toward the latter part of the night, the crying gradually stopped. The recruits were tired of crying and most of them slept with tears in their eyes. But in the morning, with the sound of the emergency assembly, what everyone feared happened. Surprisingly, for each company, 2 recruits escaped. Squad deputies, keep an eye on your squad's recruits, all of them in the squad room, and no one goes out until I get back. No toilets are allowed. Squad leaders, follow me. Su Zhilong yelled at the company ranks below. Yes. Su Zhilong immediately took the squad leaders and quickly ran towards the regimental headquarters. Back in the squad room, all classes of recruits were puzzled. What's going on, Lieutenant Ben? On the 8th squad side, Lu Xiaoshan asked curiously, didn't you say we're going to live fire today? Squad 8's deputy grunted. Shoot a load of live ammo. The soldiers have all run away. How can we fight? Another deserter? The crowd of recruits were stunned. Squad lieutenant, what's going on here? The 8th grade deputy said. That would be a question for someone. The crowd seemed to have thought of something as well, and subconsciously looked towards my Xiao Fei in the back. McFly? End of chapter. An hour later, the regimental headquarters. 2 recruit battalion commanders, instructors, 6 recruit company commanders, instructors, all here. Bang! Regimental Commander Zhou Jiangwo angrily slapped the table. What the hell is wrong with your 1st battalion? For good reason. In one night, 6 recruits are trying to escape. Luckily, 5 were stopped by the post and the remaining 1 was recovered. Otherwise, do you know what the consequences would have been? The 1st battalion instructor, battalion commander, and the 3 company commanders were all scolded with their heads bowed, not daring to breathe. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this a case of seeing that I'm having too comfortable a time and trying to give me eye candy? If you can do it, do it. If you can't, get out. The regimental commander spat and cursed a group of recruit leaders for a full 10 minutes before subsiding and stopping. He sat down with a glass of water and began to ask for specifics. Yesterday's recruiting party, what the hell happened? The instructor of the 1st Battalion was cursed, not to mention speaking, he did not even dare to breathe a single breath. So, he didn't react for a moment. Zhou Jiangwo shouted at him again before he reacted and rushed to explain. Chief, do you remember that deserter my Xiao Fei from the very beginning? These 6 deserters, he's the one who made them. Zhou Jiangwo frowned slightly. What tricks can this kid play? Persuading someone to be a deserter and giving them advice? The instructor shook his head. Neither. He just sang a song. Regimental commander. The 1st Battalion instructor immediately said a little about what had happened. After Zhou Jiangwo heard what happened, he was directly angry that he couldn't say anything for a while. Grandma, this my Xiao Fei I see this kid. He didn't come here to be a soldier. He came here to shake up the military. Pass on my order. My Xiao Fei, this little brat, sings too well. No more singing in the future. And what he sang, Green Flowers in the Army, is a forbidden song in the camp from now on. Anyone who dares to sing in front of the recruits will be punished directly to the top. If he didn't know that my Xiao Fei had made such great achievements in society, Zhou Jiangwo would have wanted to drive him away again. Yes, when they went back, the instructor and Su Zhilong sighed. Naturally, didn't bother to blame my Xiao Fei. After all, my Xiao Fei didn't mean it. But it's true that the stigma against him is even greater than before. It was supposed to be scheduled for live fire today, but because of the problem of desertion, the regiment naturally dared not take any chances, and the live firing was extended for 3 days. Hell knows what's going on in the minds of recruits these days. What if your mind wanders when you're firing live rounds later, and your gun's head swings around? In the event of an accident in which a person is hit by a missed shot, not to mention them, the company chiefs and instructors, or even the regimental commander, will have to be held accountable, or even dismissed from their posts. So, for these 3 days, including the 2nd Battalion side of the recruits, each company of recruits will have a 3-day ideological course of education. Of course, a little time is taken out for pre-live fire training. By the 4th day, finally, they had their first live fire since enlisting. On the range, Su Zhilong scanned the company and exclaimed, "We've been training for more than half a month for today's live fire. Now is the time to test success. As the saying goes, if it's a mule or a horse, let's pull it out. I believe that we, the 3rd company of recruits, must be the best among the 6 companies of recruits. Don't you guys think so?" Yes. The entire company of recruits and squad leaders shouted. Great. Su Zhilong laughed loudly. I believe in you guys. Also, I have news for you. Every year's recruits, first live fire, anyone who can shoot a full ring score gets a regimental commendation. Don't look down on this regimental commendation. If you want to change to sergeant, or take the officer's exam in the future, you can get extra points with it. Even if you're discharged, you can get an excellent soldier's certificate. And when the time comes, you'll get more subsidies and such from your local government. The new recruits' eyes lit up at the words, and each of them became a little excited. A regimental commendation, of course, is an honor that serves as affirmation that you are a good soldier. So, I want all of you to play well for me. Play well. Have no faith? Yes. Sure enough, it's still the same as the troops in the previous world. Recruit live fire, 100-meter chest ring target, 5 rounds. It would be extremely tough to hit all 10 rings. Even for veterans, there are very few who can hit a full ring. That takes a certain amount of shooting prowess and an element of luck into it. Even myself, after 3 years as a soldier in my previous life, I had only hit a full ring once. In the past few days, through training, my Xiao Fei had gradually found a little bit of feeling. I wonder if that rifle mastery skill will add up for me. If you can hit a full ring, then you can erase a little bit of that deserter stain on yourself, right? Bang! 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 Soon, starting with the 1st Battalion of Recruits, Company I, the firing began to be organized. 15 people per group. A group is about 5 minutes from the time you pick up the live ammo to the time you're done shooting. Half an hour. A company, and basically a fight. And after the company of recruits had finished fighting, there wasn't a single recruit who had shot a full ring, and even those who had more than 40 rings, there were only so many of them. Of course, with a passing grade of 30 rings, 90% of the recruits made it. Pass rate, above 90%. It's a score that's not bad, and naturally, it's not very good. The next 2 companies were similar. By the time we got to the 3rd company here, the first couple of squads, the best that came out of the fight, was 48 rings, 2 rings short of 50. Your turn. Hit it well. Aim and then hit. Don't embarrass me. Lin Tao rushed the 8 recruits of the 8th class and said seriously. Yes, go on. My Xiao Fei also followed the order and came to his target position. With the commanding officer's order, The crowd of recruits quickly got down in accordance with the prone position and began to load, turn on the safety, and aim. My Xiao Fei immediately activated his rifle mastery skill. At once, my Xiao Fei realized that his eyes, he could see even more clearly than before. And, in the mind, also appeared the system skill tips, including the current wind speed, humidity, visibility, collimation pressure, how many 10 rings of white edge. When Max Xiao Fei starts aiming according to the instructions of the system skill, the system skill will also give corrective error tips. Because it was the first time he had used this skill, my Xiao Fei was a little slow to break it in. So, after all the other recruits started shooting, my Xiao Fei was still aiming. Finally, after 10 seconds or so, my Xiao Fei fired as well. After firing the first shot, the number of rings actually appeared in his mind. 2, 10. That's awesome. I can't believe they're reporting ring counts for me. My Xiao Fei was delighted. Immediately continue to aim and adjust according to previous experience. Although he shot the latest, he was the first to finish shooting. It was only after the last shot also showed a 10 ring that my Xiao Fei let out a sigh of relief. This time, the regimental commendation. Steady. End of chapter. The grades are not fully tallied as quickly as they should be. My Xiao Fei and the others went back. It was the turn of the 9th class and the 2nd battalion of recruits to go up and fight. How was the fight? In the team, all the people were sitting on the lawn, waiting for the results to come out, and next to them, Lu Xiaoshan rushed my Xiao Fei and asked. After these few days of contact, they also realized that my Xiao Fei had really changed. It was not at all the same person as my Xiao Fei who used to be arrogant and look down on people based on a little bit of money. Only then did he gradually accept my Xiao Fei and really regard him as his comrade and friend. Of course, this is limited to the recruits of the 8th class. The recruits of other classes or company commanders, all of them held opinions and different eyes towards my Xiao Fei. It's not bad, shouldn't be bad. My Xiao Fei wasn't sure if the system was completely correct. It's better to be humble. I think I played well. Lu Xiaoshan hemmed and hawed. I followed the aiming style. And the gun is very stable. I'm sure I can get more than 40 rings. So confident? Lin Tao walked over and asked with a smile. That's right. Lu Xiaoshan had a confident look on his face. Lin Tao smiled and didn't say anything, but rushed to my Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, you don't have too much pressure. After all, you don't have much time to train aiming according to the gun. It's normal that you can't shoot well. McFly nodded. And at this point, on the side of the Department of Statistics, what? 50 rings? A recruit shot a 50 ring? The head of the statistical department was a captain staff officer of the regiment. 50 rings? Su Zhilong, the commander of the 3rd company not far away, was ecstatic when he heard this sound and ran over. The tally, now, is for 3 companies. Wouldn't that mean that, in their 3 companies, someone hit a full ring? Who is it? Is it one of our 3 companies? Su Zhilong rushed over ahead of the others and rushed that captain to ask sharply. The captain laughed. Now the tally. That's your 3rd company's score. If not your 3rd company's, then whose? Who is it? Su Zhilong was filled with excitement. Let's see. The captain said. Target number 9. Oh, it's called my Xiao Fei. Who? McFly? You're not mistaken, are you? He shot a 50 ring? Su Zhilong and the company commanders of the 1st and 2nd companies who heard the sound next to him were also shocked. The deserter? How is that possible? He can hit a full 50 ring score? That's right. The number 9 target position written here is your company's my Xiao Fei. Oh, I remember. This my Xiao Fei, is the deserter from your company before? The captain's expression, now, was also complicated. A deserter, who can shoot 50 rings, shooting so well, is still a deserter? Su Zhilong didn't believe it and picked up the stat sheet, making sure that the name written on it was my Xiao Fei's, before slowly putting it down. His eyes, filled with a strong shock, he subconsciously looked toward his company's square, his eyes resting on the recruit who had been out of his league, with indescribable emotions welling up. This kid, my Xiao Fei, is actually so talented at shooting. The commander of the 2nd company of recruits marveled. As I recall, he wasn't in the unit when the pre-fire training was conducted. Was he? After coming back, it's only been 2 or 3 days of training, and you're actually able to put up this kind of a fight. The commander of the 1st company rushed Su Zhilong and said, Old Su, don't you dislike my Xiao Fei as a soldier? Why don't you give him to our 1st company and I'll take him? How about that? Asterisk 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 off. Su Zhilong cursed. When I first said I'd give it to you guys, you acted like you'd seen the plague and didn't want anyone, and you laughed at me every day for having deserters in the 3rd company. Now that you see someone else has a talent for shooting, you come over and try to poach them? Shame on you guys. The 1st company commander mumbled. Hell if I know this kid. He sings so well and shoots so well. At this time, the commander of the 1st Battalion and the instructor also came over, and Su Zhilong immediately reported the results to them. The 2 boot camp leaders were overjoyed. Great! This kid, my Xiao Fei, got us into trouble and made us get scolded in front of the headmaster. Now, finally, we've earned our breath back. Ha ha ha, quickly, take the stat sheet me. I'll take it to the chief. Also, this happy news, don't announce it yet. Let's let the chief announce it himself. Ha ha ha. Su Zhilong was also extremely happy. Let's not talk about what my Xiao Fei had done wrong before, but at least, this one hit a full ring, and it made up for a little bit of what he had done. It also gave him and the 3rd company a little face back. Why aren't the results out yet? I'm in a hurry. Isn't it true that after the whole company has fought, in about 10 minutes, they'll all be tallied up? Yeah, I saw Company 1 and Company 2 just now. That's what happened. The recruits of the 3rd company, one by one, anxiously awaited the results. Anyone who has been in the military knows how nervous they are about achievement results the first time they fire live ammunition. Fidgety, Lin Tao and the class leaders of the other classes were also puzzled. At that moment, Su Zhilong walked back. The class leaders couldn't help but go up and ask. Su Zhilong subconsciously glanced at my Xiao Fei. Previously, the way he looked at my Xiao Fei was disgust, rejection, and dislike. But now, he felt, this new recruit was so cute and smooth. Company commander, have the grades come in yet? The squad leaders were even more nervous than the recruits. After all, it's about the results of their practice. Out, Su Zhilong said. But there's no rush. We'll announce it after the 2nd Battalion has finished fighting. The squad leaders? Su Zhilong smiled mysteriously. You guys will know later. After saying that, Su Zhilong glanced at my Xiao Fei again and walked away, leaving behind the dumbfounded squad leader and the 3rd company recruits. What's going on? What kind of game is this when you know the results and don't announce them? Hell knows what the company commander is thinking. It could be that we fought so poorly that the company commander was too embarrassed to announce it. Everyone might as well get ready to be drilled. The crowd of recruits discussed apprehensively. Finally, after an hour, the 2nd Battalion's side of the fight was over and the scores were in. The 1st and 2nd Battalions of recruits, all assembled. A colonel came up. Zhou Jiangwo scanned the entire room, and his gaze purposely lingered on my Xiao Fei for a moment. Then, smilingly, he said, "Today, it's the first live fire of your military career. I've read all the grades and they're not bad. I'm satisfied. Also, there is another happy event that I want to announce in front of the brand new soldiers. That's right, our regiment, this year, finally had a recruit who shot a full ring on his first live fire." When this was said, the recruits below were agitated. Someone actually did hit a full ring score? It can't be me, right? Lu Xiaoshan said with some excited mirth. After the fight, I had a gut feeling that it wasn't a full ring. The group of recruits in the 8th class all gave him a blank stare. Wash your hands of it. It's impossible. With your gun stability, you'll be lucky to pass. Lu Xiaoshan said with bewildered confidence. You guys know, shooting, sometimes, it's the heart that counts, not the skill. The following Su Zhilong, on the other hand, slightly raised his head and swept the captains of the 1st and 2nd companies with a smug look on his face. The 2 company commanders rolled their eyes. Isn't it just a full ring? What's the point of fooling around? Zhou laughed. I think everyone is curious as to which company and which recruit shot a full ring. Okay, then I won't sell lawsuits. He's the 3rd company of recruits. The recruits of the 3rd company of recruits instantly became excited, their eyes looking straight at Zhou Jiangwo, expecting the name that came out of his mouth to be their own. McFly. Who? McFly? The deserter? Brush up. The recruits of the 3rd company, as well as the recruits of the other companies, all looked over in the direction of my Xiao Fei. Here, when my Xiao Fei heard his name, he also subconsciously shouted to and stood up, looking grimly, without joy or sorrow at Zhou Jiangwo. How can it be? Are the statistics wrong? The recruits looked incredulous. They wouldn't have suspected a thing if it had been any of the recruits. But why Mac Xiu Fei? My Xiao Fei as the first deserter. That was used as a negative example to educate other recruits. Now, this antagonist, brought back to the force, shooting scores, and so blown up, this is really hard for them to accept. It's like, one calls someone else a loser every day. It's only in retrospect that I realize that the real waste is as much myself. Lin Tao was also looking at my Xiao Fei in a bit of a daze. He knew McFly had changed, also saw how hard he worked on his training. But, it's only a 2 or 3 day effort. Just 2 or 3 days of training to hold the gun and aim it. And you can shoot a 50 ring score? That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk, right? Could it be luck? But this is too much luck, isn't it? Lin Tao turned his head slightly and glanced at Su Zhilong. It dawned on him when he saw Su Zhilong's look of smug satisfaction. Finally, I realized why the company commander had said that the scores would be posted after all the shooting was done. Together, it's just that they want the headmaster, in front of hundreds of recruits, to announce the result. Seeing the shock of the crowd, Zhou Jiangwo also grinned. Surprised? To be honest, I was surprised when I saw the score, because of McFly's faults. It makes us not want to believe that he can play like this, but that's the way fate is. It always likes to play jokes on us self-righteous people. This shooting score is real and valid. So, no matter what mistakes Comrade My Xiao Fei made before, it won't affect the score. I also hope that everyone can start today with a new understanding of McFly. Stop looking at him with colored eyes. It's not that hard to forgive someone for a mistake they've made. And now, a round of applause for Comrade My Xiao Fei to come up and receive his award. Slap. When Zhou Jiangwo finished speaking, he took the initiative to applaud. The following battalion commanders, company commanders, instructors, and squad leaders also began to applaud. When the recruits saw the leaders applauding, they naturally didn't dare to stay still. Yes, My Xiao Fei answered, and was quickly running up. A salute was given to Zhou. Then facing everyone, another salute was given. Applause again. Zhou Jiangwo said with satisfaction. Not bad, the salute is very standard. Zhou rushed to all of them. I think that before the live firing, your company commanders have told you what kind of rewards you'll get if you get a full ring, right? That's right, it's the regimental citation. Plus, there's the big red flower. When Zhou Jiangwo finished speaking, the guards brought up a large red flower. Zhou Jiangwo took it with both hands and then personally put it on for My Xiao Fei. Seeing this scene, the recruits below were envious and jealous, secretly vowed that when he went back, he would train hard, and the next time he fired live ammunition, he would also get a full ring, and would never lose to a deserter again. Then, Zhou Jiangwo handed My Xiao Fei the honorary certificate of the regimental commendation. Keep up the good work. I look forward to your performance in the next assessment. My Xiao Fei received it respectfully with both hands and saluted. Yes, thank you, Captain. Zhou Jiangwo nodded. Come on, below, let's give a round of applause to Comrade My Xiao Fei, to speak about his feelings and shooting experience. Slap. There was applause again. My Xiao Fei saluted facing everyone, then blurted out, I have no feelings. There's not much experience either, because I've only been training for a couple days. The recruits below looked momentarily complicated. I feel like he's scolding us. What do you mean by only training for a few days? It means that it's normal for you to hit a full ring after training for a few days. We've been training for almost a month. So we deserve to shoot poorly? Too arrogant. I swear, I'll surpass him next time. My Xiao Fei of course does not mean this, but really do not know what to say. You can't say that you were able to play like this with the added benefit of your previous life's experience and the help of your system skills. Can you? My Xiao Fei turned his words around and continued. I know that I made a mistake before. I now also regret it. I'm grateful to the organization for giving me this one more chance, and I'll cherish it. From now on, I promise to train hard and live up to the organization's trust and cultivation. Thanks. After saying that, My Xiao Fei saluted again. Zhou led the applause. Go down. Yes. My Xiao Fei ran down, and the 8th class recruits all happily smiled and nodded at him, but the recruits in the other classes still look a little strange or upset. Zhou Jiangwo exclaimed. I hope everyone can learn from Comrade My Xiao Fei, train well, and strive for the next live fire, and shoot good results. Also, here's a message for you all. As a sort of incentive to be able to work harder in the next month or so of recruit training, there will also be an all-subjects evaluation at the recruit test in a month or so. The first place in the overall score will be rewarded with a third-class merit once. As soon as these words came out, the following recruits, one by one, instantly became excited. Third degree. This is a reward that can be much more golden than a regimental commendation. 3 regimental commendations, so to speak, can be exchanged for a third. You can see how hard it is to get the third degree. Zhou continued. The top 5. You can get a regimental commendation. The top 20 will receive a certificate of outstanding recruit. Well, got motivation this time? Yes, yes, yes. All the recruits roared with excitement. 2 chapters in 1. I'm begging for recommendations and monthly tickets. Guys, remember to catch up on your daily reading. It's very much a book recommendation. Please. End of chapter. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the regimental commendation, rewarding him with plus 1,000 merit points. Ding. Merit points reach the conditions for opening the primary mall. The host can go into the primary mall to pick skills and commodities and exchange them with merit points. Random draws are also available, and for each draw, 1,000 points of merit value are consumed. On the way back to the company camp, in My Xiao Fei's mind, it was the system's voice that rang out. Merit points? My Xiao Fei's eyes lit up. System, open the primary mall. Ding. System, opening the primary mall for you. Ding. The primary mall has opened. In an instant, in my Xiao Fei's mind, there was an image similar to browsing a cell phone e-commerce page. On it, a square appears. Inside the squares are items with prices marked underneath, which are the corresponding merit points. Physique strengthening liquid. After taking it, it requires a certain degree of intense exercise within 72 hours for the release to be completely fused. After fusion, it can enhance the physique by 50 points. Merit value exchange points, 1000. Remarks, this strengthening liquid can only be used once. 50 points? Seems pretty good. His own training over this period of time had given him a physique that was close to that of a normal person. If you add another 50, it's 150, which is a bit more powerful than normal. It's at least on the level of a veteran's physique, right? My Xiao Fei wasn't in a hurry to redeem it, but looked down. Elementary fighting technique. After fusion, you can have special forces level fighting strength, required to redeem merit points, 2000. Fighting? Special forces level? My Xiao Fei's eyes lit up. This can be However, during the new recruit period now, I basically can't use fighting, and besides, this exchange of merit points, it takes 2,000, and I don't have enough. McFly continued to look down. Disguise, memory enhancement skills, information technology at the back. These, which require merit points, are between 2000 and 3000. There are under 1000, such as formation hour class use tactical command and so on, all just a few hundred. However, it was of no use to the current my Xiao Fei. There weren't a lot of commodities and skills in the primary mall, only 24 or so. Read it, it's useful, and there aren't enough merit points to redeem it. Enough to redeem and not much use. The best value for money is the body strengthening liquid. My Xiao Fei asked. System, that lottery, what's it like? Ding. Just as my Xiao Fei finished speaking, in his mind, a circular lottery screen appeared. On it, there are 10 squares. 9 of the squares say reinforcement, and there is only one square, which is blank. My Xiao Fei had a black line on his face. System, what's the meaning of that blank one? System, when you draw a blank, random rewards will be arranged on the system side, but it's limited to commodities or skills inside the primary mall. McFly, I'm too sick in the head to smoke that 1 in 10 chance, and that's just the ones you just saw in the junior mall? So why don't I just redeem the body strengthening liquid? System, redeem the physique strengthening liquid. Regardless, it's better to get your physical fitness up a bit first. That way, the rest of the training that follows will be good as well. System, roger that. Ding. Redemption successful. May I ask if it is fused? My Xiao Fei, fusion. System, received. Fusion in progress, please wait. Ding. The fusion of the physique strengthening liquid is successful. Please ask the host to complete a certain amount of intense exercise within 72 hours, for example, running, swimming, obstacle course running, etc. The more extreme the movement, the more it will stimulate the rate of cellular absorption in the body, and the fusion will be faster and more complete. My Xiao Fei said. Understood. Back at the recruit camp, Su Zhilong also praised my Xiao Fei fiercely once again in front of the entire company, and, alone, opened a small stove for the 8th class with additional dishes. Then, there was the announcement of the shooting scores of the other recruits. It was similar to all the other recruit companies. Over 90% of the recruits passed. What made the crowd of recruits in the 8th class couldn't help but laugh was that Lu Xiaoshan kept saying that he had fought well, and even said that the one who had hit the full ring was himself. But finally, the results are announced. He was one of those 7 or 8 who flunked. His fanatically confident instincts were instantly shattered. Su Zhilong swept the room and shouted, I hope those who played well will continue to do so. Those who didn't shoot well will have to train even better in the future. I don't want the next live fire to still have your names on the failing list, or else it won't be as simple as just lecturing and criticizing. Su Zhilong finished and looked at the time. It's 3 in the afternoon. All squads bring back and summarize this live fire to identify deficiencies so that they can target training in the future. 5 o'clock sharp. Assemble on time for physical training. Dismissed. Back to the squad room. The 8th class recruits were filled with joy. Except for Lu Xiaoshan. Of course, didn't someone say that even if they couldn't hit the full ring, they could hit the 40s? A group of recruits flirted with Lu Xiaoshan. Lu Xiaoshan grunted. The target reporter must have misremembered. Ha 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 ha. Can't, and still rely on the cesspool stink. It's better to put more effort in the according to the gun. More work, otherwise, next time you flunk, the company commander will have to practice off a layer of your skin. Lu Xiaoshan sniffed and immediately turned his head to charge my Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, in the future, I'll be in your group for the gun and aiming training. You have to lead me well. My Xiao Fei laughed. It's okay, as long as you can carry it. The other recruits snickered. The other guys, Fei, are going to be able to hold their guns on the concrete. Can you do that? Lu Xiaoshan stubbornly said. Don't underestimate people. If Xiao Fei can do it, why can't I? At this time, Lin Tao and the 8th class vice also walked in. Alright, open the summary meeting. For the next hour or so, all classes were in the squad room, discussing and summarizing, analyzing deficiencies, and making appropriate training plans. By 4:50, as the whistle blew for the classes, to put on their physical training uniforms and get ready to assemble for physical training. Finally, I'd like to see how much stronger the physique has become after fusing the reinforcing liquid. Soon, 3 companies assembled. Su Zhilong swept the room and shouted, today's light 3 kilometers is also a test. Run it in 13 minutes and count it as a pass. Those who didn't qualify for the run, start tomorrow. Get up half an hour early for physical training. Ah, there was a small tumultuous clamor in the ranks. Scream what you want. What are you screaming for? Su Zhilong scolded with a stern face. Don't you know what level of physical fitness you have? Almost 2 months into the army and I still can't run 13 minutes for 3 kilometers. Back when I was in the military, I ran in 11 minutes a week. If this keeps up, you'll still fail to run the company test for new recruits just the same. It's settled. Hurry up and move your arms and legs. In 3 minutes. On time. Immediately, the squad leaders began to yodel. You've all heard it before. If you can't run 13 minutes, you're going to have to wait to get up in the morning for extra practice, and I can't help you with that. Lin Tao rushed the 8th class recruits. Especially you, Lu Xiaoshan. Lin Tao looked at Lu Xiaoshan, who had been in the army for nearly 2 months and was still a bit chubby, and said, your last 3 kilometers was still more than 15 minutes. If you don't put up a fight, you're probably going to have to get up early every day to train for the rest of the month or so of your life in the recruit company. Lu Xiaoshan said with a look of despair, squad leader, I also want to run fast, but I really can't run. Besides, Fei runs even worse than me. He hasn't run 1,000 meters and he's already exhausted. When Lin Tao and the 8th class recruits heard this, they all looked at my Xiao Fei with some concern. Although my Xiao Fei's shooting talent was really good and he also trained very seriously, but his physique, too, is admittedly poor. Before he was retired, McFly ran 3 kilometers after him. It really is just trashy as hell. Not having run far, he was already so tired that his face was so white that he was close to foaming. Seeing the crowd's worry, my Xiao Fei smiled bashfully. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lin Tao nodded. Just do your best later. Yes, time to move your body. With Su Zhilong's order, all the new recruits then quickly rushed out. The squad leaders, on the other hand, watched at the forks in the road to prevent any recruits from pulling a shortcut. The recruits were running around the camp road of the 1st Battalion of recruits. A lap is a kilometer. After running 3 laps and returning to the company camp starting point, you are considered to have completed the 3 kilometers. How about it? System, is it considered intense exercise? Just run normally? My Xiao Fei asked at the system while running. System, the definition of the most intense sport is extreme sports. Extreme sports? System, from the very beginning, do your best to run until you don't have a single bit of strength left, until you faint, until you don't have any consciousness left. When the body's muscles are in the middle of their limits, the cells of the whole body can be completely activated, and the speed of fusion, too, will be the fastest. My Xiao Fei, got it. My Xiao Fei took a deep breath, and then, it was a frantic run at the same speed as a 100-meter all-out sprint. Anyone who has ever practiced long-distance running knows that. The first kilometer of a short to medium-distance run such as 3 kilometers is a slight acceleration, not exceeding 70% of full speed. For the second kilometer, it's a steady run, preserving a certain amount of energy, not exceeding 50% of full speed. The third kilometer is a full acceleration run, basically maintain the full speed of 80% of the speed. To the back of the 100 or 200 meters, is the time to really put their best foot forward. Therefore, after Su Zhilong gave the order to start, all the recruits rushed out not very quickly. The distance drawn was only 30 or 40 meters, and at that moment, the crowd was able to see that a remnant shadow violently rushed out from their side, instantly distancing itself from the large group. I'll go. Who's that? A 100-meter sprint. Boy, it seems to be my Xiao Fei. Is this guy out of his mind? Playing sprint right off the bat? Fei, what are you doing? Slow down quickly. You'll run out of energy later. The 8th class recruits were also startled when they saw my Xiao Fei's speed and shouted out. But my Xiao Fei paid no attention to their persuasive shouts. He didn't care how many minutes he ended up running. The only thing he wanted right now was to do his best, to keep running, to keep his body in as extreme active a state as possible. Only in this way could the strengthening liquid be finished fusing faster. On this side of the fork in the road, Lin Tao also saw my Xiao Fei's speed and was immediately shocked. Explosive power, even for the weakest of physiques. The speed, too, will not be slow, but running at full strength. One's physique is just as strong as it is, and it won't last more than a kilometer. Even running a few hundred meters can be completely exhausting. Those who ran 400 meters with all their might, and after running, their faces were pale without any blood, or even directly fainted, were not a few. Not to mention, what they were testing now, was a distance of 3 kilometers. This length, inside the troop, is all considered a perma-run though, but for new recruits, it's an entry barrier. Fei, what are you doing? Slow down. Lin Tao chased after him and shouted at my Xiao Fei, if you run like this, you won't have any strength left later. Take your time as I taught you before. Don't be in a hurry. Class president, I have my measure. Just leave me alone. At this point, more than 300 meters had been run. My Xiao Fei also felt that breathing had become a bit difficult. It was extremely difficult to breathe heavily. Still, he used all his strength and kept charging forward. Lin Tao could only stop after chasing my Xiao Fei for a while. He still had the task of guarding the fork in the road. What the hell does this asshole want? The squad leaders and squad deputies at the various forks in front of them were also taken aback when they saw my Xiao Fei's running speed. This kid came here to run a 100-meter race? Class 8 Vice. Isn't that my Xiao Fei from your class? What kind of excitement is it that makes you want to run 3 kilometers as if it were 100 meters? The 8th squad deputy looked over as well when he heard the reminder from the other squad leader's squad deputy, found that it was really my Xiao Fei. Immediately, his face also changed and he rushed up. At this time, my Xiao Fei had already run more than 500 meters, and his physical strength had been greatly depleted. Like Lin Tao, the 8th class vice ran to my Xiao Fei's sidekick to question and persuade him. But the current my Xiao Fei was not even having a gap to talk. He needs to breathe. This guy, crazy. The 8th grade deputy could only watch as my Xiao Fei ran away. Class presidents and class deputies in the back pay attention to our class 8's my Xiao Fei. This kid is doing a 100-meter sprint run, and I think he's losing his stamina and could pass out at any moment. The 8th squad deputy reached for his walkie-talkie and rushed the squad leader behind him on the full channel to alert him. The squad leader at the back heard the voice of the 8th squad deputy and also noticed the constantly approaching figure of my Xiao Fei in the distance. Hold on. I'm gonna hold on. My Xiao Fei's speed had slowed down a lot after he had sprinted more than 800 meters at full speed. Less than a third of what it was at the beginning. But he also had to clench his teeth and use his willpower to support his body as he continued to run forward. Watch out for this kid. He's going to pass out any minute. A squad leader ran after my Xiao Fei, keeping an eye on my Xiao Fei's status. And just when my Xiao Fei has been physically exhausted and has no more strength to support his body and is about to fall down, a warm current suddenly emanated from his abdomen. Then, it pervades the whole body. In an instant, the muscle cells in his entire body felt like they were activated. Strength, once again, erupted, causing my Xiao Fei to wake up in a flash. Physical strength, too, had been restored by a third. My Xiao Fei was overjoyed. He knew that the reinforcing fluid was being fused away partially to give himself a certain amount of stamina now. My Xiao Fei let out a frantic roar and violently increased his speed, instantly shaking off the squad leader that was following him. I'll go. This kid actually has stamina. That's sick, isn't it? 2 chapters in 1. End of chapter. 1 lap run. When Su Zhilong saw that it was my Xiao Fei who was the first to finish the first kilometer at the company's finish line, he was instantly confused. McFly. It was actually my Xiao Fei. Isn't this kid physically weak? I've had to almost pass out running a mile before. Now run first. And so on. Su Zhilong subconsciously looked at the time. Found out that it's only been 3 minutes. 3 minutes? This kid ran a kilometer in 3 minutes? All comparable to veterans. While Su Zhilong was fuming, my Xiao Fei had already continued to run forward. But even now my Xiao Fei was still doing his best to run at full speed. There was also a constant fusion of reinforcing liquids to provide him with a certain amount of energy, but it was impossible to return to his previous peak state. Therefore, his current speed could only be considered half of what it was at that time when he was sprinting at full speed. When Lin Tao saw my Xiao Fei again, he was also shocked once again. He originally thought that if my Xiao Fei ran at that speed, he would have to run at most 1 kilometer and be completely exhausted. But now, 300 meters past the second lap, this kid, actually still able to run at a normal human speed. Fei, go for it. Let go of your feet and take a wide step. Adjust your breathing. Lin Tao excitedly shouted at my Xiao Fei. My Xiao Fei nodded at Lin Tao, and was continuing to run forward at full speed. This kid, he can actually run. The 8th class deputy was shocked. It's still the same as before. After running 700 or 800 meters, the stamina ran out again. But the reinforcing fluid was also fusing, constantly giving birth to energy in his body. But not much. So, by the time he got to the back, his speed, too, had slowed down quite a bit. Only a third of the speed it started out at. By the time he finished his second lap, the other recruits, behind him, had caught up. This is the first echelon of physical fitness quality of the three companies, basically running under 11 minutes. Go Fei, go for it. In the first echelon, there were also 2 recruits from the 8th class, and when they passed my Xiao Fei, they also rushed my Xiao Fei to encourage and cheer. It's a good thing there's a strengthening fluid in place. Otherwise, with my Xiao Fei's physique before, the 3 kilometers run was estimated to be outside of 15 minutes, when only the last 200 meters remain. Even with the reinforcement liquid, my Xiao Fei had completely exhausted his physical strength. 3 kilometers down the road, he had already overdrawn his stamina at least 3 times. It was all because the strengthening liquid fused little by little and gave him enough consciousness to support it. But when it came to the back, without a bit of physical support, he could only use his strong willpower to run slowly towards the finish line. If anything, it would be fine for him to stop now, because the reinforcement liquid had already been fused. When he recovered and ran again, with a 150 physique, getting in 13 minutes was definitely not a problem. But he also saw that at the finish line, Lin Tao and his class vice, as well as a few of the class recruits who had made it to the finish line, were loudly shouting and cheering for him. I can't let my comrades down, can I? So, he braced himself, and with what little consciousness he had left, he slowly ran towards the finish line in a single wobbly motion. By this time, he had been passed by the 3rd tier. The 3rd tier is the one that can run under 13 minutes, and behind my Xiao Fei, there were several other people, running slowly, obviously, not having much stamina left. Lu Xiaoshan was also among them. Fei, go for it, just the last 100 meters or so left. 1 minute left. Come on, Fei, you don't want to get up at 5:30 every morning to train, do you? It's so close, don't give up, cheer up, go for it. The recruits of the 8th class all rushed out and ran along with my Xiao Fei, constantly shouting cheers in his ears. Cheer up, perhaps. It was also infected by the spirit of not giving up on my Xiao Fei and the spirit of not abandoning the 8th class recruits. The other classes of recruits at the end of the line shouted after them. At the finish line, Su Zhilong and the instructor looked at each other and both revealed a smile. From what I've seen so far, my Xiao Fei should be considered to be gradually accepted by the whole company. Finally, at 12 minutes and 54 seconds, my Xiao Fei also reached the finish line. Only, just as his front foot stepped on the finish line, his whole body fainted. Quick, get to the infirmary. Su Zhilong's face changed as he hurriedly shouted at Lin Tao. When my Xiao Fei woke up again, it was already 2 hours later. The hygienist in the infirmary saw my Xiao Fei waking up and smiled. Awake? Lie down well again. You've only fainted from physical exertion. Sleep here for the night and you'll be fine. My Xiao Fei looked at the ceiling of the ward and after slowing down for a while, he opened the attribute panel. Name, Maxu Fei. Position, private, recruit company. Physical fitness, 150. Berserk points, 7. Merit points, 0. Skills, primary rifle mastery. The physique is finally a little more normal. My Xiao Fei breathed a sigh of relief. But it's not enough. The first place in the assessment of the new recruits under the company, there is a 3rd class merit, in order to merit point rewards, but also have to fight for their lives. After resting for a moment, my Xiao Fei sat up. Hello veteran, can I go back to my company now? The hygienist frowned slightly. The doctor said for you to go back in the morning, when your recruit leader will come and pick you up. My Xiao Fei said, I don't have any more problems now. I'll go back to the company to rest. It's the same. The hygienist thought for a moment and said, I'll ask the doctor. The hygienist walked out, and 2 minutes later, walked back in again. The doctor said you can go back if you want. Here, sign here. Thank you veteran. After my Xiao Fei signed, he headed for the company. At this point, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. The company had also just about finished its nightly repairs, and the recruits showered and rested. Report. Squad leader. I'm back. In the Class 8 squad room, Lin Tao was slightly stunned when he saw my Xiao Fei. You woke up so soon? I was thinking of having the cookshop cook some noodles and bring them to you later. My Xiao Fei said. In the infirmary, I've had my nutrient solution. I'm not hungry. There's nothing to do anyway, so I might as well come back. Seeing that my Xiao Fei was indeed fine, Lin Tao didn't say anything, so he let him wash up and rest. Xiaoshan, what's wrong with you? It looks like you've lost a few $1 million. My Xiao Fei asked with a smile. The recruit comrade next to him laughed. What else could it be because of? I have to get up early in the morning to go for intensive physical training, Lu Xiaoshan said with an aggrieved face. You say, the same two shoulders carrying one head. How come you guys can run so fast? And you, dash, haven't you always had poor fitness? This time, how come you ran inside 13 minutes? Yeah, Xiao Fei, I remember before. You were collapsing running 1 kilometer. And this time, you actually managed to run so fast for so long. The other recruits in the class asked curiously. Even Lin Tao looked at my Xiao Fei curiously. End of chapter. My Xiao Fei laughed. I've been practicing on my own for half a month since I got home. Practicing at home again? The crowd of recruits had mixed feelings. You don't practice when you're in the army. Why are you so desperate once you're home? Housekeeping hygiene practiced. Physical fitness is practiced as well. Could it be that there are stricter superiors at home than the squad leader and company commander who force you? Lu Xiaoshan, on the other hand, came to the spirit and hurriedly asked, Xiao Fei, how do you practice at home? Teach me. I don't want to wake up early every day to run. My Xiao Fei said, it's very simple. Just keep running. Exhaust your physical strength. Then use your willpower to insist on running all the time and break through your body's limits. This squad leader should be aware that once you break through your physical limits, your physical fitness qualities will come up. The crowd of recruits looked at Lin Tao. Lin Tao nodded his head in approval. Fei is right, but this one requires perseverance. People are like that. When they feel tired, they can't breathe, their legs are sore, they want to give up. But if you can hold on by sheer willpower and expend your last certain amount of strength, you might be able to break through the limit. I think, today, Fei should have broken through the limit, right? My Xiao Fei nodded. Yes, I should be considered to have pushed the limit 2 or 3 times. I'm confident that if I'm allowed to run a few more times and get used to it, I'll definitely be able to run under 12 minutes. 12 minutes? There was a gasp from the crowd of recruits. That's a lot of progress for just one 3-mile run? That's sick, isn't it? Okay, then I'll break through the limit tomorrow too. Lu Xiaoshan pursed his lips and said with a firm face, a night without words. The next day, 4:50 in the morning, the squad leaders responsible for leading the intensive physical training were the ones who quietly touched into the squad rooms of each squad and woke up the recruits who were going to get up and train. After Lu Xiaoshan changed his clothes and went out sleepily, my Xiao Fei also got up. Change your clothes and wake up Lin Tao. Squad leader. I want to follow them out for physical training. Lin Tao was stunned. Didn't you run under 13 minutes? There's no you in the intensive training list. My Xiao Fei said. I know. I just want to follow the intensive training for a bit to make myself a bit stronger. I hope the squad leader makes it. Lin Tao was full of relief. The class president is happy that you can be so self-conscious. Go. Thank you squad leader. McFly stood up and ran out. Lin Tao looked towards the other huffing and puffing recruits, and sighed slightly. If every recruit could be as good and strong and self-disciplined as my Xiao Fei, my 8th class would definitely be able to become a brand new company, the most bullish one. Unfortunately, Fei, why are you here too? Don't you not need intensive training? Outside, Lu Xiaoshan was stunned to see that my Xiao Fei had also come out. My Xiao Fei saluted at the 7th squad leader who was in charge of training. Good day, 7th squad leader. My squad leader asked me to follow him out for training, saying that I have a relatively poor foundation and also need to be strengthened and consolidated. The 7th squad leader nodded. Good. Get in line. Yes. My Xiao Fei stepped into the line, while Lu Xiaoshan on one side had a puzzled look on his face. When did the squad leader say that? The 7th squad leader rushed the crowd. You can't run 13 minutes for 3 kilometers because you don't have enough leg strength and lung capacity. And, of course, it has to do with overall fitness. Next, I will train you for leg strength and lung capacity and endurance. The method is also simple. As the saying goes, seek the top to get the middle and the middle to get the bottom. Endurance and lung capacity can be trained out through continuous long-distance running. In other words, from now on, every morning, you all have to run 5 kilometers. What? 5 kilometers? The dozen or so recruits in the reinforcement class all had their faces changed. They usually run 3 kilometers and lose half their lives. If we run 5 kilometers, we'll die, won't we? My Xiao Fei's expression didn't change much. That's how they came to be in their previous life in the army. Those who can't run must have trained with extra volume and time. Otherwise, how can they keep up with the training pace of the big team? But the 7th squad leader didn't even give them a chance to bargain and continued. 1, 3, 5, 7 5 kilometers every morning is for lung capacity and endurance. On 246, perform 300 up and down squats and 200 meters of frog jumps, which builds leg muscle strength. The crowd of recruits opened their mouths slightly. Damn, this is going to be a game. At the command of the 7th squad leader, one by one, the recruits of the reinforced squad ran in a heartfelt wail. This time, My Xiao Fei was still running at full power. System. Use Berserk Point Enhancement. My Xiao Fei immediately said at the system. He wanted to try out how this Berserk Point that the system said was added. System, yes. The enchantment is successful. Please experience it for yourself. Host. In the next instant, my Xiao Fei felt that the muscle cells of his entire body were instantly active. An energy that made him a bit inhibited was about to break out of his body as it were. He needs to release it through strenuous exercise in order to vent it out. Without the slightest hesitation, my Xiao Fei ran frantically. After running, he realized that at such a speed, the amount of stamina needed to be consumed was actually quite a bit less than before. I see. My Xiao Fei was overjoyed. It should be like being hit with stimulants or adrenaline, which can put the body in the best active state. System, you could say that, but it's many times better than stimulants or adrenaline. My Xiao Fei smiled. Understood. I'll continue my research. The next half of the month. Every morning, my Xiao Fei would follow the intensive training class. And he, too, is getting better every day. The week before, was able to run consistently in the 13-minute range. The week after, it's been able to run in the 12-minute range, pushing right up to the 11-minute mark. Of course, with Berserk points, you'd even be able to run up to 10 minutes. Currently, there are only so many people in all the recruiting companies who can run for 10 minutes. And before they enlisted, they were all physical education students. His physique, too, had risen from 150 to 160, and his Berserk points had risen from 7 to 10. By all accounts, at this rate, it was already considered to be in the first echelon of the company. But even so, my Xiao Fei still woke up early every day and followed the training, which boosted the morale of many of the reinforcement class recruits. It was even pushed out by Su Zhilong as a typical example for all class recruits to learn from. Of course, in addition to the great progress in physical fitness quality, in other training subjects, my Xiao Fei also relied on the experience of his previous life, but also ranked in the company and even the battalion at the top. Shooting aside, once a week he shoots live rounds with a full ring, solid as hell. Formation, housekeeping and hygiene, basic battlefield care, grenade throwing, tactical training, etc. were all exceptional. It was also because of these outstanding achievements of his that all the other recruits, who seemed to have forgotten that he had been a deserter, had taken him as a sharp target to catch up with. End of chapter. Come, make an announcement. Everyone relax, don't be so nervous. Inside the squad room of the 8th shift, at the weekly shift meeting, Lin Tao looked at the 9 people sitting upright below and said, New Year's Eve is half a month away. As has been the custom in past years, before the year, the regiment gets a New Year's Eve party. At that time, the entire regiment, new recruits and veterans alike, will gather in the auditorium to watch the New Year's Eve party together. At the gala, each recruit company has 2 slots to perform in the program. On the veteran and civilian side, there will be programs as well. At the company business meeting just now, the company commander has given the order for each of our classes to submit 2 programs up, and then the whole company will discuss it and see which one to choose. For a large party like this, I hope everyone will participate enthusiastically and actively. And if you have any stunts, don't hide them. Bring them out. Squad leader, we really don't have any talent either. Of course, singing is still a bit of a thing. The recruits said, Gee, doesn't someone sing well? After Lu Xiaoshan finished speaking, he turned his head slightly and looked at my Xiao Fei next to him. The other recruits also looked at my Xiao Fei. McFly? You guys mean, you want me to go up there and sing Green Flowers of the Army? Once my Xiao Fei said this, Lin Tao and Ban Vice immediately changed their faces and waved their hands. Forget it. Your song has been explicitly banned as a banned song by the headmaster. Besides, it was a New Year's Eve party. You sing such a sad song. Do you want to make your comrades cry or laugh? New Year's is another holiday where it's extra easy to get homesick. No way. The crowd of recruits couldn't help but laugh when they saw Lin Tao's and the class vice's reactions. Chinese New Year is supposed to be a time for family reunion. My Xiao Fei, this song in the army Green Flowers Go Up. Even if this ideological work is done, how good? It is estimated that there must be a few deserters. This can't be allowed. But Lin Tao was still a little reluctant to let go of a singing talent like my Xiao Fei. There is often this sense of competition in the army, and since this one can sing such a good song, it does seem a bit of a shame not to let my Xiao Fei on. Lin Tao coughed lightly and said, Fei, besides Green Flowers in the army, do you have any others that you can sing? It's best if it's your own original. My Xiao Fei thought quickly in his head about the military song. He had heard a lot of military songs in his last life, and there were a lot of songs that didn't exist in the world he was living in now. So my Xiao Fei quickly locked onto a song. The motherland will not forget. Thinking of this, my Xiao Fei suddenly brightened up, but my Xiao Fei, who had a flash of light in front of his eyes, was the one who gave Lin Tao a shudder, and went on to emphasize, "Wait a minute. Preliminary statement like the army green flower that in certainly not. You do not come up with those sad again." My Xiao Fei hemmed and hawed and said, "The motherland won't forget. Have you heard this song?" The reason why he asked was also because my Xiao Fei wanted to make sure in detail again. Fruity. In the end, Lin Tao's and their answers were all within my Xiao Fei's expectations. All of them had never heard the song. Lin Tao laughed and scolded, "You brat, always writing some original songs by yourself, and then pretending with us here, and asking us if we've heard of it. How can we have heard of it if you haven't sung it?" Lu Xiaoshan followed and chimed in, "Right, Xiao Fei, sing one for us. We have to be the first audience, right? Maybe I can even be your backup singer. I won an award in our kindergarten for this level of singing." The crowd flung blank stares, but my Xiao Fei said, "This song is just like that green flower in the army, with a simple melody and simple lyrics, but it can be very appealing. There are some similarities up and down the song as well, so it's best if you can sing along the second time around. It's the chorus that makes the most sense." Oh, the crowd couldn't help but be curious. Lin Tao was also getting more and more excited about my Xiao Fei's singing. McFly didn't dilly-dally either, and despite the clean sound, the quality of the song is still resilient and very appealing. In a sea of people, which one am I? Which one of the rushing waves am I? In the army that conquered the universe, I was the one who gave my life. In the river of glorious endeavors, the one that runs forever is me. Don't need you to know me, don't want you to know me. I melt my youth into the rivers of my country, even without backing tracks. The lyrics and melodies mesmerized them. Lin Tao's heart was also relieved. The melody and lyrics are simple and straightforward, very much in keeping with the standards of a military song. As time passed, Lin Tao and the others had been thoroughly immersed in the song. The song reveals both a majestic feeling and a mixture of simple, giving sentiments. The first half of the song shows the courageous and fearless spirit of the soldiers. In the second half, the lyrics are firm and show the selflessness of the soldiers. Lin Tao's and their hearts were moved and shocked. How could they have never imagined that my Xiao Fei, who had been a deserter before, would now be able to create such a song? In the second half, they couldn't help but hum along with my Xiao Fei's melody. The mountains know me. The rivers know me. The motherland won't forget. It won't forget me. The mountains know me. The rivers know me. The motherland won't forget. It won't forget me. Won't forget me. Won't forget me. After my Xiao Fei finished singing, Lin Tao couldn't wait to say, "This is the one." Having said that, the dormitory of these 10 people resounded with thunderous applause. My Xiao Fei had no doubt at all about the crowd's recognition and enjoyment of the song. This song is a military song that has exploded all over the internet, and its popularity is not much lower than the green flowers in the army, and it resonates with people too. It is safe to say that anyone who hears it will rise in strong respect for the soldiers who defend our country. Soldiers themselves listen and are proud to be soldiers. Immediately afterward, Lin Tao asked with some anticipation, "Fei, think about whether or not you can come up with another program?" My Xiao Fei raised an eyebrow. There are plenty of those passable military songs from his last life, and he could have had 10 more programs. But just then, the system's voice suddenly came. Ding! Mission detected. Sign up for 2 programs of different genres. Enrollment reward, computer technology skills. The system has a conscience this time? My Xiao Fei thought secretly in his heart. Previously, there were penalties for not accepting the mission. But this time, if you accept the mission, the rewards will be given out directly? Skills like computer technology can be of great use in the future. And computers play a big role in the battlefield nowadays. It's a skill that you don't want for nothing. It's just a different type of program, which gives McSquizzy a bit of a headache. But soon my Xiao Fei thought of a song based on which a sitcom could be adapted. I could come up with another sitcom. Only the sitcom should be like the song. The more people the better. Lin Tao nodded his head in agreement and said, "Isn't it just people? With that motherland won't forget you just did. It wouldn't be too much to ask for our entire company to participate and come together in a chorus." End of chapter. 2 programs have been reported. In his head, the system's voice followed. All kinds of knowledge related to computers came out naturally in my Xiao Fei's mind. And this kind of knowledge was just like what my Xiao Fei would have known. So there wouldn't be any unfamiliarity at all. The reason why Lin Tao had just asked my Xiao Fei that much wasn't because he expected my Xiao Fei to contribute alone. Rather, it is because Lu Xiaoshan and their people, give them half a year, also cannot hold a fart. But my Xiao Fei is different. This is a song sung out several deserters of the contestants. This artistic level can be imagined. Since both programs had been finalized, my Xiao Fei began a sitcom and a singing program. The 2 programs can just be combined together. The name of the sitcom is called Dislocated Time and Space. And when you hear the name, Your mind should be able to conjure up some scenes as well. The theme of this sitcom is the martyrs meeting our modern-day fighters. The martyrs in the drama will meet all the guns, armored vehicles, tanks, battleships, aircraft carriers, and fighter planes we have now. Much earlier, our martyrs had suffered too many losses, not because they were not strong enough, but because they were not well equipped, and how they wished then that they had used better weaponry. At that time, the martyrs faced such a great disadvantage. Why did they persevere? For the sake of our motherland. For the sake of not letting the people live in misery. Nowadays, technology is getting more and more advanced, and our lives are getting better and better. And the weapons and equipment that we are holding now, and those national treasures, are things that the martyrs could not even dream of. The reason why our science and technology is so advanced as it is now, and why life is so harmonious and beautiful, is not achieved overnight, but so many nameless forefathers, nameless scientists who have paid silently. At the end of the sitcom, you can then pick up the song Motherland Will Not Forget. Every person who has paid silently will not be forgotten by the motherland. The words fell. The crowd in the dormitory fell silent. It wasn't that this idea of my Xiao Fei's was bad, but this idea of my Xiao Fei's was just too good, and each of them couldn't help but visualize in their minds what it would be like when they were on stage. Back then, when you went out to fight, you weren't well fed, you weren't warmly clothed, and your equipment was no match for the enemies. And now, the soldiers are well fed and warmly dressed, each well equipped. Think about it. How they wanted to go and tell the martyrs that they were different now. 2 programs have been confirmed. Although this idea of my Xiao Fei's was very good, it was a difficult task to express this idea. The idea is great, but how are we going to express this? Lin Tao asked to my Xiao Fei. Just give me a computer and I can produce it all. The whole stage, the special effects, the transitions, the lighting, I can do it all. But what I produce, our troops' equipment may not be able to keep up with. Only the regiment needn't worry about this aspect of the equipment. I'll have the home procure the best equipment. And as for both programs, it's best that the whole company be involved in both. Lin Tao nodded his head and decided straight away. Then we're settled. Sitcoms, original songs, the whole company participates. Speaking of which, Lin Tao could already imagine the picture of that chorus. And with that, Lin Tao directly pulled my Xiao Fei and ran outside. To get the chorus, this naturally has to be applied for. Hearing that my Xiao Fei was going to stage some kind of sitcom with the entire company participating in a chorus again, Su Zhilong couldn't help but frown slightly. But he was actually looking forward to this chorus of my Xiao Fei's in his heart. The instructor was also more curious in his mind about this new original song by my Xiao Fei. Su Zhilong and the instructor both had a concern in their hearts as well. That is, they were afraid that my Xiao Fei would get another one of those sad songs out. This time they were trying to get the whole company to sing in chorus. And the chorus was already very infectious. So if this was another chorus, it would have to be all over the recruits. But after my Xiao Fei tried singing, the doubts in Su Zhilong's and their hearts completely disappeared. Su Zhilong also immediately assembled the entirety of their 3 companies. The idea was that each class would put on 2 programs to see which one was the best, and then those 2 programs would be selected for presentation. Now after listening to my Xiao Fei talk about his 2 programs, what's the point of going from class to class? Both of these programs add up to a 1+1 effect. Now that the program had been chosen, the day started straight off with rehearsals in the auditorium. Hearing the notice of no more programs, those recruits of the 3rd company did not complain in the slightest. One by one, the corners of their mouths are about to rise to the sky. If a class is allowed to come up with 2 programs, is not it difficult for the people? This is a brown old man. Even if there is talent, cannot have any good talent. At best, individual will be a martial arts go up to fight boxing. Performing martial arts show what? As for those who can play guitar and sing, none of them want to go up and perform anything. The ones they sang were little love songs, completely different compared to that military song that my Xiao Fei sang. It didn't fit the atmosphere at all. That's always not a good idea to sing some pretentious, divisive little love song at the troops' New Year's Eve party. After these recruits heard that it was the 8th class that had put out 2 programs, and that they were still directly locked in, the recruits actually guessed in their minds. I told you, we don't need to choose the program. But Class 8 has already made the program. The whole company participated in both. And those of us who don't know much can still touch the fish. Cool. I guess both of the programs this time have to be made by my Xiao Fei. Who among the gang in Class 8 looks like they have talent? Besides my Xiao Fei, only Lu Xiaoshan has a talent. And the talent is called Shameless. But what's the song we're going to sing this time? Don't tell me it's that my Xiao Fei's Green Flowers in the Army. If we sing that one, who can bear it in their hearts? It's still kinda hard to think about that song in my mind. You guys said that although that my Xiao Fei was a deserter before, but now he has really reformed. Now I see that my Xiao Fei is quite smooth, and he does have talent in him, especially that military green flower. It's really marvelous to be able to write such a song. Oh, it would be even more marvelous to sing that song again. I'm afraid if we sing it, everyone will have to sleep badly. There was a lot of talking and laughing along the way, and the crowd assembled in the auditorium. Su Zhilong stood in front of the crowd of recruits with his hands behind his back, and after counting the number of recruits, Su Zhilong didn't dilly-dally and directly said, "This time, the programs of the 3rd company of the 1st battalion of our recruits have been finalized. 2 programs, both provided by my Xiao Fei of Class 8. One program is a silent sitcom, and the other is a chorus. Today we will rehearse the chorus first, and then you will be taught by my Xiao Fei." End of chapter. My Xiao Fei, step forward. Yes, my Xiao Fei walked to the front of the crowd, turned around and stood upright. You could tell how good the soldier was from every move. Lu Xiaoshan and the others were each that much more godly. They are not the ones who went up, but no matter what, my Xiao Fei is also a person in his own dormitory, and his dormitory has come out with such a number of characters, and they also have the power to go out and blow. Seeing my Xiao Fei's every move, Lu Xiaoshan was following the comparison in his heart, imagining how good he would be like that one day in the future. By this time, they had long since put my Xiao Fei's previous deeds behind them. With the current character of my Xiao Fei, they couldn't figure out what my Xiao Fei had gone through. Since the desertion incident, the my Xiao Fei who came back in before was 2 people. At first, McFly wanted to write out the lyrics and hand out a copy to each person, but because today's time is relatively rushed, my Xiao Fei did not print the lyrics, and on second thought, the content of the lyrics is relatively simple, so they will be able to familiarize themselves with it if they sing it a few more times. The melody of this song, the lyrics, are rather simple, so I'll sing it for you first so that you can familiarize yourself with the melody first. The people in Class 8 were completely down on my Xiao Fei. However, the individuals in the 3rd company still have some opinions about my Xiao Fei's heart, to which my Xiao Fei doesn't care too much, because there was no time to get the backing track out. My Xiao Fei still chose to sing clean this time. As soon as you open your mouth, my Xiao Fei song then attracted the crowd. The song was like magic, and in the second half, even though my Xiao Fei hadn't bothered to teach them, they all couldn't help but hum along. Su Zhilong and the instructor, as well as the people of the 8th class, were now able to sing along with the lyrics. As for the equipment stuff, Su Zhilong takes my Xiao Fei to find the head of Zhou and talks to him about it. After hearing my Xiao Fei's song Motherland Will Not Forget, Zhou applauds and praises it. Yes, you can rest assured on the computer side, but what software you want to download and what you use, this all needs to be said to us in advance, and our people on this side will open the download to you after testing. We also routinely inventory and inspect equipment as it comes in to make sure it's safe before we can let it in. These my Xiao Fei naturally understands, but Zhou Jiangwo was afraid that my Xiao Fei would not understand, and he also spoke to my Xiao Fei beforehand. What software you need you write down on paper first. Tonight when you get the software you can start working on the special effects straight away, and on the equipment side you can also get your cell phone ahead of time now to get in touch with home. Yes, my Xiao Fei wrote down the software he needed on a piece of paper, and under the leadership of Su Zhilong, he went ahead and brought back the cell phone he had handed in. Back at the dorm, Lu Xiaoshan and the others had all been stunned when they saw the cell phone in my Xiao Fei's hand. "Ha? Where did you get that cell phone from? Can't you hand out cell phones today? Didn't the squad leader say that new recruits can't play with cell phones for the first 3 months? Let me take a look at it, and let me rub a couple of hands on it." Saying that, Lu Xiaoshan got his ass over to my Xiao Fei's side wanting to pound the phone, but before Lu Xiaoshan could touch his cell phone, in the dormitory, there was a scream. This person was no other than Lu Xiaoshan. Lin Tao gave a slap to Lu Xiaoshan's head and said in a bad mood, "My Xiao Fei is only able to touch the cell phone in advance because he has a serious business. If you want to touch it, you should also give me a long face, and you should also make a program like my Xiao Fei." The crowd laughed. My Xiao Fei picked up some equipment used for the show on his cell phone. After all, his old man was rich. My Xiao Fei didn't care too much about it. All the equipment to buy the best. Finally, my Xiao Fei picked up the phone and called his old man. On the desk, the phone buzzed and vibrated. My Daxian wanted to hang up the phone directly, but when he saw that it was my Xiao Fei calling, that frown loosened up again. But on second thought, now that my Xiao Fei was still in the new training period, how could he touch the cell phone? Is this kid being a deserter again at all? What's up? It's almost New Year's Eve, and I've got 2 programs that have been selected by the troops, but the programs I want to get out need better equipment, and the regiment doesn't have such good equipment, so I'd like you to get some in for me. Hearing my Xiao Fei's words, my Daxiong's heart that had just been lifted up was let down again. It's a good thing to put on a show. What equipment do you need in a while you send me directly on your cell phone? Then I'll send someone to send the troops to you. After the phone hung up, my Daxiong looked at the list of equipment sent by my Xiao Fei on his cell phone. Didn't look okay. At this look, my Daxiong couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Luckily, there is some family money at home. Otherwise this is not enough for my Xiao Fei to spend. These devices together directly broke the 100. But this was more in line with my Xiao Fei's character. Otherwise my Daxiong would have thought that his son was suddenly possessed by someone, as if money is naturally a good thing. After my Xiao Fei finished designing all the stage effects, background music, and accompaniment, the equipment was shipped directly to the auditorium. Although Lu Xiaoshan, this person is rather unorthodox and looks like an unreliable feeling, Lu Xiaoshan actually understands a lot. Come to rehearsal again. Seeing such expensive equipment in front of him, Lu Xiaoshan couldn't help but sigh at my Xiao Fei's family's wealth and said, "It's going to take a lot of yuanzi to want to rent this equipment." My Xiao Fei gave Lu Xiaoshan a blank look and said, "What rented? This is bought. Rehearse well for me." Hearing that it was bought, Lu Xiaoshan directly let out a gasp. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn, if this is bought. If they do not sing well, they are sorry that my Xiao Fei bought these equipment. The crowd looked at Lu Xiaoshan with a very different gaze. Very puzzled, Lu Xiaoshan explained, "All these equipment added together less than $1 million. Crowd? Straight up drying out millions of dollars of equipment for 2 shows? It's trenchant. With more professional equipment, the next step is to devote ourselves to rehearsals." During this time, the soldiers also changed their opinion of my Xiao Fei more and more. The official day of the gala. After conducting a final rehearsal, the male and female hosts slowly made their way to the front of the stage. By now the auditorium was full, and in addition to the seats, in the aisles were filled with soldiers. The recruit company's program was given priority to go up and open the show. My Xiao Fei, they are in the 3rd position of the new recruits. How many of the new recruits can be on the stage? If you're not nervous, you won't believe it. Seeing the recruits in such a wimpy state, Su Zhilong raised his voice an octave and said loudly, "Look at the bearishness of each and every one of you now. Usually you're so patient in rehearsals, but now you're just wimpy before you even go on stage? If you can't even sing a song well, won't you be a deserter if you go to war in the future? Cheer up." End of chapter. If anyone misbehaves, anyone who doesn't do well will get up half an hour early in the morning and run laps. The recruits couldn't help but shiver. The nerves I felt before going on stage couldn't help but disappear for the most part. 1. Because they rehearsed really well on weekdays and sang very well. And 2. Because they really didn't want to get up early and go run laps. Some people experience early morning laps, some don't. But Su Zhilong's words threatened them all to the same degree. The male and female hosts spoke the standard introductory remarks, after which, they said, "And now for Company 1 of the 1st Battalion of Recruits." In any venue, the first to go on stage and perform is a little more nervous. Just by looking at those recruits of the 1st Battalion, Lu Xiaoshan felt nervous for them. Turning his head to look at my Xiao Fei, the other recruits were all nervous there, while my Xiao Fei had a calm face. At this time, my Xiao Fei also said, "The ones who are nervous shouldn't be us, but the ones who should be in line behind us. By the time we're done performing on the stage, how much pressure should the people behind us be under? Even if there's no competition this time, no ranking, can any of the programs be more effective than our 3 companies?" The new recruits looked to the other veterans who were in the background. What my Xiao Fei said wasn't unreasonable. During the rehearsal, it was obvious to everyone how outstanding this program of my Xiao Fei's and theirs was. Now that my Xiao Fei and their programs are at the front of the line and the others are at the back, this will instantly make my Xiao Fei's 2 programs shine over all the other programs. Company 1, Company 2 then went on. Although they were all new recruits, the programs prepared were not bad, and all received some applause and recognition. Su walks to the side of the stage with 3 company ready to make his entrance. The host also started to say at this time, "I believe some veteran comrades should be able to notice the difference in the stage this year. Whether it's the speakers, the lights, or some other equipment, all of them have been greatly upgraded." The veterans nodded. This year was indeed different. Here, on behalf of the regiment, our 2 hosts would like to thank Comrade Mai Xiao Fei of the 8th Squad of the 3rd Company, 1st Battalion of Recruits, for providing us with a brand new set of equipment for our auditorium. Next we have an original sitcom with original songs by Mai Xiao Fei. Everyone applaud. At the scene, there was loud applause. The lights dimmed and the stage went black as the projector began to run and music played in the background. The name of the program, Misplaced Time, was displayed on the stage backdrop. Next, a line of background introduction appeared on the background of the stage. Dislocated Time and Space in the Motherland will not forget the 2 background music all by my Xiao Fei with a synthesizer little by little hand rubbed out. The projector began to project images of the martyrs as they fought. The recruits of the 3rd Company were also dressed in their costumes and ready to go on stage. Lights illuminate the stage, and in the background, a battlefield full of smoke. The recruits took their prop guns and quickly rushed to the stage, hissing loudly, "Kill! They must not be allowed to step over our defenses." Fight! To the last man. Yes. Another section of recruits came out from the other side of the stage. They played the enemy, and they were well equipped, in stark contrast to the equipment on those martyrs. At this time, the martyrs, which have what aircraft and artillery, rely only on their own. After fighting for a while, the enemy suddenly withdrew quickly. Background in the distance. Another of our positions was subjected to an air attack and a round of artillery bombardment. Their hearts fluttered with every bomb the plane dropped. Seeing this, there was nothing they could do. The enemy has now suddenly retreated, and they can only man their defenses here. The lights are focused on the martyrs. Alas, if only we could have their kind of equipment too, then we wouldn't have to be beaten like this for such a long time. We even have a problem to eat. When will we have airplanes, artillery, and tanks and all this equipment? There will always be later. But if we don't fight this battle, we'll never have it later. We won't live long enough to see that equipment. But our children and grandchildren can see it, and the people in the future can see it. The words were not finished. Suddenly, the light gathered on the enemy once again. The enemy commander shouted, "Request air support. Artillery at the ready. Attack ready." Immediately after, there was the roar of cannons right on the spot. The roar was so real that it was as if the cannons were firing as if they were in their ears, as if they were now on the battlefield. For better reproduction, for a better sense of immersion, my Xiao Fei set up a lot of speakers to create the effect. At the same time, my Xiao Fei used some tricks to make the crowd feel that the warplane was about to fly in front of them. Even as spectators, they could all deeply feel this powerful sense of oppression. The veterans watching from the stage, the various leaders of the regiment, were immediately and deeply submerged by the program. The projections and special effects produced by my Xiao Fei could completely reach the level of fake. After the bombardment, in his ears, there was a deafening roar of engines. Faced with airplane and artillery, these martyrs had not the slightest recourse, and the only thing they could do was to pray to survive the bombardment. After a round of bombing, the pioneers were then left with less than 10 men, all of whom, to varying degrees, were injured. The enemy launched a new attack. Facing dozens of enemies, the martyrs held this line of defense with their own flesh and blood. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Out of bullets. I don't have many bullets left either. See if the fallen brothers have any bullets in their guns. If there are no bullets, even if we run out with a dynamite pack and trade lives with them, we'll have to do it. For the motherland behind us. For our families. For the sake of tomorrow. Kill. When the bullets ran out, the martyrs unhesitatingly picked up their explosive packets and sacrificed themselves to rush. Seeing this, the enemy troops shouted, "This is a group of madmen. Don't they want to die? Run fast. They want to use a suicide attack." Off stage, every soldier's heart followed in his throat. My Xiao Fei made the stage effect very good. Everyone deeply felt the despair, and the faith in the desperate situation. The battle went on for a long time, until finally, on the spot, there was only the last man left. There were props in various corners of the auditorium that gave off smoke and made the crowd think they were in a real battlefield. Blood continued to flow from the ground. The last person standing on the stage was Lu Xiaoshan. At the moment, his clothes were torn and tattered. His body was full of wounds, and blood was continuously flowing outward. Lu Xiaoshan couldn't even stand steadily and spoke with a trembling voice. "The knot is over, brothers, and I'm going over to be with you." End of chapter. Just then, the scene shifted and the stage suddenly went dark. Then the lights hit my Xiao Fei's body. My Xiao Fei was wearing a modern military uniform, a very strong contrast to the real scene. Immediately after that, Lu Xiaoshan's body was also hit with lights. The two men looked at each other in the darkness, and the background gradually brightened. Looking at the battlefield full of smoke and littered with wreckage, my Xiao Fei looked serious and earnest, and stood at attention and saluted. "Old squad leader, you've worked hard." Seeing the well-equipped and uniformed my Xiao Fei in front of him, Lu Xiaoshan slowly raised his hand and looked my Xiao Fei up and down. For a moment, Lu Xiaoshan thought that he had already hallucinated because he was too severely injured. How could a living person suddenly come out in front of one's eyes all of a sudden when one is on the battlefield now? And this living person would still call himself old squad leader? Are you? Just then, the scene on the stage changes again. The special effects were beautifully done by my Xiao Fei, and the crowd at the scene couldn't help but feel as if they too had followed through a time tunnel. The special effects ended and the stage didn't light up all the way, but little by little, the first thing that appeared in front of the two was a door of self-propelled artillery, as well as various tanks and armored vehicles. "This is?" Lu Xiaoshan said with a slightly trembling voice. Although he didn't recognize them, he could tell by instinct that they must be homegrown. He was now waiting for my Xiao Fei's reply. My Xiao Fei introduced, "Old squad leader, all of these will be our own equipment in a few decades. These guns on me, the various cannons here, and the tanks, what the enemy had then. We have now what the enemy doesn't have now. We also have. Lu Xiaoshan asked excitedly, then we have a good airplane now too? The scene shifted again. The special effects change, and several warplanes, made up of special effects, call out. Although Lu Xiaoshan didn't know the exact model of these fighters, he knew one thing. That is, the more sci-fi the fighter thing looks, the more it leaves. The screen kept turning. Lu Xiaoshan was perfectly in character and played this image set by my Xiao Fei very well. Until the end. All those weapons, equipment, warplanes, warjacks, tanks, cannons and so on that Lu Xiaoshan had seen all appeared together in front of them. Lu Xiaoshan's heart was relieved, sighing, and sad. But then look up and take a closer look at the airplanes and artillery in front of you. And in his heart, there was nothing but relief. In 2 more words, it's worth it. Their deaths, their sacrifices, were worth it. My Xiao Fei shook the old squad leader's hand and said deeply, old squad leader, now the soldiers don't need to go hungry to fight anymore. And they will never envy other families for their advanced weaponry. And now it's the turn of others to envy us. If it wasn't for your valor, how could we have come to this day? The life we have today, everything we have, was bought with your blood and lives. Now, never again will any enemy be able to bully us. Lu Xiaoshan held my Xiao Fei's hand tightly, looking up and down repeatedly at my Xiao Fei, and then repeatedly looking at the weaponry made by those special effects. Good, good, good. This character played by my Xiao Fei has little culture, and the only thing that can express his mood now is these 3 good sounds, even if he's uneducated. But he also knows that if he doesn't get on today and he can't hold it, it's the people behind him who will suffer tomorrow. In this regard, the lights go out and the sitcom ends. Even though it was over, many people were still fondly remembering the performance they had just seen. Everyone has different feelings in their hearts. The corners of Zhou Jiangwo's eyes were already glistening with tears, and what my Xiao Fei and the others had shown resonated deeply with Zhou Jiangwo. Comrades, now we also have airplanes and artillery. In the sky, underground, underwater. We are different from the old days. Nowadays, do you see? In the minds of the other veterans, all of them were also thinking back to the past. In the 20s and 30s, when the domestic second-generation aircraft had just been introduced, and just then, people were still fantasizing about the pipe dream of how to use the second-generation aircraft to defeat the fifth-generation aircraft. It was only when they had their own fifth-generation aircraft that the people realized that trying to shoot down a fifth-generation aircraft with a second-generation aircraft was a pipe dream. Everyone who saw my Xiao Fei sitcom felt differently, and everyone, too, was moved by it. More than anything else, recruits may be feeling the changes in their lives from these decades ago. Every bit of goodness in our lives now was made possible by the blood and lives of our forefathers. If it were not for the martyrs, how could they live such a life now? Just then, the lights came on again. The stage is set for the martyrs to meet the modern soldiers. Those recruits who played the enemy, at that point, also changed into other prop suits. And this time, they played various scientific experts. With the padding of the last program, this time they only saw my Xiao Fei and the others appearing again. And the scene was filled with thunderous applause. The accompaniment of the Motherland Will Not Forget sounded, and my Xiao Fei singing voice, slowly came. In a sea of people, which one am I? Which one of the rushing waves am I? In the army that conquered the universe, I was the one who gave my life. In the long river of glorious endeavors, that which runs forever is me. Then the lyrics were repeated, this time with a full company chorus from the third company. Max Xu Fei added stage effects to Motherland Won't Forget, which also drove the heart more. The lyrics, paired with the sitcom that just took place, went so deep into the hearts and minds of the crowd. Normally, it doesn't take that long to sing the whole song. Soon, it came to the closing part. The mountains know me. The rivers know me. The motherland won't forget. It won't forget me. The mountains know me. The rivers know me. The motherland won't forget. It won't forget me. Won't forget me. Won't forget me. But the accompaniment did not stop there, and the whole of the third company repeated it again. The lyrics of Motherland Will Not Forget are also reflected on the background version. Everyone in the auditorium was deeply moved by the song, and this time, it was a full auditorium chorus. Everyone sings from the depths of their hearts. Behind the scenes, Su Zhilong hummed softly along, seeing my Xiao Fei, who was leading the singing in front. Su Zhilong's heart was very pleased. The prodigal son returns. My Xiao Fei had made a very serious mistake before this was not true, but my Xiao Fei had the determination to firmly want to correct his mistake after he came back. How could my Xiao Fei create such magnificent songs without a genuine desire to get better? In this song, they didn't just hear it, it was as if they saw it. Countless martyrs fought bravely, and countless researchers studied night and day. Many people may not be able to name them, and even many of them really live their entire lives hiding their names and living in anonymity. But the motherland will not forget them. Off stage, The people of the Cultural Affairs Troupe had been completely confused. A group of new recruits. And they could make such a program effect out of it? Looking at their entire clerical corps, there was no one else who could create a program of such height. Seeing a show of this magnitude, the clerical staff was deeply shaken. He had long heard from the people in the cultural troupe that there were 2 programs in this performance that were very powerful, but at that time Wang Yang didn't care too much about it. After all, no matter how powerful it was, it couldn't possibly be more powerful than these professionals of theirs, could it? This time, the program put out by their cultural troupe was more or less the same as my Xiao Fei's 2 programs, drama plus singing, and the 2 programs were separate, not like my Xiao Fei who strung the 2 programs together. After these 2 shows have appeared, the rest of the program is doomed to be tasteless. After the show, Wang Yang was the first to ask backstage for information about my Xiao Fei's program, and some of my Xiao Fei's material. A talent like my Xiao Fei probably couldn't find one in the entire army. After carefully understanding the 2 programs and my Xiao Fei's profile, he was surprised to find out that this one called My Xiao Fei had an original song before, and moreover, the song was so powerful that it had made numerous recruits want to escape from the army and go home. It was also clear from the information that everything they saw on stage was all designed by my Xiao Fei himself, special effects, sound effects, and lighting. In this aspect of the stage, my Xiao Fei is like an all-rounder, especially the first show, Misplaced Time, which has a soundtrack that could totally be made into a full song by adding words. While looking at the information, Wang Yang sighed in his mind. What a talent! What a talent! Where can you find talent like this? 2 programs in a row, all original. Even every detail on the stage was personally designed by my Xiao Fei himself. And before that, he had a killer original song that was now even banned from the troops for a time. Wang Yang was already fantasizing. This would definitely be a hit with the whole army if it was properly recorded. It might even have some influence in the community. This performance was recorded, but it certainly wasn't as good as if it had been recorded specifically for the occasion. End of show. The applause at the scene lasted for a long time before stopping, and many soldiers were reluctant to stop even though their hands were numb from clapping. Wang Yang didn't stay idle and went straight to the backstage to ask for the recording video of the program and sent it to the head of the cultural troupe. Afraid that the head of the troupe could not see, Wang Yang directly dialed the phone number of the head of the cultural troupe. Without waiting for the head of the civilian troupe to speak, Wang Yang said with excitement and machine gun-like, "Standing headmaster, this time, I've discovered an extremely demonic genius character. The 2 programs he made today can be directly categorized as gods. This is simply the highest quality masterpieces in recent years. This genius devised the entire composition of both programs, and before that, he even sang a forbidden song. Several deserters were sung that day. The audio isn't available, but I learned a few lines live and orally from someone who could sing the song, which I've put on the back of the video." The head of the civilian troupe, Chang Chang's song, was full of questions. What kind of person is Wang Yang that he doesn't know? It would be awesome to have 1 program out of 100 that he could see eye to eye with. If you can be called a genius by Wang Yang, how evil must this be? Chief Chang, I've sent the file to your email. Click on it and read it. Listening to this fierce praise from Wang Yang, Chang Qingsong also couldn't hold back his curiosity, and while operating the computer, he said, "This is the first time I've seen someone who can make you praise him like this. Tell me honestly, what is it about the show he's in that stands out? Is it the subject matter that's creative? Or are there better creative skills?" Wang Yang laughed. "Chief Chang, don't ask me about this. If you ask me, I can tell you for an hour without stopping. Just take a look at these 2 programs I sent you." The more he said that, the more curious Chang Qingsong became. After the video is downloaded, Evergreen Pine clicked play and watched the program performed by my Xiao Fei. After the video is watched, Chang Qingsong went from being filled with curiosity and anticipation in the beginning to being shocked and moved now. At this point, he already had 2 tears in his eyes. Appreciation for my Xiao Fei is all over the place. How much attainment must it be to be able to perform and sing the head of a cultural troupe directly to tears? After calming down, Chang Qingsong asked, "Is there any information on this person? I'll take a look." "Yes, the information is also inside the mail." Chang Qingsong flipped through the email and realized that there was indeed a personal profile of my Xiao Fei in the lower part of the video. Didn't look okay. At this look, Chang Qingsong was considered completely frozen in place. Next, Evergreen Pine's eyes grew brighter. It's not because of anything else. It's because McFly is a new recruit. After realizing that my Xiao Fei was a new recruit, Chang Qingsong's eyes were as bright as if he had installed a dozens of watt light bulb, and his mind directly hit the idea of wanting to pry my Xiao Fei away. Great, great, so talented and a new recruit. Isn't this born to be material for our cultural troupe? You go directly to the headmaster's office to find Lao Zhou, and I'll get in touch with Lao Zhou on the phone. Strive to get him to come to our cultural labor troupe directly after the new training. Zhou Jiangwo and Shang Xingsong have a good friendship. So much so that Zhou Jiangwo could directly guess the purpose of Chang Xingsong's call this time. Old Zhou, how's your health these days? Listening to Chang Xingsong's false greeting, Zhou Jiangwo then directly disliked him in a bad mood. There is absolutely no room for negotiation on my Xiao Fei's matter. But ultimately, under the greasy tongue of evergreen pines, Zhou Jiangwo agreed to let Wang Yang and my Xiao Fei meet first, and then how to decide. My Xiao Fei's own decision. Knock knock. My Xiao Fei knocked on the door of the headmaster's office. After entering the door to see is that bored the old face of Zhou Jiangwo. And then, is that smiling Wang Yang? Little. Without waiting for Wang Yang to finish his sentence, Zhou Jiangwo directly said, My Xiao Fei, there is nothing else to call you here this time. After the new training is over, do you want to stay with us or do you want to go with him to the cultural troupe? With this one sentence, my Xiao Fei immediately understood what Zhou Jiangwo meant. Singing and doing creative work can only be considered as my Xiao Fei's amateur, reborn over. And there is also the system's support. To go to the cultural troupe to mix, that is to play the great talent to the extreme. I want to stay in our regiment. Creative writing is just my spare time. I don't devote myself to it full time. Smelling his eyes, Zhou Jiangwo's stony old face instantly soothed, the corners of his mouth wildly rising in amusement. But Wang Yang didn't give up, saying, Actually, it's okay if you don't come to our troupe. You have such a high talent for songwriting. In your spare time, could you also create some other songs out of it? The words fell. The system voice followed. Ding. Mission detected. Compose 5 military songs. End of chapter. My Xiao Fei actually wanted to politely decline. He wanted more than anything to keep training and getting stronger to go to the real battlefield, not stay behind and create. But faced with the attraction of the system's mission, this military song, My Xiao Fei is a must. My Xiao Fei shouted in his head to accept the mission. And in reality, Wang Yang thought that my Xiao Fei didn't want to create it and was trying to find a way to reject it. Wang Yang said again, As for the money aspect, you can rest assured. Once it goes on sale, any money you make from the songs you create will give you a very high cut on our end. Words. Zhou Jiangwo on the side couldn't help but let out a laugh. If you want to talk about money, the least poor in our whole regiment is this boy. Hearing this, Wang Yang's heart thumped. Now it seems, my Xiao Fei is not the slightest idea of wanting to engage in creative writing, and now coupled with the fact that my Xiao Fei is not poor, even if you want my Xiao Fei to help them create creative writing is as difficult as heaven. Zhou asked. Those equipment on stage today are good, right? Wang Yang nodded and said, Surely good. Those equipments add up to less than $1 million. Having said that, Wang Yang reacted violently. What regiment has access to such high-end stuff in their auditorium? It would have to be a pretty penny to try to rent those out. All were purchased by McFly's family and, in perpetuity, donated for the use of the regiment. Zhou Jiangwo's words were like a thunderbolt striking Wang Yang's head. This one. Wang Yang didn't know what he should use to convince my Xiao Fei to compose a military song. Zhou Jiangwo looked that smug. Now looking at my Xiao Fei again. Zhou Jiangwo, this is how to see how to like. Zhou Jiangwo patted my Xiao Fei's shoulder and said with relief, A good soldier should go to war. If a soldier like my Xiao Fei doesn't train properly, what's the point of spending so much time on creative writing? Tell your family leader not to think of our my Xiao Fei, but to think of someone else. For a moment, Wang Yang suddenly felt like he was being connoted to. Seeing Zhou Jiangwo, my Xiao Fei's attitude has been so. Wang Yang's heart is full of helplessness, regret. But just then, my Xiao Fei suddenly said, I still have some inspiration, so I can collaborate with you guys on some songs. The air froze. Zhou Jiangwo's mouth twitched. Just now he said that soldiers should go to the battlefield and train well. And now my Xiao Fei is suddenly saying that he's cooperating with them? Wang Yang was also suddenly overjoyed. The reason why my Xiao Fei didn't say anything just now was because he was thinking in his head about what other military songs with a higher degree of popularity were used to compose. Seeing Zhou Jiangwo's expression that looked like he'd been constipated for a month, my Xiao Fei said, Don't worry, Chief, my creation won't delay any of my training, and I'll only be using my downtime to create. Although I have creative talent, my ambition is not to create, but more, to fight on the front lines. It's just that since the civilian side of the organization wanted to work with me so much, I wanted to work with them a little bit, and I had a lot of inspiration in my mind before. Words. Zhou Jiangwo couldn't help but laugh and scold. Just you brat. You really don't offend anyone. Hearing this flip-flop from my Xiao Fei, Wang Yang's heart was in the right place. Although they couldn't directly pull my Xiao Fei into their cultural troupe, it would be very nice to collaborate with my Xiao Fei on a few songs. Even if you go to the civilian corps after your new training, I won't interfere with your ideas. What you want to do, this is your freedom. You can make whatever decision you want to make. A soldier like you will shine wherever you are, and I will support you in whatever decision you make head of the regiment. It's all selfish on my part to want you to stay here. After all, it's probably hard to come up with one soldier like you out of tens of thousands. Sure, this is also what Joe said with his mouth. If my Xiao Fei really chose to run to the Cultural and Industrial Corps after the new training, Zhou Jiangwo hated having to kick my Xiao Fei out and yell at him for being unproductive. Just now, he said so, but it was only because he could see my Xiao Fei's attitude. There wasn't much of a training mission that night, so after walking out of the office, Wang Yang wanted to pull my Xiao Fei and run to the empty room Zhou Jiangwo gave to create. Wang Yang didn't expect my Xiao Fei to be able to create any outstanding works straight away today. Today he was very content to be able to get the scores of those works of my Xiao Fei's past, but my Xiao Fei didn't plan to go to a specialized place to create. And after walking outside, my Xiao Fei asked directly, "Do you have a pen and paper with you?" Wang Yang was stunned by my Xiao Fei's question, but Wang Yang still said, "There's paper and a pen. These are the two things I always carry with me. Do you need this?" Having said that, Wang Yang couldn't help but look forward to something. It's hard to get out a pen and paper so quickly and not be inspired right now. My Xiao Fei nodded and said, "Then let's just find a random place to sit. I'll sing the song for you, and you record the lyrics and sheet music. I've had a lot of inspiration before, I just never officially sang it." Wang Yang's eyes suddenly sprouted a few rays of light. It was never officially sung? Isn't that a different way of interpreting the phrase? Wouldn't that mean that there's already a melody? Lyrics? If there's no melody and no lyrics, how can you officially sing it? How many songs do you have left to perform officially? My Xiao Fei couldn't help but smile. Not bad for someone in the business. Just from hearing him say that, he asked straight out how many more songs he had. 5 more songs. These 5 songs were all inspired by my feelings before, and I've already named them. They are my old squad leader. Unity is strength. The people who are our soldiers. Returning from target shooting, and your hair brushes my steel gun. Wang Yang was so excited that he almost didn't jump up in place. Anyone else who does creative work doesn't do it for a month or two, or even a year or two. My Xiao Fei, the amount of this creation. This damn them the production team of pigs can produce At my Xiao Fei's suggestion, the two of them sat down on the side of the road and began to get creative. Precisely. It should be created by my Xiao Fei and recorded by Wang Yang. However, when it was time to officially start singing out these songs, my Xiao Fei still said in advance, "It's fine for us to compose together, but before we do, I also need to make a statement with you in advance." Wang Yang's heart lifted. He wasn't afraid of anything, but now, he had something to be afraid of. That's when my Xiao Fei suddenly regretted not wanting to work with him. "Although I know your family has money, but the money aspect you can rest assured that the share will definitely give you the most." My Xiao Fei was filled with black lines. Does he look like he's that desperate for money? Or does he look money hungry? My Xiao Fei shook his head and said, "What I want to state is not about money. I just want to tell you that I'm only responsible for the songwriting part of the song. As for the singing and other parts, I won't be involved." End of chapter. Words. Wang Yang's heart that was in his throat was swallowed back again. My Xiao Fei's problem of talking with a big gasp can easily give people a heart attack. Wang Yang held my Xiao Fei's hand, his eyes glowing. The current him was afraid that my Xiao Fei would regret or something and quickly said, "Of course this is no problem. Come as you wish." Seeing Wang Yang who was looking at him, my Xiao Fei suddenly felt a little strange. Somehow, my Xiao Fei suddenly experienced the feeling of a girl being stared at by a horny wolf. Seeing this strange look in my Xiao Fei's eyes, Wang Yang quickly took his hand back and smiled modestly, saying, "Oh, I just got a little excited. I heard that the song you sang out at the very beginning was so lethal that it directly sang out a few deserters. And behind it was even directly listed as a band song by Captain Zhou. Why don't we start with this song? How about that?" My Xiao Fei nodded his head, and without dilly-dallying, started singing straight away, without accompaniment. My Xiao Fei's clean singing voice is already very appealing. Hearing the first few lines of the opening lyrics, Wang Yang was subbed into the melody. At first, Wang Yang thought that even if it was any more lethal, it would be impossible to inflict damage on someone like him. The reason why new recruits become deserters because of a song may be that they suddenly arrive in the army and don't adapt to the life in the army for a while, but halfway through hearing it, Wang Yang then completely realized in his heart that he was the one who was wrong, until the whole song is listened to. At this time, Wang Yang's heart had completely understood the feelings of those new recruits. Who the hell doesn't feel bad after listening to this song? Even after Wang Yang heard, the heart cannot help but miss the old mother who carefully cared for and brought him up. I do understand now why this song is listed as banned. If you hear this during new training, the killing power has to be magnified even more by several times. In the next few moments, Wang Yang began to record the lyrics and melody with the assistance of my Xiao Fei. As for the rest of the soundtrack and whatnot, my Xiao Fei just left it to them. Wang Yang also followed my Xiao Fei and started to learn the song. After learning it, my Xiao Fei began to follow up with the next song, "The Motherland Will Not Forget." Then came the third song. From the first two songs, Wang Yang can determine that the quality of my Xiao Fei's creation is definitely not low, thinking that he will be my Xiao Fei's first listening to this new song. Wang Yang's heart suddenly felt by the heart to say that I can't say the mood. Excited, happy, or accomplished. Wang Yang was the first to hear such a great song. My Xiao Fei said, the name of the third song is called My Old Squad Leader. Having said that, Wang Yang wrote down the title of the song on a piece of paper. After singing, my Xiao Fei checked the progress of the system mission in his mind. The songwriting progress side still shows 0 of 5. But when you think about it, that's not surprising. After all, he's just singing the song out and recording the melody now. The song isn't being fully composed at this point. It didn't take long for the 5 songs to be sung by my Xiao Fei, and Wang Yang completed the record and all followed my Xiao Fei and learned to sing a few times. Even though Wang Yang was recording, he just wanted to sing along with my Xiao Fei. After all 5 songs were recorded, Wang Yang did not even stay, directly ran back to the troupe overnight to report, and instantly ready to start on the 5 songs to improve. Others are creative. And Max Xiu Fei? This can't be called creating. This is just spitting out. To directly create 5 extremely high-quality songs in one breath. Who could top that? If those songwriters knew about my Xiao Fei's ability to create, wouldn't they have to spit out a mouthful of old blood on the spot? In the past few days, the inside of the troupe turned into a yearly affair. Hanging lanterns, writing Chinese New Year couplets, gathering for dinner, watching the Spring Festival dinner together, and so on. New Year's Day. It's impossible to say that recruits don't miss home. For the first 2 years of his military service, he couldn't return home for New Year's Eve. And naturally Lin Tao understood Lu Xiaoshan and the others very well. After all, I came from this time myself back in the day. Lin Tao went to get his cell phone early. Back to the dormitory. Every recruit could not help but be bereft. Lin Tao sent his cell phone to the crowd. If they were suddenly given a cell phone on a regular day, they would probably just jump for joy. But even if they touched a cell phone now, their hearts were not happy. Lin Tao comforted. Maybe since you were little you've been at home on New Year's Eve. And this will be the first time in your life that you're spending New Year's Eve outside. Chinese New Year is one of the most important days of the year, when families are reunited. I also understand you. And to be honest, I am also homesick. Who can be at such a time and not miss their home? It may seem strange to each of you that this is a time of peace. So why can't we still go home during the New Year? Suppose each of you is on vacation during the New Year's holidays, and everyone in the army goes home for the New Year. But have you ever thought about who will guard the motherland and the people in the event of a sudden conflict during the New Year's holidays? What we give up is a small family, but what we get in return is a big family, and it is because of this that we can get this reunion of thousands of families. These truths they hear and they understand, but the mind still gets homesick. Lin Tao said, "All call home, it's a good time now. You can see your family with your cell phone. If this were before, it might be hard to make a phone call on New Year's Eve." Lu Xiaoshan sighed for a moment in his heart. In the dormitory, the recruits each held a cell phone and called home. After all the phone calls, this homesickness of theirs just got a little better. Lin Tao clapped his hands and said, "All right, don't be upset anymore. In the future, the army will be your second home, and New Year's Eve will be celebrated at home as well as in the army. Breakfast should be ready in the cafeteria by now. Let's go, and take you guys to improve your meals. Let's make dumplings together in the evening. We'll make them ourselves and eat them ourselves. When we make dumplings at night, don't lose face in front of the other companies. Even if we make dumplings, our company has to make the fairest and best looking dumplings." With Lin Tao and the squad mates calming them down, the recruits were already in a much better mood. There aren't that many rules in the cafeteria today. Soldiers were able to speak to each other and say their New Year's wishes. This is the first time I've seen a cafeteria like this. The recruits couldn't help but exclaim. The inside of the cafeteria is not as serious as it is on weekdays now, but full of the flavor of the year, when the meal still has to be a collective and unified start. Looking at these meals in front of them, Lu Xiaoshan and the others couldn't believe their eyes. It wasn't that they didn't eat well on a regular basis, but today's meal was just too good. Holy, so those people can make something that smells this good? End of chapter. Seeing such a rich meal in front of me, the recruits got great relief in their hearts, and since they couldn't go home anymore anyway, they might as well let their appetites go and eat well here. The food in the troop is considered to be quite acceptable on weekdays, but after all, it was New Year's Day, and the food in the army was many times better than usual. Lin Tao laughed. "Open your appetite and eat as much as you want. Don't you usually clamor for extra food? Today, just eat hard for me, and if the dishes are gone, just keep cooking, save your energy, and we'll make dumplings and watch the Spring Festival Gala together tonight." Lu Xiaoshan and the others gave a cheer. Seeing this scene around him, my Xiao Fei's heart was filled with nostalgia. Only what my Xiao Fei showed was a bit too bland. At this time of year, meals are not so tightly regulated. After all, It's New Year's Eve, so we can talk to each other and liven up the atmosphere. Lu Xiaoshan asked as he stuffed meat into his mouth in large gulps. Brother Fei, today I see that you're still in a smooth mood. Don't you want to go home? And it's like you're familiar with the vibe. My Xiao Fei couldn't help but smile in his heart. This Lu Xiaoshan was quite accurate in reading people, and even directly saw the true thoughts within his heart. My Xiao Fei did miss his home. Only, it wasn't the home in this world that he was thinking about. Others called home and the scene was a sad one. My Xiao Fei called home as a normal father and son gossip a few sentences. Sounds very common, and nothing special. What's the use of being homesick? You can't go back even if you want to. The army is kind of our second home. So there's nothing wrong with spending a New Year's Eve here. And not surprisingly, you'll only be in the army for 2 years. Besides, there's nothing wrong with spending New Year's Eve in the army. There's family at home and comrades in the army. And it's lively to get together. What my Xiao Fei said was very ordinary, but it was word for word to Lu Xiaoshan's heart. It wasn't that Lin Tao hadn't said so. The reason why Lin Tao had said so was because Lin Tao was the old class president. For my Xiao Fei to have such an awareness and say such words, Lu Xiaoshan's heart was deeply touched. Same with new recruits. But Lu Xiaoshan felt that the gap between him and my Xiao Fei was just too much. There are many group activities on New Year's Day. One day down, the people again got the spring couplets. And the lanterns, busy this and that. A day is not idle. The New Year's Eve in the army is much more intense than the New Year's Eve outside. The homesickness in the hearts of the new recruits had also been greatly comforted. And in the evening, it was the new recruits and veterans who gathered together to make dumplings and watch the Spring Festival Gala. Although they weren't at home this Spring Festival, being in the military was something else. 3 months of new training is a long time and a short time. It seemed as if in the blink of an eye it would be time to say goodbye to each other and go down to the company. Today, this past day, was the recruit test. Early in the morning, the crowd of recruits assembled. Su Zhilong carried his hands behind his back and scanned each new recruit. Tomorrow is the new training test. Don't try to improvise on the last day. How you train during the weekdays is how you will be during the test. We're not training today either. So all of you give me a good rest and adjust your condition. Don't embarrass me tomorrow. Words. The recruits looked at me. I looked at you. Full of confusion. What kind of madness is the company commander smoking today? The exams are tomorrow and you want a vacation today? Seeing that the crowd of recruits didn't say anything, Su Zhilong made a stern face and said loudly, "What? Don't you want to take a vacation? If you don't want to take a vacation, run a 5 kilometer for me now." As the words fell, the recruits shook their heads. Wants a vacation? Until the time they returned to the dormitory. The hearts of the crowd were still a bit fluttering. This new training during 3 months in addition to training is training. Suddenly vacation. They are still a little uncomfortable. Seeing the crowd's appearance, Lin Tao teased, "If you guys feel uncomfortable without training, I'll take you out for a 3-kilometer run to warm up." Lu Xiaoshan and the others shook their heads back and forth. Of course, my Xiao Fei was the only one who didn't shake his head. Giving you guys a vacation is really just a way for you to relax and unwind and get in shape. You guys have been training for such a long time, and your strength is basically set here. It's not to say that you don't have room for improvement in the future. On the contrary, you have a lot of room for improvement. But tomorrow is the lower company assessment, and in this 1 day's time, you guys won't be able to improve much more. If you train too hard, it could backfire tomorrow instead. Today, this day off, all give me a good adjustment to adjust the state. Tomorrow to face the examination at the peak level. If you really can't spare the time to want to go to training, don't practice too hard. Yes. Lu Xiaoshan and the others responded in unison. My Xiao Fei then didn't return to the dormitory with Lu Xiaoshan and the others, but directly turned towards the training ground for training. Having lived 2 lifetimes and been a soldier for both of them, training had become a habit for my Xiao Fei. Seeing my Xiao Fei first ran to train, Lin Tao also did not say anything to let Lu Xiaoshan they also go to train words. As long as they still have some winning heart in their hearts, it is estimated that to the dormitory in no time will have to run out. Back to the dorms, Lu Xiaoshan and the others collapsed directly onto their beds, wanting to have a good sleep. Since the beginning of the new training, they had never had a good sleep, but when they had just closed their eyes, in their minds, there was an image of my Xiao Fei training outside. Even if he wanted to sleep no matter how much, there was a shadow of my Xiao Fei's constant training in his mind. People as talented and strong as my Xiao Fei had run out to train, while those of them who weren't that strong were still lazing around in the dormitory. The more they thought about it, the more it passed through their minds. The recruits of the 8th class were the ones who forced themselves to stay in bed for close to an hour, and eventually, unable to lie down any longer, they got up and ran outside. In the dormitory, the two of them, Lin Tao and the class vice, looked at each other and smiled. If it wasn't for my Xiao Fei being there, it's estimated that these new recruits wouldn't be as strong as they are now. Ban Vice nodded and said, Words that can be passed down to this day have their significance. Close to the vermilion, close to the ink, the black. The two men's hearts were filled with sighs of relief. Sometimes having a strong person in the class really spurs the others to be competitive, which makes them work harder and also keep getting stronger. The next day, the day of the recruit test, my Xiao Fei got up even earlier than before, and while the others were still asleep, my Xiao Fei had already run an unknown number of laps on the training ground. When Lu Xiaoshan and the others woke up and saw that my Xiao Fei wasn't there, they couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Brother Fei is running for third-class merit this time. End of chapter. People are more angry than people, especially when comparing it to someone like my Xiao Fei. It could literally piss people off. People fall into the category of talent plus hard work. They, in turn, have average talent and try a little bit, but don't try particularly hard. Although their strength was a bit better than most of the new recruits, they were still too far behind compared to my Xiao Fei. Lin Tao also said it this time. So that's why. It's not for no reason that my Xiao Fei is strong. People are talented and willing to work hard. Stimulated by my Xiao Fei, Lu Xiaoshan and the others were also unable to sit still, and in the small period of time before the new recruits' examination, they also ran to the training ground to run a lap or two to find their feelings. The recruit test officially begins at 8 in the morning. At 7:50, the recruits gathered on the training ground, and Zhou Jiangwo, after a brief speech, arrived at 8 o'clock, and the examination officially began. The first test was the physical fitness test, which was the simplest and most testing of strength. When you practice well on a regular basis, you definitely run well. You don't practice well on a regular basis, and you certainly don't run well. Running, there is no way to speculate, only hard power. Under the stimulation of my Xiao Fei, each of the recruits of the 8th class had better physical fitness. Not to say that each of them could run to within 11.5 minutes, but the worst of them, they could all run to 13 minutes. Some of the fitter ones can even run under 11.5 minutes, which is excellent. The examination was assessed in the order of the companies, and Su Zhilong and his 3 companies were last in line, during which time they were able to have a good buffer. It's just that when recruits with exceptionally good grades show up in his company, the recruits at the back of the line get more or less stressed out. In every company, there are destined to be so many recruits who are physically superior. The first company team, and the second company team both ran through, and both emerged as characters who could run for 10 minutes. There was even a recruit inside Company I who ran to 9 minutes and 30 seconds. My Xiao Fei's physical fitness is very strong, but the physical fitness of those recruits in the first company and second company is not weak. Those recruits with the best physical fitness are practicing long-distance running before enlisting in the army, and the recruit in the first company is a third-class athlete before entering the army. These 3 kilometers were as simple as a drink of water for this new recruit. The company commanders of the first and second companies had that smug look on their faces as they looked over to the third company's side. Not only were there top-notch ones in the third company, but they also had top-notch ones in the first and second companies as well, and they knew that my Xiao Fei was very strong, so they single-handedly trained these top-notch recruits over the course of these 3 months. Seeing the 2 smug looks, Su Zhilong, the deputy company commander, all looked at each other and smiled. It was not true that those plucky soldiers of Company 1 and Company 2 were very strong, but my Xiao Fei's strength was, well, stronger than theirs. They were training, and my Xiao Fei was likewise training. They weren't the only ones making progress, there was also my Xiao Fei. Before officially going on the field, Lin Tao walked to the side of my Xiao Fei, patted my Xiao Fei's shoulder and said, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself, just play normally. As long as you play steadily, you're not running for the first place in this synthesis." My Xiao Fei laughed. "So far, there's no one who can make me feel pressured. As for the comprehensive first side, I'm holding steady at second and striving for first." The corner of Lin Tao's mouth twitched. This guy, Mac Shu Fei, says he's number 2. Who else can have the face to say he's number 1? Seeing that my Xiao Fei's mindset was more relaxed, Lin Tao was also relieved to let my Xiao Fei go on the field without any worries in his heart. Soldiers of the 8th class took the field one after another. During the preparation, my Xiao Fei said to Lu Xiaoshan and the others, "How to run next is all up to you guys. I could have run ahead of you in training before, but this is a recruit test, and I have to take it seriously, and so do you. I'm going to give it my all this time for 3 kilometers, in order to facilitate the efficiency of the assessment. So the runway is not just a squad of soldiers. There were a lot of recruits on the runway test. The squad leaders of each squad were silently cheering on their squad's recruits in their minds as they looked toward the track. My Xiao Fei's name had long been known in the regiment. The examiner naturally knew of my Xiao Fei's name, but he wasn't sure exactly what kind of strength my Xiao Fei had. Looking at the my Xiao Fei in front of him, the examiner's heart was full of anticipation. The examiner raised his hands high and raised his voice. "Ready, recruits, get into starting positions." With a whistle, My Xiao Fei ejected as if he were a bullet. This one gave the examiner a direct look of confusion. He'd been an examiner for so many years. He'd seen all kinds of recruits. Like my Xiao Fei, such recruits that are not in the minority. Many recruits want to start the game to run hard out of the wind. But in the end, like this, want to make a splash of the recruits many are barely able to pass, or even did not pass. The examiner frowned slightly, and in his heart, his expectations for my Xiao Fei directly lowered by half. A deserter is a deserter after all. Even if you come back and perform well, your state of mind is still the same, and once you have some strength, arrogance comes out naturally. However, Lin Tao, Su Zhilong and the others were full of indifference. If my Xiao Fei hadn't run like that today, they would have thought it was strange. Seeing that both my Xiao Fei's company commander and squad leader's expressions were so bland, the examiner's heart turned strange. Under normal circumstances, if any recruit ran like that, then that recruit's company commander would have to be green in the face. But when my Xiao Fei ran like this, he was able to see some anticipation on Su Zhilong's face. The examiner had thought that my Xiao Fei had used his full strength at the beginning. People like my Xiao Fei, usually halfway through the run, the speed will be greatly reduced, running to 1,000 meters later, directly into the jogging, but the whole circle goes down. My Xiao Fei's speed, however, hadn't changed in the slightest. Moreover, my Xiao Fei's current speed looked surprisingly faster than it had been at the beginning. Hiss, the examiner sucked in a breath of cold air. You can basically tell if a guy is a good runner by having him go up and run a lap. Those who want to show off, a lap down, the pace that are quite heavy, the speed of the rapid decline. But my Xiao Fei was different. The current my Xiao Fei was as light as a swallow and quite comfortable. Slowly, anticipation grew in the examiner's mind. 1 lap went down, 2 laps went down, and after a while, my Xiao Fei was about to finish 2.5 laps, and at that point, my Xiao Fei's speed still hadn't decayed in the slightest. The examiner looked at the hand of the timer. At this time, the time used by my Xiao Fei is only 8 minutes more. As long as the last 500 meters my Xiao Fei can play steadily, running into 9 minutes is not a problem at all. By the time my Xiao Fei had run 2.5 laps, suddenly, my Xiao Fei's pace increased violently and his speed suddenly increased. Even the examiners couldn't help but explode in their minds. Holy, he can even accelerate? End of chapter. The examiner was confused. I thought that my Xiao Fei was running so fast because he was trying to be brave, but I didn't expect that people my Xiao Fei really had this strength, and this strength had to belong to the first echelon. If he could run for 9 minutes, then even my Xiao Fei would be equivalent to the standard of a second-class athlete. It wasn't true that they were generally more physically fit as soldiers, but no matter how physically fit they were, they couldn't compare to professional athletes after all. This is true even for special forces. Unlike their soldiers, who need to practice a lot of items, physical fitness being just one of them, the athletes only need to practice that one item every day and keep refining on that one item. This just goes to show how terrifying my Xiao Fei's physical abilities really are. A recruit's physical ability, however, is directly comparable to that of a professional athlete. The other recruits on the runway were confused in their minds, for as they ran, they heard very rapid and very loud footsteps coming from behind them. The sound made them panic. The next thing that happened was my Xiao Fei's figure whooshing past them. With the speed of my Xiao Fei compared to the speed of those recruits, the speed difference between them was more than a point or two. Saying that my Xiao Fei was flying this was not too much at all. My Xiao Fei's speed kept accelerating, a speed that looked almost faster than a 100-meter sprint. And that was because my Xiao Fei had used berserk points. This stuff is frankly like an enhanced version of adrenaline. When my Xiao Fei crossed the finish line, the examiner quickly pressed the timer, and my Xiao Fei's speed, fixed at 8.59.98 seconds. At this point, the examiner no longer knew what words to use to describe his current mood. This 500-meter distance, my Xiao Fei only used 1 minute of time, averaging out, it was 12 seconds to run through 100 meters. It was as if the person standing in front of the examiner was not a human being, but a monster. Professional 100-meter athletes, running to 12 seconds is a third-class standard, and that's all they do is run 100 meters. And what about Max Xiu Fei? It's running 500 meters straight and all at 100-meter pace. Demon is too demonic, murmured the examiner. Su Zhilong and the others didn't feel the slightest surprise when they heard about my Xiao Fei's results. After all, it wasn't an accident that my Xiao Fei's results were good. It was an accident that his results were bad. After the 3 kilometers, the other tests followed immediately. The physical fitness aspect is all centralized in one test. After the 3 kilometers, there is the mine throwing, and after that, there are the pull-ups. Upon arrival at the mine casting site, each recruit was moving his arms, thinking over and over in his head about the mine casting maneuver. On a day like today, every recruit is pumped up 200% before going on the field. Lin Tao exhorted. Treat the test as a field training. Don't be so nervous when you go on the field that you forget everything. It's not like this hasn't happened before. You can afford to be ashamed of this. I can't afford to be ashamed of this. Get on the field and give me your best shot. Every movement must be standardized. As long as your lightning throws are standardized, your results won't be bad. Yes. One by one, the recruits took the field with mixed results. While the recruits in both Company 1 and Company 2 had both underperformed and overperformed, by Company 3, the results were generally more consistent, if not better. The third company just stands out as a stable of results. Not particularly good, not particularly bad, but with a relatively high average score. Looking at my Xiao Fei, who was about to enter the ring, Su Zhilong clasped his hands in front of his chest, his heart filled with sighs. If it wasn't for my Xiao Fei, I'm afraid their three companies wouldn't have done as well as they did now. On the field, the examiners call the roll in turn, and the recruits whose names are called go up in order to throw mines. There are 2 chances to throw a mine, and the final score will be taken as the best one. If you play badly in the first time, and adjust properly in the second time, the score shouldn't be too bad. The first one up was McFly, which was just as well as it allowed McFly to come up and give them an example. Seeing Lu Xiaoshan and their slightly nervous appearance, my Xiao Fei said, "This is not much different from throwing stones. I'll give you a sample to see how I throw." After walking to the venue, my Xiao Fei received the model grenade for the test. After an order from the examiner, my Xiao Fei took a few quick steps backward, wanting to throw the grenade far away. Running aid was an essential part. Lu Xiaoshan and the others were also watching my Xiao Fei intently. These processes, they are familiar with, cannot be more familiar. Since running 3 kilometers, they are full of mind-throwing process, afraid of a moment when they are on the field to play out of order. Seeing my Xiao Fei's set of movements, Lu Xiaoshan muttered, "The whole body fires." The feet stomp the ground vigorously when throwing it out, and then use the waist strength to drive the big arm, so that the big arm strength will then drive the small arm, and ultimately throw out the most perfect arc at an angle of 45 degrees. After Lu Xiaoshan finished chanting here, the grenade in my Xiao Fei's hand was also slammed out with a whoosh. The grenade made a perfect arc in the air. The better performers among the recruits were only 40 or 50 meters, so the examiners usually didn't put their vision too far out. But this time, my Xiao Fei's was different. The examiner was so negligent that he almost didn't see the grenade in the air. Hiss. Seeing the arc of the grenade in the air, the examiner knew that the distance of this mine throw was definitely not less than 65 meters. Going higher, it could even be over 70 meters. Eventually, the grenade landed on the ground and dust from the ground rose in all directions. The surveyor quickly runs to the grenade drop point and measures it. 74.2 meters. The examiner did a double take. What would be the concept of throwing more than 70 meters in this recruit test? With more practice down the road, it's not impossible to throw up to 80 or 90 meters. For the second time, McFly fine-tuned it again. This time, the performance was even more direct at 78.1 meters. That pitch is a straight-up record for the entire corps. The examiner in charge of throwing mines, at this moment, was in the same mood as the one who had just been in charge of the 3 kilometers. Thought McFly couldn't do it, but it turns out McFly can be even more fierce. Back in line, my Xiao Fei said to the crowd, "As long as the process is all correct, the pitch won't be too bad. It's very simple." The corners of the recruits' mouths twitched. "You think everyone is like you. They make even more force as 40 or 50 meters. And my Xiao Fei this casually throw, directly is thrown to more than 70 meters, or even nearly 80 meters. People are more angry than people." The examination had only been conducted in 2 categories, but Su Zhilong already had an answer in his mind as to who the overall number 1 was this time. This recruiting class still has talent that is very high and strong, but compared to my Xiao Fei, no matter how talented or strong they were, they might not be able to match the veterans, and my Xiao Fei was now stronger than some of the veterans. End of chapter. The mine throwing test was quicker, and then it was time for the pull-ups. While traveling to the examination room where the test causes upward movement, Lu Xiaoshan was filled with bitterness. On the side, his roommate joked, "How is our Xiaoshan preparing this time? We're striving for 12 this time." Lu Xiaoshan blankly glanced at him and said without any good humor, "Go go go. Stay wherever it's cool." Having said that, Lu Xiaoshan muttered again, "Pull-ups are too unfair to people like me, let alone 12. Before I came to the army, it was hard enough for me to do 2, 12 to pass and 16 to excel. Isn't that difficult? Especially when you have to ask for a reverse grip, and your chin has to be over the line, and it's not good enough to swing your body back and forth to lend a hand." After coming to the army for such a long time, Lu Xiaoshan's slightly chubby figure was no better. All have lost some weight before, but it was the day of the new year. Lu Xiaoshan could be said to have used only one day to eat back the weight he had lost before directly. In this regard, Lu Xiaoshan was also very distressed. With his physique, that's hating to drink cold water to gain weight. Under Su Zhilong's specialized intensive training, Lu Xiaoshan tried his best which barely managed to reach the passing line. After arriving at the assessment site, my Xiao Fei led the 8th class recruits in warming up activities. Lu Xiaoshan agonized as he warmed up. If my Xiao Fei could split his grade, I'm afraid that my Xiao Fei's grade from doing a pull-up seat alone could make their entire class excellent. Facing every test, my Xiao Fei's demeanor was so comfortable. After getting on the court, under the watchful eyes of everyone, my Xiao Fei did pull-ups one after another. My Xiao Fei did not do the pull-ups particularly fast, but at a relatively even pace, and during the process, my Xiao Fei did not wobble in any way. The current my Xiao Fei was more like a refined piece of machinery that was keeping a movement running non-stop without the slightest error. Seeing this standardized movement of my Xiao Fei, even the examiner couldn't help but praise him in his heart. The answer to whether or not pull-ups are strong can be found just by looking at the first few. My Xiao Fei had now done 6 pull-ups, from the first to the 6th, with standardized movements and even speed. As you can see from here, with my Xiao Fei's strength, excellence is not a problem at all. For McFly, excellence might just be a starting point. The examiner counted silently in his mind. In the blink of an eye, my Xiao Fei had done 20 pull-ups. Lu Xiaoshan's heart could not be more envious. People do 20 pull-ups with no effort at all. He's dying to do 12. McFly kept the pace up and continued to do it flat out. Although it has long since reached the standard of excellence, but after all, it is still able to do more. After all, the comprehensive first can get a third-class merit. This third-class merit, don't for nothing. The pull-ups done by my Xiao Fei attracted a lot of people. And Su Zhilong searched the crowd for the first company commander, the second company commander. At this point, the expressions on the faces of the first and second company commanders were no longer so smug. Under everyone's communicative gaze, my Xiao Fei ended up with 100 full pull-ups. There's actually a lot more that McFly can continue to do, but there's really no point in going any further. It's like casting a thunderbolt. My Xiao Fei could have thrown farther, but my Xiao Fei didn't throw his own limit directly. Firstly, because other people's results wouldn't exceed his, and secondly, because my Xiao Fei also wanted to keep his own record to break in the future. When he came off the field, McFly acted like nothing was wrong. The others were dying of exhaustion after doing their pull-ups, constantly moving their arms and furrowing their brows together. On the contrary, my Xiao Fei was now full of relief. The corner of Lu Xiaoshan's mouth twitched as he said, "Brother Fei, you can't have not used your full strength yet." The roommates said, "What's the point?" By the look of Fei's relaxed demeanor, he'll be able to do 50 more, to say the least. Lu Xiaoshan wanted to cry. It was normal for there to be gaps between people, and it was normal for there to be large gaps, but for there to be such a large gap between people like my Xiao Fei and them, this was not normal. The same recruits, the same training, what's the difference? My Xiao Fei laughed. There's no point in doing that much. 100 pull-ups should be able to hold on to the number 1 spot in the item of pull-ups, and continuing to do so is delaying everyone's time. Words. Even Lin Tao's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This kid, Versailles has gone to his head. 100 pull-ups and still say you should be able to hold on to first place? You think every recruit is a monster like you? That's an achievement that even a veteran couldn't match. It was estimated that if my Xiao Fei was allowed to continue doing pull-ups again, he would have to directly break the record of the whole group. The next other physical fitness test. Each subject, my Xiao Fei is in a crushing position to obtain the first. At first, the first company commander and the second company commander had fantasies about any physical fitness subject that could surpass my Xiao Fei, but after assessing so many subjects, the illusions in their minds were completely shattered. The two men gathered together and sized up my Xiao Fei together. They had been enlisted for so long, and it was the first time they had seen a soldier like my Xiao Fei. With my Xiao Fei's current scores, even if all of my Xiao Fei's scores in the back were 0, he would still be able to get the overall first place. After the physical fitness related test, there is the shooting test, not to mention in the area of shooting. With the skills enhancement, it was hard for my Xiao Fei to even think about hitting the wrong way, and the 5 bullet holes that were hit were almost on the verge of overlapping. The examiner scrutinized half a day before finally determining my Xiao Fei's full ring score. The new training assessment lasted 2 days. All the subjects ended. My Xiao Fei with the first section of the results of the end of the new recruits assessment. In many subjects, my Xiao Fei's results were even fiercer than he had trained on weekdays. There was no longer any dispute among the crowd of recruits as to the hands to which this third-class honor would fall. It was estimated that even if the special forces came, they wouldn't be able to compare to my Xiao Fei's grades in all subjects. And now, the crowd was discussing whether or not they could make it into the top 20. In addition to discussing grades, it was then a discussion of which company they might go to. After all, after the examination, they will have to part ways. Although they were all in the same regiment, they all had their own training on weekdays, and it wouldn't be that simple to see each other again. Lu Xiaoshan and the others were so sad, and my Xiao Fei looked relatively calm and at ease no matter what time of day it was. It was as if the impending separation would not have much effect on my Xiao Fei. Fei, we'll be separated soon. Aren't you sad? My Xiao Fei gave Lu Xiaoshan a blank look and said, the next company is being made to look like it's going to be heaven and earth forever by you guys. End of chapter. The day after the assessment is completed. Inside the regimental auditorium. 6 companies of recruits. Over 600 recruits. All gathered here. Today, it's a ceremony to honor and recognize new recruits before they leave the company. Regiment Commander Zhou Jiangwo sat in the center of the stage and rushed the more than 600 recruits below. After 3 months of training, both mentally and militarily, you have all reached the standard of a basic soldier. Congratulations, you are fully and officially part of the Chinese military. Well, without further ado, I declare that, below, the investiture ceremony will take place. After Zhou Jiangwo finished speaking, the Minister of Propaganda was shouting, all rise, swish, all the soldiers in the auditorium, including the group of regimental leaders on the stage, all stood up and stood with their heads held high. Zhou Jiangwo swept across the room and shouted in a loud voice, now, I announce that the investiture ceremony begins. Zhou Jiangwo's voice fell, and the following recruits began to take out their ranks from their pockets. The rank of private in the first year is a bar. Because of the regular uniform worn, the rank is required to be worn and buttoned up, not just glued on like a training uniform. The squad leaders also left their positions and quickly instructed the recruits to wear their rank. Before coming to the rally, they had practiced many times while in the company camp. So, wearing it, it's a lot smoother. After all the recruits had finished wearing their ranks, Zhou took the lead, facing the national flag and the military flag to take the oath. When it was over, the crowd sat down again. Zhou Jiangwo picked up the microphone and continued. Alright, the investiture ceremony is over. Next, before we proceed to the rewarding recognition of the various types of standard bearers who have already ranked in the top 20 of the new training assessment results, we're going to have a review meeting first. Saying that, Zhou Jiangwo's face became somewhat serious and ugly. As you should have heard, less than a month after your enlistment, there were comrades who had slipped in their thinking and refused to serve in the military, to the point of committing the act of escaping from the camp over the wall. As soon as Zhou Jiangwo said this, on the side of the 3rd company of recruits, the eyes of the recruits, all of them were unanimously skimming towards where my Xiao Fei was. They all knew who this person was that the chief was talking about. Although, my Xiao Fei came back, and was very active in the later training, even in the examination. Every subject got the first place, but there was no way to make the crowd forget that he had made mistakes before. My Xiao Fei, himself, was even more red in the face, full of embarrassment. In his heart, there were even countless grass mud horses galloping past. It is clear that he is not a deserter, but he has to take the blame for the original owner. Who can understand what it's like to be shot while lying down? Zhou Jiangwo's gaze also lingered on my Xiao Fei's body for a moment, and then he continued. And then, almost 2 months after the start of the new training, there were still 6 other comrades who did the same thing. That recruit behind him, who was also fleeing because of a moment of confusion, also had a shameful face and lowered his head. The hell knows that night, my Xiao Fei song Green Flowers in the Army had such a strong aftertaste. According to military discipline, it would have been possible to simply dismiss the 7 of them outright. However, it is remembered that these 7 know their mistakes and are extremely active in their future training, obeying the instructions of their superiors' orders. Therefore, after discussion at the regimental command, it was decided that his military status could be retained, but having made a mistake, punishment, naturally, is inevitable. 7 people, all of whom are to be given one serious warning and, here, to be reviewed in public. After Zhou Jiangwo finished speaking, the Minister of Propaganda was reading out the names of those 7 new recruits. My Xiao Fei, naturally, was in there. The 7 went up with their prepared reviews. My Xiao Fei was the first to step forward and began to review. The content of the review is nothing more than a deep realization of their own mistakes. How to apologize for the cultivation of the army, the company commander, the squad leader's expectations, the parents' expectations and the back of the promise to be how hard to train and so on and so forth. The other 6, pretty much the same. A review is supposed to be just going through the process. No one will listen carefully. After the 7 people reviewed and went down, Zhou Jiangwo then said with satisfaction, very well, I believe that these 7 comrades, too, have deeply realized their mistakes. I hope that after they go down to the company, they will continue to strengthen their ideology and hone their military qualities well, so that they will not be ashamed of this uniform on their bodies. Next, for the third element, the awards for the various categories of standard bearers. Since joining the army, you have also studied and trained in numerous military subjects, including ideological and political studies, formation, internal hygiene, physical fitness, shooting and other subject training. In order to reward comrades who excel in all types of subjects, the regiment has also set up standard bearer certificate recognition for all types of subjects. The one with the best grades gets the title of standard bearer. Next, let the political commissar announce the standard bearers for each type of subject. Since the political commissar has been studying at the National Defense University for the past few months and only arrived back today, we don't know each other very well. Now, by the way, let's all get acquainted too. Zhou Jiangwo finished. The political commissar is to take over the microphone. The scene, timely applause. Hello everyone, my name is Chen Han, and I'm also your political commissar. I'm sorry I didn't get to meet you all during your new training, but now, I'm happy to be back in time to be part of the award ceremony. Okay, let's cut the crap and get right to the awards. Chen Han picked up the certificate and opened it, then scanned the room with a smile on his lips. Below, we announced the comrade who won the ideological and political learning standard bearer. And he is, Recruit Company 1, Class 5, Zhao Dekai. Let's give a round of applause to Comrade Zhao Dekai to come up and receive the award. Slap. When Chen Han's voice fell, the scene was filled with warm applause. Zhao Dekai couldn't hide his excitement and ran up. Below, the third company instructor glanced at my Xiao Fei, and his heart sighed slightly, revealing a touch of pity. If my Xiao Fei is not because of the deserter status, according to his academic performance, take this ideological and political learning standard bearer. Absolutely appropriate. Regimental Commander Zhou Jiangwo personally presented a certificate to Zhao Dekai and put a big red flower on him. Then, under the warm applause of the whole audience, Zhao Dekai ran down. Chen Han took the second certificate. The face that was originally smiling couldn't help but stiffen when it saw the name inside. The name? Sure, there's nothing wrong with it? Because on top of the certificate, the name written was none other than my Xiao Fei. And just now, because of being a deserter, the first one to come up for review, it seems, is also called my Xiao Fei. This can't be the same person, can it? I'm sorry, but I had a bit of an emergency today, so I could only update one chapter. Readers who have recommendation tickets and monthly tickets in hand, remember to give the author a few. Also, ask for a little catch-up reading. The book is currently in PK and needs your catch-up reading to get a good grade. Catching up, that is, reading this last chapter. Thanks a lot, guys. End of chapter. Political Commissar Chen Han looked at the Minister of Propaganda with a bit of uncertainty, wanted to ask him if there was any mistake. The Minister of Propaganda nodded slightly at him, and Chen Han knew that it was true. With curiosity about my Xiao Fei, the deserter, Chen Han once again squeezed out a smile and exclaimed, "Next, the formation standard bearer is announced, and he is, Recruit Company 3, Class 8, my Xiao Fei." A round of applause for everyone. There was applause again. The applause on the side of the third company of recruits was the most intense on this side, including the company commander Su Zhilong. All of them had smiles on their faces as they watched my Xiao Fei run up. Sure enough, it's this kid. Chen Han was originally wondering if it was the same name or not. It wasn't until my Xiao Fei stood up that he was completely sure that this new deserter had really gotten the formation standard bearer. My Xiao Fei went up to the stage, rushed to the head of the political commissar as well as a group of regimental leaders salute, is facing the whole field to continue to salute. The applause continued. Obviously, even if my Xiao Fei was a deserter before, but after these half months of training and assessment behind him, my Xiao Fei had already proved his strength to everyone with his strength. The brilliance of the battle completely overpowers the label of deserter. Everyone, too, recognized his accomplishments. I knew you boys could do it. Zhou Jiangwo handed over the certificate to my Xiao Fei, patted my Xiao Fei's shoulder with relief, and said in a voice that only two people could hear. My Xiao Fei also quickly whispered, "Chief, I said I won't let you down again." Zhou Jiangwo nodded slightly. "Keep up this energy. In the future, your stage is still big. I'm optimistic about you." My Xiao Fei nodded heavily. "Yes, thank you, Chief." After Zhou Jiangwo put a palm-sized red flower on my Xiao Fei ran down. Ding! Just as he sat down, in my Xiao Fei's mind, the system's voice rang out. "Congratulations to the host for earning the title of Team Standard Bearer. Reward merit value points plus 300. My Xiao Fei's eyes lit up. This system is really fast at rewarding people. The last time the merit value was rewarded was the first time I fired live ammunition and received a regimental commendation, which awarded 1,000 points. Now for a squad standard bearer, you get 300 points, which isn't bad at all." On the stage, Chen Han proceeded to take the next certificate and opened it. intending to announce the housekeeping standard bearer. But when he saw the name on it, the smile stiffened again. He looked again at the Minister of Propaganda. The Minister of Propaganda, this time, even revealed an awkward smile and nodded slightly. Chen Han could only say aloud, "Next, the housekeeping standard bearer is announced. And he is, Recruit Company 3, Class 8, Mai Xiao Fei. Applause please." Him again? The entire room of recruits was clearly shocked by the name once again. You just got your formation standard bearer, and then a housekeeping standard bearer? Of course, the recruits on the third company's side could have more or less guessed it. Every week, within the company, there is a housekeeping competition. There was no doubt that Mai Xiao Fei's standard of that housekeeping was sometimes even better than that of the squad leaders. It was at least 2 ranks above what they, the new recruits, had. The level of recruit housekeeping is about the same for several recruit companies. It seems reasonable that McFly would get the housekeeping standard bearer. McFly ran up again to loud applause. Zhou Jiangwo once again smilingly walked over with the certificate's red flowers. "Oh, Xiao Fei, we meet again." Mai Xiao Fei smiled bitterly. "Chief, why don't you give me my reward and take care of it all at once? You and I don't even need to go back and forth with so much trouble." Zhou Jiangwo smiled and scolded. "Nonsense. This is a necessary procedure. You, Captain Me, are not tired of giving awards to your own soldiers. Honorable." "Oh." Mai Xiao Fei's heart warmed and tearfully nodded gratefully at Zhou Jiangwo. From the time he came back, Zhou Jiangwo took care of himself quite well. To have such a good leader, Mai Xiao Fei felt that he was also full of luck. After Mai Xiao Fei went down, the system's 300 merit points, too, were in place. Chen Han picked up the 4th certificate and hesitated to open it. Instead, he looked at the Minister of Propaganda, with eyes that looked like they were asking, "This time, it won't be Mai Xiao Fei again, will it?" But the publicity minister's meaningful smile made his heart skip a beat. "Really?" Chen Han opened, with a hint of shock as well as indescribable anticipation. "Are we done yet? Can't you just post it all at once? You want to play a little mind games with me? There is no way. The rules of procedure are here." Chen Han can only harden his head and shout, "Next, announce the physical fitness standard bearer, Recruit Company 3, Class 8, Mai Xiao Fei." Applause please. The recruits below were envious and helpless, including Chen Han. Watching Mai Xiao Fei run up again, his heart was full of question marks. Why would you be so good at what you do, and then go in desert? In addition to Chen Han, the following recruits even knew that the shooting standard bearer at the back was definitely Mai Xiao Fei as well. Joke. Since the first live firing, which time did Mac Xiao Fei not get a full ring? Such an achievement. If it's not a standard bearer, even they won't be convinced. Mai Xiao Fei doesn't mind. The regimental commander doesn't mind. The recruits don't mind the pain in their palms. But Chen Han felt bored. He had rushed back with great difficulty, and had thought that it was to give an award to the outstanding recruits of each subject, to say a speech or shake hands or something, and perhaps all these standard bearers would later become one of the top soldiers in the regiment, as an early acquaintance. But that's in addition to the first place ideological and political standard bearer. The rest are all Mai Xiao Fei. What's it gonna be? You can't even give a speech, can you? A few more, and one salute with Mai Xiao Fei would be emotional. Can't the other recruits compete? This time, as Zhou Jiangwo was giving Mai Xiao Fei his certificate to wear the 3rd red flower, Chen Han also walked over. "I say, wouldn't it be better for you boys to come up later? Would it?" Chen Han snickered in a small voice. Mai Xiao Fei also laughed a little awkwardly. "Chief, I don't know." Zhou Jiangwo, on the other hand, smiled at Chen Han and said, "Guess? I guess?" Chen Han sprayed on the spot. "I'm guessing your sister. I wouldn't have guessed that a deserter could earn so many standard bearer honors if the ing bike chain had been broken. Okay?" However, listening to Zhou Jiangwo's tone, Chen Han vaguely felt that the few standard bearers at the back might still have the figure of Mai Xiao Fei. 1 minute later, Chen Han, the following is the announcement of the standard bearer for shooting, Recruit Company 3, Squad 8, Mai Xiao Fei. Chen Han, the following is to announce the instrumental standard bearer, Recruit Company 3, Class 8, Mai Xiao Fei. Chen Han, here is the announcement of the bomb-throwing standard bearer, Recruit Company 3, Class 8, Mai Xiao Fei. Chen Han, here is the announcement of the tactical standard bearer, Recruit Company 3, Class 8, Mai Xiao Fei. At the end of the day, Chen Handong's tone of voice, all became a bit feeble, and the recruits below, including those from the 3rd company, were so envious that they were bored as well as their palms hurt from clapping. After going up from Zhao Dekai, the ideological and political standard bearer, the next thing that happened was that Mai Xiao Fei was the only one who kept running back and forth. The feeling they got was that it was a star-studded party, but in the end, it turned into a solo show for a star who had been exposed to a major scandal. It's pretty much bull ******, okay? End of chapter. It is the following that obtained the ideological and political standard bearer Zhao Decai, or vaguely some think. If not before, the thought of my Xiao Fei appeared to be a big slippery slope as a deserter. This ideological and political standard bearer is not his turn to take it. The corners of my Xiao Fei's mouth were cracking up to his ears. Not so much for taking the standard bearer honor. Instead, for each standard bearer, there are 300 merit points. Now it adds up to 2,100. And his body, the entire upper front half of his body, was covered with large red flowers, like a man out of the flowers. Bang! After leading, the 7th standard bearer ran down the steps, ready to return to the line. My Xiao Fei accidentally stepped on the ground and almost fell. It brought the applause to a stunned halt. The crowd looked at him. My Xiao Fei steadied himself and smiled with apologetic embarrassment. Sorry. Too much saffron on the chest. Kind of hard to see the steps. Pay attention. A group of core leaders? Crowd of recruits. If eyes could kill, the current my Xiao Fei would have already been cut into 1,000 pieces by the recruits. This be pretends. Enough to stimulate people awe. In all honesty, my Xiao Fei really didn't say that just to pretend to be a good guy. Rather, there are too many saffron flowers on the body, really blocking the line of sight. On the stage, Chen Han made sure again and again that there were no standard bearer certificates before he breathed a great sigh of relief. After awarding 7 standard bearer certificates to my Xiao Fei in a row, he is a little bit questioning his ability to be a soldier. Someone else, a new recruit, got 7 markers in a row in 3 months. When I was first in the military myself, I was so excited to get one that I lost sleep. Zhou Jiangwo smilingly rushed all the new recruits. Everyone should learn well from comrade my Xiao Fei. There are 8 standard bearers in total, and he alone has taken 7. Other comrades, you'll have to work hard. Okay, here's the second type of award, the Outstanding Recruit Company and the Outstanding Squad Leader and Assistant Squad Leader. After Zhou Jiangwo finished speaking, Political Commissar Chen Han is picking up the certificate. When he saw the name of the company inside, his eyebrows couldn't help but raise. It's this company again. The old man is going to read vomit today. The winner of this year's Outstanding Company in Recruit Training is 3rd Company, 1st Battalion Recruits. I'd like to invite the captain of the 3rd Company to the stage to receive the award. Slap. There was applause, especially on the 3rd Company's side. They all hated the bones. Su Zhilong also stood up with a proud face and ran to the stage under the envious and jealous gazes of the other Recruit Company commanders. At first, he had thought that because of the appearance of this deserter, my Xiao Fei, it would be impossible for their 3rd Company to get this year's Outstanding Company. I didn't realize that my Xiao Fei was back, and it drove the training motivation of the company's recruits, making the 3rd Company in the test, the combined score, the first of the 6 recruit companies. It's true, defeat is also my Xiao Fei, but it's my Xiao Fei who has become Earlier, the company commanders of the other companies had been constantly teasing them about the fact that the 3rd Company had produced a deserter. Now, they all envy the 3rd Company appeared my Xiao Fei this deserter. While the award is not personal to him, it does recognize his ability to lead in practice. What a boost to his future military career. After Su Zhilong went down, Chen Han continued to pick up the certificates for Outstanding Class President and Vice Class President. This time, he didn't even bother to raise an eyebrow. Any more picking and your eyebrows will finish falling off. The winners of this year's Outstanding Squad Leader and Vice Squad Leader in Recruit Training are Squad Leader of the 8th Squad of the 3rd Company of Recruits, Lin Tao, and Vice Squad Leader of the 8th Squad of the 3rd Company of Recruits, Li Duan. Applause please. The two were honored with the title of Outstanding Class President, which did not come as a surprise to the crowd. After all, my Xiao Fei was in their class. Because of my Xiao Fei's achievements in various subjects, the class's overall performance became the best among the nearly 60 classes of the 6 recruit companies. My Xiao Fei has won 7 standard bearers in a row, and it's not reasonable to say that they, as class leaders, can't get this award. And this award, for both of them, is extremely significant. In recent years, military reform has been ongoing. NCOs need to have the honor of good banding if they want to stay in the service. Otherwise, you're out and discharged home, leading a recruiting class to first place. That award carries a lot more weight than leading a class after the next company. The class presidents and vice presidents of the other classes were all envious, secretly regretting that in his own class, how come there is no good soldier like my Xiao Fei? Next, were the awards for the recruits who received the top 20 overall scores in the recruit assessment. As a rule, first place, personal third place, second through fifth place, receive a regimental commendation. 5th through 20th place earned the title of outstanding recruit. The 2nd through 20th place lists were spread rather evenly among the 6 recruiting companies. In almost every company, there is a spot on the list. And when the 4 recruits who had received the regimental commendation came off the stage, It was finally time for the first place awards. In fact, it is no longer necessary to guess who won first place. My Xiao Fei got the standard bearer in all military subjects. If you're number one in all your subjects, aren't you number one in your overall score? Sure enough, Chen Han read out the name of the first recruit, and it was none other than my Xiao Fei. Under the warm applause from the audience, my Xiao Fei stepped onto the stage for the 8th time. When Zhou Jiangwo hung a third-class merit medal and a large red flower twice the size of a standard bearer for my Xiao Fei, the recruits below were so envious that their eyes watered with envy. There's a difference of several grades between a standard bearer and a third class. It's the regimental commendation. It's a small little brother in front of the third class. Though envious, no one questioned or was jealous. Being able to get a first in all subjects is enough to convince them. Even if my Xiao Fei was a deserter before. But you can't dismiss people's accomplishments in training just because they are deserters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining personal third-class merit once, rewarding him with 3,000 points of merit value. Phew! My Xiao Fei took a long breath. Finally, with these 3,000 points, the total number of points, so far, has come to 5,100. You could exchange quite a few skills this time. When everyone was seated and thought the recognition ceremony was going to end, unexpectedly, Zhou Jiangwo said, "Next, proceed to the 5th battle reward." And the crowd had a jaw. It was even the company commanders and instructors below who were puzzled. Isn't it time to recognize all that's been recognized? My Xiao Fei, who was below, was vaguely guessing something. It's that even some of the regimental leaders, it's still not clear. Zhou continued, "I know that everyone is puzzled. Aren't all the commendations for recruit training finished? How come there are still no rush? This next award has nothing to do with recruit training. Please watch the big screen. By the time you're done watching this video, you'll know." Zhou finished and nodded at the propaganda minister. At once, to the confusion of the crowd, the lights in the room dimmed. The projectors on both sides of the auditorium turned on, and in the large screen, a picture also appeared quickly, only to see a bus plummeting off a high bridge. There was a gasp from the recruits. Immediately after that, the scene shifted to see a member of the public leaping off a bridge more than 30 meters high. Please catch up on your reading to the last chapter every day. Ask for recommendations. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. This looks like more than 30 meters, and someone actually dared to jump in to save someone. It's awesome. Not really. If you jump from this height, if you're not careful, you'll just pass out from the impact of the water. Boy, this hero, so much courage. Although they were in the middle of the group, the crowd of recruits could not help but let out gasps of surprise when they saw the scene. The group of leaders did not stop the noise below. It wasn't that they didn't want to stop it, but among the people present, except for the few who had seen this video and knew about it, the others, they were all unclear, including political commissar Chen Han. They were also shocked by the scene in the video where the citizen jumped to the rescue. Though that said, if any of them had come across it, anyone who could swim and knew how to save a life would have chosen to jump in. That is the responsibility and mission that is melted in the bones. But like the man inside, jumping without hesitation, they probably couldn't really do it. Can't you at least brew for a few seconds to stabilize your mind? Because the picture taken was a bit distant and not very clear, the crowd could not see the face of the citizen who jumped down to save others. Video footage. The rescuing citizens fought back and forth to save the stranded people in the bus one by one to the bridge abutment. The crowd was fighting for their breath. A lot of them can swim. Naturally, he knew how much physical strength it took to go back and forth to save people in such a desperate manner. If it was a normal person, rescuing a few people would have basically exhausted their stamina. But now, the hero who saved the day has saved a dozen people. Everyone could also see that by the end of the day, the rescuing heroes were slowing down, and it was clear that their stamina was running out. On the shore, a crowd of several hundred people gathered around, but no one dared to jump to the rescue like that saving hero. Why do I look this rescue hero a bit familiar? That silhouette seems like I've seen it somewhere. On the side of the 8th squad of the 3rd company of recruits, Lu Xiaoshan frowned slightly. The other recruits nodded. I kind of look familiar too, though I can't see it very well. On one side, my Xiao Fei laughed slightly bitterly. He was looking at the screen too. Now he's looking at it as a third party. It was also the first time he had seen himself save someone since his rescue. Even he himself was a bit touched by that desperation. Old Zhou, who is this person? Why are you releasing this video at this time? Political commissar Chen Han slightly inclined his head and asked at Zhou Jiangwo. Ho smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, you'll know later. Chen Han laughed and scolded. Can you stop selling lawsuits? You've been keeping me guessing the bottom of the riddle today. Zhou Jiangwo said. Hey, that's what makes it fun. Chen Han had a black line on his face. Fine. Then I'll wait and see what kind of drugs you're selling in your gourd. Finally. The picture. That rescue hero, after rescuing only 2 trapped people, physical exhaustion, directly disappeared in the river. The crowd at the scene instantly stirred when they saw the scene. No way? Sunk in the river? He's not going to be okay, is he? It's been a minute and still not up. It's over. He must have lost his strength and washed away. Look, the rescue team is coming. They're saved. Soon. The crowd was able to see that the rescue hero and the 2 remaining stranded people who sank into the river were saved by the rescue team. Fantastic. Snap. Seeing that the man was saved, the scene instantly erupted in applause. The screen is paused. The eyes of the crowd returned. Once again, to the group of leaders. Joe opened the desktop microphone and said, "Just now, you should have seen clearly what happened in the video. I'd like to ask, do any of you know who the hero, who saved the day in the video, is? How would we know?" The crowd looked puzzled. Moreover, in the picture, because the drama is too far away, it's not even possible to see that person's face. Zhou Jiangwo had a smile on his lips, and after his gaze lingered on my Xiao Fei for a moment, he continued, "I'm telling you, this man, too, is from our unit. Soldiers? I can't believe I'm in the military too." The moment Zhou Jiangwo said this, the crowd felt surprised, but the feeling of pride also arose. It wasn't their rescue, but being in the same category as them made them feel very proud to be wearing the same uniform as such a hero. And to that man, too, a strong respect was born. Zhou continued, "And this person is right here on our site." Now, the crowd was completely nonplussed. All of them subconsciously watched from side to side, trying to find out who this person was. Now, they finally know why this video was being shown here and why there is an increase in this award. Zhou Jiangwo didn't say the name directly, but continued to sell the lawsuit. "Keep looking down and you'll see who he is. Get out of the way. Nurse, where's my brother?" Song Wan's image appears in the video. Wang Cheng? My Xiao Fei was also stunned. He didn't realize that there was actually a brother of his in this video. "Nurse, who is your brother?" "Wang Song, it's the one who jumped off the bridge to save others." "Max Xu Fei." The moment these 3 words from my Xiao Fei came out, the entire room instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes, in unison, went towards my Xiao Fei's body. "Fei, is that you? How could it be you?" The recruits of the 3rd company, as well as the squad leaders and company commanders, were all looking at my Xiao Fei with stunned faces. My Xiao Fei revealed an awkward yet polite smile and nodded slightly. Lin Tao, the squad leader, asked in disbelief, "No, you did such a good thing. Why didn't you say anything when you came back?" My Xiao Fei spread his hands. "You guys didn't ask me either." Lin Tao, "Nonsense. How can we ask you if we don't know?" My Xiao Fei laughed and said, "Then the head of the group does not say. I cannot report directly to you." Company Commander Su Zhilong frowned slightly and said, "You mean the head of the regiment knew about it from the start?" My Xiao Fei nodded. "Yes. Of course my Xiao Fei wouldn't say he asked for it. Anyway, the company commander and the others didn't dare to ask the chief. Crowd. I can't believe that you don't inform immediately after doing such a great job. If my Xiao Fei had come back at that time and informed, they, the people, would definitely not have looked at my Xiao Fei with colored glasses anymore. But no matter what, their own company, appeared this file of good things. Su Zhilong and squad leader Lin Tao. The heart is also extremely joyful and excited, so defiant to save so many people. At the very least, there must be a 2nd degree, even 1st class. On the stage, a group of troop leaders froze when they heard it was my Xiao Fei, especially Chen Han. Just now, pronouncing Max Xu Fei's name made me want to vomit. I thought it was over. I didn't realize that the main event was still to come. End of chapter. The video continues. The screen, this time, could clearly see my Xiao Fei inside the hospital bed. On the scene, there were a number of rescued family members who came over to visit and such. By this point, everyone was sure the one who saved the day was none other than my Xiao Fei. They now, finally, knew the reason why my Xiao Fei was able to come back again after being returned. Having made such a war achievement, as long as he wanted to come back, the top, for sure, would not refuse. Of course, if, say, this matter had blown up at the beginning, they would have thought that my Xiao Fei had chosen to come back because he had done this good deed and knew that he was going to be honored with a merit award. But now, the new training is over, and the others, my Xiao Fei, have already used all kinds of abilities to take down standard bearer after standard bearer, and also got the 1st place in the new training. That would prove that people, my Xiao Fei, simply wanted to come back. After the video ended, Zhou Jiangwo then had the lights turned on and said into the microphone, "Now that you've all watched the video, you should know why there's even an award for this, right? As you all know, Comrade My Xiao Fei having made a mistake before, was returned. And because of that, a catastrophe was averted. Just now, the video you can see very clearly. Comrade Mai Xiao Fei, regardless of his own life and safety, resolutely and without hesitation directly from the high bridge of more than 30 meters to jump to save people. I want to say that this is exactly the nature of our Chinese soldiers. Mission sense of responsibility. Comrade Mai Xiao Fei, worthy of wearing this uniform, he is the pride of our Chinese soldiers. Slap. Just after Zhou finished speaking, the propaganda minister took the lead and started applauding. The entire crowd, too, followed with a warm applause, looking at Mai Xiao Fei with admiration in their eyes. Only after the applause stopped did Zhou Jiangwo continue. This incident happened a month and a half ago. Originally, when Comrade Mai Xiao Fei came back, I wanted to announce it. But Comrade Mai Xiao Fei requested not to say anything for the time being, because he knows the mistake that was made. And he doesn't want to make people misunderstand through this incident that he chose to keep coming back because he had gotten credit for it. He's more interested in using his strength and proving that he's capable of being a good soldier than he is in the greed for fame and fortune. Once Zhou Jiangwo said this, the crowd's respect for Mai Xiao Fei deepened. It would have been possible to remove other people's tinted glasses by taking credit for saving someone's life. Prefer to use strength. Tough enough. On the contrary, on the side of the 8th class, Su Zhilong and the new recruits in the class were all looking at Mai Xiao Fei. It was like asking, didn't you say that it was the headmaster who didn't allow it to be said? How come now it's you who don't want to talk about it? Mai Xiao Fei could only smile dryly in embarrassment. Zhou Jiangwo scanned the entire room. And finally, his eyes rested on Mai Xiao Fei's body. In view of the fact that Mai Xiao Fei saved 23 people without a single casualty in this accidental car crash, the military region, on its side, has decided to give Comrade Mai Xiao Fei a merit award. Originally, this incident is significant. According to the regulations, Mai Xiao Fei can be assessed as a first-class military merit and directly promoted to the cadre. But Comrade Mai Xiao Fei made a big mistake before. The military district leadership decided to give Comrade Mai Xiao Fei a second-class merit rating once, to promote the cadre lieutenant. The period of promotion, delayed until the middle of the year, is also the military district leadership needs to continue to test Comrade Mai Xiao Fei's ideology and politics. If, say, Comrade Mai Xiao Fei can be as disciplined as he has been for half a month since his return, in the middle of the year, he can be directly promoted to lieutenant. And now, a round of applause for Comrade Mai Xiao Fei to come up to the stage to receive the second-class military medal of merit. Slap. At the scene, there was deafening applause. The entire crowd of recruits, all of them were looking with incomparable envy at Mai Xiao Fei who ran onto the stage. Second-class merit and promotion. It's an honor that many soldiers can only dream of. In the whole regiment, there are no more than 10 who have received second-class honors. And what about Mai Xiao Fei, who got it during just the recruiting company? And, ahead of that, 7 standard bearers, a regimental commendation, and a third-class merit, and now a second-class merit and a promotion. It's just too awesome to be true. Okay? After the end of the company, I'm afraid that no one in the whole army will be able to do what Mai Xiao Fei did. It was even the squad leaders and company commanders below who were envious. How many years have they been in the army? In their hands, it's just some regimental commendation or third-class merit. What about Mak Shu Fei? In 3 months' time, the number of battle honors and achievements gained was more than those of them who were veteran soldiers and officers. On stage, this time, the political commissar, Chen Han, didn't have a little bit of emotion anymore, looking at Mai Xiao Fei's eyes, as if he was looking at his own son. Such a great meritorious person who has been noticed by the military district leaders is something that has to be properly provided for. Work hard. I'll be waiting to bring you up to officer rank mid-year. Chen Han laughed. Thank you, Chief. McFly salutes. Zhou Jiangwo, on the other hand, whispered, Little Fei, although this is a second-class merit instead of a first-class merit, it's still not bad. I hope you won't be disappointed. Mai Xiao Fei hurriedly said. How come? Chief, I'm already satisfied to get a second-class merit, to be able to return to the army. Mai Xiao Fei was already very satisfied. It is reasonable to say that saving more than 20 people should be able to get the first-class merit right, but after all, made a big mistake in the first place. Can get a second-class merit already leader's care. He had thought that at most it would be a third-class honor. Zhou Jiangwo nodded in satisfaction. Good. Keep it up. Your future prospects, they definitely won't be bad. After receiving your award and walking on, ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a second-class merit, rewarding him with 9,000 points of merit value. 9,000? Mai Xiao Fei was ecstatic. Returning to his seat, Mai Xiao Fei was impatient to open the attribute panel and look at it. Name, Mak Shu Fei. Position, private. Physical fitness, 200. Berserk value, 15 points. Merit value, 14. 100 points, can open primary and secondary shopping centers. Skills, rifle proficiency skills. Information technology skills. Intermediate mall? My Xiao Fei's eyes lit up, while the leader was still speaking 1,000 speeches from above. My Xiao Fei also took this time to communicate with the system. My Xiao Fei, system. What is the standard for opening an intermediate mall? System, 10. 000 points. McFly guessed correctly. What about advanced? System, 100. 000 points. 100,000? My Xiao Fei smiled bitterly. 8 standard bearers. 1 third class and 1 second class for myself. And only 14,000. To reach 100. 000. How many military honors would you need to gain? My Xiao Fei, system. Open the intermediate mall and take a look. System received. Opening the intermediate mall for you now. Ding. The intermediate mall is open. In my Xiao Fei's mind, a mall page appeared once again. Elementary sniper mastery skill, fusion of this skill, within 1,000 meters. The skill will assist the host in analyzing the sniper shooting data, observation and analysis methods, etc., so that the host's sniper shooting level can be achieved in a short period of time to reach the standard of elite snipers, with a hit rate of up to 99%. Seeing this skill, my Xiao Fei's eyes immediately lit up. As a soldier, who doesn't want to be a sniper king who shoots an enemy in the head from 1,000 meters away? In his previous life, my Xiao Fei had also tried, but he had limited talent and was an airborne soldier, so his opportunities were few and far between. How many times in this life do you have to try it when you get the chance? Thinking of this, my Xiao Fei immediately looked down, only to see that behind the skill, it was written that the number of merit value points required, 4,000. Not too high. My Xiao Fei nodded slightly, but was in no hurry to redeem it and continued to look down. Ancient martial arts skill. After fusing this skill, the host will gain access to dozens of different quick-fix training methods for ancient martial arts, and the skill will provide real-time guidance and advice to the host, assisting the host to become a master of internal fighting in a short period of time. Required merit value points, 3. 500. Ancient martial arts? My Xiao Fei raised his eyebrows slightly. He really didn't know much about this. Yet, as far as he remembered. Oh no! In the vast majority of people's impression, martial arts, there is no real combat ability to speak of. Go as a routine. If someone says that they are so good at martial arts that they can fight against professional sparring masters, they are definitely lying and are just trying to gain traffic. Of course, that doesn't exclude martial artists who really do have practical martial arts, but few and far between, even if people really have that ability, but also generally extremely low-key, either to the big shots as bodyguards, or living in the depths, rarely out of the world. And that's all he knows. Like this ancient martial art in the mall. What is it? My Xiao Fei quickly asked the system. The system replied, the most important characteristic of ancient martial arts is practical combat, and there are basically no sets. The routines of martial arts all appeared only in modern martial arts. The biggest difference is that ancient martial arts are entirely about actual combat, and modern martial arts encompasses a lot of content, including actual combat, sports competition, routine performance, fitness and health, theoretical research, etc. In terms of actual combat, it is relatively weak. I see. No wonder modern martial arts are only good for spectacle but so bad for actual combat. McFly drifted off. System, ancient martial arts require extremely hard training and have very high requirements for the foundation. If the host has the intention to redeem the skill, they will also need to be prepared to suffer in advance. My Xiao Fei, okay, I know. My Xiao Fei continued to look down. Spider sense, fusing this skill allows the host's danger sensing ability to reach the spider level. This will allow the host to be more capable of self-protection in actual combat. Requires merit value points, 3,000 points. Ha! This one seems pretty good. My Xiao Fei's knowledge of spider sense is still through a certain Vicky movie. The hairs of sweat on one's body stand up involuntarily when danger approaches one's body. Although this skill did not have the ability to dodge or counterattack, it was a way to remind oneself of the danger that was coming, giving oneself enough time to make evasions. It's like being in a gunfight and having a sniper shoot at you. You can quickly sense it and then quickly make an evasive maneuver. It's like a life preserver. However, it's still a new recruit, so I'm afraid I won't have much of a chance to participate in actual combat. That's a skill that we'll see later. There are dozens more in the latter item. Skills related to camouflage, tactical evasive maneuvering skills, swimming skills, driving related skills, liquid for strengthening legs and hands, potions for the recovery of injuries. None of this, my Xiao Fei didn't look at too closely. It's not that it's not interesting, but given the current recruiting position, it's something that won't be used for a while yet. And while my Xiao Fei wanted to keep watching, the commendation meeting was officially over. The companies, all brought back to camp. Entrance to the camp of the third company of recruits. Su Zhilong scanned the entire room of nearly 100 recruits and laughed loudly. Well, the recognition ceremony before the new recruits leave the company is also officially over. Some comrades, who were honored, are to be congratulated. Comrades who didn't get awards, there will be plenty of opportunities after you get out of the company. Work hard. I believe that the soldiers who go out from my third company of recruits will not be bad wherever they go. With that, Su Zhilong looked at the time and said, the noon meal, too, is ready to arrive. Today, I've asked the cooking class to add extra meals. Everyone eat and drink well at noon. For this meal today, there will be no set meal times, and you may also communicate in the dining hall to give you a chance to say goodbye to each other. For in the afternoon, all of you, accordingly, will be assigned to one of a dozen different companies throughout the regiment. I'm afraid there won't be many opportunities to meet in the future. Everyone cherished this last period of noontime. When the crowd of recruits heard this, they couldn't help but all start to redden their eyes a little, exuding the sadness of an impending separation. Before the new training was over, they were revering the life they would have after they got off the company. Now that the end of the separation is near, they are getting nostalgic and upset again. Although it wasn't a complete separation, we had all been together for such a long time, and the feeling of comradeship was, after all, quite a lot. Especially those who are in the same class are even more affectionate towards their comrades and squad leaders around them. It's impossible to want to be about to part, one by one, and say that you don't feel bad about it. At the noon lunch hall, the recruits hugged each other goodbye. The squad leaders also encouraged and comforted them, telling them to train hard when they got down to the company and to strive to be the top soldiers of the company or even the whole regiment. Back in the dormitory, the guys couldn't sleep either, and were cherishing this last time to get together and talk openly. Fei, do you think we'll be assigned to the same company? Lu Xiaoshan's voice was a little hoarse as he asked in a small voice at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei cushioned his head with his hands, looked at the ceiling, and calmly said, I don't know. It wasn't something he could decide either. He, himself, however, had some expectations as to which company he would be assigned to. In the afternoon, several large army green trucks drove up the main road of the 1st Battalion of recruits. Outside the barracks camp, at the very front, stood a dozen sergeants. They were holding up a sign that said Company Number 1, Company Number 2. Su Zhilong held a roster in his hand and read out the names of the recruits who were assigned to which company. Class 1, Wang Deji, Machine Gun Company 2. Yes. Wang Deji carried his luggage and said goodbye to his squad comrades with tears in his eyes. Then, ran to stand behind the sergeant of the 2nd Machine Gun Company. Squad, Gun Battalion, Company 5, Class 1. There was a constant stream of recruits running from the ranks. At the scene, a heavy atmosphere of sadness hung over the scene. Mac Shu Fei, Class 8, penetrate the 7th Company, 4,000 word chapter. Please catch up on your reading to the last chapter every day. Ask for recommendations, monthly votes. End of chapter. Interspersed 7 companies? Xiao Fei stood in the line that interspersed the 7th company, a little dazed. This interpolated 7th company? It's not that 7th interpolated heroes company from history, is it? Next to the company, there were 4 or 5 men, more than a dozen. But here in the 7th company of interpolation, there are only 3 men. The other 2, besides myself, were the most polished in the company, that is, 2nd and 3rd place. As you can see, interspersed with 7 companies, as long as the sharpest soldiers. But the next second, Xiao Fei heard a familiar name. Class 8, Lu Xiaoshan, penetrate the 7th company. Yes, Lu Xiaoshan was overjoyed when he heard that he was also assigned to the piercing 7th company, and excitedly ran behind Xiao Fei. Not just the pointy end? Xiao Fei froze even more. Although Lu Xiaoshan is not the countdown of the recruit company, but it also belongs to the last echelon. In all subjects, it was just barely struggling to pass. Could it be that this interpolated 7th company is not the same sharpshooter company from history? Great! We're in the same company again. Lu Xiaoshan excitedly patted Xiao Fei's shoulder and said. Xiao Fei also laughed. Yes, we can fight side by side again. However, when you get off the company, the intensity of the training will be quite a bit stronger than when you were in the recruit company, especially through the 7th company. Let's hope I guessed wrong. If I did, it might not be a good thing for you to be in the same company as me. Lu Xiaoshan was puzzled. Xiao Fei, what do you mean? Do you know this interpolated 7th company well? Xiao Fei shook his head slightly. Can't really count on understanding. Consider me guessing. Anyway, just be mentally prepared. Xiao Fei looked at the 2 companies in front of him with the same top 3 sharp recruits as himself and didn't think he would guess wrong. Otherwise, the regiment could not assign the top 3 men of a recruiting company to a company at the same time. unless the company was the front man of the regiment, i.e., a unique, sharpshooting company capable of being ranked in the group army. That way, the regiment will focus its attention and place more good soldiers with this company. But if that's the case, why did Lu Xiaoshan also make it into the piercing 7th company? Soon, the announcement was made. Interspersed with 7 companies, only 4, 3 top 3, 1 bottom 10. After Su Zhilong said some more emotional words of farewell, he asked the sergeants of each company to bring the soldiers to the car. Upon boarding the bus, it was discovered that there were already a number of recruits on board. Seeing the people inside, my Xiao Fei basically verified his guess. Many of these people, he had some recollection of. All of them are militarily strong. Even within the top 10 or 5 in each recruiting company, all of them have received outstanding recruiting and regimental commendations. These recruits are able to each company coaxing object, but now is taken by the insertion of the 7th company. It proves that the insertion of the 7th company absolutely is the regiment most valued company. Of course, there were a few that were like Lu Xiaoshan, more average or even in the bottom of the list. This one can only be interpreted as an attempt by the interspersed 7th company to balance the sentiment of the other companies by asking for a few more recruits with relatively poor military qualities. As my Xiao Fei had just reminded Lu Xiaoshan, going to penetrate the 7th company might not be a good thing for their recruits who had poorer military qualities, because, as the regiment's sharpshooter company, its training standards are, absolutely, very high. Lu Xiaoshan's body may not be able to handle it. Suffering, there is something for him to suffer. My Xiao Fei, nice to meet you. My name is Zhao Chong. A larger, stronger recruit rushed at my Xiao Fei and said, "Recruit company, I can't beat you, but after I get off the company, I'll definitely surpass you." My Xiao Fei looked at Zhao Chong. This recruit, the first in the first company of recruits, ranked second in the lower company assessment, second only to myself. My Xiao Fei smiled. Good, I'm waiting for you to surpass me. After Zhao Chong finished speaking, several other recruits who were better and stronger also rushed my Xiao Fei to give him a letter of war, all saying that they would compare him to him after they got off the company. My Xiao Fei naturally took them one by one. That's the way it is in the army. There's competition. That's how you get ahead. He couldn't wait to have more opponents. Soon the car stopped. 36 recruits, all brought down. In front of them was a 3-story barracks building. At the top of the barracks, 5 large red letters hung, 7th Interceptor Company. Sure enough, it's you. My Xiao Fei was vaguely excited. For this company, although my Xiao Fei said that he had only learned about it a little bit on TV and in movies, but it is also very much to be desired and revered. That's a company of heroes from wartime. That kind of soldiers' will and spiritual heritage is unmatched by any other ordinary company, ever. Come, get in line, look right, look forward, at ease, attention. The sergeant leading the group rushed the 36 recruits, gave a series of orders, and then quickly turned around. Inside the barracks, 8 sergeants ran out at once. I'll go. It's the squad leader. Fei, look, it's the squad leader. Lu Xiaoshan was surprised and whispered at my Xiao Fei. My Xiao Fei also noticed that among the ranks of non-commissioned officers, Lin Tao, the squad leader of the recruit company, was also inside. Lin Tao also saw the two and smiled at them without any trace before standing straight. And at that moment, a captain, too, came out slowly. Company commander. The company commander is there too. Seeing Su Zhilong walk out, the 4 recruits from the 3rd company of recruits were also surprised. I didn't realize that the company commander was the same person after we got out of the company. Su Zhilong scanned the group of recruits, and his gaze even purposely lingered on my Xiao Fei's body for half a second. Then seriously, for me, there's no need for too much introduction, is there? Welcome to my 7th Interpolation Company. For what kind of company we are in the 7th company, you will know clearly when we have our initiation ceremony tomorrow. Squad leaders, take the soldiers back first, according to the slots previously assigned. Yes, the 9 sergeants on the spot responded loudly. So, starting with the class president, the class roster was pulled out and the names began to be read. When he got to class 8, Lin Tao stepped forward. Lu Xiaoshan looked at Lin Tao expectantly. Naturally, he was very keen to still be in the same class as the new recruit's squad leader. Sure enough, after reading the names of the 2 new recruits, Lin Tao read the name of Lu Xiaoshan. The last one, naturally, was also my Xiao Fei. 1 company, 9 combat squads, 1 cooking squad, for each squad, 4 new recruits, 4 veterans, 2 squad leaders, 10-man complement. After assigning the places, the squad leaders were leading the 4 recruits, heading inside the barracks. Squad leader, following behind Lin Tao. Lu Xiaoshan couldn't help but laughingly shout out to Lin Tao, but Lin Tao said in a low voice, "What are you shouting for? You've just gotten out of the company. Have you forgotten the discipline of the formation? Lu Xiaoshan sniffed and immediately spat out his tongue in aggravation. End of chapter. Third floor. Go into the squad room. There were 4 veterans. Some lying in bed. Some sitting in bed. Reading books, newspapers, and lying in bed. What the hell are you doing? Is there any room for a veteran? Lin Tao drank. When the 4 veterans saw that Lin Tao had returned, they all popped up and hurriedly smiled. Gu, our great class president is back. It's hard work in the recruit company. Come, brothers, hurry up and give the squad leader a seat and a tea massage. One of the veterans hurriedly yelled with a yodel. The other 3 veterans came running over with smiling asses, but he was stopped by Lin Tao. All stand still. On what tea, on what sit? Stand at attention. I've only been away for 3 months. And look at the 4 of you. How lazy you all are. Do you still look like soldiers? The 4 veterans hurriedly stood back up, their expressions becoming serious, not daring to snort anymore. Lu Xiaoshan's 4 people stood outside the doorway. You looked at me and I looked at you, a bit unable to hold back. What's wrong? What's wrong? At that moment, a Phase 1 sergeant came running in. Upon seeing the beds in the squad, it was clear what the 4 veterans had just been doing. Standing behind Lin Tao, he glared fiercely at the 4 men, then immediately ran to Lin Tao's side opposite, stood at attention and shouted, "Good day, squad leader." Lin Tao glared at him angrily. Li Heng, I asked you to control these 4 people. Is this how you control them? Is this the night off to wash up? Look at their beds. What a mess they are in. Vice squad leader Li Heng hurriedly said, Yes, it's my mismanagement. I'll review. Lin Tao looked at Li Heng's sincere attitude of admitting his mistake and could only say helplessly, This will not happen again. You've got 1 minute to get your beds in order. Yes. The 4 veterans responded and rushed into action. Lin Tao walked out and rushed to my Xiao Fei's 4 people. Place the training supplies here first, and the society's luggage. Take it and follow me. Yes. The 4 of them picked up their luggage and followed Lin Tao towards the storage room, and inside the squad room, Li Heng, on the other hand, scolded the 4 veterans with a stern face. I say, you 4, don't you have any eyesight? Don't know if new recruits are coming down to the company today? Didn't you hear the slogans being shouted outside just now? One of the veterans mumbled. At this point, it's just about time for the troops to bring back. We thought it was a veteran from another company. And say, Li Heng said seriously, if you are like this, how can you establish your authority in front of the new recruits in the future? How can you lead the new recruits well? Starting today, housekeeping and hygiene. Keep it the way it was when you were a recruit. Anyone who doesn't pass, don't sleep at noon. Get up and fold the quilt for me. The 4 veterans sniffed and wailed. And, Li Heng rushed the 4. Don't forget what day tomorrow is. Tomorrow? The 4 were stunned. Li Heng teased. Think about last year. What happened the day after you entered the company? After Li Heng reminded them of this, the 4 of them immediately remembered and their faces instantly changed drastically. I'll go. How could I forget that? Class Vice. Tomorrow. Oh no. Dawn. It's not really going to start screwing around like last year, is it? The 4 men broke out in a cold sweat. Li Heng laughed. You guys guess? The entire faces of the 4 instantly fell. There's still a lot of guessing to be done. Ironically, it's going to be that way. Li Heng said. So, what you should prepare. Take advantage of the washing time. Think about how your veterans took you last year. And this year, you won't be able to escape your first day as veterans. The 4 of them sniffed and became even more desperate. Soon, Lin Tao returned with the 4 my Xiao Fei. Attention! Li Heng shouted, and the 5 people in the squad room hurriedly stood at attention. Lin Tao glanced at the bed, then swept a serious glance at the 5 people, before he shouted at the 4 people outside, Come in. Lu Xiaoshan my Xiao Fei walked in with his backpack on his back. Hello veterans. Hello veterans. Other than my Xiao Fei, the other 3, all of them, were a bit nervous. The 4 veterans hurriedly and smilingly responded. Hello, you guys. Hello you guys. Lin Tao called out. What are you waiting for? Help put their bags away. When the 4 veterans heard this, they enthusiastically walked up, pulling one by one and hurrying inside. Come. Since you've come to our 8th class, don't be formal. The 4 of us are all very nice to talk to. I'll help you put your bags away. Li Heng, the squad deputy, also rushed up to assign beds and lockers to the 4 new recruits. Seeing the veteran and the vice squad leader so enthusiastic, Lu Xiaoshan and the few others were somewhat flattered. It was my Xiao Fei who was calmer. He'd been a veteran too, and when the new recruits came in, they did the same thing. After all, the first day under the company. How? But also have to take care of the first care, so that the new recruits first familiar with the company before. As for the back, should be scolded. The drill drill drill. They will not have a little soft heart. Lin Tao looked at the crowd in the middle of their work, picked up a cup of water, slowly twisted it away, and said in passing, "Let's just not have serious class meetings like the other classes. Let you veterans and new recruits interact naturally so it's easier to get acquainted. 2. There's an hour before dinner. And before dinner, housekeeping and getting to know each other is complete." "Yes, yes, yes," the crowd responded. "Wait, your name is McFly?" When several people introduced each other, the veteran was shocked when he heard my Xiao Fei's name. "You actually came to our 8th class. I've heard great things about you. First in the recruit test, took 8 training subject markers in a row. In the community, saved more than 20 people and came back with a 2nd class merit. You're a good enough kid." The veterans surrounded my Xiao Fei and kept sizing him up as if they had found a diluted treasure. My Xiao Fei was a little hairy from the few people looking at him. "I say, a few veterans, can you not look at me like that? I'm a bit scared." "What are you afraid of? We're your veterans. It's not like we're going to eat you." "My Xiao Fei, I'm afraid you guys are plotting against my body." Veteran. For dinner and evening training, there were no training tasks scheduled for them on Su Zhilong's side. Instead, they are allowed to move freely around the class to interact and deal with the veteran-recruit relationship. Bedtime at night, 2, is earlier. Don't blame the veterans for not warning you. You guys, get some sleep and get refreshed for the battle. A veteran soldier rushed Lu Xiaoshan's 4 people and reminded them with a smile. Lu Xiaoshan, on the other hand, laughed nervously. "It's still early. It's only less than 10 o'clock. When we were in the recruit company, we didn't go to bed until 10:30. A few of the veterans smiled at each other. "That's up to you. We're alerted in place anyway." My Xiao Fei on the bed was not as horsey as Lu Xiaoshan and the 3 of them. These veterans, obviously, had something to say. Moreover, while washing, he also saw that a number of veterans in the company, instead of washing and resting at the first opportunity, ran to the mini-mart to buy things. One person came back with a big bag of things, and my Xiao Fei could vaguely see that in their bag. There seemed to be something for a woman's aunt to use. "I'll go." "No." My Xiao Fei seemed to have guessed something as well, and his face changed slightly. "First day off company, and this is the big deal? Please catch up on your reading to the last chapter every day. Ask for recommendations. Monthly tickets. End of chapter. Brothers, get some sleep. Don't get enough sleep, like the veterans say, and you'll be underpowered for the fight." My Xiao Fei urged at the Lu Xiaoshan trio. "Ha!" Several veterans in Lin Tao and Li Hong were all slightly surprised. This kid saw it coming? But Lu Xiaoshan's 3 recruits can't see it. It's only 10 o'clock. Sleeping until 6. There are 8 hours. Even if you sleep for 6 hours, it's enough. Okay, then you guys go ahead and YA. I'm going to sleep first. My Xiao Fei was too lazy to persuade these 3 idiots. Let them get screwed over so they know the company's heart is in the right place. Several other veterans, even the squad leader's deputy, rushed off to bed. But Lu Xiaoshan's few people, perhaps in a new environment, had a bit of trouble falling asleep. Halfway through, he even sneaked up and ran to the restroom to smoke a cigarette. The restrooms, too, had a number of recruits in them. It was evident that the first day down was more or less sleepless. It wasn't until 12 o'clock that the crowd of recruits slowly fell asleep, and close to 3 in the morning, outside the barracks, Company Commander Su Zhilong and Sergeant Major Liang Hui, wearing their training uniforms, looked at the barracks with their hands behind their backs. "Time's up." Liang Hui looked at the time and smiled at Su Zhilong. Su Zhilong glanced at him. "What do you think? These new boys, can they carry it off?" Liang Hui grunted. "You have to resist even if you can't carry it. The decades-long tradition of company initiation ceremonies in Company 7 can't be said to be abandoned just because they can't carry it. That's the ultimate disrespect for the martyrs, for the company battle flag, and for retired veterans." Su Zhilong let out a bitter smile. "Old squad leader, you've been in the company for 20 years. Your feelings for the company are deeper than all of us. In that case, let's begin." Liang Hui nodded and glanced at the sergeant duty officer next to him. The watchman comprehended and immediately picked up his whistle and blew the emergency assembly whistle. The whistle fell, and the watchman, with all his might, shouted, "The whole company, fully armed, in 5 minutes, come out and assemble. Hurry, emergency assembly. Come on, come on, come on." Squad leaders and veterans subconsciously awoke at the sound of the whistle and jerked out of bed. The squad leader veteran slapped the bed rails of the recruits hard to wake them up. "What's going on? Emergency assembly? In the middle of the night?" The recruits were dumbfounded. The squad leaders bellowed, "What's all the fuss about? Didn't you practice emergency assembly in the recruit company? Come on, come on, come on." On the 8th class side, Lu Xiaoshan and the other 2 recruits hurriedly climbed up. "My God, it's killing people. Playing emergency assembly on the first day of your next company? Give or take a nap? On one side, my Xiao Fei was packing up his equipment while still not forgetting to flirt at it. I've long advised you guys to go to bed early. Lu Xiaoshan cried out. But you didn't say emergency assembly. Alright, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and get it done and go out together. If you pass, you might be able to come back and rest earlier. The other two recruits said quickly. A few of the veterans smiled at each other. And you want to come back for more rest? Wait for tomorrow night. Rookies, cut the crap. Hurry up and load up your war supplies. And in 2 minutes, go up and get your weapons. Hurry, Lin Tao shouted. The good thing was, they had been made to do a few emergency assemblies in the middle of the night when they were in the recruit company, and knew what a process looked like. Soon squad after squad came out to assemble in combat boots, steel helmets, training uniforms, backpacks stuffed with war supplies, and carrying weapons. When the platoons were assembled, Liang Hui looked at the time, which was a little faster than expected, and only then nodded at Su Zhilong with slight satisfaction. Su Zhilong swept across the room with a serious, stern gaze that made the entire company of recruits feel as if a war was about to break out. I know that you all went down to the company on the first day today, just because of the emergency assembly heart complaint, but I'll tell you, if you have complaints or grievances, you'll have to put up with them, because this is the 7th interpolated company. What's an interspersed company? Su Zhilong's voice was extremely penetrating, and the looks of the recruits below, infected by the atmosphere of the scene, grew more and more serious. The reason why it's called penetration is because the soldiers of the penetration company often need to go deep alone, completing a circuitous penetration between enemies several times their own, realizing the encirclement and deployment of the enemy before the official battle starts, so as to obtain the initiative of the battlefield, and that penetration is as little as a couple dozen miles, if not a couple hundred. During that time, there were no supplies, no support, and no way back. They can only go forward, never back down until the mission is accomplished. That's what the interpolated company exists for. This is why I'm going to pull you all up on the first day you're off the company, because, for the penetrating company, the mission is untimely, at all times, to be immediately ready for battle. War never gives you time to prepare. I'll have you know that even the first day you come into a penetration company, you're going to be in combat mode immediately, Su Zhilong said, looking down at his watch. Right now, it's 3:20 in the morning. The war started 20 minutes ago. The higher-ups gave our 7th company a dead mission, within 10 hours, to detour and penetrate into the enemy's logistical hinterland, a total distance of 100 kilometers, to bomb enemy logistical supplies, and carry out bombing and sabotage operations. 100 kilometers? 10 hours? The recruits were completely dumbfounded to hear this distance this time. 10 kilometers in an hour, and carrying so much weight on their backs. It was the equivalent of making them run continuously for 10 hours. Isn't this killing people? Su Zhilong didn't even give the recruits time to complain or ask questions, and immediately gave orders. 10 minutes for all squads to check their war material and develop penetration tactics. 3 o'clock and 30 minutes sharp. On time. Dismissed. End of chapter. Class 8 here. You 4 veterans, take charge of their 2 new recruits. Lin Tao said at the 4 veterans. Veteran Jiang Wu froze and pointed at Lu Xiaoshan and my Xiao Fei. What about the 2 of them? Lin Tao glanced at Lu Xiaoshan. If I give it to you guys, you won't be able to carry it. Jiang Wu's 4 looked at Lu Xiaoshan, who was still a bit blossomed and hadn't succeeded in losing weight, and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. With this tonnage, even if the 4 of them were veterans together, they would only have to waste all of them. It's not just an armed 5 kilometers, it's 100 kilometers of long distance running. 1 soldier down. You have to drag down at least 3 soldiers. Like Lu Xiaoshan, he must have dragged down at least 4 soldiers. Lu Xiaoshan immediately felt insulted and said in an angsty voice, Squad leader, don't look at me as fat, but I'm sure I can do it. Lin Tao sneered. Fine, if you have the ability to get behind, don't ask me to pull you. Jiang Wu pointed at my Xiao Fei and said, what about him? Lin Tao rushed to my Xiao Fei. You're with me in the class vice, responsible for bringing Lu Xiaoshan. Yes, my Xiao Fei's current physical quality was no worse than these veterans, and was even a bit stronger than them. The 4 veterans sniffed, but thinking that my Xiao Fei could get so many markers and still be the first recruit to go down to the company, he didn't say anything more, just a little bit of anticipation for what McFly will do next. After the helpers were assigned, Lin Tao then gathered the class members and said, 10 hours and 100 kilometers of running. Veterans have been there, but you 4, you've never had such intense training. At most, it's a light 5-kilometer run, so that means that this is the truest and most testing training of your willpower in your military careers. Piercing the 7th company will not abandon any of its comrades. penetrate the 7th company, and you will not abandon any of your comrades. The 7th company of interceptors, moreover, has not produced a single cowardly soldier. I don't care how fit you are. What I want is for all of you, one by one, to reach the finish line. Even if you pass out and die, we, the veterans, will carry you to the finish line, even if we have to carry you. So if you guys don't want to be the first ever pussy soldiers of Piercing Company 7, then grit your teeth and hold on. Crawl, and crawl to the finish line. Yes, the 4 new recruits, with straight faces, responded loudly. The other 8 classes, too, were quickly mobilized. Gathering again, with Su Zhilong's command, all the men of the 7th company began to run in an orderly fashion. As the men of the 7th company ran along the main street, they were also visible to the company commander who had to pass by midway. These perverts, again, poor newbie doll, guns, war material, regular operational training companies, loads added up to 30 or 40 pounds. For veterans, it's just a little heavier than the usual armed 5K. But for new recruits, who are carrying weight for the first time, it's a completely different feeling. It's like having a mountain on your back. Not only does it carry more weight, but it makes them run and extremely uncomfortable. It's okay to be physical up front, but by the time you've run some distance, it feels like a lot of work. Follow our footsteps, don't run slow or fast. Otherwise, by the middle and second half of the race, you'll be completely out of energy. All veterans, watch your recruits and don't fall behind. Lin Tao ran in front of the class and shouted at the crowd of soldiers behind him. Yes, yes. Classmate Li Hong was at the back to wrap things up. My Xiao Fei brought Lu Xiaoshan right behind Lin Tao. A few other veterans, with a new recruit sandwiched in front and behind them. Fortunately, only 4 or 5 of the 36 recruits assigned to the 4th company were just a little bit weaker physically. Other than that, that's a better base. 3 kilometers, basically 11 minutes, and even half of them, under 10.5 minutes. It won't be much of a problem, at least for a short while. I'll go. It's a hilly run. After the crowd of recruits followed the veteran squad leaders for more than an hour, they came to the inside of the mountain road. Luckily, the moonlight was brighter tonight, and even with the mountainous terrain, you could see the road clearly. But the hills, running, can be a lot harder than a track or something like that. Not only do they wear out your feet, but, because of the ruggedness, they require more physical effort. Squad leader, Xiaoshan is overstretched. I suggest, I'll take him forward first and find a chance to let him rest first in the back. My Xiao Fei said at Lin Tao while running. Lin Tao was a bit worried. Can you? My Xiao Fei said. Don't worry. I'm fine. Lin Tao nodded. Good. You be careful. Lu Xiaoshan, give me the weapon. Lu Xiaoshan was so tired that he couldn't catch his breath. How could he dare to show off? He could only hand the gun to Lin Tao. Step away and I'll push you to run. My Xiao Fei came behind Lu Xiaoshan, stretched out his hand, and pushed it towards Lu Xiaoshan's backside. Lu Xiaoshan instantly felt a lot more relaxed. Adjust your breathing. My Xiao Fei gasped slightly and shouted at Lu Xiaoshan. Acclimatize yourself to this speed and wait. Don't think about how much distance is left, that way, you'll be even more powerless. After Lu Xiaoshan slowed down a bit, he finally spoke. No, little Fei. Hard work. My Xiao Fei said. If you want me to not work so hard, just hold on. I can't keep pushing you around. You take the time to make good adjustments. Especially downhill. That's when you're given a cushion. Yes, it's not just class 8 that's like this. There were several other classes that also had relatively weaker physical qualities, all using the same strategy as my Xiao Fei side. First, let the fit ones help get some gear. Then, push or pull forward for a few kilometers first. That way, later on, there can be a 10-minute break like that. Mountain road. Rugged. The hardest part is that there are still high slopes. Need to climb up. This can all at once will drain a warrior of a lot of stamina. Of course, by the time the descent was over, the fighters were able to adjust quickly with the inertia of the descent. Come on. Slow down. Su Qilong ran after them while holding a loudspeaker and yelling. We must reach the first resting point before 6 a.m. Hurry up. All shifts speed up. The first resting point was on a 40-kilometer flat. Up front, everyone has the most stamina. It took 3 hours to get there, but everyone was tired too. The clothes all over his body had been soaked through with sweat. Everyone, rest in place for 20 minutes. It's time to eat, drink, and get your strength up. When Su Zhilong dared to finish speaking, a squad leader came over carrying several boxes of things. There's bread and 8-pack porridge in it. There's also squash, used to replenish salt from too much sweating. It won't work, little Fei. It's really killing me. That's only 40 kilometers. There's still 60 kilometers to go. How are we going to finish it? Lu Xiaoshan directly lay on the ground, his head leaning against his backpack, his whole body soft and weak, and said with a powerless face. Next to him, veteran Jiang Wu snorted with laughter. Didn't you say you could do it? That you don't need to ask for help? You just ran less than 10 kilometers just now. And look at you. If you didn't have Fei's help, you would have collapsed long ago. Lu Xiaoshan was speechless with dislike. Jiang Wu rushed at my Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, you can do it. You 4 recruits, all 3 of them except you, are going to fail without our help. What about you? You pushed Lu Xiaoshan for at least 10 kilometers and you actually still have strength. The other 3 veterans, too, were surprised and admired my Xiao Fei's physique. It's very rare for a new recruit, fresh out of the company, to have these qualities. The other 2 recruits, too, didn't have the same arrogance they had when they first got out of the company. I had thought that I had gotten a regimental commendation or outstanding recruit or something like that in the recruit company. Coming down to the company, it certainly wasn't bad. But now, compared to the veterans, or rather, compared to the same period of time, my Xiao Fei, it is still more than a little bit worse. Just now, without the help of the veterans, they would definitely not have been able to reach the resting point at this point in time as well. My Xiao Fei also kept adjusting his breathing and slowly said, I also gritted my teeth and held on. In the back, I don't know if I can hold on. Lin Tao on one side said, for the next stage, Lu Xiaoshan will be led by me. Xiao Fei, you rest for a while first. My Xiao Fei didn't try to be brave and nodded. If Lu Xiaoshan was to be brought along by himself throughout the entire journey, he would not be able to cope with it. The 20-minute break passed quickly. As the assembly whistle blew, everyone gathered again. At Su Zhilong's command, everyone ran once again. At this point, it's after 6 o'clock. It's getting light, but that's not good. The climate is still a bit on the cold side though, but the sun also has a temperature. And in another 2 or 3 hours, when it gets bigger, it will be harder to run. Go for it. Hold on. Don't give up. The veteran squad leaders, constantly encouraging the new recruits in their ears. But even so, when it came to 60 kilometers, all the recruits, except for my Xiao Fei, were almost physically exhausted. You can only take off your backpacks, weapons and all that, and give them to the veterans to help carry. They traveled light. That way, they can maintain some speed. Fei, how are you doing? Can you hold on? Jiang Wu asked at my Xiao Fei who had been running along with the group. If you can't, take down some of your gear. Too, we're a couple of veterans, and we can still hold our own. My Xiao Fei's physique was now also twice that of a normal person. Basically, it's not that far off from the veterans. Combined with the skills honed in his previous life and his strong willpower, he wasn't too far gone to collapse now. I'm fine. I still have my strength. Don't mind me. Jiang Wu nodded. Come on. It's not far. Hang in there. Yes. At this point, almost the entire company of recruits was being led forward by the squad leaders and deputies, who were lightly loaded and accelerated. That way, they could reach the second rest point at 70 kilometers earlier. With 4 veterans in each squad plus the squad leader's second in command to help out, the recruits finally made it to the second rest stop, and on my Xiao Fei's side, his physical strength was almost depleted. Still need to improve my physical fitness. My Xiao Fei sighed. Good thing. There are still berserk points. Gotta fight for the remaining 30 kilometers. After a 10-minute break, Su Zhilong then shouted, Squads, send a veteran or squad leader from each squad to take the new recruits, lightly loaded and go first. After a 10-minute break, the recruits had regained some of their strength a little. Fei, are you going to follow the departure? Lin Tao asked at my Xiao Fei. My Xiao Fei nodded. Good. My Xiao Fei picked up his own backpack. Then, grabbing his weapon, rushed Jiang Wu next to him. Veteran, give me 3 guns. What? Jiang Wu thought he'd heard wrong. No, Fei, you're dying yourself. Still want to help? Jiang Wu and the other 3 veterans asked in a daze. My Xiao Fei said, I can. Trust me. You'll wear out more with so many guns like that and carrying their backpacks. I can't push them, but I can still carry a gun if I have to. Jiang Wu sniffed and looked at Lin Tao. Lin Tao looked deeply at my Xiao Fei. Given his performance and trust in my Xiao Fei in the recruit company, Lin Tao finally nodded. Give it to him. My Xiao Fei immediately picked up a heavier machine gun and 2 rifles and quickly strapped them to his body. Squad leader, I'll go first. My Xiao Fei just finished speaking and ran out. That speed, not at all like the other recruits. Fei is so sick. With those 3 guns, he's carrying a weight, too, of more than 50 pounds. It's not at all lighter than the other veterans helping carry the backpacks. Lu Xiaoshan's 3 faces were filled with shock and emotion. Worthy of being number 1 in the recruit test. This kid, tough enough. A few veterans looked at my Xiao Fei's back and also couldn't help but smack their lips. This kid, He's still fighting so hard even after getting off the company. Su Zhilong also smiled, and then, immediately ordered the recruits to go first. Ahead, there had long been veterans making their way, led by Sergeant Major Liang Hui. Seeing my Xiao Fei running out, Liang Hui also wanted to see where my Xiao Fei's limits were. You guys keep driving. I'll follow him. Liang Hui finished rushing at the 3 remaining veterans who had opened the way, and then chased after my Xiao Fei. Hoo. McFly ran as hard as he could. At the same time, the berserk physique began to stimulate. With 15 points of berserker physique, he was able to stimulate quite a bit of power in his body. Roar! My Xiao Fei let out a tiger-like roar and his speed increased once again. I'll go. This kid actually has this much stamina. Why did he roar like a tiger just now? While Liang Hui was fuming, he had already been thrown off a little distance by my Xiao Fei and hurriedly chased after him. But this chase didn't matter. My Xiao Fei's speed, although it wasn't fast, it reached the usual speed of them running 5 kilometers. Running a dozen kilometers in an hour is definitely not a problem. Even Liang Hui, who was the veteran soldier king of the regiment, had a very hard time chasing after him. After all, the age is there. For 1,000 words, 2 chapters in 1. Ask for a catch-up read. Ask for a monthly ticket. Requesting recommendations. End of chapter. Run slow, little. Slow down. The old man is going to lose track. Liang Hui came up for air and shouted at my Xiao Fei in front of him, who was constantly emitting the whistling sound of tigers and wolves. But now, my Xiao Fei relied solely on his berserk physique and willpower to support his advance. Just the last 5 kilometers to go. This pervert managed to arrive an hour early. Liang Hui really can't chase it anymore, and can only pick up the walkie-talkie and shout, Lao Yang, pay attention. There is a new recruit ready to arrive. At the end of the line, the company clerk and correspondent were waiting, and heard the sergeant major's words. What's going on? Sergeant Major, it's still an hour and a half away. Clerks Young asked, squeezing the intercom. Liang Hui, a little pervert. You guys just pay attention and watch. I can't keep up anymore. The clerk and the correspondent were in a daze. Little pervert? Who is it? Half an hour later. Look, someone's arrived. The clerk and correspondent saw a figure, stumbling and not very fast, running toward the finish line. I'll go. That's really an hour early. Finally, my Xiao Fei had almost exhausted his entire body, and the extra body strength brought by the berserk points was basically consumed. Are you, my Xiao Fei, that new recruit from class 8? Seeing my Xiao Fei put down his backpack, all 4 rifles, and lie on the ground panting heavily, the correspondent and the clerk were dumbfounded. A new recruit actually carries all that gear and is the first to reach the finish line? If you're packing light, it makes sense, but you this. No, don't talk to me, let me catch my breath. My Xiao Fei waved his hand feebly, then make a quick physical adjustment. The correspondent and the young clerk looked at each other for a long time. Just a thumbs up to my Xiao Fei. After resting for about 10 minutes, my Xiao Fei hurriedly replenished some food and drink, which restored some of his strength. Squad leader, veteran, can I turn back and help my comrades? My Xiao Fei asked at the 2 of them. Fold back? You still have the strength? Clerical asked in shock. My Xiao Fei nodded. Recovered some. Of course, I'm going back with a light load, so it's okay to leave the equipment and supplies here for now, right? It's okay, but, thank you squad leader and veteran. Before they could finish their words, my Xiao Fei had already turned around and ran backwards. Without the shackles of the backpack and weapons, my Xiao Fei ran as light as a swallow. Anyone who has ever been in the military and run an armed run or run with weights will know that once the weight is off, even if the body doesn't have much strength, it's also very easy to run, at least for a short time, without collapsing. My Xiao Fei finally saw the large group as well after running back for 20 minutes. McFly, why are you back again? Liang Hui, who was driving ahead, froze when he saw my Xiao Fei. Where's your equipment? My Xiao Fei gasped and replied, put it at the finish line. I came back to help my squad comrades. After saying that, without waiting for Liang Hui to speak, my Xiao Fei had already run to the class. The people in the class were also full of surprise when they saw my Xiao Fei. Come on, give me 2 backpacks. My Xiao Fei directly grabbed the veteran's backpacks, carrying one on his back and one against his shoulder. You pervert! The veterans smacked their lips. By this time, the entire company, including the veteran squad leaders, was extremely tired. There are still the last 5 kilometers left. Everybody hold on. Quick! Quick! Hurry! The squad leaders kept shouting loudly to give the new veterans a pep talk and cheer them on. With my Xiao Fei back to help fight the backpacks, the veterans had time to catch their breath. With my Xiao Fei's help, Class 8 sighed. In the end, finally reached the finish line without any problems. And it arrived 5 minutes early. Large group, 2 to 300 meters left to the finish line. New recruits rest. All veterans, follow me over to help. There was no time to rest, so Lin Tao ran back with the deputy squad leader veteran. My Xiao Fei was also basically at his limit, but he still ran up with determination. The good thing is, the distance between the classes is not that big, just about the last 200 meters. Brothers, charge, liberated by the end of the line. Go, 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 punchy punchy punchy. The entire company, veterans and squad leaders, let loose a roar of rage. Such fervent and frantic shouting also stimulated many recruits. These new recruits are taken care of by veterans and squad leaders. Seeing that they were about to reach the end of the line, one by one, they also completely exploded, following the unrestrained roar, surpassing the limits of their bodies, striding and rushing. Finally, a moment before time was up, the last few recruits, too, were carried to the finish line by the veterans and squad leaders, carrying them all. At the end of the line, all the veteran squad leaders, including the veteran squad leaders, had reached their limits and were lying on the ground, gasping for breath. On his body, there was no longer any sweat to be seen. It's long since run out. After waiting for a 10-minute break, the car roared to life. 3 big trucks drove up. Su Zhilong immediately summoned the squad leaders to gather. Pass out and take my car back. It's just that the ones who are extremely tired take the big truck. 10 more minutes of rest. Load your backpacks and head back. Yes, the squad leaders responded, and they went back to start inspecting the recruits. Soon, several recruits were pulled out and put into the company commander's special jeep to go back for treatment first. For the rest, after a 10-minute break, the squad leaders and veterans were the ones who began to move the backpacks of each squad onto the trucks and set them up. Car. Lin Tao looked at the tired faces of the people in his class and revealed a pleased smile. Isn't that what is meant by fulfillment? Soon, every big truck, including the veteran squad leaders, had passed out of exhaustion and straight into a fitful sleep. Because of the mountainous terrain, even by car, it took over 2 hours to get back to the company camp. I had thought that I could rest when I returned to the company. How do I know? Shoo, 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 shoo. The emergency assembly sounded again. Everyone, 3 minutes, come down and gather. Come on, come on, come on. Liang Hui's voice boomed through the scene. It woke up all the fighters in the car straight away. After resting in the car for over 2 hours, the crowd had regained some strength. Still tired, but a basic run, still doable. End of chapter. Soon, the new recruits and veterans were divided into 2 panels, standing against each other. The recruits didn't know what the company commander was up to. Su Zhilong swept his gaze to the group of recruits and asked loudly, "Can anyone tell me how many men there are in the 7th Interceptor Company? Total? How many are there? Isn't this all standing here?" There was a report on the total number of people when we assembled. Seeing an opportunity, one of the recruits immediately answered loudly, "Report! There are 98 people in total." Wrong. As soon as this recruit finished speaking, Liang Hui, who was standing beside Su Zhilong, said loudly, "No." This recruit, as well as the others, were flabbergasted. "Didn't you say that all 98 men of the company were here when you reported the number of men just now?" Liang Hui shouted in a resounding tone. "7th Company. There are 612 men in total. 5,612? The recruits subconsciously looked from side to side. Where did you get all these people? The whole regiment doesn't add up to this many people. Only my Xiao Fei understood in his heart. The remaining 500 or so are said to be all the soldiers who spent time in the 7th Company. Liang Hui continued. We're adding all of them based on everyone who's been in the company since the 7th Company was founded. That includes all the seniors from the wartime and the soldiers who spent time in Company 7. Transferred halfway through or have been discharged. They have all shed blood and sweat for the 7th Company. Without them, there would be no heroic 7th Company today. Did you hear everything? Yes. The faces of all the recruits were solemn as they puffed out their chests and roared. Su Zhilong nodded his head in satisfaction. Now, I will tell you, in order from the first squad, that each of you is the 7th warrior of the 7th Company, Class 1 Private Zhao Chong. Here, Zhao Chong, the 2nd place winner of the recruit examination, answered loudly with a serious expression. You are the 5,613th soldier of the 7th Penetration Company. Yes, Class 1 Private Guan Lin. Here, you are the 5,614th soldier of the 7th Penetration Company. Yes, Class 1. Su Zhilong didn't even need a roster. He just stood there fixedly and announced loudly. This horrified the recruits below. 30 or so new recruits who came down to the company only yesterday. None of them had met and talked to the company commander one by one yet either. It was amazing that the company commander was able to call them by name so clearly. Soon, it was the turn of the 8th class. Private Mai Xiao Fei, Class 8. Here, you are the 5641st soldier of the 7th Penetration Company. Yes, Class 8 Private Lu Xiaoshan. Here, you are the 5642nd soldier of the 7th Penetration Company. Yes, Class 8. Wait until the names of all the recruits have been read. Liang Hui then took over and exclaimed, "You must remember how many soldiers you are in the 7th Company. It is also important to remember and be proud of all the martyred predecessors who fought for their country in times of war. The 7th Interceptor Company, during wartime, fought hundreds of times for their country, and in several important battles, even fought only to the last man. It was he who rebuilt the 7th Interceptor Company with the expectations of the fallen company soldiers. From that day on, all the soldiers of the 7th Company have been linked to the heroic souls of the martyred heroes. In this sense, we live between the hope and honor of the martyrs. Next, let's recite the company song of the 7th Company. This song, from the time of war, has been handed down. I hope, with the greatest passion and pride, you can roar this song with us, so that the fallen martyrs' predecessors can hear that we, the 7th Interpolation Company, are still around and will continue to carry on, inheriting their military will. Next, all veterans and squad leaders, recite along, roll in the smoke, drill in the bullets, ready up. As Liang Hui's voice fell, the new recruits and veterans, all simultaneously roared loudly after him, rolling in smoke and pelting with bullets. Liang Hui, the war killed a penetration of the 7th Company. Full company, a penetrating 7th Company killed in battle. Liang Hui attacking and defending, not abandoning and not giving up. Full company, to the company flag, salute. After reciting the company song, Su Zhilong let out an explosive cry, only to see, standing on the steps, the clerk, violently waving the company flag. Soldiers of the company, facing the company flag, salute, sacrificed. It was a moment that seemed to freeze. The recruits looked at the blood-red company flag, looking at the 7th Interspersed Company's 7 big words. It is like seeing countless martyrs' predecessors, in the smoke-filled battlefield, fighting to kill the enemy, eyes filled with awe and pride, reverence for the martyrs, proud to be part of such a heroic company. After finishing, Su Zhilong immediately ordered, all classes bring back, rest for 3 hours. In 3 hours, all recruits are to be brought to the honor room to learn the contents of the company history. For 3 days, yes, back to the squad room. After everyone had quickly packed up their equipment and supplies, one by one they all sat down on the floor. Take off your shoes and see if there are any blisters, if your thighs are abraded, and if there are, apply some anti-inflammatory medicine quickly. Lin Tao shouted at the crowd. The soldiers sniffed and began to take off their shoes. I'll go. The soles of my feet, they're full of blisters. Mine too. The root of my thigh. I've worn off several layers of skin. Oh, I didn't feel anything just now, but now that I see it, it hurts. Lu Xiaoshan. A few recruits ground their blood blisters and drew cold air. Even my Xiao Fei had a few blood blisters. After all, the original owner wasn't very fit. In the recruit company, there hadn't been such a high intensity of training, and the soles of the feet hadn't worn out calluses yet, so it was normal for blood blisters to appear. On the contrary, on the side of the veterans, none of them actually had blood blisters when their shoes came off. Veterans, are the soles of your feet made of iron? I can't believe you haven't even worn out any blood blisters. The recruits looked shocked and envious. Jiang Wu hemmed and hawed. When you guys have been running in the 7th Company for a year, it'll be hard to get blood blisters. The other veterans laughed. Of course, it's even harder when you add this thing. The words fell, only to see a couple of veterans take a couple of white pads out of their insoles. Several of the recruits were confused at the sight of the white cushion that looked like the moon. You guys use women's hygiene, as foot pads? Jiang Mu threw the white mat to Lu Xiaoshan. This thing, soft and sweat absorbent, and wear resistant, prevents the soles of the feet from wearing out. It's a big roll. Ha ha ha. A couple of veterans laughed out loud. A couple of recruits. And, you guys look at our underwear. Oh no. It should be considered midriff pants. Make sure to wear longer and tighter ones, so that you can prevent your thighs from soaking the pants from sweating, which can lead to chafing and abrasion of the flesh of your thighs. Like those trunks of yours? Ah, they're fine for normal wear, but not for this long run. Veterans teach new recruits the lessons of the road. Lu Xiaoshan called out. No, veterans, since you're so experienced, why didn't you tell us in advance last night? Jiang Wu spread his hands. Because our last veteran didn't tell us that either. Crowd of recruits. Seems like, has a bit of a point. End of chapter. 3 days. Recruits are taught company history every day in the honor room or the education room, and after 3 days of rest and recuperation, the recruits were pretty much recovered. The soles of my feet still hurt a bit, despite picking through the medicated blood blisters, but this kind of pain, when wrapped in gauze during training, will not be a problem. Just take it apart again during breaks to continue the oxidative recovery. Day 4. On the shooting range, Su Zhilong rushed the recruits. In the recruit company, you practiced, simply, prone fixed fire. But when you get down to the company, sports shooting, that's the required training program. Zhao Chong raised his hand and asked, "Report, company commander, what is sports shooting?" Su Zhilong, it's very simple. It's to set 20 targets. In different locations. You move forward in motion and when you reach a firing point, you are to hit the next target. 20 targets. A wobbly head target. Shooting distance, between 30 and 50 meters. Other companies, hit 10 targets and pass. 15. That's excellent. But we, the 7th company, need 15 hits to qualify. The time limit is to complete 20 targets in 1 minute. The recruits were still a little confused after hearing this. Su Zhilong smiled and immediately shouted, "Squad Leader 8, here." Lin Tao stepped forward. "You show them." "Yes." Lin Tao immediately picked up his gun, received a live magazine, and stood on the starting line, slightly bending his body. The butt of the gun pressed against his shoulder socket, his eyes sternly raised to look ahead. "Ready!" Lin Tao shouted. Su Zhilong nodded at Sergeant Major Liang Hui. Liang Hui immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. Standing target. As Liang Hui's voice fell, the recruits saw 20 head-shaped targets popping up behind dozens of small fences in front of them. Like a pendulum clock, it swings from side to side. "I'll go." Shooting targets like that? How is 1 minute enough time to aim? From the first target to the 20th target, you need to move forward a distance of 200 meters. The movement time is all going to be at least half a minute. And that doesn't include shooting time. The recruits looked surprised. "Begin." When Su Zhilong's voice fell, he pressed the stopwatch. Lin Tao also quickly rushed out. Every 10 meters is a firing point. Upon arriving, Lin Tao immediately knelt down on half a knee before raising his gun and taking aim. Bang! In less than 2 seconds, Lin Tao had already shot the nearest 30-meter target. The shot fell and so did that target. Su Zhilong immediately explained, "If you hit the target will automatically hide. If it misses, it will remain there." The recruits sniffed, while they watched Lin Tao's movements fixedly. The veteran next to him was watching the show with a smirk on his face. Bang! 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 Lin Tao continued to move forward. All shooting every 10 meters. A target at 30 meters is shot standing up. The 50-meter target is a half-kneeling or downward aiming shot. Anyway, stopping for an aimed shot takes no more than 2 seconds. Liang Hui explained. Of course, you can also shoot straight from the starting point, if you can be sure that you can hit the swinging target at that distance. The recruits sniffed and shook their heads slightly. They don't really have it yet. When they were in the recruit company, they all needed to aim for several seconds before they could barely hit an 8 or 9 ring at 100 meters. And if they had a 10 ring, they would have had to aim a little longer. Besides, it's a head-shaped target, not a chest ring target, or a wobbler. As the shots continued to ring out, the targets fell one by one. Soon, Lin Tao's side was done shooting. The top 20 targets, all hit and fall. Slap. The veterans on the scene, one by one, applauded enthusiastically. Squad leader. Awesome. The recruits were also shown off by Lin Tao's marksmanship. There was a round of applause, including my Xiao Fei. Even he, with the rifle mastery skill in place, might not be able to hit all 20 targets. After all, haven't even practiced this subject before yet. Su Zhilong rushed the recruits. See, 20 targets, 52 seconds to fire. All hits. Can you do it? Can't. The crowd of recruits responded loudly. Report. One of the new recruits shouted. Company commander. This timing and precision. I'm afraid only a soldier who has practiced for several years can do it, right? Su Zhilong smiled and looked at the group of veterans. Hear that? The new recruits don't obey you veterans. Ha? What's the matter? All the veterans in first platoon, come out and show their stuff? Yes. The 9 veterans in the front row, one from each class, took a step out, full of confidence. The recruits burst into anticipation. Starting with the veterans of the first class, they go up one by one in turn. Squad, 56 seconds, 18 target hits. Second shift, 54 seconds, 17 target hits. Class 3, Su Zhilong read them down one by one, and the recruits were dumbfounded when they heard these achievements. It's amazing how every veteran is so awesome. All shot within the allotted time and the worst scores had 16 target hits. 2 more, all 20 targets hit. My God, how do they practice that? The recruits looked adoring. There, you've seen what the veterans have accomplished. Now, does anyone dare question the veterans? No, the recruits shouted. Su Zhilong smiled. Any new recruits that want to come up and try? Report. I'll do it. As Su Zhilong's voice fell, Zhao Chong, a new recruit from the first class, stepped forward. Very good. Courageous. Stand out. Zhao Chong immediately ran out. Zhao Chong, go for it. The first class of recruits and veterans shouted. Zhao Chong turned back and nodded at them. Then his gaze subconsciously looked at my Xiao Fei, eyes full of provocation. Fei, see the look in his eyes? How's that? Want to go up and try later? Li Heng, the vice squad leader, smiled at my Xiao Fei and asked. Veteran soldier Jiang Wu also said, Little Fei, I heard that you got full rings in all of the several shooting tests in the recruit company. Go up and try. Let all of us veterans see your shooting prowess as well. Lu Xiaoshan and a few others were also up in arms. Ding! The system releases a new task. Apply to perform sports shooting with 18 target hits. Complete it to gain the elementary tactical movement proficiency skill. My Xiao Fei's eyes lit up. System, explain this skill. System, after activating this skill, the host's speed and stability can be greatly increased when performing tactical action sports. Combined with the rifle mastery skill, it allows the host to have super high accuracy in sport shooting. Got it. After answering the system, my Xiao Fei rushed the crowd and humbly said, the recruit company shoots fixed targets that don't require running. This one requires running, and I may not be able to do it. But since everyone has so much faith in me, I'll give it a try. End of chapter. Bang bang bang. Zhao Chong started shooting. It's also worthy of being second in the recruit test. Both the speed of movement and the stability of the shot are great. 5 shots in the front. 4 hits. Further on, because the exercise requires physical exertion, it accelerates the heartbeat, which is very disruptive to aiming and leads to less accuracy. In the latter dozen shots, Zhao Chong was only hit by 11 snaps. 20 rounds and 16 hits is pretty good. After Zhao Chong ran back, Su Zhilong immediately announced the results. Class 1 Private Zhao Chong, 20 rounds, 16 hits, time 1 minute and 5 seconds. That hit in the back doesn't count, so 15 hits. Passing grade. Fantastic. Slap. As Su Zhilong's voice fell, the scene burst into applause. The veterans were also a little surprised. I didn't realize there were any recruits in this class who could play so well. The first time I played sport shooting, I was able to get 15 hits when they were in this class, but none of them could do it. Zhao Chong was also relatively satisfied with this achievement of his. He was confident that with a little more training and familiarity, he was sure he could quickly reach the level of a veteran as well. Zhao Chong fought very well. Su Zhilong smiled in satisfaction. Any other recruits want to take on a challenge? Report. Lu Xiaoshan shouted. Lu Xiaoshan? Su Zhilong was stunned. What? You want to come up? Lu Xiaoshan laughed dryly. Company commander, I know what level I am at, so don't go up and embarrass yourself. I mean, my Xiao Fei from our class wants to challenge. Su Zhilong immediately slapped his face. My Xiao Fei wants to challenge. What are you blindly screaming for? Don't people have mouths? Su Zhilong had said so, and my Xiao Fei couldn't even get on if he didn't. Report. I'll do it. My Xiao Fei stepped forward immediately. Su Zhilong laughed. Very good. The first and second in the recruit assessment are up. My Xiao Fei, during your time in the recruit company, you got a full ring every time you fired live ammunition. It proves that you're a good shot. But before that, you were shooting at fixed targets and didn't need to run. And sports shooting, which tests, in addition to shooting accurately enough, a certain amount of calculation, as well as movement stability, just like Zhao Chong just now. Although his shots were also accurate, they were all prone shots to hit, tried 5 times in the crouching and standing positions, and only 2 hits. A big reason for this is not being comfortable with squatting and standing shots and how to adjust your breathing and stabilize your mind after a strenuous workout. Do you think that you can overcome these problems? My Xiao Fei said. Try it. How do you know if you don't try? Su Zhilong nodded slightly. Okay, let's begin then. Let me see if your dynamic shooting talent is as good as your static shooting talent. Yes, go dash. Finish off Zhao Chong. Maintain your number 1 throne. Let him be the second for 1,000 years. Lu Xiaoshan shouted. Zhao Chong immediately had a black line on his face. He hated it very much when people called him a dick. When I was in the recruit company, my comrades in the neighborhood just flirted with me once in a while, though in fact, that's what it is. Regardless of the subject, he was a bit worse than Max Xiu Fei, although second, in a company of several hundred recruits, is pretty good. But, who wants to be a dick? Ready? Su Zhilong shouted at my Xiao Fei, who was standing at the starting line. My Xiao Fei looked at the target in front of him and took a deep breath. Ready, begin. Su Zhilong's voice fell, and my Xiao Fei instantly rushed out. Upon reaching the first firing point, he raised his gun and took direct aim. Bang! The first target should fall. 30 meters to the target, plus just 10 meters of movement. Heartbeat this way, nothing affects it and allows for quick aiming. And he was shooting faster than Lin Tao at the beginning. Bull! That speed, that precision, it's comparable to the squad leaders. There was a gasp from the veterans. This kid, he's got a great talent for shooting. Liang Hui, who was standing next to Su Zhilong, sked and praised. Shooting from a standing position, and so steady, quite the potential to be the king of guns. Su Zhilong laughed. That's right, don't even look. Who brought out the soldiers? Liang Hui sniffed and couldn't help but snicker. I did hear that when my Xiao Fei was sent back again, someone was adamant about not wanting someone else. Su Zhilong looked embarrassed. Bang bang bang, my Xiao Fei shoots as he moves forward. The good thing was, in his previous life, even though he was an airborne soldier, he had trained in squatting and vertical shooting. Not a terribly good score, but at least there's that experience in place. Plus, with the rifle mastery skill in place, when he took quick aim, the skill, on its side, had already calculated the aim for him. At this point, he can hit his target if he is stable enough in his heart rate and in his body and according to his gun. With 10 targets in front of him, my Xiao Fei was still able to maintain some stability and hit the target steadily. It also surprised and anticipated the new veteran squad leaders in the back of the room. It was thought that my Xiao Fei had a good chance of surpassing Zhao Chong or even reaching the heights of the veterans and squad leaders. But, in the second half of the program, with the increase in exercise, my Xiao Fei's heartbeat accelerated quite a bit due to some physical exertion, making his shooting stability all out of order. Even with the assistance of skill, in the end, accuracy, there was a deviation. In the latter 5 shots, my Xiao Fei was off target with 2 shots. Go for it, just 2 shots away from qualifying. The crowd in the back slightly clenched their fists and secretly cheered for my Xiao Fei, and Zhao Chong here was even more nervous. Well, behind, my Xiao Fei knew that squatting and standing positions, the stability is not enough, can only choose the prone position, but getting down and getting up can waste a lot of time. Now he couldn't afford to slip up again in order to fulfill the system's mission. Seeing that the time was almost up to a minute, my Xiao Fei shot 3 hits from the prone position after. Simply go straight to a prone position and keep aiming. However, perhaps in too much of a hurry, he fired a shot that actually missed the target. That means that even if he hits the last shot, he's only hitting 17 targets. But even then, the new veteran squad leaders in the back cheered, because my Xiao Fei had already hit 16, qualified and surpassed Zhao Chong. But for my Xiao Fei, not completing the system's mission was a failure. So, he took a deep breath. Quickly stabilize your mind. Aim for 2 targets, at the nearest target, and the target 100 meters behind this one wobbles and overlaps. Bang! The last bullet, at the last second, went straight out. End of chapter. Bang! 1 shot. The nearest target fell with a thud. Yes, the new recruits and veterans in the back subconsciously shouted with excitement. That's 17 hits. It's amazing that a new recruit, fresh out of the company, can play at the level of a veteran. But, not waiting for their shocked reaction. Next moment, a target in the back followed suit. Seems like another target went down 100 meters back there. Did you guys see it? There is? It's so far away. I didn't notice it. I think I saw it too. Was it a malfunction? Or did that target get hit by my Xiao Fei too? How is that possible? 2 targets in 1 shot? The new recruits and veterans could vaguely see it, and Su Zhilong wouldn't be unable to see it. Immediately when the man went over to take a look, and my Xiao Fei stood up at that moment, collecting his gun and letting out a fierce sigh of relief. He knew that he did. The system's reward, too, had arrived. Report. Firing complete. My Xiao Fei saluted at Su Zhilong. Su Zhilong smiled and nodded. Not bad. I didn't realize you had such a strong talent for dynamic shooting. 1 minute, 17 hits. You can compete with the veterans. My Xiao Fei immediately shouted. Report. I didn't hit 17 targets, but 18. 18? Su Zhilong and the crowd behind him were stunned. At that moment, Liang Hui's walkie-talkie next to him rang out. Report. The target that dropped behind us was also hit. Over. Hit? The crowd was alarmed. Liang Hui turned his head violently and looked at my Xiao Fei with a face full of horror. The last shot you aimed just now when you were lying on your back there was fired at the 2 targets stacked on top of each other? My Xiao Fei nodded. Time is running out. That's all I can do. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Bull. I can't believe I was able to find the orientation of the target wobble overlap with such precision. These targets, but they are all staggered a bit. It's impossible to overlap them completely. At most they hit a bit on the side. You can hit this too? My Xiao Fei said. It's probably luck. The crowd rolled their eyes violently. How can that be linked to luck? Isn't that harder than winning the $5 million lottery? Su Zhilong looked at my Xiao Fei as if he was looking at a baby, and after patting his shoulder fiercely, he loudly announced to the crowd, "Comrade my Xiao Fei, in 1 minute, firing 20 rounds, 18 hits. Excellent results." Applause for encouragement. At the scene, there was a loud applause. "Fei, awesome. Fei, you are my idol." Lu Xiaoshan, several recruits shouted excitedly. On one side, Zhao Chong had a resigned look on his face. "My Xiao Fei, there will always be a subject where I will surpass you." In the next period of time, Su Zhilong arranged for each class and began training dynamic shooting exercises. From movement to quick pauses, to adjusting breathing to aiming, to according to grabbing, and more. All of this, it takes training. On my Xiao Fei side, with the tactical movement skill, he took this opportunity to consolidate this skill. For 2 days in a row, with the exception of an armed 5-kilometer training session in the evening, the time was spent on dynamic firing. In the evening, not idle, also to train according to the robbery. It doesn't matter if you're a newbie or a veteran, you have to practice. And on the third day, the company finally scheduled a live-fire training test. Look at the results of the last 2 days of training. But despite 2 days of training, the recruits played and still sucked. 20 rounds, most of the recruits just hit about 10. There are only a few people who can hit more than 15 shots. Zhao Chang's score also went from 15 to 17 rounds after these 2 days of training. Progress is very evident. On my Xiao Fei side, because of the tactical movement skill in place, plus the rifle mastery skill, the second shot, in 1 minute, 20 rounds had been able to hit 20. All hits. Moreover, it was still the same as Lin Tao's. 30 meters away, shooting from a standing position. 40 meters, half-crouch fire. 50 meters, prone shooting. Although in terms of time, it still didn't surpass Lin Tao, but it was also done in the allotted time. The new recruits, the veterans, were all shocked by my Xiao Fei's progress. In just 2 days, it had reached the height of the squad leader level. If we give him a little more time, won't he be able to compete with the special forces? Evening, my Xiao Fei and Zhao Chong were called to Su Zhilong's office. The two men came in and found Chief Petty Officer Liang Hui here as well. "Called you two over to tell you something," Su Zhilong said. "After a discussion at the company council, it was decided that you would be trained as the company's future snipers." "Sniper?" Zhao Chang's eyes lit up. Liang Hui said, "The two of you are very good, whether it's your shooting talent, or other aspects such as physical fitness and observation, very much in line to be snipers. So, starting tomorrow, you will participate in sniper training organized by the company." "Well, interested?" Zhao Chong immediately stood upright and said, "Report. I will work hard, definitely live up to the trust and expectations of the company commander and sergeant major." Su Zhilong smiled and nodded, looking first at my Xiao Fei. "What about you?" My Xiao Fei also stood upright and said, "I obey the company's arrangement." "Yes, in that case, go back to your preparations. Training starts tomorrow." "Yes." Just after walking out of the doorway, Zhao Chong immediately called out to my Xiao Fei, "This time, I won't lose to you." My Xiao Fei gave him a look and a smile. "Good luck then." Zhao Chong was furious. At night, lying in bed, my Xiao Fei opened the system mall. System, redeem primary sniping skills. System, roger that. My Xiao Fei, redeem a bottle of enlightenment boosting potion. System, roger that. My Xiao Fei, redeem ancient fist fighting skills. System, roger that. My Xiao Fei, redeem land transportation and combat equipment driving skills. System, roger that. After exchanging 4 things in a row, my Xiao Fei looked at the number of merit value points, and there were only over 2,000 left. Almost. These are a few skills that are currently required to be mastered in training after you get off the company. Although the 7th company is a penetration company, it is also a mechanically armored company, and the company is equipped with coordinated armored vehicles. There's one in a platoon, and sniping is also the next thing he wants to master. Although it is primary, but it is also within the range of 1,000 meters of shooting, with ultra-high accuracy, as long as he can master the sniping element, land transportation and combat equipment, such as, for example, various military vehicles, armored vehicles, tanks, and the like, are not the same to be learned, but mastery will give him a certain amount of combat power in a coordinated battle. On the fighting side, it goes without saying that military boxing fighting training is also the next company to focus on. As for the rest, it's not needed yet either. End of chapter. Having been studying the system information above the sniper skill until 1 o'clock late at night, my Xiao Fei went to sleep. Day 2. My Xiao Fei and Zhao Chong were called out alone. Also, there are 2 other veterans. Also a veteran of my Xiao Fei's class, Jiang Wu. already one of the veterans of the 2nd platoon. He Bing. The other soldiers, too, followed to the range and trained to shoot. The range is huge and there is a sniper's only range as well. Starting today, I'm your sniper instructor. Liang Hui walked over and said at my Xiao Fei and Zhao Chong. Sergeant Major, are you a sniper too? Zhao Chong had a surprised look on his face. Liang Hui smiled as Zhang Wu, a veteran on one side, said, our Sergeant Major is the oldest sergeant in our regiment. He's also a famous sniper. Its sniping strength, in our entire group army, can be ranked a veritable king of sniper rifles in our regiment. So awesome. Zhao Chong had a face of adoration. Liang Hui waved his hand and said, that's all in the past. There's no need to say more. Immediately, he rushed Jiang Wu and He Bing and said, you two follow the training program and go ahead and train. I'm going to give them a lecture on sniping principles. Yes, come on, sit down. The three of them sat down face to face, and Liang Hui asked, regarding the sniping aspect, have you guys learned about it again before? Zhao Chong immediately shook his head. No. Liang Hui looked at my Xiao Fei. My Xiao Fei also did not hide. Immediately told Liang Hui, his understanding in sniping. All this sniping knowledge, of course, was learned from the skills redeemed from the system. After 2 hours of research last night, coupled with the enlightenment power has been improved. Basically, it is considered to be the sniping aspect of the knowledge. All the understanding through. Liang Hui listened to my Xiao Fei put the sniping aspect, from calm at first, to shock. A lot of what's in the specialty. My Xiao Fei understands. Even when Liang Hui asked about the elemental data, calculations, etc. that he paid attention to when shooting, my Xiao Fei knew it all, and can be calculated quickly. Accuracy. Even on the scene, Liang Hui let my Xiao Fei judge the current wind speed, humidity, distance on the sniper rifle's aiming parameters of the adjustment and so on. My Xiao Fei can immediately answer. To know that a white person, from the beginning of learning, to reach the current level of sniping theory of my Xiao Fei, at least need more than half a year. But now, he hadn't even begun teaching himself, and my Xiao Fei was already well versed in all the sniping theories, and Zhao Chong, who was on the side, was also listening in awe. Seeing Liang Hui's expression, he knew that what my Xiao Fei had said was not wrong. Where did he learn all this knowledge? Liang Hui was also very curious and asked this question. My Xiao Fei said, before I enlisted in the army, I liked to study sniping knowledge, learned it from the internet and books. Liang Hui's eyes widened slightly. Self-taught? Unschooled? My Xiao Fei nodded. Sort of. What about sniper shooting? Ever played it? Liang Hui asked with some excitement. If it was true that my Xiao Fei could learn this point without a teacher, he, then, definitely has great potential to be a top sniper. Sometimes, with sniper shooting, it's not about acquired effort. Rather, it's a gift. There might not be one person with this kind of sniping talent in 100,000 people. My Xiao Fei shook his head. No, I just learned the theory. Zhang Wu, here. Zhang Wu ran over with his gun and stood in front of Liang Hui. Give Fei your gun. Let him try. Zhang Wu was stunned. You're starting shooting training so soon? Aren't we learning theory first? Liang Hui impatiently said. Give it if you're told to. What's the point of wasting words? Yes. Zhang Wu had a puzzled look on his face, but still handed the sniper rifle to my Xiao Fei. My Xiao Fei took it. Thank you, veteran. Liang Hui said. This gun is corrected and can be used directly. You try shooting. How many meters do you want to hit the target? My Xiao Fei glanced at the sniper range behind him. This sniper range is very long. Over 1,000 meters. Every 100 meters. Target trenches are set up to set targets. My Xiao Fei didn't know what level his sniper shooting was at, and after thinking for a while, he said, let's start at 300 meters. Okay. Liang Hui nodded and immediately asked Zhang Wu to contact the target trench staff. When all was ready, my Xiao Fei began to get down and aim. With a distance of 300 meters, there are fewer parameters to adjust. The effective range of this sniper rifle in your hand is 800 meters. 300 meters of trajectory is pretty solid. My Xiao Fei started aiming according to the guidance from the system skill side. Liang Hui and Zhang Wu, the few people next to him, didn't bother my Xiao Fei. Let him try it himself. Bang! Finally, after adjusting the parameters and aiming for a few seconds, my Xiao Fei decisively fired. Just, report, target missed. Over the intercom, the voices of the target trenchers came. My Xiao Fei frowned slightly. How could it be off target when it was clearly following the instructions? But Liang Hui didn't say anything about my Xiao Fei because of that. Zhang Wu also comforted. Little Fei, it's nothing to miss. It's normal. After all, this is your first time shooting. Sniper shooting is very different from rifle shooting. Learn more from the sergeant major. At a distance of 300 meters, it's still very easy to hit. Liang Hui took over and said, Jiang Wu was right, Fei. The data you just calculated are correct. The parameter adjustments are correct. And according to the gun is stable enough. But the reason it's off target likely has to do with the rhythm of your breathing as you pull the trigger. The biggest difference between sniper shooting and rifle shooting is because sniper shooting has a longer target distance and rifle has a shorter target distance. Breathing rhythm can't be the same. In that case, Jiang Wu, you first take Zhao Chong to learn the basic sniper theory. I'll teach Dash how to pace his breathing. Yes. Zhao Chong took one step and turned back 3 times as he followed Jiang Wu away. That resigned look, like he'd lost his favor. Next, my Xiao Fei followed Liang Hui and focused on learning the breathing rhythm method for each distance target. When to hold your breath, when to breathe, when to speed up your breathing, when to slow down your breathing. These, on the skill side, are not given. After all, it's also about adjusting and figuring out what works best for you based on your cardio and gun stability. And after fusing the enlightenment boosting potion, my Xiao Fei's enlightenment and learning ability had also tripled from its original base. What Liang Hui said, he could quickly comprehend. You can even reach the point where you can lift and quickly find the breathing rhythm that works best for you. Half an hour later, when McFly tries to shoot again, already able to hit targets 300 meters solidly. This was followed by 400 meters and 500 meters, all of which were solid hits. It made Liang Hui, who was next to him, horrified. This pervert, this learning ability, it's too strong, isn't it? End of chapter. And when it came to the distance of 600 meters, my Xiao Fei once again got stuck a little bit. The hits slipped. This caused Liang Hui, who was on the side, to let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that my Xiao Fei would fly wildly upwards like an airplane, directly up to 1,000 meters away. How's it going? At this time, Jiang Wu, He Bing and Zhao Chong also walked over. Sergeant Major, it's time for morning training. Is it brought back, or? Jiang Wu asked at Liang Hui. Liang Hui looked at my Xiao Fei and before he could speak, my Xiao Fei immediately said, Chief Petty Officer, is it okay if I want to continue training here? Just got a little bit of a feel for it and wanted to strike while the iron was hot and see if I could make another breakthrough. Jiang Wu on one side advised, Little Fei, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. 300 meters is not a long distance, but it's not short either. It's only your first day of sniper training. It's really normal to miss. Go back and rest. Get refreshed. It's not too late to practice in the afternoon. He Bing on one side also advised. Yes Fei, there's no need to rush. Last year, when we were first introduced to sniper shooting, we also trained for a week on 300-meter targets, and the hit rate was only just a little higher. You're so talented. Maybe if you practice for 2 more days, you'll have a chance. My Xiao Fei looked at the two with a somewhat complicated expression, not knowing how to answer at once. It was Liang Hui who couldn't help but spit. Aren't you two a little too confident? At your level, how dare you come and teach others how Fei should train? When Jiang Wu and He Bing heard this, they were instantly reluctant. I say Sergeant Major, my good master. Although it is true that our sniper talent is not very good, but at least 500 meters target, our hit rate, can also reach more than 60% of the good. For that matter, how about us two sniper veterans? Who can set an example for the new recruits? 500 meters. Zhao Chong, who was on one side, sniffed with admiration. Veterans? You guys are awesome. My Xiao Fei, isn't it? Zhao Chong even pulled my Xiao Fei along. My Xiao Fei nodded his head somewhat awkwardly and forced a smile. Yes. Yes. Liang Hui looked at the two with a smile. Are you guys that confident? Jiang Wu and He Bing laughed. That's true. Of course we can't compare with you, but looking at the entire regiment, our sniping strength is one of the best. McFly. As the two men's voices fell, Liang Hui immediately shouted at my Xiao Fei. Here, 600 meters, 10 rounds. Tell these two veterans of yours what it means to be a real sniper. Let them also see what it means that there are people beyond the sky. Yes. My Xiao Fei helplessly glanced at Jiang Wu and He Bing, and could only load and start aiming. What? 600 meters? Jiang Wu and He Bing were stunned. No, master, my Xiao Fei can't even hit 300 meters steadily, so he's just going to hit 600 meters? Liang Hui rolled his eyes at them. After watching, you guys will know. My Xiao Fei, you may begin. Yes, when my Xiao Fei's voice fell, he quickly adjusted the aiming parameters. Next moment, bang, one shot, then, keep aiming and keep shooting. Bang, bang, bang. Almost every 3 seconds or so, my Xiao Fei would fire a shot. Seeing how fast my Xiao Fei fired his gun, they were all dumbfounded. Sniper fire? Hitting that fast? Even if the aiming parameters are adjusted, it's a bit difficult to hit the target at this distance. Okay, can the ballistics be stabilized when you shoot that fast? Report. Firing complete. While the three were fuming, My Xiao Fei had already lowered his gun. Liang Hui immediately went through the walkie-talkie and asked the target trench personnel to report back. Report. 10 rounds, 7 hits. Over. Liang Hui nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Another 10% improvement. On the other hand, Jiang Wu, He Bing, and Zhao Chong on the side had all been dumbfounded. 2 veterans in particular. Just now they were bragging to Liang Hui and my Xiao Fei about how awesome they were, with a 60% hit rate at a distance of 500 meters or something. But now what? Other people, my Xiao Fei, had only been training for 2 or 3 hours and could already hit a target at 600 meters. The hit rate is still 70%. The distance hit farther than they did. The hits are still higher than they are. He actually has the face to teach my Xiao Fei what to practice. Fei, you've only been practicing for 2 or 3 hours and you're this powerful? Jiang Wu finally couldn't help but exclaim in shock. My Xiao Fei sighed slightly. It's not bad, only 70% hit rate, still need to keep improving, but I'm getting a bit of a feel for it now, and with a few more hours of practice, I should be able to hit over 90%. JW, He Bing, Zhao Chong, what do you mean? Okay, big brother, you little white guy, just practicing for 2 or 3 hours, and you can hit a 600-meter target with a hit rate of 600 meters. You call that okay? Would you please take your okay to die a death? Can you give us veterans some face? Liang Hui, on the other hand, grunted at the 2 veterans of Jiang Wu. Now, do you dare talk about confidence in front of me? People's Fei, an hour and a half ago, 500 meters away, almost 100% hit rate. You're only 60%, and you dare to call around here. Do you know how to spell blush? Ginger Wu for 2. When Zhao Chong sniffed, he also wanted to take a block of tofu and run himself over. He was still thinking of surpassing other people's my Xiao Fei, but their own learning sniper theory have not learned it. People my Xiao Fei, the results exceeded the veterans. It's still more than a hairline then. End of chapter. The next time, Liang Hui also agreed to my Xiao Fei staying behind to continue training. The 3 of them, Jiang Wu, He Bing and Zhao Chong, were obviously also devastated and had stayed behind as well. After an afternoon of training, my Xiao Fei finally increased the target hit rate at a distance of 600 meters to over 90%. It made veterans such as Liang Hui and Jiang Wu call my Xiao Fei perverted. And on the veteran side, the training subjects change from day to day. For example, these 3 days train shooting and shooting-related skills. After 3 days, it's training for reconnaissance or fighting or creeping or something like that. Of course, like my Xiao Fei and Zhao Chong, these joined the sniper training. Naturally, a little different. Usually not very important subjects on the subject will allow them to individually to Liang Hui to bring out training. So, a month or so down the line, my Xiao Fei's sniping strength had far exceeded that of Jiang Wu's veterans. 800 meters sniper hit rate, up to 85% or more. The kilometer hit rate, too, is over 70%. Moreover, later on, as long as my Xiao Fei kept strengthening his training, no matter how much the hit rate of each distance could still go up. The distance, for example, 1,000 meters away, he was confident that the hit rate would reach more than 50%. This strength, even Liang Hui sighed to himself. Some people, in his words, are born to eat it, said. It was my Xiao Fei. As for the fighting aspect, my Xiao Fei also followed the military boxing, but more often than not, he was still training in the ancient boxing style. It's not that ancient boxing methods are necessarily more deadly in real combat than military boxing. Rather, my Xiao Fei realized that when he was boxing, his physical fitness coupled with the ancient fist technique, his fighting strength had already reached a peak under the state, and if he then used the berserk skill physical fitness, his fighting strength could go up another notch. Later on, it gets even stronger as berserk points are raised, and attaching berserk points to military fist, the real-world ability, is a bit lower than ancient fist technique. In a head-to-head confrontation, my Xiao Fei, alone, can directly beat down several veterans. Even the strongest of the whole company fighting, in the hands of my Xiao Fei, could not last 10 seconds. You can see how strong the ancient boxing methods are in real life. As for the other subjects, my Xiao Fei had trained in his previous life and had the power of enlightenment to add to it. So learning was super easy. A month down the line, of all the training subjects, my Xiao Fei had basically learned to be proficient in all of them when all the other recruits were still only at the entry level. It's all stronger than the veterans. This made the group of veterans wonder if my Xiao Fei was a new recruit or if they were new recruits. A month and a half after the lower company, my Xiao Fei, Zhao Chong, and Jiang Wu were called to the company commander's office. I called you 3 over here to tell you something. Su Zhilong looked at the 3 and said, have you heard of the International Military Games? Military Games? The trio froze. Zhao Chong and Jiang Wu both shook their heads slightly. Instead, it was my Xiao Fei on one side who said, this, before I enlisted. I did read it. Su Zhilong smiled. Come on, talk about it. My Xiao Fei said. The International Military Games, also referred to as the World Military Games or the Military Games, is the International Military Sports Council sponsored by the global military personnel of the highest standard of large-scale comprehensive games, held every 4 years. The competition time seems to be about a week. The competition program is divided into dozens of large types and broken down into hundreds of smaller types, including the 3 military types of land, sea and air. Those who signed up for it, more than 100 countries, are also known as the Military Olympics. I remember that it seems to have been held 4 times, and the rest of the specifics, I've forgotten. Su Zhilong nodded slightly. It's normal to not know the specifics of such a huge tournament. Jiang Wu asked, Company Commander, does this have anything to do with calling us over? Could it be that you want us to attend? Su Zhilong nodded. There is that idea. The trio froze. Company Commander, we're not good enough to go to a world-class games like this, are we? Crap, Su Zhilong said. It's not that easy to want to represent the Huaxia troops to represent the country in the military games. Generally speaking, the ones who can go and represent the national forces are the various champions or runners-up and such level athletes of the domestic military games. I don't need to explain too much about the difference between domestic and international military games, do I? One is domestic and one is international. The 3 nodded. This is certainly well understood. It's like the domestic games and the Olympics. Who can represent the country to participate in the Olympic Games? Which is not in the hands of a number of domestic or international large-scale event gold medals. And these military athletes, people are professional. That is to say, while they are soldiers, they are not the same as those in their field units. They also have to take on combat duty the usual extra. All the troops require a variety of subjects training exercises flood rescue and so on, all sorts of tasks. People just need to train that subject full-time. Cross-country athletes, for example, are like track and field athletes in that they basically only train in that discipline. Same goes for shooting, obstacle running, skydiving, and the like. It's just that they have the additional rank of soldier. People are in the military. They're here specifically for athletic competition. Compared to these military athletes, they are, well, pure amateurs. Company Commander, in that case, what exactly do you want us to do? Jiang Wu was even more puzzled. It's not like they're professional athletes, much less qualified to participate. Su Zhilong sighed softly and took out a file notice, handing it to them. The 3 men took it and looked at it. Selections in the group army? 10 spots per regiment, with a minimum of 1 competition entry. Collectively, they will be selected for the competition at the competition site set by the group army. The first place winners in various competition subjects will then participate in the competition selection for the whole army unit. Any further first place finishers will be included in the national team shortlist for the International Military Games. After reading the introduction, all 3 froze. Su Zhilong said, Finished reading, right? The 3 nodded. Company Commander, you mean, let's go to the tournament selection? Su Zhilong nodded. That's right. The regiment gave our company 3 slots. I picked you 3. Company Commander, we're not professionals, so why are we wasting our time with this selection? Just let the champions who have participated in the domestic military games participate. Jiang Wu said in disbelief. Su Zhilong said, normal procedure. Just like the selection of Olympic athletes. There must be layers of screening competitions before participants are to be selected. From the city to the province, then to the country. Finally, take the best seedlings, put them together, and then train them systematically. Pick the best and most consistent one to race. Although, in the past, this selection, it didn't mean much, and it basically ended up being the previous military games champions going for it. But, there are always accidents. Who knows? Among the millions of troops, if there's anyone among them? 3. End of chapter. Jiang Wu laughed bitterly. Company Commander, although we are considered to be a sharp soldier in the regiment, when we look at the entire army, it's still the end of the line. That's a good way to say it's going to the game. To put it mildly, it's not just there to fill up heads. Despite the fact, Su Zhilong was still angry when he heard this. What do you mean by charging heads? Can you guys have some will? This hasn't even started yet and you're handing in your surrender? Are you still soldiers of our 7th company? Besides, maybe you guys are really good? Jiang Wu bristled. Company Commander, how many kilograms we are? We know in our hearts. You guys? Ugh. Su Zhilong waved his hand and said, anyway, I called you all here to ask for your opinions. If you don't want to attend, you may not, and I'll arrange for someone else to go. From that, it could also be heard that Su Zhilong didn't have much hope for them either. It's an army-wide competition, and, even if there was really really that chance of both winning, they'd still just make it to the shortlist. It's still not clear if you can represent the national forces. Don't forget, the national team is full of experts. How can it be their turn to be amateurs? Ding! At this point, in my Xiao Fei's mind, the system's voice rang out. Detecting that the host has the opportunity to participate in the international competition of the World Military Games, issue a new task. Sign up for at least 3 different events and get a minimum of 1 gold, 1 silver and 1 bronze. Completion of the mission will be rewarded handsomely. Refuse the mission and the merit value will be zeroed out. McFly, at least 3 different projects, and also get medals for each one. System, you really look up to me. Also, refusing a quest has to clear the merit value. Isn't this a disguised threat to me? If there was a system police, my Xiao Fei would definitely choose to call the police. Report. I'm in. Helplessly, my Xiao Fei could only punch Su Zhilong. I'm signing up for 5 events: orienteering run, 400-meter obstacle course run, sports shooting, fighting, and electronic computer communication. 5. Su Zhilong, Zhang Wu, and Zhao Chong were all surprised. McFly, you're not kidding me, are you? 5 programs? Can you compete? My Xiao Fei nodded his head with incomparable seriousness and said, Company Commander, I'm confident, let me try. The system is talking about 3 different programs. Cross-country and obstacle running are both physical and belong together. The other 3, all different types. That's the equivalent of 4. Just sign up and try it out first anyway. Give yourself a bit of a retreat. Otherwise, if you just manage to get in 1 or 2, that's add up. If all of them make the cut, that would be best. After Su Zhilong made sure that my Xiao Fei wasn't joking, he pondered for a while and finally said, Alright, I'll report it to you first. See what the regiment says. If it agrees, you go ahead and try it. What about you two? Are you in or out? Su Zhilong looked at Zhang Wu and Zhao Chong. Attend. Zhang Wu did not hesitate. My Xiao Fei, a new recruit, has participated in it. If he, as a veteran, retreats, if he spreads the word, will he still want to lose face? I'm in. Zhao Chong was naturally not willing to be left behind. However, as opposed to my Xiao Fei, they all just signed up for 1 program. Okay. Su Zhilong nodded in satisfaction. I'll report the list and the project later. We'll have the results by nightfall at the latest. You also prepare yourselves for the next 2 days to travel to the division for intensive training. 4 months until the World Military Games. But there's only half a month left before the group army competition. Yes. Back to class. My Xiao Fei immediately used the only remaining merit value to exchange for the computer communication skill. He was afraid that, at that time, this ghost system would do something wrong and zero out the points for him. Now, his physical ability in fighting paired with his berserker physique is excellent. Definitely has a place in the group. For sports shooting, it's even more stable with tactical sports skills in place. Now, all that's missing is this computerized electronic communication. The battlefield of the future. Electronic warfare definitely occupies a large place. Sooner or later, you're going to have to redeem it anyway. Evening. The notice also came down. When the company assembled for roll call in the evening, Su Zhilong announced this as well. When the people in the company realized that my Xiao Fei had signed up for 5 events, they were all shocked to death as well. After the dissolution, Lin Tao asked at my Xiao Fei, Fei, we can all understand if you signed up for physical fitness, shooting, and fighting. After all, you're very good at these subjects. But computerized electronic communications, have you ever studied that? Our company, we've never trained in this subject before. My Xiao Fei said, Squad leader, don't worry, before I enlisted in the army, at home, I learned from some computer experts, and my skills aren't bad. Of course, in the meantime, I'm still going to request to have our regiment's computer room for a little training. The veteran on one side asked, Come, Fei, tell us, exactly what didn't you learn before enlisting? Everything is learned before enlistment. Together, before you enlisted, is an all-round soldier king, right? My Xiao Fei thought for a moment and said with a serious face, Fighter jets aren't taught. I don't know how to fly a fighter jet. Veteran. Others, wanted to fly fighters before enlisting? We just casually asked that. You don't have to answer so seriously, do you? And, that's a bull answer you know? The next day, my Xiao Fei applied for permission to travel to the regimental computer room. Computerized electronic communication is, in fact, gaming the enemy with a satellite computer. In this, various types of numeric codes, alphabetic codes, symbolic codes, etc. are used. Then there are the electronic information traps, firewall maintenance defense, hacker type like offensive information theft, seizure, and counterattack. Anyway, on a defined network platform, use whatever means you can to break into the local network system or defend against the other side's attack system and all that. These, literally, just need to be computer savvy, but really want to practice, which will involve the military, all kinds of numbers, symbols, letters, all aspects of the data code translation, crack, restore and so on, but it is very, very difficult. Generally speaking, those who can have this ability are basically warriors in specialized electronic information technology units. It's too hard for field troops like them, who are also just mechanized units, to learn this. This was also the reason why Lin Tao and the others would be so shocked after my Xiao Fei had enrolled in this subject. Ask for monthly tickets, recommended tickets. End of chapter. 2 days later, 10 of the regiment's sharpest soldiers who had signed up for the competition traveled in a minibus to the division's rendezvous. Of the 10 men, other than my Xiao Fei and Zhao Chong, the other 8 were either veterans or squad leaders. I say, your 7th company is too casual, isn't it? You even arranged for 2 new recruits to go there. That's not the way to rush the number of people, right? A veteran pointed at my Xiao Fei and Zhao Chong and said at Jiang Wu. The other veterans chuckled. Jiang Wu grunted. I don't know if they're charging numbers, but you guys, you're definitely charging numbers. The veterans weren't offended at being spoken to like that. When the rules of the tournament were understood, they couldn't even if they didn't want to be the ones filling up the numbers. An ordinary soldier from an ordinary field unit running to compete with the best masters in the entire army. What is it if not a stepping stone and cannon fodder? The veteran spread his hands. We don't care. It's you, Company 7. Isn't that a little too casual? The regiment's best resources have been given to your 7th company, and in the end, for a competition like this, you don't pay any attention to it at all. Sending out 2 new recruits? Your 7th company. Are you worthy of being the regiment's sharpest company? Jiang Wu was furious when he heard this. On one side, my Xiao Fei pulled his arm and shook his head slightly. Then he switched places with Jiang Wu and came to the opposite side of that old soldier. What? Newbie? Uncomfortable saying 2 words about your 7th company? Want to break bread with me? The veteran soldier sneered slightly. For his part, my Xiao Fei smiled politely. Veteran, how dare I? I just came by to say hi to you, veteran. Get acquainted, and learn some lessons, LOL. After all, this time, we're going over there on behalf of the entire regiment. Even if we're just filling up the numbers, we can't afford to have high infighting, can we? My name is Mai Xiao Fei. I hope that this time when we go over there, you veterans can take us and let us learn some lessons. Saying that, my Xiao Fei took the initiative to extend his hand at the veteran. Fei, what are you doing? Zhao Chong was furious when he saw my Xiao Fei's attitude. They talk about us like this, and you still talk to them like this. What a disgrace to our 7th company. Jiang Wu also frowned slightly, looking at my Xiao Fei in disbelief. As far as I can remember, my Xiao Fei isn't this kind of mellow person either. It was the veteran soldier who was extremely happy to see my Xiao Fei's attitude. Listen, this is the kind of awareness a new recruit should have. Alright, since you just said so, then later on, when I have the chance, I'll teach you new recruits some skills in martial arts. Anyways, I've also participated in 1 or 2 divisional martial arts competitions, so I have more experience than you, veteran Jiang Wu. My Xiao Fei nodded repeatedly. Okay, then thank the veteran first. With that, he extended his palm forward a little more and looked at the veteran with a grin. That veteran also did not expect my Xiao Fei to be so enthusiastic and know how to behave, and immediately looked around with a smile, and then stretched out his hand and shook my Xiao Fei's hand. When the grip was given, the veteran tried to draw it out. Suddenly, a wave of pain came. He realized that his palm was tightly grasped by my Xiao Fei. It's like being held in a vice. You, the veteran's face changed. Seeing my Xiao Fei's slightly provocative smile, he knew that those words of my Xiao Fei's just now were deliberately to lure him into shaking his hand. Kid, you really want to break bread with me? A new recruit? You deserve it. After saying that, the veteran immediately exerted himself as well. From 7 points of force, to 8 points of force, to full force. In the end, they even bowed slightly. But the opposite side of the my Xiao Fei or face for moving a little bit of the slightest, still a face of calm smile looking at him. At this point, the veterans around them saw the cat and stood up and looked around. Old Zhou, you're not, are you? You can't even match the wrist strength of a new recruit? It's too embarrassing, isn't it? The other veterans laughed. Fei, go for it. Him. Jiang Mu and Zhao Chong also knew that my Xiao Fei also deliberately pretended to be that way, with the purpose of wanting to teach this veteran surnamed Zhou a lesson. Mother her. The veteran stood up, even using his back strength. One face had gone red, green veins rose, but my Xiao Fei still didn't change his face. In this way the veteran was a bit skeptical that this palm of my Xiao Fei's hand, was it fake or not? But the next, my Xiao Fei said indifferently, "Old soldier, you've used up your strength. Now, it's my turn, right?" After saying that, my Xiao Fei fiercely exerted himself. Ah! The veteran soldier let out a violent scream. The body, bent at the waist, instantly bent from side to side like an earthworm, screaming in pain. Let go, it hurts, my hand is going to break. Holy, damn you, you're a new recruit, why do you have so much wrist strength? As soon as the veteran shouted this, the surrounding veterans froze for a moment before roaring with laughter. Old Joe, you're too useless, ha 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 ha, I can't believe I was overcome by a newbie shaking hands, ha ha ha, where did Lao Joe care about the ridicule of the others? He repeatedly shouted at my Xiao Fei, "Comrade recruit, let go, my wrist is really going to break." Jiang Wu on one side didn't want to make a big deal out of it, and immediately rushed at my Xiao Fei. "Xiao Fei, it's almost time, let go." To my surprise, my Xiao Fei then said indifferently, "That won't do, it's nothing for this veteran to insult Zhao Chong and I, but he insulted our 7th company. That won't do, unless he apologizes." Old Joe sniffed, immediately shouted, "Want me to apologize? Door." Ah! My Xiao Fei violently added more force, and Lao Zhou immediately doubled his pain, his entire body instantly paralyzed in his seat, constantly emitting wailing sounds. I apologize. Old Joe huffed straight. "It's my fault, I shouldn't have said that about you 7 companies. I'm sorry, come on, let go of it, it's going to break." Hearing the apology, my Xiao Fei then let go of Old Joe's hand. At this time, my Xiao Fei put away that placid face and rushed the veterans present and said seriously, "Veterans, you can say whatever you want about us newbies, because you're veterans and we're newbies and can give you face and put up with you, but please don't involve us. Company 7, the 7th company is our proud home. I will never allow anyone to disrespect it. If there's a next time, I don't care if you're veterans or not, don't blame me for not giving you any face at all." After saying that, my Xiao Fei walked back and sat down quietly. Jiang Wu, who was next to him, gave my Xiao Fei a thumbs up and nodded with incomparable certainty. Zhao Chang's eyes that looked at my Xiao Fei also produced admiration for the first time. Ask yourself, if it were him, he would never have the courage to talk to these veterans like this. One more chapter later. End of chapter. Perhaps it was also because he thought he had offended a company of people by what he had just said. Even after being threatened by my Xiao Fei like this, these veterans didn't dare to say anything else. The veteran surnamed Zhou also just looked at my Xiao Fei unwillingly, but did not dare to say anything else. At that moment, a major got in and rushed the 10. "It's ready, you 10, have a good rest in the car. It's a couple hours drive from the regiment to the division. Tomorrow, it's going to start to be a tournament. Squad leader, drive." The regiment that my Xiao Fei is in is the 801st. The division it was in was the 91st Division under the X1SA Army Group. The 91st Division had 3 mechanized infantry regiments, a land and air squadron, an artillery battalion, and 2 direct reconnaissance battalions. The number of soldiers was more than 20,000, 10 places in each machine and infantry regiment, 5 places in the land and air squadrons, 5 places in the artillery battalions, and 10 places in the 2 direct battalions of the division. 50 in all. The World Military Games, it's not just the Army participating, there was also the Navy, Air Force, and Artillery, all of which participated. Driving, skydiving, swimming, positional gunnery, and so on and so forth are some of these programs. That's why the Air Force and Artillery will also participate. The X1 Group Army, on the other hand, had a total number of over 100,000 soldiers, with 4 divisions, 2 armored brigades, a land and air brigade, as well as an information technology brigade, guard regiment, and so on and so forth. They all arrive at their divisions and then proceed in unison to the Group Army competition site, where they compete. The crowd rested in the car, each a little nervous and a little expectant, although it was said that they didn't have the slightest confidence that they could win the bout, but it's nice to get out and experience it. A few hours later, they finally entered the gates of the division. The car pulled up to a playground. The crowd walked down with their training backpacks. Outside, there were dozens of people by now. They should be from the 802nd and 803rd Regiments and the Artillery Battalion. Those of you in the Land Rover training uniforms are from the Land Rover Squadron. As soon as he came down, the major was charging the 10 men with a brief explanation. "Okay, you guys stay put here for a bit while I report back. Don't move." "Yes," the crowd responded, and the major ran towards the handover point. 10 men surveyed the scene. "Veteran, have you been here before?" Zhao Chong asked towards Jiang Wu. Kong Mu said, The recruits came here for a turnaround when they were hitting the drills, but didn't stay much. What's wrong? Zhao Chong said. I feel that this place is much more spacious than our regiment. Look at those training grounds, and then look at the training uniforms of the scouts of their scout battalion. They're all different from ours. Those scouts, they must be pretty strong. Ha! Jiang Wu said. Nonsense. That's the division's scout battalion. It's the most elite scout in the entire division. Whether it's training resources or funding, it's something that we can't match in the machine treadmill regiment. Zhao Chong muttered. I thought that our 7th company was the strongest in the entire division. Jiang Wu smiled bitterly. Although our 7th company has a long history and is a heroic company, but ultimately, because of the limited conditions, in terms of resources, naturally we can't compare with the division. The 7th company, in the regiment, is number 1, but when you look at the whole division, it's barely in the top 5. Zhao Chong nodded slightly. Jiang Wu's words also reminded him of a TV show he saw in his previous life called Soldier/Assault. Inside, there is a similar presentation. The division also had a reconnaissance battalion, and at that time, it was still the company commander of that company, Gao Chang, who went to serve as the deputy battalion commander, because the 7th company was reorganized, and the personnel were broken up. Although the number of the tomato is still this world, it's not going to be a similar situation, is it? After all, in this world, this company exists, but the personnel, it's not the same as in the TV show. My Xiao Fei thought with a slight frown. Soon the major was returning. Let's go. We'll go to our lodgings first, and later, the division will gather in unison to go over the rules with you. After saying that, the major was leading the crowd to a building. Above the barracks, 2, were written in large letters, 1st Battalion, Division Reconnaissance. At this time, a captain came over, and after saluting the major, he called 2 non-commissioned officers, and brought 10 people, including my Xiao Fei, to the 2nd floor. You guys, for tonight, just rest here for the night. Thanks, a veteran said at the sergeant. The sergeant nodded and left. The crowd picked a bed at random and began to unpack their bags. The major walked in and said, well, that's as far as I'll take you, and the division will make arrangements for the rest of your trip and what you'll be doing at the tournament. You guys don't have to worry or feel any pressure. Just treat it like a rally or a normal competition. If you are eliminated, the division will also arrange for you to be sent back to your regiment. If it's important, you can call me, Su Zhao. You're a 5-year veteran. You'll be in charge of keeping an eye on them after I leave. The 9 of you, too, will follow the instructions of squad leader Su. Yes. After the major left, Su Zhao was asking the crowd to hurry up and organize their luggage. After they were all ready, Su Zhao was charging the 9 people. Okay, everyone, listen up. Saying that, he scanned the crowd, his eyes staying on my Xiao Fei and the veteran surnamed Zhou for a moment. Continuing, I don't care what unpleasantness has happened before, but I hope that it ends here. We are the delegation to participate in the competition. To put it bluntly, even if it's just to fill up the numbers, we still have to put our best foot forward and show it in front of the leaders, so that the leaders can see the style of our 801st Regiment fighters. Besides, it's a rare opportunity for us to arm wrestle with the sharpest soldiers of the group's divisions. Regardless of the final outcome, I want you all to give it your all. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. The veteran surnamed Zhou was also looking towards my Xiao Fei's side at this time. My Xiao Fei looked over as well. The veteran surnamed Zhou smiled at him. A sort of smile. My Xiao Fei also smiled and nodded. Everyone is a soldier. There's nothing that can't be diffused without principled hatred. Who's in charge? At that moment, a lieutenant approached. Report. I am. Su Zhao walked over. The lieutenant nodded. Get yourselves ready. In 10 minutes, all participants, meet downstairs. The division commander and the political commissar are coming over to speak and give instructions. Yes. After the lieutenant left, Su Zhao hurriedly told the crowd to get organized. We're going to see them later. But the division commander and the political commissar, you can't disgrace the regiment. The book is now up to 120,000 words as well. I appreciate everyone's support along the way. What follows is sure to be exciting. The author will try to write better episodes. I hope that the readers who are reading this will throw in a few recommendations and monthly votes. It's about the grade of the book. Then there's catch-up reading, which is only considered effective if you catch up to the latest chapter every day. If you all feel up to it, catch up on your reading every day. Don't feed the book law. A little support for the author. Thanks to all of you. End of chapter. At ease. Attention. Below the barracks, a lieutenant colonel loudly rushed the 50 members of the contestants and gave them loud formation commands. Then he turned cleanly to face the 2 majors. Reporting to the political commissar. Division commander. 91st Division for the first phase of domestic selection for the International Military Games. Assembled. 50 due. 50 present. Please instruct. Division training staff. Zhao Dihai. At ease. The division commander returned the salute, his voice booming back. Yes, at ease. After the colonel ran to the side of the line, the division commander looked to the participating 50 men. A smile also appeared on his grim face. You are the best soldiers in every regiment and battalion of our division. This time, you represent our division to the group army for the athlete selection competition. I believe that you will definitely get good results. Tell me, are you guys confident? Yes, yes, yes. 50 men responded loudly. Great. The division commander nodded in satisfaction. Among you, someone is the top gun king in the division. Someone is a fighter. Someone's a cross-country dynamo. It's safe to say that every single one of them, in one of the subjects entered, is ranked in the top 3 in the division. There's another one, the division commander said, his gaze falling on my Xiao Fei, in the recruit company, a hero who has already received a second-class war merit. Recruit company second class? At these words, the men of all the regiments and divisional battalions, except the 801st, subconsciously looked in the direction the division commander was looking. Eventually his eyes fell on my Xiao Fei. The Master Chief laughed. I think the name my Xiao Fei should not be unfamiliar to you, right? The heroic deed of jumping into the river to save 24 citizens has been notified and commended by the whole division. Is he the McFly? The crowd was shocked regarding the fact that my Xiao Fei had been awarded a second-class merit for saving a person's life. They had naturally all seen the news. I didn't expect him to come to the tournament as well. McFly. At this point, the commissar shouted. Here. My Xiao Fei snapped to attention and answered loudly. The political commissar said, regarding the subjects you reported to the division to compete in, are you really going to report 5 events at the same time? Moreover, the shooting program, or fixed in sport shooting together, counting, it's considered 6 events, 6 programs? Hearing this, those present, once again, shook. This guy's here for a laugh, right? Does he think he's competing in a division tournament? And you can quote as much as you want? This is an army-wide competition. Even if you win, you still have to compete with the elite soldier king from abroad. There are so many competition programs, and for them to be in one of them, in the group army competition, and get a ticket to the all-army competition, is already a super awesome existence. This guy, how dare he report so much? Could it be that it's trying to take a chance that one of the 5 programs, one of them will always work? Bull. It's not like there's a prize to be won. Was it by luck? It's by strength. Okay, big brother. Don't you understand that you can't eat more than you can chew? My Xiao Fei exclaimed. Report. Yes, the political commissar said. I know. You got the standard bearer in all training subjects in the new recruit's lower company test. Also read the training reports your company handed in about you, and the training scores in all subjects were outstanding. I don't doubt your strength, but this bout is not in our division. You're up against the top athletes in the whole group, and later the whole army, and then the whole world. Most of them are focusing on one subject to train like crazy, and their performance, it's exceptional. Not to mention, whether you really have that strength to compete with them, just your 5 different types of programs. I'm just afraid that when the time comes to start, you just don't even have the time to catch your breath anymore. You have to think it over. If you insist on reporting it, we won't stop you. Without the slightest hesitation, my Xiao Fei replied, Report, Chief, I've thought it over. I think I can. The political commissar and division commander looked at each other and smiled slightly bitterly. Fine, for the sake of you being a great contributor to our division, the division commander and I will give you this chance. I hope you won't let us down. Thank you, Chief. Okay, that's all we're going to say. Tomorrow, Staff Sergeant Zhao will personally take you guys to the group army for the competition. We are in the division, waiting for your good news. Yes, after the dismissal, Zhao Dihai is letting them go back to rest. A night without words. Day 2. All of them then got on the car again and went directly to the group army competition site. In the car, the participants from the other regiments always subconsciously looked at my Xiao Fei. Obviously, they were all curious about this new recruit. All of them. 11 o'clock noon. The car enters some troop. Zhao Dihai went to hand over, and when he came back, he was organizing a meeting with all the staff. Next, follow my instructions and take your game program positions. Those armed for 5 kilometers of cross-country. Step out. Report. Report. One by one, the participating soldiers stepped forward. 50 people, 8 of them, are in the program. My Xiao Fei was among them. For 100-meter fixed fire and 100-meter sport rapid fire, come out of the column. Stand in the second column. Report. Report. 6 more people stepped forward, including Zhao Chong and Jiang Wu. For this bout, there was no sniper shooting, but the 2 of them shot their rifles, and they were good at it. Report. My Xiao Fei asked. I've also signed up for 100-meter sports rapid fire and 100-meter fixed fire. May I go over there? Zhao Dihai glanced at him and said, no need. Just stand in that position, including the other items in the back. There's no need for that either. Yes. Fightings. 3rd column. Out. Report. 400-meter obstacle run. Report. After reading several items in a row, the last computer electronic communication was left, and Zhao Dihai also knew that it was my Xiao Fei, so he didn't shout anymore at that moment. After everyone had stood in their corresponding positions, Zhao Dihai then took out the list of race times and positions and gave one to each of them. On my Xiao Fei side, it's 5. After reading it, my Xiao Fei couldn't help but smile slightly bitterly. The shooting side, stationary and sports shooting, is back-to-back with no conflicts, and the time is in the morning. Fighting is also in the morning, a half hour after shooting. Armed 5-kilometer cross-country and obstacle course runs are in the afternoon. Although it wasn't the same time, the time between them, it was only half an hour, which meant that he only had half an hour to rest. The computerized electronic communications at night, on the contrary, had little impact. The most important thing is the physical fitness in the afternoon, and my Xiao Fei is not sure that half an hour is enough time to slow himself down. If I can't, I can only recover through a stamina recovery potion, or give up one of them, my Xiao Fei thought. This was, Zhao Dihai walked over to my Xiao Fei and asked, you've seen the competition time for the physical fitness competition in the afternoon. Can you hold on? Is it necessary to give up one of the events? My Xiao Fei said, report. No need. Zhao Dihai still advised, my Xiao Fei, I know that you are strong in all subjects, but I also hope that you don't pick up the sesame and lose the watermelon. You'd better think carefully and consider it. My Xiao Fei said, report. I've thought it through. Zhao Dihai was helpless and didn't bother to persuade him anymore, but walked back to the group and said, the time of the match is tomorrow. You have noon and evening to familiarize yourselves with the playing field. I'll arrange for someone to take you to the various venues to watch. After they were dismissed, Zhao Dihai organized them to have a midday meal, and then he let them rest in their temporary residence. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The group of squad leaders from the division who followed them over were the ones who led their own teams and took them to the playing field to watch. All group army match programs are conducted within this unit, Navy and Air Force. In other regions, my Xiao Fei has nothing to see on the range, and he has absolute confidence in his fixed and sports shooting. He mainly just wanted to see the armed cross-country and the 400-meter obstacle course. Armed cross-country, which is run in the back of the army, is not a track. It's the general trail, both flat and rugged, with uphill and downhill meadows. When the time came to compete, every 400 meters, a warrior would be watching to prevent anyone from taking shortcuts and cheating. The 400-meter obstacle, which is within the troop, is only a few hundred meters away from the back of the mountain, which is not too much of an impact. After that, my Xiao Fei followed the squad leader again and came to the fighting grounds. It's also the same as the loose fighting ring out there. It just means that there are several built here. At the same time, whichever side is knocked out first, loses, and the winning side goes on to the next round. There was no break in between until the first place winner was decided. Finally, my Xiao Fei went to see the Computer Electronic Information Communication Competition venue. Actually, it's a large computer room. The game mode is also simple. Everyone enters the satellite computer system at the same time to capture the enemy's secret documents. Whoever gets the top secret document first wins. In the computer room, my Xiao Fei also noticed that for this program, those who came to compete were either non-commissioned officers for several years or officers. He was the only one listed. Of course, for the other competitions, only he and Zhao Chong were listed soldiers, and even the second-year veterans, who were rare, were either sergeants or lieutenants. It wasn't that, on the 7th Company side, besides my Xiao Fei, it was Jiang Wu and Zhao Chong who were the best in the shooting program. Rather, Su Zhilong knew that no matter who went to such a tournament, they would just be cannon fodder. Walking through the course of the match, letting Jiang Wu and Zhao Chong go is just to see that they are the company's future seed soldiers, and to take this opportunity to let them go out and experience more. Of course, my Xiao Fei was the same, and Su Zhilong didn't think that my Xiao Fei could really end up representing the national forces in the war. It was late in the evening after seeing the grounds all together. In the evening, Zhao Dihai didn't arrange any training for them, but instead told them to rest and get refreshed so that they could participate in the competition tomorrow. The participants from other divisions or brigades live in the same building as they do. The whole group of troops came to compete, hundreds of them. Each program, when broken down, has dozens of participants. Even the most difficult computerized electronic communication had more than 30 participants, and 90% of those who participated in this program were from the Electronic Information Unit. And then there were some technicians from the group's military headquarters. McFly was the only player to compete with a field force. A night without words. In the morning, after breakfast, the whole building is resounding emergency assembly sound. All of the contestants, all of them, come down and gather. A colonel walked over and rushed the hundreds of people. I'm sure you're all well aware of the military games competition this time, so I won't say anything more about it. 8 to 9 a.m. competition of fixed 100-meter shooting, grenade throwing. From 9 to 10, the competition is 100-meter sport shooting, and, from 10 to 12, the competition is fighting. 100-meter short track run. The colonel announced 8 consecutive games. Anyone involved in these competition events? Step to the front. Those who don't have about program in the morning can continue to rest in their barracks or go watch the battle and cheer on your comrades. Now, those participating in the shooting, stand in the first row. Fightings, second row, third platoon of grenade throwers. Those who participate in programs with more than 2 items at the same time stand on the far right. After the colonel finished speaking, the various contestants, one after another, stepped forward. My Xiao Fei had the good sense to stand 2 meters to the far right of the morning's participants. And, he's the only one. This made all the participants in the scene surprised. It was especially shocking to see that my Xiao Fei was still wearing the rank of private. It's okay for a private to dare to come and compete, but how dare he report 2 at the same time? Crazy, right? The colonel had naturally known of my Xiao Fei's existence for a long time, and after just giving him a quiet glance, he exclaimed, "The heads of the various programs step forward, take the players and head to the playing field." Dismissed. Yes. All at once a group of officers came running. 2 officers in charge of a program, led the team, and ran away from the barracks. On my Xiao Fei side, he was led by a major. You have, in the morning, 3 competitions, and there's no time conflict. The major rushed at my Xiao Fei. So, let's go straight to the 100-meter fixed target shooting first. When you're done, it's the same range for 100-meter sport speed shooting. As for the fighting side of things, you can run over here quickly after the rapid-fire match. No more than 10 minutes, and it's all a normal match. Thank you, Chief. Go. After my Xiao Fei followed the major, those others who had only competed in the afternoon or evening followed curiously. It's idle anyway, so consider it as going over to see what's going on. Soon, my Xiao Fei followed the major to the shooting range. He also stepped up to the line of 100-meter fixed target shooting. There were 56 people, in all, who signed up for the program. There are 20 target positions here and they need to be split into 3 batches. Get ready for the big climax of continuity. Ask for a monthly ticket. Recommended tickets. Catch up on reading every day. End of chapter. The examiner in charge of the shooting program called all the other people out after the participants entered the shooting area. Outside, there are fencing strips. No one is allowed inside, whether they're leading a group or coming to watch the fun. The chief examiners and deputy examiners, on the other hand, took the roster books and started to check the identity information of the participants. After all of them were confirmed, the examiner then said at the 56 people, the competition is simple. The 100-meter chest ring target. Each contestant, only 1 chance to shoot. The one who shoots the highest number of rings wins. For the rankings, there is only the first place and the others. That is to say, only the first place can advance and head to the all-army competition venue for the finals. Report. A non-commissioned officer asked. Those who were able to participate in this competition were the best shooters from each regiment and battalion. And basically all of them had shot full rings on the 100-meter chest ring target, and on a regular basis. If, when the time comes, there are 2 echelon players who both hit full ring scores. What's the difference? The examiner nodded slightly. That's what I'm going to say next. When the examiner finished speaking, a deputy examiner came over with a target. The examiner pointed to the 10-ring white circle of the chest ring target. Within the 10-ring range, there is a circle drawn. If 10 rounds, all 10 rings, will differentiate the rankings based on the point of impact in the circle. For example, if both have full rings, and you have 10 rounds, and 5 of them are in the inner ring of 10, and the other player has 6 in the inner ring, then the other player wins. If it's still the same, then we'll have another round, or multiple rounds, until we have a winner. When the crowd heard this, they also thought this would work, and they all had no more comments. Any more questions? No, the crowd replied in unison. The examiner looked at the time and said, in 5 minutes, the match will begin. Time limit. Still a minute and a half to fire all 10 rounds. Next, the competitors whose names are read, proceed to the target stand and stand in front of it to receive live ammunition. Group 1. Target Position 1, Wei Jielin. Group 1, Target Position 2, Luo Wei. Luo Wei? I didn't expect it. He's here too. Hearing the name Luo Wei, Jiang Wu couldn't help but frown. Zhao Chong asked curiously, "Old soldier, do you know this Luo Wei?" Jiang Wu said, "I know him. He, however, does not know me." Looking at Zhao Chong and my Xiao Fei's curious eyes, Jiang Wu explained, "This Luo Wei is a famous marksman of our group army. He has been in the army for 8 years, and has participated in many group army and military district competitions, and is recognized as the best rifle marksman in our group army. He has won the first place in the group army shooting competition many times. All of them are also solidly in the top 3 at the military district tournaments. Did you guys see the rank on his shoulder? Captain. Before, he was also a soldier. It was because he was good at shooting and participated in the competition to get the first place, so he was promoted. So awesome," Zhao Chong said with a look of adoration and a bitter smile. "Veteran. This time, we're supposed to be on one tour." Jiang Wu looked at my Xiao Fei. "So Xiao Fei, if you want to take first place in this program, you'll have to fight hard. Are you confident?" Jiang Wu asked at my Xiao Fei. My Xiao Fei said, "It's okay, there shouldn't be any problems. When I was in the recruit company, my 100-meter fixed target shooting, the point of impact, was still more focused." Jiang Wu nodded slightly. "That's good. Make sure to fight to get a spot in the finals. That way, when we go back, to say the least, we'll get a third-class merit." "Third degree?" My Xiao Fei was stunned. "Just in the group army competition, can you also get battle honors?" "That's for sure," Jiang Wu said. "Although this is to select experts for the military games, you mustn't forget that this is also a kind of competition for the group army, representing the whole regiment to participate in the competition of the whole group army and got the first place. It's not reasonable to say that there is not a third-class merit, is it? And, even if the two of us are eliminated outright, when we get back to the company, the year-end evaluation for Outstanding Soldier of the Year, we'll still have a good chance of getting it." "Right. In and of itself, the fact that we can represent the entire regiment in coming over to the tournament is an affirmation of the regiment's strength. There will be a consolation prize for not getting a place. It's certainly best if you get it, and battle honors are offered." It dawned on my Xiao Fei, so that's how it is. In his previous life, although he also served as a soldier, he also hadn't yet had that qualification to go to the group army to participate in the competition. "Naturally, I'm not too sure about all that," my Xiao Fei asked curiously. "Veteran, what you said is that a competition project takes the first place. It's one third-class merit. Then if these 5 projects that I participated in, oh no, and the sports shooting program, a total of 6, all took first place, then is it 6 third-class merits?" When my Xiao Fei's words came out, not only were Zhao Chong and Jiang Wu surprised, there were also other veteran squad leaders around who heard my Xiao Fei's words and also froze. "You signed up for 6 programs and you want to take first place in all of them? Do you really think there are no other masters in our army except you?" Jiang Wu also noticed the looks of the other troop veterans and replied with some embarrassment. "I'm not sure about this, because no one has ever done that." My Xiao Fei let out an "oh," then said with a serious face, "Then I'll try? JW, try." Then, after saying that, he resolutely stopped talking to my Xiao Fei. Otherwise, hell knows how many more big words this kid can say. And off the field, Zhao Dihai, who was leading the 91st Division, heard the name Luo Wei. The sergeant squad leader next to him sighed. "Luo Wei is also there. It seems that our division's shooters, this time, can really only run with them." Zhao Dihai hummed. "That's not necessarily true. What if this Luo Wei doesn't play well? Even if he plays well and gets first place and reaches the finals, with that strength of his, it will be difficult for him to get a good ranking in front of the shooting masters of the whole army." 5 minutes passed. With the order of the examiner, the scene was filled with the sound of gunshots. Those outside the arena, too, are looking forward to the final score. Soon the shooting stopped and the target lowered. According to the rules, it is after all are played that the results are posted. My Xiao Fei was also paying attention to see that Luo Wei, who was known as the king of guns of the group's conventional troops. The latter had a very calm demeanor and a confident look in his eyes. Then, it was the second group that went up. The 3 of them, my Xiao Fei, Zhao Chong, Jiang Wu, were all assigned to the third group. Soon, the second set was played as well. By the time the 3 my Xiao Fei went up, as the examiner's voice fell, my Xiao Fei immediately got down and started aiming. With the rifle mastery skill activated, my Xiao Fei began to aim at the inner 10 rings. End of chapter. The activation of the rifle mastery skill gave him excellent eyesight. Even without a scope, just through the collimator, my Xiao Fei was able to vaguely see the inner circle of 10 rings through the collimator. After following Liang Hui's sniper training for a month and a half, It allowed him to make great progress in his breathing adjustments. Rifle shooting, too, has improved quite a bit. Bang! Bang! On the scene, gunshots began to ring out. After aiming for a few seconds, my Xiao Fei finally started shooting as well. 10 rounds, each one shot very cautiously. This is a group army competition. Just pull out one. That is the top shooter in the regiment. Chest ring targets hit full rings. That's a common occurrence. The competition now is who can hit the most in the inner ring of the 10 ring. If anyone slacks off a bit and has a shot that isn't on the 10 ring, they're basically considered eliminated. Finally, at around 1 minute and 20 seconds, the third group of contestants, 2, had all played. How did you fight? Zhao Chong asked in a small voice towards my Xiao Fei. My Xiao Fei said, it should be fine. The inner ring can hit more than 5 rounds anyhow. 5 shots? Zhao Chong and Jiang Wu both sucked in a breath of cool air. Zhao Chong said, my last shot was a bit unsteady. I don't know if I can hit the 10 ring. What about you, veteran? Jiang Wu smiled. We'll know when we see the results later. I still have an understanding of my own ability. Although it's not bad, it's still not good compared to Fei and that Luo Wei. A few minutes later, the results were also finally tallied. The examiner got the transcript and after taking a closer look at it, his eyes suddenly widened. The eyes stopped above one of the names. After the examiner scanned the entire room, his gaze first lingered on Luo Wei for a moment, revealing a touch of pity. Then, it turned to my Xiao Fei in the third row with a deep suspicion. Now, announce the results, the examiner said with a serious expression. Group 1, target position 1, Lin Wei Jie, 100 rings, 3 inside rings. Hearing that he had hit the full ring and had 3 more rings to go into the inner ring, Petty Officer Lin Wei Jie was slightly relieved. That's not a bad score, I suppose? Group 1, target position 2, Luo Wei. The examiner subconsciously paused. Many of the participants on the scene were curious and looked over. That is, even the participants of other programs outside the arena had their ears perked up. 100 rings, 7 shots inside. Wow! When the examiner's voice fell, a clamor instantly rose from the scene. I can't believe 7 of the rounds were inner rings. Isn't that a solid number 1? That's a lot of bouncing around, isn't it? It's worthy of being the first king of guns in the group's regular army. The score is just solid. Upon hearing his results, Luo Wei remained still calm. The score, obviously, was expected of him, and as soon as Luo Wei's result came out, the other players, too, basically didn't hold any hope. It was Zhao Chong and Jiang Wu who could only sigh. They didn't have much confidence in thinking that their grades could be better than Luo Wei's. Next, the examiner went on to announce the results of the other contestants. Unsurprisingly, the rest of the players in groups 1 and 2, while more than 70% of them shot full rings, the best one in the inner ring was only 4 shots. To the third group, Kang Mo is 100 rings, but the inner ring is only 5 rings. Zhao Chong even has only 99 rings. Group 3, target 8, McFly. The examiner paused again, his eyes looking straight at my Xiao Fei. Jiang Wu and Zhao Chong both fought for their breath, although Zhao Chong had previously used my Xiao Fei as his competitor. But after the company, the strength of my Xiao Fei in all subjects like a rocket sword really let him no longer raise a little with my Xiao Fei fighting heart. Now, they're representing the company delegation in the competition. His heart naturally wanted my Xiao Fei to win. My Xiao Fei, 100 rings, 10 hits on the inner ring. Boom! When these words came out, the brains of all the players on the field, as well as those outside the field, instantly exploded. 100 rings of inner rings. Oh, my God! What kind of divine gunplay is this? How is that possible? Yay! After Jiang Wu and Zhao Chong both reacted, they excitedly grabbed my Xiao Fei's arm and roared with excitement. Fei, you're amazing! 100 inner rings! My goodness! I can't believe you hit it so well. This can't be right. At this time, Luo Wei's voice rang out and shouted at the examiner. Report! How can he, a new recruit, shoot 100 rings of inner rings? I request to watch the target paper. The examiner's eyes were slightly cold. Luo Wei, are you questioning our examiners about cheating? That's it. Jiang Wu also shouted at Luo Wei. Don't think that in the entire group army, you're the most accurate shot. If you can shoot a 7-shot inner ring, can't our regiment, my Xiao Fei, shoot a 10-shot inner ring? Anyway, it's not a division. So what if Luo Wei is a captain and can't help him? My soldier was right. Zhao Dihai also shouted at Luo Wei at this time. Luo Wei, this is the group army competition. I hope that when you speak, you can have a brain. You're not questioning the examiner. You're questioning the fairness of the group. The examiner turned his head to Zhao Dihai. Comrade Major, this is an internal matter of the competition. I hope that on your side, It's better not to get involved. Zhao Dihai nodded slightly. However, his eyes were still excitedly looking towards my Xiao Fei. Luo Wei said. Luo Wei wouldn't dare. I was wondering if the target inspector was mistaken. I don't think anyone, not just me, but everyone in the room, would dare to believe that a new recruit could put up such an unbelievable score. The examiner looked to the other contestants, and it was clear from all their eyes that they, obviously, did not believe it either. After thinking for a moment, the examiner said, I will report this matter to my superiors later and see what they say in response. Having said that, the examiner continued to announce the results of the others. No surprises. Of the rest, no one who hit the inner ring got more than 5 rounds. In other words, right now, with 56 contestants, the one with the best score was my Xiao Fei. The examiner also reported to his superiors at this point. Soon a military vehicle pulled up and the Major General stepped out. I'll go. It's the General. The generals are here. This is a big deal. Seeing that it was the Group Army Chief of Staff, the examiner immediately changed his face and hurriedly greeted him, saluted, and was about to report loudly. The Major General waved his hand and spoke directly. I heard that, in our group army, someone shot 10 rounds of a 10-ring inner ring? The examiner stood at attention and exclaimed, reporting to the chief. Yes, who is it? Let him out. I'll see. The Major General was somewhat agitated. McFly, here, step out. Yes, my Xiao Fei quickly ran out, came in front of the Major General and saluted. Good day, Chief. Ask for recommendations, monthly tickets. End of chapter. McFly, I remember you. The Major General grinned at my Xiao Fei. The head of the group army knows my Xiao Fei? The crowd was stunned. This guy, isn't he just a new recruit? My Xiao Fei also didn't expect the head of the group army to know himself. The Major General laughed. In just 3 months in the recruit company, your list, as it were, appears 4 times in our group army. Once was when you escaped. 1 time to save a life. Once again, it's an application to come back. Once, first in the recruit test was awarded 3rd-class honors. You kid, in just 3 months, with your ups and downs, it's hard for us to not know you. My Xiao Fei blushed a little and said awkwardly, thank you, Chief, for hanging on. The Major General nodded slightly. Originally, regarding the awarding of your battle merit, the group army side was to send someone over to personally give you the award, but with the new recruits coming down to the company, not only is your regiment busier, but the army is busy, too, so you couldn't take the time to go over there. Still, it's not bad to see you on this occasion now. I heard that you also shot 10 rounds of inner ring? My Xiao Fei sniffed and didn't reply, only looking at the examiner. This score is not up to him, but up to the examiner and the target reporter. The examiner hurriedly said, Chief, it's like this. Luo Wei questioned the target inspector's statistical error, believing that it was impossible for my Xiao Fei, a new recruit, to shoot such a score, because it was a big deal. I reported it to the chief examiner. The chief examiner, a major, standing next to the Major General, rushed the Major General, Chief of Staff. Yes, the Major General looked at my Xiao Fei's rank and asked himself, if it were him, he wouldn't quite dare to believe it. After all, it was indeed hard to be convinced that a new recruit entering the army, less than half a year ago, would have such a shooting performance. McFly, here, the Major General rushed at my Xiao Fei and asked, they questioned your shooting prowess. What do you think? Dare you let them hold your target for inspection? My Xiao Fei shouted. Report, Chief, I have absolute confidence in my strength. Yes, the Major General glanced at the chief examiner, who understood, and immediately sent for the targets. Luo Wei, you come out too. Yes, Luo Wei hurriedly ran over and saluted the Major General with a respectful face. The Major General, who naturally recognized Luo Wei, the group army's veritable king of guns, laughed and said, Luo Wei if someone else, my Xiao Fei, really shot a 10-shot inner ring, your name as the group army's king of guns is only going to change hands. Luo Wei said, if comrade my Xiao Fei really has the strength, I am convinced, and apologize to it. The Major General nodded slightly. Soon, the target of my Xiao Fei was brought up. After the chief examiner and chief examiner had read it, they took it over, and after looking deeply at my Xiao Fei, they rushed the Major General, Chief of Staff, comrade my Xiao Fei, it's true that he shot 10 rounds of inner ring. Take a look. Although the Major General didn't think in his heart that the target checker would make a mistake. After all, a mistake in such a big event was punishable. They can't afford to be sloppy. But now, after seeing the target with his own eyes and seeing my Xiao Fei's shooting prowess, he was still shocked. Luo Wei, do you have anything to say now? Luo Wei picked up the target and after carefully observing it, he finally nodded his head, turned his head directly, and saluted at my Xiao Fei. Comrade my Xiao Fei, I was wrong. I shouldn't have suspected you. I lost. Saying this, Luo Wei didn't feel any shame. Instead, he had admiration for my Xiao Fei, a new recruit, able to shoot 10 rounds of 10 ring in a ring. His shooting talent can be seen how high. My Xiao Fei also returned the greeting. It's okay, Luo Wei said. Comrade my Xiao Fei, did you also sign up for the 100-meter sports shooting event? My Xiao Fei said, yes. Oh, my Xiao Fei, you also signed up for 100-meter sports shooting? The chief examiner on one side said, Chief of Staff, this kid, he didn't just sign up for these 2 shooting programs, but also fighting, 400-meter obstacles, armed 5-kilometer cross-country, and electronic communications. The Major General's eyes widened slightly. My Xiao Fei, you have a big appetite. 6 programs in one breath. My Xiao Fei said, Chief, you can't put eggs in a bamboo basket at the same time, can you? So, I want to try them all. Maybe all of them can enter the finals. And then there is a chance that in the finals, a certain item can get the first place and represent the national troops? The Major General sniffed and couldn't help but laugh. 6 items to get the first place in the group army competition. How dare you kids say that? You know, our group army has military competitions of different sizes every year. And at most, some people can get first place in 2 or 3 programs, like your 6 items? Not to mention our group army, even the whole army. No one can do it. You're that confident? My Xiao Fei said, Chief, if I don't have confidence, I won't report it. Yes, the Major General spoke in a resounding tone. Then I'll see if you really have that strength. Not to mention 6. If you can get 3, when we return, I'll personally take credit for you. Thank you, Chief. Immediately, the examiner announced to everyone that my Xiao Fei's results were valid. My Xiao Fei got the first place in the 100-meter chest ring target shooting program and advanced to the final of the all-army competition. Instantly, some soldiers from the 801st Regiment and the 91st Division cheered. The examiner shouted, take a 10-minute break while the staff prepares the 100-meter sports shooting targets. Now, the participants in the 100-meter sports speed shooting stand in formation for roll call. The Major General and the Chief Examiner did not leave either. They all wanted to see how well my Xiao Fei would do at 100-meter rapid fire. Soon the contestants stood in formation. For this program, there were only 20 people who competed. Lo was there. After the roll call, the examiner announced the rules. 100-meter rapid fire. Since you all signed up for it, you should all basically know the rules. It's simple. Shoot 1 round per spot. Hit the target, and the target falls automatically. 10 rounds total. 100 meters of movement. 1 target position every 10 meters. Target 30 meters to 50 meters. The targets are wobbly head targets, of which, in 5, there will be hostage head targets to follow. The time limit is 1 minute. The one who hits the most targets is first. If the number of hits on the target is the same, it's all about time. The one with the shorter time wins. If you hit a hostage, you're outright eliminated. Did you hear everything? Understood. 20 men returned loudly. Soon the players were ready. McFly is in the bottom 3. Luo Wei is in front of my Xiao Fei. Because it's sport shooting, there is only one range and you can only go up one by one to prevent accidents. End of chapter. Bang! Bang! With a command from the examiner, the first contestant had rushed up according to his gun and started shooting. In front of each target position, there is a circle with a diameter of 2 meters, and competitors need to shoot within the circle. It doesn't matter if you're kneeling or lying down or standing. It's just that normal people know that shooting from the prone position, while more stable, climbs up and consumes some time. Therefore, as long as they have some confidence in their marksmanship, they will choose the crouching or standing position, so that they can save a certain amount of time. It's sport shooting. It's not just about hits, it's about time. Those who were able to come to the event were the best of the best in the program for the entire set of troops. First hit, 53 seconds to hit, 10 rounds, all hits. Immediately after that, the second one goes up and hits all of them as well, but with another 56 seconds on the clock. Third, the players outside the arena were amazed to see that one player inside was hitting all of them. Not to be outdone, they were all the best shots in the battalion and regiment. It's a long time and a short time, but it's a good enough hit to leave all the players on the sidelines in awe. It was even the group chief of staff, Major General, who nodded slightly. It is very gratifying to have these fine shooters in your own army. Of course, after a dozen hits, and a few, the hits were only 90. There have even been hits on hostages that I don't know if it was due to nerves or just really bad marksmanship. Till low, 15 have been shot in the front, with the best score, 48 seconds, hitting 10 targets. This best warrior, a second stage sergeant, looked at Luo Wei somewhat nervously. In his opinion, though, Luo Wei was his strongest competitor. My Xiao Fei is a better shot than Luo Wei though. But that's fixed target shooting. Recruits under the company less than 2 months. My Xiao Fei is shooting even more accurate. But it is impossible to be in the sports shooting. Also so powerful, right? And Luo Wei, as the group army's recognized gun king, not only is fixed shooting great, but sports shooting is not bad at all. At one point, it was even a record of all 45-second hits. Of course, that was Luo's best, and for the most part, Luo may not have been able to hit that. He could only hope that Luo Wei would not play so well. Luo Wei stood on the starting line, his eyes slightly turned his head to look at my Xiao Fei, with a strong battle intent in his eyes. McFly, sports shooting, I'll never lose you again. Begin. As the examiner's voice fell, Luo Wei quickly rushed out. Come to the first target site. He stood straight up quickly and took aim. Bang! Then, without hesitation, shoot. The first target should fall. That speed, it was at least half a second faster than any of the other runners. In time, yes. Once this gun was fired, it was even the Major General's chief of staff who couldn't help but clap his hands. This Luo Wei deserves to be the king of guns of our group army. The shooting is as steady as ever. If he can all keep shooting at this speed, in 45 seconds, it's definitely not a problem to finish shooting. The chief examiner on one side also nodded his head and glanced at my Xiao Fei in the team. So now, the pressure is on my Xiao Fei. The Major General also glanced at my Xiao Fei. This kid, he always does surprising things. I hope he can also work miracles on this project. Even if you can't, the point of impact of his fixed target shooting, as you can see, can be ranked in the top 3 when you look at the whole army. When the time comes to play a little more superbly, maybe we can really win in the final. A few international military games down. Our group army. It's been a long time since we've had an athlete who can represent the national forces. Let's hope this time it works out the way we want it to. The chief instructor nodded. While the two were talking, Luo Wei's side, too, had finished shooting 7 shots. The first 5 shots were normal bobblehead targets. For the next 5 shots, there is a hostage target that swings crosswise with the target head target. So the competitors spend some time aiming at each of the 5 targets in the back. Basically all players choose to shoot from the prone position. But of course, there are those who are more confident and shoot from the crouching position. Even Luo was no exception. Luo does land a solid shot though, hitting on every shot. Finally, 10 shots were fired and all hit. The examiner also reported the time out loud. Luo Wei, 10 rounds, all hits, took 43 seconds. As soon as this result came out, at the scene, there was a loud applause. Awesome. That's awesome. 43 seconds to complete the shot. Unbelievable. Even the second-year sergeant, who had played 48 seconds, applauded convincingly. Luo Wei is, this time, considered superb. This achievement, I'm only afraid that in his lifetime, he would never be able to reach it. Nice. The Major General couldn't even help but applaud. This score, even if you were to participate in the all-army final competition, you'd still be in the top 3. Play a little better and you might get first place. This Luo Wei has made tremendous progress. The chief examiner also laughed. Maybe he was irritated by my Xiao Fei on the fixed shot. Next, it's up to my Xiao Fei. Didn't he say he was going to take first place in 6 events? This time, it looks like it's going to be difficult. The Major General smiled slightly. Let's see then. Luo Wei walked back and didn't forget to punch my Xiao Fei. How about it? Do you think that there is still a chance to win me? My Xiao Fei smiled. Try it, maybe? When my Xiao Fei's voice fell, the examiner, on his side, read my Xiao Fei's name and let him go up. Ready to start. Fei, go for it, go for it. Jiang Wu and Zhao Chong were outside the arena, clenching their fists and cheering for my Xiao Fei. My Xiao Fei nodded slightly at them, then stood at the starting point and shouted, "Report! Preparation is complete." The examiner looked at the time and shouted, "Begin!" As the voice fell, my Xiao Fei charged out like a tiger. The moment. My Xiao Fei casts the rifle proficiency skill and the tactical movement skill at the same time. Tactical maneuvers, including tumbling momentarily, bracing quickly as the shoulder touches the ground to keep the body balanced at a given moment, and then aiming the shot, or roll over, immediately half crouch, and immediately aim and shoot. Then there's rolling over and relying on your shoulders to support the ground and springing up like a spring, allowing your body to aim and shoot in motion. Then, even simpler, is to run and shoot at the same time. Others, of low or high difficulty, are available. Watch how McFly blends his tactical maneuvers with shooting. However, for the first shot, my Xiao Fei naturally didn't go straight to using complex tactical maneuvers. Just the simplest, standing shot is all that's needed. Ask for recommendations. Monthly votes. End of chapter. The first shot is fired and hits the target. The examiner looked at the time and realized that it was actually half a second faster than Luo Wei, who was the fastest before. At this time, Luo Wei, as well as other sharp-eyed people, also saw it. This my Xiao Fei, the first shot is actually faster and more stable than Luo Wei. I just don't know if the back 9 shots are as steady. Luo Wei frowned slightly, an unsettling feeling welling up in his heart. Bang! For the second shot, my Xiao Fei still opted for a standing position, still shooting fast, and the people in the neighborhood. See, my Xiao Fei's body just settled, immediately aiming, less than half a second, is to shoot. Everyone else, at least, needs to aim for 2 to 3 seconds. Even Luo Wei needed a second to aim. But what about my Xiao Fei? Less than half a second. What they didn't know was the tactical movement that was able to make my Xiao Fei's body extremely smooth the moment he stopped. As long as my Xiao Fei was given a little time to aim at the target, he could just shoot. That's what makes the combination of rifle proficiency skills and tactical movement skills so awesome. And when it came to the later shots, because the distance went from 30 meters to 40 or 50 meters, my Xiao Fei naturally didn't dare to venture in. When he was almost at the third target circle again, my Xiao Fei violently rolled forward. Then, in a quick half-crouch, the gun in his hand was lifted upwards in the same way. Aim, shoot, one and done. It was just one action that instantly stunned the entire crowd. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So cool. This new recruit can actually play tactical maneuvers so skillfully and steadily. This my Xiao Fei is actually not exaggerating. No wonder he dares to say that he can take this program again. So, it's so good in tactical sports. 2. The chief's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The chief examiner also nodded in shock. If he can hold steady back there, he might be able to time press into the 40 seconds. Bang! Bang! My Xiao Fei still kept bullying his way forward with tactical maneuvers and shooting fits. Every shot hits the target. Getting to the 5 targets with hostages in the back didn't slow things down at all. For distances up to 30 meters, a direct standing position. If it's 40 meters, it's a tumbling squat. If it's 50 meters, roll over and aim the shot in a smooth prone position. Each target spotting action shooting, all in one go, without a little bit of procrastination. This also saves at least half a second to a second on every target spot shot. Everyone fought for their breath. The look on everyone's face was tinged with intense shock. With the last shot fired, Luo Wei finally closed his eyes slowly, shook his head slightly, and sighed long and hard. And the scene, in due course, resounded with loud applause and cheers. Even the head chief of staff and the chief examiner couldn't help but applaud my Xiao Fei. At this point in time, even if the examiner hasn't started announcing the time, everyone already knows that it must be shorter than low. My Xiao Fei, 10 rounds, all hits, time spent. The examiner even paused for a moment, making the crowd nervous. 39 seconds. When this voice of the examiner came out, the applause and cheers of the whole room became even louder. I can't believe I scored 40 seconds. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Grass. This my Xiao Fei is simply awesome to the heavens. Phew. My Xiao Fei also finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the time. To applause, my Xiao Fei returned to the group. As he passed by Luo Wei, Luo Wei's voice, too, sounded in his ears. Come on, rookie, go for it. Luo Wei rushed at my Xiao Fei. Keep up this consistency. Even in the finals, there are no more than 3 people who can beat you. My Xiao Fei nodded slightly. Won't let you down. The few people in the back finally went up to fight. Perhaps they were also affected by my Xiao Fei's counterintuitive results, and none of them actually hit 10 more targets. There were even 2 people, both of whom accidentally hit the hostages by mistake and were directly eliminated. In the end, not surprisingly, my Xiao Fei, sports shooting came in first again, advancing to the all-army final. After the results were announced, Zhao Dihai and Jiang Wu Zhaochang's crowd quickly surrounded them, but before they could open their mouths, the head chief of staff came over as well. My Xiao Fei, you. But my Xiao Fei stood upright and shouted, Chief, I'm sorry, I still have a fighting competition in the morning. The time is almost up. I have to rush over there. The chief was stunned. And you signed up for fighting? McFly nodded. I signed up for a couple of programs that also have fighting. The chief said, okay, then you go over there. Thank you, Chief. My Xiao Fei quickly ran towards the fighting arena. When the crowd heard that my Xiao Fei was going to run off to compete in a fight, those who didn't have a match in the morning were curious to follow. At first, they all thought that my Xiao Fei was crazy. Having reported so many items, surely none of them could take first place. But now, after seeing my Xiao Fei's divine gunplay, they couldn't help but look forward to my Xiao Fei. All wanted to see if my Xiao Fei would work another miracle. Whether, indeed, you can do it, and get first place in all 6 events that you enroll in. Come on, let's go check it out too. The chief of staff smiled at the chief examiner. The chief examiner smiled and nodded. Go and see. After saying that, the two of them got into the car and drove directly to the fighting match site. On the scene, there's a makeshift ring. My Xiao Fei arrived just in time for roll call. Luckily, the examiner didn't give him a hard time and let him in the line. Fighting bouts with 16 men. This fighting thing is all about real strength, without a bit of luck in it. So, generally, a regiment or divisional unit would schedule the best one to attend. So there weren't many that ended up signing up for it. The way to play against each other. Also simple. Draw lots. 2 against 2. Whichever side's back falls to the ground first loses. Even with 4 games in a row, both sides are fair game. Originally, fighting had physical strength and stamina and resistance to blows in it, in addition to moves. These are the elements that are missing. Soon, the fighting examiner's side came over with a box and asked each of them to draw a signature. Number 1 fights number 16. Number 2 plays with number 15. And so on. When the drawing of lots was completed, just in time, the chief and the chief examiner, as well as those who had chased over to try to see my Xiao Fei's other events, arrived. Hello chief. Hello chief examiner. The fighting examiner rushed the 2 men and saluted hurriedly. You don't need to care about us, just keep hosting the tournament. The chief of staff waved his hand. Yes, my Xiao Fei looked at the number on his hand. Number 12. In other words, 1 is 5th on the field, versus number 5, outside the arena. There are nearly 100 competitors from other programs watching. Among them, most of them came to see my Xiao Fei. End of chapter. Each and every one of these fighting masters of the various regiments was 1.8 meters or so, or even 1.9 meters. The body was relatively strong, and the hard muscles on his body were extremely conspicuous. And although my Xiao Fei also had a height of nearly 1.8 meters, but the body looked, or relatively slimmer, it also makes a lot of people not really look at him favorably. Jiang Wu, you guys don't have the advantage of even my Xiao Fei's body type. On the 801st Regiment's side, Su Zhao and a group of veterans were slightly worried. Jiang Wu and Zhao Chon looked at each other and both revealed grins. The crowd froze. What are you laughing at? Are we not right? Fighting is different from shooting. He has a top talent for shooting. But fighting, it's all about size, strength, and skill. Even if my Xiao Fei's skills are fine, his body size and strength are simply no match for the other players. In the face of absolute power, no amount of skill is of any use. Jiang Wu nodded. You guys are right. In the face of absolute power, no skill is useless. That's why we believe that my Xiao Fei won't lose. The crowd wondered. You mean to say that my Xiao Fei is much stronger than his contestants in terms of strength and speed? Jiang Wu said. I don't know if he's better than the other players, but in our 7th company, he, alone, can easily beat up a squad of our fighters. So awesome? Su Zhao and the other veterans were stunned. At that moment, the eyes that once again looked at my Xiao Fei were filled with anticipation. Soon, the first group of players was standing up. Anyone who can represent the entire regiment in a tournament can't be too bad at fighting. On the field, the strength of the 2 men was not too far apart. There are social sparring and some use military boxing. Strength and speed are pretty okay, but to my Xiao Fei down below, it was full of holes. A set of hits takes only a minute or so. Fighting is more than that. It's all about explosive power. It's not a lot of stamina to be consumed. Outside the arena, there were constant cheers. Soon, 4 sets were played. It's my Xiao Fei's turn in the ring. Many people outside the arena, their gazes instantly moved to him. Fei, go for it. Just like you beat us up when we were in the company. Them. Jiang Wu shouted at my Xiao Fei. The Major General's chief of staff and the chief examiner, too, had finally come to their senses. It's finally this kid's turn. The Major General smiled slightly. I'd like to see if you can really do it. On the field, McFly looks at his opponent. The opponent was a lieutenant. The figure was a head taller than my Xiao Fei. The powerful muscles on his body were even a round bigger than my Xiao Fei. The lieutenant was also apparently a little startled to see that the one who had come up to compete with him was a new recruit. Recruits? The lieutenant frowned slightly and then smiled. I didn't expect to pick up a good bargain in the first round. Newbie, what unit are you in? My Xiao Fei calmly said. 801st Regiment. Interpolation 7th Company, my Xiao Fei. McFly? The lieutenant was slightly startled. That name, it seems familiar. How can you say that you? Interpolation Company 7, are also a heroic company that came from wartime, and you are sent out as a new recruit to compete in a tournament. What? Don't you have anyone left in Company 7? My Xiao Fei smiled. No, to be exact, every one of our 7 companies is an expert. But against you, one of my recruits is enough. Why do I need to use the veteran squad leaders to do it? The lieutenant grunted coldly. That's a tough mouth. I knew you were tough enough, my Xiao Fei said. I won't tell you if it's hard or not. I'm not interested in men. Lieutenant? How the hell can you drive? At that moment, the examiner announced that the competition would begin. I'll waste no time. Comrade Lieutenant. Bon voyage. Without the slightest hesitation, my Xiao Fei quickly charged directly towards the lieutenant. That speed and madness, like a hungry tiger out of its cage. In an instant, he was 2 meters from the lieutenant. Before the lieutenant could react, my Xiao Fei had already bounced his entire body half a meter high, and with a side kick, his thigh swept towards the lieutenant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So fast, the lieutenant's face paled and he mentally cursed. Then, subconsciously, he extended his left arm and began to block. With this speed, my Xiao Fei simply didn't give him a chance to step back and dodge. It can only be fought hard. Bang! In just an instant, my Xiao Fei's calf was colliding with the lieutenant's arm. Next, bang! The lieutenant only felt a huge force coming from his left arm. The tremendous pressure instantly fractured the lieutenant's left arm. Then, a heavy impact on his own left chest. The huge impact directly knocked the lieutenant out. The ring was 7 meters in diameter. The lieutenant, on the other hand, was directly kicked by my Xiao Fei and sent flying 2 meters. Then, the whole thing hit the ground hard, then rolled quickly, straight out of the ring. Wow! At the scene, a huge clamor instantly rang out. Everyone, wide-eyed, from the time the examiner announces the start to the end. The whole process, too, took less than 3 seconds. His opponent, the lieutenant, was even kicked off without even resisting a single move. It's just smacking. This my Xiao Fei's speed and strength was as terrifying as it was. Yes, after a few moments of silence, a burst of applause rang out. The Major General's Chief of Staff and the Chief Examiner, too, were so shocked that they jerked up from their seats. This kid, fighting is actually so strong. No wonder he dared to be so confident that he could get first place. The Major General's Chief of Staff said with slight excitement. With this strength, he definitely has a great chance to get first place and represent the national forces at the all-army final competition. On the side of the 801st Regiment, Su Zhao applauded in surprise while rushing Jiang Wu and Zhao Chong to the side. My Xiao Fei's speed and strength are so impressive. Why didn't you guys say so earlier? Jiang Wu spread his hands. Didn't I say so? Since fighting depends on speed and power, then the basic match. There's no suspense. Our company's my Xiao Fei. Fighting moves may not work, but speed and strength. Ha! The entire group army. He dares to say second. Absolutely no one dares to call first. Su Zhao and the other veterans were also excited when they heard this. Then according to what you guys are saying, wouldn't my Xiao Fei be able to take first place in this fighting competition as well? Jiang Wu laughed. I can't guarantee it. I can only say that the chances are great. Su Zhao sighed with emotion. If that's the case, my Xiao Fei getting the first place in 3 events by himself is definitely considered the first person in our group army competition this year. Our 801st Regiment. We're going to make a name for ourselves in the entire group army. Ask for recommendations. Request for monthly tickets. Requesting daily catch-up reading. End of chapter. Next game. The crowd was also looking forward to it. It's not so much about wanting to see who else can win. Rather, he was looking forward to the next match where my Xiao Fei would be back on the field. Whether he would still be able to defeat his opponent with a single move, as he had done in the first match. It was supposed to say that it was all regular troopers, and each of the contestants is the strongest fighting warrior in the regiment. Shouldn't be much of a difference in strength and fighting, but when my Xiao Fei came out, he instantly opened up the ranks of fighting prowess by a few levels. If that lieutenant had been able to slightly resist for a few rounds just now, the crowd would still think that my Xiao Fei was just a little bit stronger than the lieutenant. But now it seems that the two, they are not at all at the same level. They were now just looking forward to whether or not a fighting master who could be comparable to my Xiao Fei could come behind them. However, after the latter groups had finished comparing, the crowd could also see that the strengths, indeed, were all not very different, at least, in their opinion. With my Xiao Fei, it was still quite a bit worse. Soon, the first round was finished and the top 8 were compared. McFly is up second. This time, his opponent, a second-year sergeant. However, at this time, this second phase of the sergeant, but did not dare to have the slightest contempt for my Xiao Fei. Just now, when my Xiao Fei fought against the lieutenant, they, the players, were all watching. Naturally, he was also afraid to fight against my Xiao Fei. After all, the speed and power that my Xiao Fei had shown in the first scene was definitely something that none of them could do. Begin! As the examiner's voice fell, the second stage sergeant took the lead, directly rushed towards my Xiao Fei. McPhee is very quick on the attack. If he waited for him to make a move, I was afraid that he would be just like that lieutenant, not even having a chance to resist. That's smart. The corner of my Xiao Fei's mouth tugged. The second period sergeant rushed to my Xiao Fei and threw a punch towards my Xiao Fei's face door. Click! In the next second, my Xiao Fei reached out to block, and with great speed, he grabbed the second phase sergeant's wrist. This is exactly the ancient boxing tiger fist, with a tiger claw to fix his wrist. The enormous claw force immediately resisted all the power of the second stage sergeant. It made it impossible to move at all. The crowd did not expect that the thunderous attack of the second phase sergeant would be suddenly resisted. The second period sergeant also blanched and tried to draw back with force, but found it impossible to move. This guy. The second sergeant responded very quickly as well. Seeing that his arm was grabbed, he immediately violently bullied his way forward, his knee popping up and slamming towards my Xiao Fei's abdomen. But he was fast, and my Xiao Fei was even faster. With his knee just less than halfway up, the knee of my Xiao Fei's right leg had already lifted up from the side, and slammed hard into the inner thigh muscles of the second period sergeant. A great aching pain made the second phase sergeant couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. Then a sharp huff of cold air, half a knee straight down. My Xiao Fei took advantage of his unsteady center of gravity, and his bent knee popped up straight, stomping on his chest, and the tiger claw that was grabbing his arm also released in the same direction. The second period sergeant collapsed right into the ring. Transmission. From the time the second stage sergeant launched an attack on my Xiao Fei to the time he collapsed on his own, the entire process, which took no more than 10 seconds. And the second period sergeant was not even hitting McFly for a second. McFly second, still with absolute strength, winning. Su Zhao looked at this scene with a dumbfounded look and rushed Jiang Wu on the side. Didn't you say that my Xiao Fei only has speed and strength? Not much fighting skills? Jiang Wu laughed. I didn't say that. You guys were the ones who said he had no skill, saying that speed and power are the fundamentals of fighting. But what you also forget is that skill is also based on speed and strength. Otherwise, dry with skill, how can you resist against the power and speed of your enemy? Technique is just the icing on the cake of fighting for my Xiao Fei. Su Zhao. Other veterans? The speed, power, and skill shown by my Xiao Fei in the first and second games had stunned the other players. Under the stage, each and every one of them were trying to think of what to use to fight against my Xiao Fei. But in the end, it all comes down to one thing. In both the semi-finals and the finals, my Xiao Fei was superb and destroyed the remaining 2 matches. Took first place in the fighting bout. The entire crowd, including the contestants, had been completely convinced by my Xiao Fei's strength. So far, my Xiao Fei had gotten first place in all 3 events in the morning. That leaves the 400-meter obstacle course and 5-kilometer cross-country in the afternoon, and the computerized electronic communication in the evening. My Xiao Fei, you come here. Yes. After the fight was over and most of the people had left, my Xiao Fei called over. Looking at this new recruit in front of him, the officer was a bit incredulous that he really knew a new recruit who had just joined the army for less than half a year. What other projects do you have coming up next? The officer asked curiously. My Xiao Fei, report. 400-meter barrier. Armed for 5 kilometers. Computerized electronic communications. Ha! The officer grinned. That's quite a leap across a few programs. The chief examiner was also curious and asked, computer electronic communications and all that, you've studied it? My Xiao Fei said, I didn't learn it in the army, but before enlisting in the army, I learned computer technology from hackers, and read a lot of information books about the information station of the army, and taught myself some, so thought I'd give it a try. The officer laughed and scolded, don't you dare talk about trying. I asked you about fighting before, too, and you said to try it. Is this a trial? You're so close to one man singling out all the fighters and taking first place outright. The chief examiner rushed to my Xiao Fei. My Xiao Fei, we dare not say about the 100-meter fixed target shooting, but if it's the 100-meter sports rapid fire and fighting, you still have a high chance of getting the first place on the all-army final stage. So, our recommendation is whether or not to let drop the armed 5 kilometers and 400-meter obstacles to keep up the stamina and get the body in top shape so that it can be ready for the all-army finals later on. After all, you are participating in many and varied programs, and being rushed for time will consume a lot of your physical and mental energy. It very much affects your performance in a particular program. The officer on one side also urged. That's right, that's what I mean too. My Xiao Fei, the all-army final stage is not comparable to our group army. For one military region, there are 3 to 8 group armies. The whole army has 7 military districts and nearly 30 group armies. It won't be easy to put the first place winners of each group army together in a competition. You have to think carefully about whether you want to pick 6 more programs together at the same time. My Xiao Fei said, Chief, let me try first. Anyway, there's still a week to go after the group competition and the all-army final. By then, it will be decided. End of chapter. Okay, since you want to try, let's try. Go back and rest. And refresh yourself for the afternoon's bout. Yes, my Xiao Fei saluted, and then turned to leave. The two looked at my Xiao Fei's figure with eyes full of anticipation. This kid, you say, can work miracles? I think, is a possibility. Imagine if, for example, the kid final field, really all took first place, and then all of them make the national team and qualify for the tournament, and then get the gold medal at the International Military Games. What kind of scene would that be? You have too much faith in him, too, don't you? He's only passed the first level now, the easiest one, and there are 2 more major levels behind him. Even if you do make the national team, you can only start from the bench, and the chances of being able to play are even more unlikely. Not to mention, competing with athletes from around the world for that gold medal. How can it be a miracle if you can't do that, right? Okay, then let's see if this kid, can he really create a miracle? Back to the dorms. This time, the participants of the 801st troop, one by one, congratulated my Xiao Fei. Before, they all looked at my Xiao Fei somewhat. It was thought that interpolating the 7th company to send out such a new recruit was pure gold plating. There's no strength to speak of at all. But now, in one morning, for 3 programs, the other my Xiao Fei took first place in all of them. Half of them signed up for all 3 programs. Even if they don't lose to my Xiao Fei, they will lose to the other troops. And my Xiao Fei, a new recruit, frozen decimated those old soldier kings. It made them, the veterans, really admire my Xiao Fei. Fei, are you sure about the 400-meter obstacle course and the armed 5 kilometers this afternoon? My Xiao Fei smiled. Try it. Crowd. Brother, can we not say try? As soon as you said try it, we wanted to have a moment of silence for the other players. Afternoon. 400-meter obstacles. My Xiao Fei used his berserk physique and tactical movement athletic skills to take first place with a score of 1 minute and 30 seconds. Armed 5 kilometers, with a berserk physique and strong willpower, also got first place. So far, 1 day into the day, my Xiao Fei had gotten first place in 5 competitions. Let him, straight away, give fame among the whole contestants. From the beginning no one thought much of the newbie. They all thought he was either crazy or a cutie for signing up for 6 programs all by himself. And people took first place in all 5 events. A complete slap in their face. It also completely subdued them. Now, everyone looks forward to his evening computerized electronic newsletter. Let's see if he can get another first as well. Achieve 6 program slams. 7:30 p.m. McFly was brought inside the engine room. The other contestants, who couldn't go in, had to wait outside. They don't want to see the process. Just want to know if it's my Xiao Fei who gets first place in the end. I think, my Xiao Fei is hanging by a thread this time. The veteran soldier in the regiment said. He said he learned it himself at home, but no matter how he learned, it's impossible to compete with the technical soldiers of someone's professional information unit, right? I think so. What can you learn by teaching yourself at home? Isn't it just simple hacking skills? Those aren't hard, are they? Jiang Wu, on the other hand, grunted. Did any of you think he was okay in any of the competition events before? Didn't Fei end up taking first place in all of them? I trust my recruits anyway. Inside the engine room, the 12 contestants who had entered the competition had all sat down in front of the satellite computers. First in 5 events. That's the last one. Let's see what he does. The 2 of them looked at each other, and then through the glass, looked out at my Xiao Fei, their eyes full of anticipation. Outside, the examiner for the program, standing on the podium in the engine room, rushed the 12 people below. Each of the computers in front of you is single connected to 12 computers on my side. And on your computers, you have the IPs of the computers on my side. On my side of the computer, there is a top secret document called 001. All the defenses on my side of the computer, they're the same. All you have to do is to break through the firewall on my computer directly through various means that you are good at either, or edit the hacker virus software to invade my computer. I only look at the results. As long as we can successfully get the top secret documents, it's considered a success. Time. No limit. The first one to get it successfully is the first. Don't worry. Did you hear everything? The 12 people below responded loudly. Understood. The examiner looked at the clock. It starts in a minute. Get ready. My Xiao Fei looked to his computer, which was already on. On the desktop, there is no software, and if they want to invade each other's computers, they need to write their own program code and invade with programs or virus software, so that the success rate will be higher and faster. Of course, the more powerful, directly with the code program, immediately invade the other computer's firewall underlying code program. But this way, it's very difficult, and without any assistance from virus software. You'll have to fight the other firewall's program by hand. They are molded, you are ready-made, and you are far at a disadvantage, both in speed and in numbers. Of course, there are those who would say that it's faster to get good virus intrusion software out of the way before you enter. And when you get here, just follow the order and write it. If you can think of that, can the organizers not? This is a system where the military keeps secret documents. And it goes without saying how difficult the firewall is to break through. And firewalls have a variety of defenses, and will always find vulnerabilities to patch and strengthen the defense. If you don't know what the other side's firewall's main defenses are, the virus software you write is probably blocked from even entering the first level of the person's barrier. So, information intrusion, in addition to extremely solid computer skills, also have a keen sense of observation and reflexes, be able to quickly find each other's firewall loopholes, the use of written virus software for invasion, and then, virus software on the other side of the firewall to engage in warfare, can constantly from the side of the perimeter for more invasion means, and strive on the other side of the firewall to repair perfect before the other side of the firewall, the smooth invasion of the other side of the computer terminals. To get the top secret documents, ask for a monthly ticket. Recommendations. End of chapter. My Xiao Fei turned his head to look at the other IT soldiers. The men, with the lowest rank, were all 5-year veterans. There were a few, all officers, and a major. These technical soldiers also looked at my Xiao Fei from time to time. The eyes were more or less unreadable. Although, they all knew that my Xiao Fei had already gotten first place in 5 events. But those programs? Their field force training, computerized electronic information. Field units don't. They didn't think that a soldier who had taught himself a little at home could still compete with their specialized skills and compare. If you can't even compete with an amateur, why don't you just go home and raise pigs? The computers, they're all videotaped, right? The Major General asked at the Chief Examiner. The Chief Examiner nodded. That's certainly true. The recording is to prevent them from cheating and to keep a file. The Major General said. Then can you link the process of my Xiao Fei's match over to us? Chief Instructor, of course. Immediately, the Chief Examiner asked the working technician to tune out the wiring of my Xiao Fei's computer. Soon, the computer screens inside their cubicles were synchronized with my Xiao Fei's computer screen. Outside, the examiner looked at the time, then shouted, "Begin!" With the fall of the examiner's voice, the dozen or so contestants on the scene were quick to act. Slap! The sound of hands frantically pounding on the keyboard resounded throughout the server room. Each player, doing their best to write program code quickly, including my Xiao Fei. It was just that my Xiao Fei, who had exerted his computer information skills, was much faster than them. A whole side of code was written in less than 15 seconds. Inside the compartment, the Major General and the Chief Examiner looked at the screen with amazement. That fast? This kid, he does seem to have some ink. The Chief Examiner asked the working technician next to him, "Can you guys write code that fast?" But no one answered him. The Major General and the Chief Examiner turned their heads when no one answered, found that the working technician had a stunned look on his face. At once, they knew that my Xiao Fei's speed was, indeed, faster than theirs. The Chief Examiner patted him down. The working technician responded, excitedly, "No, absolutely not. I've been in the army for 6 or 7 years too, seen all kinds of top computer whizzes, but their speed, compared to this my Xiao Fei's, is still at least a third worse. This kid's hand speed, it's just too fast. I just slowed down to look at it and realized that while he's super fast, none of the codes are wrong." The Major General and Chief Examiner, obviously not knowing much about this, asked curiously, "What about the others?" The working technician said, "In that case, 2 chiefs, I'll pull a screen of the others, 2, for you to see and compare." "Good, pull it." "Yes." The working technician operates quickly. Soon, on the other 2 computers, the computer screens of the other 2 players appeared. These 2 runners, besides my Xiao Fei, are the 2 fastest? The Major General and the Chief Examiner sniffed and looked over carefully. It's not a comparison, but when you compare it, it feels like those 2 runners, slow as a tortoise. Also, they were writing faster, which led to occasional errors in the code, usually with dozens of letter symbols. You make an error once and need to delete and rewrite. It's just like yard work. Writing fast makes it easy to make mistakes. And on the contrary, what about Max Xiao Fei's side? By the present position, thousands of letter symbol codes have been written, and there has not been a single error. That's the difference. 2 chiefs. This my Xiao Fei, he must be a top hacker expert. That's so awesome him. The working technician shouted excitedly at the 2 men. The Major General rushed the technician and asked, "Do you think that my Xiao Fei has a chance of taking first place in this program?" The technician said, "From what I've seen so far, it's highly probable. But, McFly, despite his skill, may not understand military systems. He may not be able to cope comfortably with the various technological defenses of military systems. And the other players, who have trained for years in the military and, in some cases, have even been involved in the study of system defenses. At this point, naturally, it has quite a few advantages over my Xiao Fei. Now, it's up to my Xiao Fei to see if he's skillful and quick enough to react. The Major General and Chief Examiner nodded slightly and said nothing more, but continued to look at the screen. But in about 10 minutes, my Xiao Fei had already programmed the virus software to launch the attack immediately, only to see, in the screen, began to frantically scroll countless letters, numbers, codes. It dazzled the Major General and the Chief Examiner, who could not understand it at all, and the technicians, too, were having a hard time watching, because my Xiao Fei's virus software and military system firewalls hit too fast. On the screen, various floating windows kept popping up. My Xiao Fei kept hammering out new codes to go along with the virus software for the attack. It was too fast for the text to see clearly, nor do I know exactly what kind of operation my Xiao Fei is doing. And after nearly 5 minutes of this stalemate, ding! The computer screen regains its composure. The technician and the Major General and Chief Examiner saw a file named 001 on the computer screen, completely dumbfounded. A bit of an emergency today, so one chapter first. Sorry about that. End of chapter. Report. Mission accomplished. My Xiao Fei's voice resounded throughout the engine room. As soon as this voice came out, the examiners and the crowd of contestants outside instantly froze. All of them looked towards my Xiao Fei in unison. That fast? Are you kidding me? The examiner was also a bit unconvinced and hurriedly projected my Xiao Fei's computer screen onto the large screen in the engine room. The people then saw that there was a top-secret document named 001 on it. Is it really done? It's only been a while. It's less than 15 minutes. There are 3 layers of defense in this military system. They haven't even breached the second level yet. People, my Xiao Fei has already broken through all 3 layers and directly got the top-secret documents. At this level, you're telling me that it's amateurish? Just self-taught at home? What's the big international joke? The players were dumbfounded and looked at my Xiao Fei with unbelievable faces. Before they started, they all thought that no matter how good my Xiao Fei was in other programs, he would definitely fall on his face when it came to computer electronics and information. But now what? The speed at which people accomplished their tasks was at least more than twice as fast as they were, while the crowd was fuming. In my Xiao Fei's mind, it was the system's voice that rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Within 20 minutes, get the top secret document. Bonus hand speed doubling skill. After activating this skill, the host can flexibly accelerate the speed of strikes, which can be applied to computer skills, fighting skills, shooting skills, and other skills related to hand movement. My Xiao Fei sniffed. Double the hand speed. Wouldn't that mean that one could double the speed of one's keyboarding? 2. Just now, about how to hack to get the top secret documents. He knew how to get it before he even started. But ultimately, the speed of the hand can't keep up with the speed of the brain. So, it's considerably longer. Though in the eyes of the others, his previous speed was already considered very fast. But if it really comes to the battlefield, time is life. And being able to blast through the enemy system earlier will reduce casualties and determine the battlefield. Now, double the hand speed. And that saves at least twice as much time in terms of time. Of course, it's not just in computer skills either. There's also sports shooting and fighting. Speed is accelerated by aiming the shot according to the snatch with the same stability. Fighting is the same. Double the speed again. Its fighting strength absolutely can still rise another cut. This skill just doesn't smell good, does it? After checking above for any errors, the examiner directly announced, I announce that for the Computer Electronic Information Communication Competition, my Xiao Fei wins the first place. For this result, also for those present, there was no disagreement. Still, one of the players shouted, Report! Can you show us how Comrade my Xiao Fei operates? The one who called out the report was a major and the only school officer in the race. Just to be clear, I'm not questioning the fairness of the match, or saying that Comrade my Xiao Fei cheated or anything. We're just purely curious as to the means by which my Xiao Fei was able to obtain the top secret documents. Let's learn from it as well. The examiner frowned slightly as he looked at my Xiao Fei, wanting to ask my Xiao Fei's opinion. Although this major was saying this verbally, in the final analysis, there was still doubt in his heart. At that moment, the Major General and the Chief Examiner stepped forward, and the crowd quickly stood up and stood straight. The Major General said, Let's do what this Comrade Major says. Just in time. I'd like to see it. The Chief Examiner followed. Slow down my Xiao Fei's operation process twice and project it on the big screen. The two bigwigs had said so the examiner naturally didn't dare to have any objections, and immediately arranged for people to start preparing. My Xiao Fei was also sitting there in a calm and collected manner. Soon after, on the screen, the operation process of my Xiao Fei appeared, only to see on the screen, even if it was slowed down by a factor of 2, My Xiao Fei's speed of tapping on the keyboard to output the code was no slower than that of the other players. I'll go. How many years has this guy been single? The hands are so fast. The point is, there haven't been any mistakes. Awesome. The contestants couldn't help but marvel at the sight of it. The eyes that looked at my Xiao Fei all changed as well. And later, virus software against military system firewalls. My Xiao Fei also used a similar method as they did, constantly refining the patching software and then flanking the military systems again to speed up the pace of breaking them down. And this process, if it were any other person, once the firewall defense difficult problem, they all need at least half a minute to analyze and find a solution. What about McFly's side? It took just under 3 seconds to analyze the results and act accordingly. In 10 seconds, it's a complete fix. From this point, one could see the gap between them and my Xiao Fei. My Xiao Fei was a huge step ahead of them, both in terms of speed and overall strength. It took people at least 3 times less time than they did for the same problem. After a little over half an hour, the recording screen played out. Slap. The scene, too, rang out in applause at the right time. All the players stood up and looked at my Xiao Fei for a period of applause. At this moment, everyone looked at my Xiao Fei with admiration in their eyes. They lost convincingly. My Xiao Fei also stood up and saluted at the crowd. Comrade my Xiao Fei, come to our 101st Information Unit when you have time. You're welcome to come over for some guidance. The major stepped forward and extended his hand with a smile at my Xiao Fei. Okay, I'll come over there sometime. My Xiao Fei extended his hand and shook it. Other players came up to say hello. High achievers, wherever they are honored. Especially this highly technical one. Every level higher. That's extremely tough. And my Xiao Fei is not much better than them. After the contestants had all left the field, my Xiao Fei was once again retained by the Major General and the Chief Examiner. Outside, Zhang Wu and dozens of others were waiting. When they saw the contestants were out, they came forward to ask questions. When they heard that it was my Xiao Fei who got first place, the soldiers of the 801st Regiment all shouted with excitement. Signed up for 6 events and came first in all of them. Max Xiu Fei. It's awesome. No way. I'm going to call back to the regiment at once and tell the company commander, Jiang Wu said, and instantly asked a veteran for a cell phone. Interspersed with 7 companies, all the men of the 7th company were engaged in night training. Su Zhilong was also thrilled to receive a call from Jiang Wu. The news was immediately announced to the entire company. The soldiers of the whole company were also happy for my Xiao Fei when they heard that my Xiao Fei of their own company had taken 6 first places in a row at the group army competition. Happy for the company. They didn't get it themselves though. But McFly was in the 7th company. If he comes in first, it's like an honor for the 7th company. This, then, is the collective honor of the 7th company. End of chapter. Division. Wang Jiangwo finished the meeting and smoked in the room, full of melancholy. Just now, he also received a call from the regiment and learned of my Xiao Fei's achievement, but it was only happy for a moment, and then it was silent. What a great soldier. Alas, it's a shame. After muttering something, he picked up the papers that were sitting on the table. The title on the paper of the document reads, in bold letters, about the plan for the reorganization of the regiments, battalions, and companies of the 91st Division. Inside the content, there is a detailed plan for adaptation. The company, interspersed with the 7th company, was in it. My Xiao Fei, you did it. The chief looked at my Xiao Fei, in his eyes, with indescribable fondness. I've been in the army for 30 years too. Haven't seen a soldier as well-rounded and powerful as you. When the competition is over and we return to the army, I'll be sure to personally deliver the military medal to you. Yes, thank you chief. My Xiao Fei stood at attention and saluted. The chief said, the chief examiner, over here, has something to say to you. My Xiao Fei looked to one side at the major. Chief, please speak. The chief examiner said, your 2 subjects, the strength you showed, were both very good. To be honest, we don't know which subject to advise you to drop. In that case, I'll analyze the standard of each subject on the international circuit for you, and you can weigh it yourself. The first one is the 100-meter breast ring target. 1 country, 2 contestants. No so-called qualifiers, just take the best score. If it was all full rings, it wouldn't be divided into 10 inner and outer rings, but would look at the diameter of the point of impact. It's where 10 bullet holes are connected with a pen and the distance between the 2 longest points of the straight line is taken with a caliper. The shorter the distance, the better the score. My Xiao Fei secretly nodded. This is quite fair. The chief examiner said, I've taken a close look at your 100-meter chest ring target shooting score. Although the point of impact is relatively dense, the score is very good, but this is only in our group army. Looking at the whole army, it's not like there aren't many who can do what you do. In the international arena, there are even more. So, if you want to win a gold medal in this subject, Your strength is only not enough. Regarding what the chief examiner said about this, my Xiao Fei was naturally clear about it. Which one who can represent the national forces is not the king of guns. However, my Xiao Fei wasn't worried. Since he had enrolled in this program, he naturally knew that there were many masters in this program, and it would be difficult for him to get the gold medal with his current level of rifle shooting. But don't forget, the rifle mastery skill. It's only elementary. Intermediate and advanced ones follow. You just have to trade for military points. Now, with 6 first-place finishes in a row for yourself, your points can go up quite a bit again. If necessary, my Xiao Fei could completely upgrade his rifle proficiency skill. Second, 100-meter athletic speed shooting. The chief examiner continued. The rules of evaluation. Or in the case of not violating the rules and all hit the target, whoever has the shortest time. Who is the first? Each player. Only one chance. Your time is 48 seconds. But what I want to tell you is that in past competitions, the gold medalists' times were all under 47 seconds. Even for the silver and bronze medals, the time was under 47 seconds and 50 seconds. Your 48 seconds can only be said to be at the level of a national force athlete. But it's up to you whether you can make a breakthrough in the international arena. My Xiao Fei nodded slightly, taking the chief examiner's words to heart. He wasn't worried about the 100-meter sport speed shooting either. If the rifle mastery skill was upgraded, coupled with the surgical doubling skill rewarded by the system just now, another 2 seconds of progress was definitely not impossible. Third, you're fighting. To be honest, we can't feel your fighting strength enough to advise you, but naturally, we hope that, with this program, you can keep it, because the chances are great. As for the 400-meter obstacle run and the 5-kilometer cross-country run, your results, too, are outstanding. If you can be in this form today, you may not be unable to beat the other group's runners in the final. As to whether or not you can beat the international competitors, it depends on your play on the field. These 2 programs, in addition to certain skills and physical qualities, more than anything else, test a soldier's willpower and endurance. This is the biggest surprise factor. Lastly, it's computerized electronic information. Just now, we all saw your strength. We are most optimistic about your subject. The chief said, my Xiao Fei, the chief examiner's side has finished with you. So when you go back, think about it. After all, you might be able to take first place in all 6 events, in the group army, but the finals and the international circuit, the intensity of the competition is many times stronger than here in the group army. You'll have to figure that out for yourself. My Xiao Fei nodded and said seriously, yes, I have taken the words of the 2 chiefs to heart. I'll think it over. The 2 of them sniffed, then nodded with satisfaction. Alright, you're also tired today. Hurry back and rest. When the rest of the competition events are finished tomorrow, and the day after that, it's time to take you to the all-military competition venue. Yes, McFly salutes and leaves. Do you think the kid will give up a program or 2? The chief examiner asked, smiling at the head. The chief looked at my Xiao Fei's already disappearing figure and smiled slightly. An extremely confident one like him. I don't think so. The chief examiner smiled bitterly. Then didn't I just say that for nothing? The chief laughed. How can it be considered a waste of time? At least it puts it in his mind. After going out, Jiang Wu and other veterans of the regiment, all of them once again surrounded, picking up my Xiao Fei and throwing him into the sky. Big whoop to celebrate. At night, lying in bed, my Xiao Fei opened the system panel. Name, Maxu Fei. Position, private, 7th company. Interspersed. Body mass, 230. Gnosis, 3 normal is 1. Berserk points, 20. Merit points, 8,400. Skills, beginner rifle proficiency skill, tactical movement skill, beginner sniper skill, ancient boxing fighting skills, elementary land transportation and combat equipment driving skills, computerized electronic communication skills, hand speed doubling skills. Seeing the various data, my Xiao Fei couldn't help but be pleased. Body mass is up 20. Berserk point is up 5 points. Merit points went up by 6,000. System, I won first place in 6 events, and I was only rewarded 6,000 points? My Xiao Fei asked. System, this is the group army competition. The first in one program is 1,000. 6 is 6,000. If it's the whole army, one program is 2,000. For international competitions, the gold medal is 5,000, silver 3,000, and bronze 1,000. These are the ones that didn't include military medals in them. Hearing it that way, my Xiao Fei immediately understood. Together, the program took first place and was given temporary merit points. But there's definitely a war credit for taking first place, and you'll get it again when the time comes. System, help me upgrade my rifle mastery skill to intermediate. Ask for a monthly ticket. Recommended tickets. End of chapter. After waking up, my Xiao Fei immediately applied to the head. Giving the range he went to train. He's going to try out the intermediate rifle mastery skill and the 100-meter sporting rapid fire. The shooting competition events had already finished, and the shooting range was not in use for the time being, so naturally the chief and the chief examiner's side would not refuse. Bang! Bang! My Xiao Fei was lying on his back aiming at the target position, hitting the chest ring target 100 meters away one shot after another. The wooden box next to it held dozens of magazines filled with live ammunition. All of them were specially ordered by the chief for my Xiao Fei's use. In the distance, the chief and the chief examiner watched my Xiao Fei's very focused aiming and shooting, and couldn't help but feel slightly emotional. Sure enough, masters are always so deductive of the law. This kid, in the future, may not fail to become a sharp blade for our military region. Such an all-round soldier. Even the special forces can't find one. When my Xiao Fei went back after training, he found that Jiang Wu and the other veterans of the regiment had already packed their salutes. Fei. Seeing my Xiao Fei return, Jiang Wu and Zhao Chong hurriedly greeted him. You guys are leaving? My Xiao Fei was stunned. Jiang Wu smiled bitterly. We've all been eliminated, so naturally we're going back. Zhao Chong said. My Xiao Fei, now, the whole regiment, you're the only one left here. You're now the face of our 801st Regiment, our hope to penetrate the 7th Company. Hold on. My Xiao Fei nodded slightly. Don't worry, I'll work hard. He also didn't expect that the whole regiment came out with 10 people, and in the end, only one of them was left. He looked at the others in the division and realized that, besides himself, there were only 5 others left behind. They were all first-place winners in other events and went to the all-army competition in place of the entire division. Other veterans have also come up to say goodbye to my Xiao Fei and cheer him on. Looking at the car they left in, my Xiao Fei couldn't help but feel some emotion. In the military, it's simply too hard to make a career merit. Just like the college entrance exams, thousands of people cross a single bridge. It's only that small percentage of people who can get into top universities. The other divisions were eliminated and left one after another. On the scene, there were a dozen people left. These guys, they are all first-place winners in their respective programs. Of course, Army doesn't just have these nearly 24 games alone. There are quite a few other programs that just don't compete at this venue. For example, crossing the sea to get to the island for various programs, chariot driving and shooting and so on. And there are quite a few programs that are being compared elsewhere. A host of players who had advanced to the All-Army finals stood at attention. The chief examiner came over and rushed them. First of all, congratulations on advancing to the All-Army finals. Tomorrow, we will be traveling to the final site of the All-Army competition with the first-place winners of the other competitions of our group Army. Of course, it's not like going there and just comparing. Going there, and taking a week off so you can have an acclimatization period. Tonight, let's just stay here, have a little get-together, relax, and kind of celebrate you guys. Alright, dismissed. All go wash up and just come out and gather at mealtime. Yes, the crowd dispersed, each one happy to be gone. A dozen or so people were assigned to several dormitories from a new location. It is also basically one dormitory per division. When my Xiao Fei walked in carrying his own salute, there was a round of applause. A total of 6 men from the 91st Division made it to the All-Army finals, yet 11 projects made it to the finals. My Xiao Fei, alone, accounted for as much as half of it. It could be said to have done their division full honor. And those that made it to the All-Army finals were either veterans who had been in the military for a few years or officers. However, at this time, they didn't dare to look at my Xiao Fei as a new recruit in the slightest. Or rather, dare not consider it as an ordinary recruit. It could even be said that the current ones were seeing my Xiao Fei as their idol, their spiritual pillar. Even if my Xiao Fei's current rank was only that of a private. Seeing how enthusiastic the crowd was, my Xiao Fei could only respond with a dry smile and waving his hands. My Xiao Fei, I'd also like to thank you for not participating in my competition in this subject. Otherwise, I guess my first place in this subject would still be yours. Same here, I'm a grenade thrower. Ha ha, McFly, how far can you throw a grenade? The crowd of veterans asked in jest. My Xiao Fei laughed. Veterans? You're thinking too highly of me. I'm only good at these few subjects first. Other subjects, really average. I can't compete with yours. The other veterans were naturally disbelieving. To be able to be this good in all 6 subjects, 5 of which are different programs, it's unlikely that in other minor subjects, there won't be grades. They guessed that my Xiao Fei either couldn't see these small subjects or just didn't have the time. If he really signed up, I'm only afraid it wouldn't be their turn to take first place. The crowd chatted as they packed up. Soon, night fell. Emergency assembly sounds. 2. The crowd rushed out to gather. When we got outside, we realized that there was quite a bit of barbecue paraphernalia set up, and a couple of marinated whole goats. That much? Can you finish it? The chief examiner greeted. Alright, don't just stand there. Give us a hand and start baking. This whole goat, at least, must be roasted for 3 or 4 hours. It's about time for them to come over. Chief, who else is coming over? The crowd was stunned. The chief examiner said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. All the other disciplines of the army, too, have been competed, including the Air Force and the Navy side. They are also finished competing. They are, right now, preparing to come to us to gather. Tomorrow, in a unified transport plane, they will travel to the all-military competition site. No wonder we're preparing a couple of whole goats." It dawned on the crowd that they didn't say anything, and immediately began to follow the work. Some barbecue food, whole goat, frozen beer, drinks, fruit and such, all of it. As you can see, the group sighed. In order to let the crowd relax and compete in the best condition, also put some blood on the line. My Xiao Fei also joined the crowd. Soon, 2 hours passed. The first place winners of the Army's other subject competitions arrived one after the other. Immediately following, the Air Force and the Navy. They were all wearing the training uniforms of their respective branches of the military. It's more recognizable. Together with the Navy and Air Force men, the number of people on hand, too, amounted to nearly 100. A table was brought out and covered with beer. Come on. The chief came along at that point and raised a bottle of beer. Here, I'll toast to a bottle. Celebrate in advance. As you represent our group army at the all-army finals and beat the other group army players. Over at the Military Region Command, a notice has been issued. Anyone who can get first place in the army-wide final will be awarded a second-class merit. End of chapter. If one can represent the national forces and get a gold medal, they also get second-class merit, plus a third-class merit for first place in the all-military finals. If one gets 3 gold medals or more, needless to say, first-class merit. So far, the World Military Games have been held for so many sessions, and there are only 2 comrades who have gotten more than 3 gold medals in the same session of the military games, and both of them got the first-class merit without any doubt. After saying this, the chief's gaze, too, saw my Xiao Fei's side. After all, inside the entire group army, apart from my Xiao Fei who had reported 6 items alone, the others, at most, only had 2 items. Therefore, only my Xiao Fei, who has this chance, can get the first-class merit. Though, the chief didn't think that my Xiao Fei would be able to win 3 gold medals in a row in the international arena. Of course, this is not stacked with the group army competition. Otherwise, this war credit, it would seem a bit cheap. The eyes of the nearly 100 people present all became fiery as they heard this. Now, all of them, having gotten first place in the group's individual subject, are basically slated for third-class honors. But there's still a big difference between third class and second class. If you can get a second-class merit, a soldier or non-commissioned officer promotion is basically a sure thing. If it's an officer, you'll be able to move up another rank in a short period of time. It's a race that's about the fate of your military career. How can they not be excited? In such a peaceful environment, it is not easy to get a second-class honor in the army. The opportunity is now in front of them. It's up to them to seize it. A bottle of wine went down and the crowd became less formal. Even if you're not in the same unit, you can still strike up a conversation. Not long after, my Xiao Fei was called to the table of the chief and the chief examiners of each military branch. Chief of Staff, is he the recruit who, as you said before, signed up for 6 programs and came in first place in all of them? A major asked at the chief. Right, that's him. The chief rushed to my Xiao Fei. Comrade my Xiao Fei, this is our army, the Red Arrow Brigade's Brigadier Zhang. The Red Arrow Brigade is the ace unit of our army. Its combat power, it's quite a bit stronger than your 91st Division. In this group army competition, a brigade of the Red Arrow Brigade of others, with more than 30 men, got first place. It's more than a dozen more than even 1 division of your 91st Division. My Xiao Fei sniffed and saluted at that Brigadier Zhang. Good day, Chief. Hello. Brigadier General Zhang He stood up. I have heard a little bit about you. Rescue hero, but also got a second-class merit. The promotion is also on the agenda. It's a bit of a waste to put a soldier as good as you in the 801st. Of course, I'm not saying that your regiment is bad, but, as the saying goes, a good knife still needs good steel to sharpen it, doesn't it? At this point, we, the Red Arrow Brigade, can definitely provide you with an even better platform for development. The equipment of our Red Arrow Brigade is the finest in the group army. Even in the entire military region, it can be ranked in the top 3. Well, do you want to come? As long as you nod your head. No matter what performance you have later in the all-army finals, after the competition is over, Come over here and I'll immediately arrange for you to become a deputy company. Brigadier Zhang, you're laying down a little too much blood. The major officer next to him laughed and scolded. If you're digging in so blatantly, aren't you afraid that the head of the 91st Division will come after you? Brigadier General Zhang grunted. That old thing digging for my soldiers digging less ah? My Xiao Fei was just about to reply. But Brigadier Zhang waved his hand and said, there's no rush. You go back and think about it. There's no rush to answer when you figure it out. The chief also spoke up. Comrade my Xiao Fei, you shouldn't be under any pressure. No matter what this brigadier general of his says, just follow your ideas. He can't do anything about it if you don't go. Called you over to introduce you to someone. After the chief finished speaking, Brigadier Zhang was shouting, Jiang He, here, a captain officer, quickly ran over and saluted at the leaders. Brigadier Zhang rushed at my Xiao Fei. He is the company commander of our Red Arrow Brigade Steel Company 4. Jiang He, and the number 1 soldier of our Red Arrow Brigade. He also took part in the selection in the session 4 years ago, all the way through. Ended up being selected for the national team, representing the country, and although he didn't win a medal, he knows more about the world military games than any of us in this room ever will. I asked him to come over just so he could give you a lesson in experience. Jiang He, he's the recruit who took first place in all 6 events he signed up for. My Xiao Fei, hello Company Commander Jiang. McFly salutes. Jiang He returned the salute. Comrade my Xiao Fei, hello, alright, you two are not having a good time chatting here either. Find yourself a place to talk. Brigadier Zhang waved his hand. Yes, the 2 men saluted and then left. Jiang He led my Xiao Fei to the side table. Company Commander Jiang, which subject did you take? After the 2 of them dried a glass, my Xiao Fei was curious and asked. River said, 50 kilometers of orienteering armed cross-country. My Xiao Fei nodded slightly. This subject he understood. It's about giving you a rudimentary map and dropping you inside a mountain so that you can find the right direction based on the markings on top of the map. Whoever reaches the finish line 50 kilometers away first wins. The last tournament, was this the same one? River nodded slightly. Yes. Saying that, he looked at my Xiao Fei and said, I know all 6 of your subjects. Honestly, I admire you very much for being so well-rounded for a new recruit. In the future, your achievements are unimaginable. My Xiao Fei said, it's not bad. We don't know how many subjects will make it out in the end. On the contrary, it's you, Company Commander Jiang. 50 kilometers of armed cross-country. Since you can enter the national team, it proves that the physical fitness and willpower are both very strong. Why don't you consider trying an extra event or 2, like 5-kilometer cross-country? Jiang He laughed. I'm not as good as you. After 50 kilometers, my whole body will be exhausted for a few days. Where will I still have enough strength for other subjects? And that, too, is what I'm going to tell you next. My Xiao Fei, I've seen the international competitions of the military games with my own eyes, and every player in there is definitely at the top of that subject area. Other than that, take the armed 5 kilometers for example. The record of our Chinese troops is 15 minutes and 40 seconds, a record that has been kept for decades and no one has broken it so far. But at international competitions, this performance, last year, would have barely earned a bronze medal. First place is 15 minutes and 22 seconds. Second place is 15 minutes and 30 seconds. You can imagine how competitive the international competition is. Ask for a monthly ticket. Recommended tickets. End of chapter. 15 minutes and 22 seconds? My Xiao Fei pondered slightly. This group army competition, armed 5 kilometers, he tried his best, but only ran 16 minutes and 45 seconds, close to 17 minutes, but that, too, exceeded second place by half a minute. It's still very hard to get under 16 minutes, not to mention 15 minutes and 22 seconds. However, he had nothing to fear. After this comparison, his berserk points went up by 5 points, and his physical fitness went up by 20. The rise in berserk points and physical fitness made him faster. For sure, he was confident that if he ran again, with the added bonus of berserk points, he might not be unable to get under 16 minutes, and if this time, he was able to take the first place in the all-army finals, by then, the berserk points and physical fitness would surely go up again as well. Toward the intensity of an all-army final like this, if you do take first place, you'll start with at least 10 berserk points, right? In time, the speed can go up quite a bit again. Maybe, really, you can run under 15:22 in an international race, break the army record and pick up a gold medal along the way. As for the 400-meter obstacle, not to mention, the speed came up, and with the berserk physique and tactical movement skills, it was easier than 5 kilometers. It's up to you to see if the two subjects are connected at the time. River asked. This time, how many 5 kilometers did you run? My Xiao Fei told him the truth about his accomplishments. Zhang Yi shook his head slightly and said, "With this achievement of yours, in our military region, it is estimated that except for those soldier kings of the special forces, I'm afraid that no one will be able to run away. But it's still not enough to compete with those professional distance runners on the national team and the national teams of other countries. I advise you to drop this subject, including the 400-meter obstacle course. Concentrate on more than shooting, fighting and computerized electronic information. These few subjects, at least in my opinion, have a lot to do with skill. The fact that you were able to take first place in these subjects without any pressure proves that the strength is still very good." My Xiao Fei asked curiously. "Zhang Lianxiang, on the side of the special forces, are they not allowed to participate? Since there are so many experts in there, why don't you send some out to try?" Zhang He laughed. "Of course there are many special forces experts, but those who can reach the level of entering the national team. Which one is not an elite soldier king inside the special forces? Since he is an elite soldier king, how can he appear in the public eye because of the special nature of his identity? They're military aces, built for real combat, not competition. And the ordinary special forces soldiers are only a bit stronger in terms of overall combat strength than those of our field units. They don't have the strength to be able to compete for a spot on the national team." My Xiao Fei sniffed and immediately understood. Those who can do so are elite soldier kings, and these, who hold important real-world positions inside the special forces, must not be easily exposed. Those who couldn't do it were ordinary special forces soldiers, who could show up, but they were only strong in overall combat strength, not extremely top-notch in a certain subject. So naturally, they wouldn't go and participate. Zhang He said, "Therefore, not only our country, but the vast majority of other countries, will not easily allow the elite soldier kings from their country's ace troops to appear on the field. The all-army competition and the international circuit, that's the stage for conventional troops, not the stage for special forces. Understand?" My Xiao Fei nodded. "Understood. So, that means that a lot of the current all-military records are published with the special forces results excluded, right?" Zhang He laughed. "That's for sure. Special forces are secretive forces. If they let you know what people are capable of, what kind of secrecy is there to speak of? One more thing. I need to talk to you about that too." River continued. "Shooting I'm not so sure about, but fighting and computerized electronic information, you still have to be very careful. As far as I know, the last all-army fighting champion, called Lin Forget, also made it into the national team, and he's also one who has trained in sparring and fighting for more than 10 years. And his strength is so strong that I've heard that a squad of scouts can't even get into his body. But even so, he only got a bronze medal in the international competition. Of course, the gold medal in this subject is also our country's. However, that person is a professional national troop athlete, and didn't need to take part in the selection, and was directly selected for the national team. This year, Lin Forget also signed up for the draft and basically kind of internalized his spot on the national team. Your biggest opponent this time when you go over is him. If you can beat him, you can basically represent the national team, but that possibility, I think, is very low, because he is really strong. My Xiao Fei said, "Yes, I'll remember. I'll keep an eye out for this person." River said, "The other thing is computerized electronic information. Those who can represent the country in this subject are definitely the top computer experts in the force. The strength is comparable to those world-class top hackers in the community." Hacker. He doesn't know enough about military systems. And it's even tougher to break through. And the players from each country are very knowledgeable about both military systems and civilian network systems. And you, while you did beat the professional computer technician, it was only for our group. You have no idea how good the various information units throughout the military, or, for that matter, the international players, are at this subject. I don't know much about this subject, and can't give you much advice. This depends on your own personal strength." My Xiao Fei nodded in understanding. Next, Zhang He also talked to my Xiao Fei about some of the details of the international competition. It wasn't until an hour later that the two men were done talking. "All right, I've told you what to say and what not to say. Next, it's up to you to make your own choice." My Xiao Fei nodded. "Thank you for telling me so much. Otherwise, I'm still in two minds." Zhang He patted his shoulder and laughed. "We're all in the same army, and I've been there before, so it's only right for me to give the younger generation a lesson in experience. Of course, it would be even better if you could join our Red Arrow Brigade. Ha ha ha. If you can join in, I'll make you the company commander of my Steel Company 4. The company history of our Steel Company 4 is no worse than that of your Interpolation Company 7, and is also a heroic company that came out of hundreds of battles during the war. But we, the Red Arrow Brigade, are indeed superior to your 801st Regiment, or, for that matter, to your 91st Division. People go to high places. Water flows to low places. You come to our Red Arrow Brigade. And in the future, you'll definitely be able to show off your skills. End of chapter. My Xiao Fei smiled. I'm sorry, Company Commander Jiang. I really don't have that in mind. Right now, it's better to wait until after the competition. Zhang Yi nodded his head. That's for sure. The competition is important. We shouldn't be distracted. Come on. Cheers. Cheers. Noon the next day. Together with the leading examiners and officers, more than 100 men had assembled. All boarded armed transport planes and headed to the all-military final site. The venue is set in a seafront city within a maritime defense force. This Coast Guard unit has an extensive sea training site, a land site. There was enough room for the entire army of over 2,000 competitors to compete. At this time, elite players from all over the army had arrived here one after another. And of the personnel, accommodation is arranged on a group basis. On the group side, the bandwagon. Because of the limited number of training sites, each army has only 2 to 5 hours of training time per subject training site. The schedule. Someone will send it to each of you later. At that time, there will be a staff member from our army, with credentials, to take you there. Remember, no one is allowed to leave this campground at any other time when there is no training. Yes, nearly 100 players responded loudly. After everyone had packed up, the chief found my Xiao Fei. Now, do you still insist on taking every subject? The chief asked at my Xiao Fei. My Xiao Fei nodded. I want to try. The chief clenched his fist slightly. For some reason, every time he heard my Xiao Fei say the words want to try, he had the urge to hit someone. This kid, he said he'd try every subject, but ended up taking first place. Of course, he definitely hoped that my Xiao Fei would really end up in the all-army final and get first place. He was angry that he was obviously very strong, favoring this kid, who always liked to humbly say try. It seems that all that the chief examiner and Riverside have told you hasn't shaken your resolve. Just as well. Since you're so confident, I respect your decision. There's good news for you. I just got the fixture list for the all-arms final and the internationals as well. There's no overlap in any of the 6 subjects you sign up for. It's basically half a day a subject. Next, I'll arrange for someone, one of these days, to make a special trip to take you to the training grounds. My Xiao Fei said. Report. Chief, no more. The chief frowned slightly. No? What do you mean? McFly said. It's just that I don't need to train to familiarize myself with anything anymore. And before the finals, I'll just stay here at the camp, out here on the track, and just do my physical training. The chief was stunned. What about shooting, fighting, and computerized electronic information? My Xiao Fei laughed. Those 4 subjects. I don't need to consolidate them or familiarize myself with the grounds again. I'm just trying to get a good bit more fitness in these last few days now. The chief was puzzled. My Xiao Fei, why do I think you're a bit unable to tell the difference? Physical fitness, that's a foundation trained over a long period of time. Even if you run every day for the past few days, you won't be able to improve anything anymore. Instead, you will put your body in a state of extreme exhaustion. At that time, how will you still participate in the competition? Shouldn't you be spending more time on shooting and studying your opponent's fighting moves? I've had people get the information on the fighters from each group army. And you're telling me that you don't need to go train to consolidate your research? My Xiao Fei said. Chief, I have absolute confidence in those 4 subjects. You don't have to worry. Just trust me one more time and let me focus on my physical training. The chief looked at my Xiao Fei's incomparably serious demeanor and could only helplessly say, alright, since you insist, I won't force you. You decide. Thank you, Chief. Back in the room, the crowd was all still resting and refreshed. Instead, my Xiao Fei changed into his training clothes and carried his equipment on his back. Fei, what are you doing there? The veteran of the division asked in disbelief. My Xiao Fei said while dressing. Going out to train. What else? Training? What subjects are you going to practice? Isn't the field open right now? My Xiao Fei pointed to the athletic track outside the window. But the athletic field is open. The crowd was stunned. You mean, you're going out for physical fitness? My Xiao Fei nodded. My subjects are different from yours. And yours don't use much physical strength. And I have 5 kilometers of cross-country and 400 meters of obstacles. The veteran said anxiously. But now that you're training, it's not much use. The competition is in a few days. How much can you improve? This will only deplete your stamina early. And by then, will you still have enough time to recover? After my Xiao Fei dressed up, he smiled at them. Don't worry. My body is recovering quickly. It's not in the way. I'm off. You guys rest. After saying that, he just ran out. The crowd all quickly came to the window and watched as my Xiao Fei braved the scorching sun and rushed towards the athletic field. Each one of them confused as hell. Is this kid crazy? Even if the body is in a state of euphoric movement, after the sun goes down in the evening, run 3 kilometers to adapt on the line, right? Is it necessary to go out and run in the afternoon? In the 30-degree heat? Can't read Maybe that's why people can take first place in 6 subjects in a row. Not only were the veterans of the division looking out the window, but the veterans of the group army in the other rooms were also seeing the figure of my Xiao Fei running down the runway. Who's that? Out practicing fitness in the middle of the afternoon. So hard? Looks like that cowboy recruit from the 91st. You mean, the recruit who took first place in 6 subjects? Who else but him? Don't forget, he's got 5 kilometers of cross-country in his 6 subjects. He's probably improvising now. Crowd. McFly. Inside one of the rooms, Zhang He was also looking at my Xiao Fei on the field, frowning slightly. This kid. What the hell? On the field, McFly didn't focus on so-called speed. He is not, right now, practicing how long he can run 5 kilometers. Instead, you have to run at full speed. From the start, as you did in the company. Keeps the body at its limit. Constant physical exertion. Constant breakthroughs. Only then could the physical quality improve and the berserk points go up faster. Right now, what he wanted was to overdraw his body's strength as much as possible, so that his physique and berserk points could go up a little bit. There aren't enough monthly votes and recommendations. Brothers, who still have monthly votes and recommendation tickets in hand, hurry to give the book to vote too. It's about book recommendations. Please, everyone. End of chapter. Phew. On the field, my Xiao Fei ran wildly without stopping. This guy is practicing the 100-meter dash? Isn't he competing in 5 kilometers of armed cross-country? It doesn't seem like there's a 100-meter armed sprint as a subject either, does it? Inside the dormitory building, the crowd couldn't help but be stunned when they saw my Xiao Fei's extremely fast running figure on the field, because that doesn't even look like training. Instead, it's more like venting. On the field, my Xiao Fei, who was running, realized that after his physique had been improved, he had indeed made a lot of progress when he ran again. As per usual, he did his best to keep sprinting like this. It's about 3 kilometers at the most, and it's going to be completely exhausting. But now, he can run up to 3.5 kilometers. Of course, because running at full speed in the beginning made him burn out too fast. After running the first kilometer, the pace at the back, naturally, drops quite a bit. After another kilometer, the speed was no longer comparable to the 5-kilometer speed of a normal soldier. So, in the end, this 3.5 kilometers, my Xiao Fei still ran for about 12 minutes. Of course, he was now there to boost his physique and berserk points. Therefore, this 3.5 kilometers, he is not used on the berserk physique. If used, sprint finish 5 kilometers. Time, certainly can also enter the 16 minutes. And after reaching 3.5 kilometers, he was completely exhausted and lay directly on the lawn, unable to move. System, redeem a bottle of stamina recovery liquid. System, ding. Copy that. Redeeming stamina recovery liquid for the host. Ding. The physical strength recovery liquid has been successfully exchanged. Please tell me if you want to take it directly? My Xiao Fei, system. How much of this can be taken to quickly restore the body to its peak state? System, around 1/3 of this will allow the host to recover to his peak state in around 2 hours. My Xiao Fei, okay. 1/3 it is then. 2 hours isn't that long. At a normal human recovery rate, overdrawing the body's physical strength, it would take at least 12 hours or more to recover to the peak state. Some, even, were still soft the next day. It's not a 5-kilometer like normal. After a run like usual, it would take about 12 hours at most to recover. But now, my Xiao Fei was running at full overdraft. After the system took 1/3 of the bottle of physical strength recovery liquid for my Xiao Fei didn't feel any changes in his body either. That's exactly what made my Xiao Fei a bit helpless. For the first hour, the effect of the recovery fluid taking effect is relatively small and almost negligible. Otherwise, you can still just take the recovery liquid halfway through the run if it has an immediate effect. That way, it can break the army record in minutes. McFly, how are you doing? At this time, the officer and company commander Zhang He, too, quickly came behind my Xiao Fei. My Xiao Fei stood up and smiled. I'm fine. Zhang He was puzzled. My Xiao Fei, what were you doing just now? 5 kilometers doesn't look like 5 kilometers. It feels like practicing explosive power. You're going to have to practice being deflated without waiting for the competition to start. The officer also frowned. My Xiao Fei, what on earth are you thinking? My Xiao Fei also knew that they were concerned about themselves and immediately explained. Chief, Company Commander Jiang, you don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. My body recovers very quickly. Even after consuming all my physical strength, I can recover to my peak state in 3 hours at most. That fast? My Xiao Fei, are you kidding me? Zhang He was filled with surprise. My Xiao Fei said, indeed, if you don't believe me, you'll know if you take a look later. The officer was puzzled. But is there any use in practicing like this? 5 kilometers is considered a middle distance running event. And you sprinting and running like that doesn't do much to improve your endurance. My Xiao Fei said, I'm not practicing long distance running. I'm practicing my physique. I want to try and push my body past its limits as many times as I can before the start. That way, the physique can grow. That, I think, is something that Zhang Lianzhong should know. The officer looked to River. River nodded. That's right, Chief. After the human body breaks through the physical limit, the physical fitness quality, indeed, can be clearly seen to grow significantly. But, Zhang He said, looking at my Xiao Fei, the more physically strong a person is, the more difficult it is to break through the physical limit. For one like you to break through again is even more difficult. What's more, once you break through the limit, if it's light, you'll faint to death. Or if it's heavy, within 3 days, I'm afraid I won't be able to lift a bit of strength again. My Xiao Fei, you seeking a breakthrough at this time is tantamount to drawing fire. If you don't recover, there's no way you'll be able to outrun the runners from the other group armies in your 5-kilometer cross-country and 400-meter obstacles. My Xiao Fei said, I just said that my body recovers very quickly, so don't worry about that. River, sir, since my Xiao Fei insisted, there was nothing the two could do. All the officer could do was say hello to the medical side and ask them to send a medic over to keep an eye on things. Prevent my Xiao Fei from really having an accident. Now my Xiao Fei is the ace of the army. If there is anyone who is most likely to make it out of the finals and into the national team, then my Xiao Fei is definitely at the top of the list. But what they didn't expect was this. 2 hours later, my Xiao Fei did run again. Although it hadn't recovered to its peak state, it had recovered to a certain extent. Seeing my Xiao Fei running wildly with full blood again, Zhang He and the officer were finally primed to believe my Xiao Fei's words. This kid, his physical qualities are too perverted, Zhang He said, smacking his lips fiercely. As for the other veterans, they saw my Xiao Fei running on the runway again and again under the scorching sun. Naturally, he was also shocked by his spirit of desperation and physical fitness. Sure enough, it's not for nothing that people can take first place in 6 subjects, and after running 3 times in the afternoon, only then did my Xiao Fei return to the dormitory dripping with sweat. The veterans in the division all thought that when my Xiao Fei came back, he would just lie down exhausted. I didn't realize that people's mental state, however, was not affected in the slightest. When the meal was over and the others were studying their opponents or resting, my Xiao Fei once again ran out. This time, he increased the weight on his body by a third. This maniac, you've run 10 kilometers this afternoon, haven't you? And you're going to run at night? Don't you want to die? The other room. Zhang He looked at my Xiao Fei's figure on the runway and couldn't help but sigh. It's a good thing this kid didn't enroll in the 50 kilometers orienteering cross-country. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll still have to give up this first place to him. No wonder I dared to enroll in 2 physical fitness subjects. My Xiao Fei, is this your bottom line? End of chapter. 801st Regiment. Wang Jiangwo just returned to the regiment. The interpolation of the 7th Company Commander Su Zhilong is to find over. Chief, I'd like to apply to follow my Xiao Fei to the tournament and watch this kid. Su Zhilong said directly at Wang Jiangwo. Wang Jiangwo frowned. Why are you watching? Isn't he fine now? Need you to watch? Su Zhilong worriedly said. Captain, as you know, currently my Xiao Fei is number 1 in 6 subjects and has become the famous soldier king of the entire group army, with the eliminated guy going back to his original unit. When the time comes, it's a sure bet that a lot of the guys in the unit will want to poach him. And, back there, I suspect there might be more troops digging in when he gets to the all-arms final site. If we don't send someone to keep an eye on it, what if they scoop up McFly later? Wang Jiangwo glanced at him and slowly lit a cigarette and smoked it. Headmaster? Su Zhilong said anxiously. You should say something. This my Xiao Fei is now considered the soldier king of our 801st Regiment. You're not worried he'll be poached? Wang sighed slightly. If he can really go to a better unit, it would indeed be better for him than being in our 801st Regiment. Su Zhilong was stunned. Chief, what did you say? You wish for my Xiao Fei to go? Wang Jiangwo looked at him and sighed softly. Of course I don't want him to go. Who wants good soldiers to be snatched for other troops? All the same, I don't want your 7th Company soldiers to leave. Or the other companies, but what can I decide? Su Zhilong's face was full of questions. When Wang Jiangwo took out a piece of paper and handed it to him, Su Zhilong took it suspiciously. Upon seeing what was on it, his face suddenly changed. Adaptation. Start with our regiment. Start with our 7 companies. What's going on? Su Zhilong called out with an indignant face. Captain, why are you reorganizing our 7th company? Our 7th company is a heroic model company that came out of the war. Wei, shut up, Wang Jiangwo scolded. What's the hurry? It says reorganization. It doesn't say canceling the 7th company's number. Su Zhilong suppressed his anger and said, but why our 7th company? Wang Jiangwo sighed. Because your 7th company is the sharp knife company of the entire division. What? Su Zhilong's pupils shrunk. Wang explained. Times are changing, and the troops need to follow the trend of the times, streamlining and moving in the direction of full mechanization. In the past, for every class of new recruits, we would pick the best and most talented soldiers for your 7th company to form a sharp knife company. You have lived up to your expectations, and your fighting ability is among the best in the division. But the fighting strength of a company does not represent the fighting strength of a regiment. All the good soldiers have been snatched away by your 7th company, and what is left for the other companies are ordinary and poor soldiers. Su Zhilong still didn't understand. But what does this have to do with reorganizing the 7th company? Wang Jiangwo said seriously and gravely. But the problems that this brings are already obvious. The problem of veteranization in the 7th company is serious, and the high standard of retention is extremely difficult. The number and quality of veterans determines a company's fighting framework. Your 7th company has high requirements and high assessment standards, and squad leader veterans have to be demobilized if they fail to meet the requirements. Other than that, just this year, in your 7th company, I'm afraid that there are only more than 10 veterans who have to be forcibly demobilized. Right? Veterans of this quality, if placed in another company, would still be the same great backbone that can hold up one side of the company. They can only be demobilized if they stay with the 7th company, but if they break up and go in other companies, they can stay and continue to contribute to the development of the force. Su Zhilong retorted, but if the regiment really wants to keep them, it's not impossible. If they can't stay in the 7th company, they can be sent to other companies. I don't think they'll be unwilling. Wang Jiangwo sneered. Su Zhilong, is this your first day as a soldier or something? Although, an iron camp and flowing soldiers go wherever they are needed, but don't forget, what's the hardest thing to give up for the soldiers of our field troops? Is comradeship. They've all been in the 7th company since they were recruits, and they have feelings for the 7th company that they can just say they're going to cut off? If they leave their company in order to stay in the army, do you think that their hearts can still be stable? Can a soldier, with an unstable heart, still fight well? If it were you, a soldier accustomed to intense training and demanding standards, would you choose to demobilize? Or would you obey the arrangements and go to a lesser company in order to stay in the army and muddle through? They are conscripts, volunteers, not officers, not professional soldiers, and for them the company is their home, their roots. But for us officers, the company is nothing more than a transition station. Do you understand? Su Zhilong stopped talking at once. Wang Jiangwo said helplessly, although I'm also unwilling to reorganize the 7th company, I have to admit that such an approach will indeed allow the combat effectiveness of all companies in the regiment to be raised. The soldiers of the 7th company, all broken up and rationalized to serve as the important backbone of each company, take the soldiers of the other companies and advance together. It's not like being assigned to another company for the sake of demobilization by choosing to stay behind. It's policy. It's the whole company, and they don't have at least a diaphragm in their hearts. At most they're just not happy about it. Moreover, now the troops' armored equipment is also reforming. Need more skilled personnel. No matter which company, those quality is not pass. Relatively less talented 2-year veterans or non-commissioned officers. This year will be arranged for mandatory demobilization. No negotiation. It's not just your 7th company that needs to be reorganized. Many companies throughout the division need to be reorganized. Your 7th company is the sharpest company in the entire division. And it's only by starting with you that the other companies will be convinced by the reorganization. Su Zhilong, you're an excellent company commander for the entire division. I hope you'll keep the big picture in mind. Su Zhilong took a deep breath, and his clenched fists also finally slowly loosened. With red eyes, he rushed at Wang Jiangwo and asked, when will it start? 2 months later. That means there are still 2 months to prepare. Su Zhilong's pupils shrunk. 2 months? So rushed? Wang Jiangwo nodded his head and said, on my Xiao Fei side, you don't have to worry about it. According to the development on his side, with 6 subjects at first place, one of them will definitely make it to the national team. Once he's on the national team, he'll have to stay over there for more than 2 months of national team training and then compete in the World Military Games. After the military games, as to whether he'll be back again, none of us know. On your end, you'll have to start working on arranging the adaptation. 2. Su Zhilong nodded with difficulty, his voice hoarse. Yes, I know. Ask for a monthly ticket. Recommendations. End of chapter. A few days in a row, my Xiao Fei is carrying more and more weight every day. Basically, you run out of stamina at least 5 times a day. the body has pushed its limits twice as a result. In the past few days, my Xiao Fei had also spent several thousand merit points to exchange for the stamina recovery liquid. It wasn't until the points were almost used up that my Xiao Fei finally stopped running on the last day before the race as well. My Xiao Fei opened the system panel. As he expected, after running so hard for the past few days, his physique had also gone up from 230 to 245. Berserk points went from 20 to 23. It's not much, but it's enough. As long as he took the first place in this all-army final again, then the Berserk points, for sure, could go up quite a bit. Seeing that my Xiao Fei had finally stopped tossing and turning, Zhang He and the Major General's Chief of Staff were also finally relieved. My Xiao Fei lay on his bed, looking at his schedule of 6 subjects. The first day of the competition was, unsurprisingly, still shooting, 100-meter fixed target shooting, morning, 100-meter sports speed shooting, afternoon. Day 3, 400-meter obstacle course in the morning, fighting in the afternoon. Day 5, computer electronics and information technology in the morning and armed 5 kilometers cross-country in the afternoon. It's not just the scheduling of the finals games, it's also the World Military Games. In the evening, the Major General's Chief of Staff is the one who once again gathers the players of the entire group, adds food and mobilizes. The players also drifted off to sleep in a somewhat tense state. In the morning, with the sound of the emergency assembly whistle, the entire team assembled and headed to the large playground for the pre-final all-army pep rally. On the podium, the head of the headquarters swept over the more than 2,000 contestants in the room and exclaimed, "Today, the Army's quadrennial tournament, not only for the purpose of selecting warriors who are the best in each military subject, but also to test the individual training performance of your various units. I hope that during the next 7 days of the tournament, you will give it your all and fight for your group, your division or your company, and even more so, for yourselves. You've gone from the army to here, over the top, all the way to the all-army final rounds, and you know yourselves how much sweat and hard work you've put in. I hope that you will not fail to live up to the blood and sweat you have shed. Tell me, are you guys ready? Always ready, always ready, always ready." More than 2,000 players responded with all their might. Great. The head of headquarters looked down at the time. It's 7:40 in the morning. At 9 o'clock, the official start of the tournament. Those who have bout programs in the morning, get ready. Dismissed. With the order of the head of the headquarters, the group armies were opened. The corresponding staff member was the one who quickly announced the list of contestants who would participate in the morning. And then, each contestant was assigned a lieutenant to lead them to the competition venue. The rest of the competitors who do not have a competition program can also go to the competition venue to watch. This was, after all, a competition within the army, not the international military games. So naturally there were no spectators from the community. If it's the latter, it's rather like the Olympics, where ordinary people can buy tickets and go inside to watch. It can also be watched on TV or media app broadcasts and live news feeds. Since this is an open international competition, naturally there will be no such thing as a secret weapon. The ones that can be brought out for competition are already publicly available weaponry. McFly. Zhang He walked over to my Xiao Fei. How was it? Nervous? My Xiao Fei laughed. Not bad. Zhang He laughed and scolded. What do you mean by okay? Okay is okay. You kid. You never let us down. Although your shooting ability is outstanding, the gun kings of the other group armies are no slouches. Have you seen the list of the various group armies that the army collected the other day? My Xiao Fei shook his head. Too lazy to look. River. You're that confident in yourself? My Xiao Fei laughed. It's not like this is a contestant shooting against each other. It's just hitting chest ring targets. It doesn't mean much if I study them or not. Am I going to be able to shoot better if I study them? Shooting? There's so much unexpectedness. It's all about who can be more steady and accurate at the time. River nodded slightly. Indeed. Shooting is not fighting. Come on. I'll go with you and cheer you on. My Xiao Fei said. Your subject. When will you compare? What about the third day? There's no rush. In addition to River, a number of the group's army who didn't have a game in the morning ran to see my Xiao Fei play. Right now, my Xiao Fei was a big hit with their group army. Is the most promising to be the first of their group to go out and get a spot on the national team. 8:30 in the morning. My Xiao Fei came to the shooting range. At this time, there were also hundreds of onlookers here. These are, for the most part, players in other subjects, or staff. Instead, there were no other members of the force. Seeing my Xiao Fei walk over, the other 20-odd first-place contestants from other groups at the scene all looked over curiously. They had never seen my Xiao Fei, but they knew that among all the first-place contestants, there was a new recruit who was not only the first-place winner in 100-meter chest ring target shooting, but also the first-place winner in 5 other subjects. It can be seen that my Xiao Fei took 6 consecutive first places in many competition subjects. which caused a big sensation in all the army groups. Now that I've seen it in person, I'm more or less curious about this new recruit. And what a recruit! This kid, is the shooting really that good? More accurate than those of us who have been soldiers for so many years? The players from the other groups had question marks on their minds. These players, the youngest, were either 8 years or more veterans or, in the case of the officers, in the army, unless one is gifted against all odds, the level of shooting, all need several years of hard training to have a certain level of achievement. This was why they felt that it was impossible for my Xiao Fei, a new recruit, to play that well. Even if my Xiao Fei shooting level was okay, they would think that it was the other competitors from my Xiao Fei's group army, who were too hot chickens. That allowed my Xiao Fei to get the first place. After the examiner had finalized the list, he then loudly announced the rules. 100-meter chest ring target, 10 rounds, time to fire, 90 seconds to fire, a total of 100 rings. The winner with the highest number of rings will be directly selected for the national team and will travel with the national team to the World Military Games. If the number of rings is equal, the one with the densest point of impact, the winner is the one who takes the 2 outermost points, top and bottom or left and right, that are connected by the shortest distance. Did you hear everything? More than 20 players responded loudly. Understood. Ask for a monthly ticket. Recommendations. End of chapter. Old Chen, you trust this my Xiao Fei of your army so much? To actually come over to watch in person. You're a dignified group army chief of staff. You don't have to come over as a supervisor yourself, do you? 100 meters away, inside a tent, sat several chiefs, sitting in a circle, looking in the direction of this side of the range. Chen Hai smiled. That's for sure. This my Xiao Fei of our army is the ace in my hand. Your army's players are definitely no match for him. Ha ha ha. Old Chen, what kind of joke are you talking about? One of the chiefs next to him mocked slightly. That my Xiao Fei, although number 1 in 6 subjects, is after all a new recruit, and his shooting prowess is still comparable to those other old gun kings? It's just that even our armies, they don't dare to say they can win in the finals. I think the one who has the best chance is still Zhao Ping from the First Army. He was the winner of the last all-army competition. Saying that, several people subconsciously looked at the head of the First Army. The head of the First Army then laughed and said, "It's not bad, Zhao Ping. This kid is relatively stable, and after these 4 years of training, but shooting, sometimes, there's also a component of luck in it. It depends on his luck, whether it's good enough or not." Chen Hai grunted. So what if he was the winner of the last all-army final? Wasn't it also unable to make it into the national team's starting roster and didn't even have a chance to play? The head of the First Army raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "What? Old Chen, do you think that your army's my Xiao Fei can still compare to our army's Zhao Ping?" Chen Haidao, of course. I have absolute confidence in my Xiao Fei. The crowd snickered. That's blind trust for you. Chen Haidao, then let's wait and see. Let's see how the new recruits of our army will kill the might of the old gun kings of your several armies. Okay, then let's wait and see how your army's my Xiao Fei will hit you old thing in the face. Ha ha ha. While a few of the bigwigs chatted, on the field, the examiner had already had the competitors walk up to the target. Ding! At that moment, in my Xiao Fei's mind, the system's voice rang out. Releasing the latest mission, shoot double yoke bullet holes and get first place in the army-wide 100-meter chest ring target finals. And get to upgrade your intermediate rifle proficiency skill to advanced rifle proficiency skill. Double yoke bullet holes? My Xiao Fei's pupils suddenly shrunk. If it was to take first place, with the addition of the intermediate rifle mastery skill, coupled with one's stability under the gun and breathing method, getting first place was a high probability. But if you want to make a double yoke bullet hole, that is, 2 bullet holes seamlessly connected, that's not something you can do just by having the skill. Even if it's only 100 meters, it's still a lot of data to calculate. More than anything else, it requires superb gun stability and resistance to pressure. A slight change is impossible to do. It's like the common saying that it's impossible for 2 cannonballs to land in the same spot. Although double-yoked egg does not mean exactly the same position, the bullet hits the target. The size of the bullet hole will not be more than 4 millimeters. What they used, after all, were only small caliber rifle bullets, and the size of the diameter of the 10-ring target is 100 millimeters. It would be really hard to get 2 rounds to connect seamlessly. My Xiao Fei had thought that, after entering the national team, and then from the according to the gun and breathing method on the work, so that the shooting strength further to cope with the military games. Otherwise, even an intermediate rifle proficiency skill may not really get you a gold medal. But if we could upgrade our rifle proficiency skill from intermediate to advanced now, then getting the gold medal would definitely be a great deal more assured. And points can't even be exchanged for premium unless the system mall can be upgraded from intermediate to premium. But advanced, it needs more than 100. 000 merit points. Now, he is far from enough. Even if you take first place in all 6 subjects in the final, it's not enough. My Xiao Fei couldn't help but curse. System, you really look up to me. Cursing is cursing. Naturally, my Xiao Fei still wants to challenge it. With a command from the examiner, my Xiao Fei and the other contestants quickly got down and started loading live cartridges. The crowd outside watching the match couldn't help but get a little nervous with anticipation. My Xiao Fei, you've got to go for it. Zhang He looked straight at my Xiao Fei in target position 21 on the field. On Chen Hai's side, several people were quiet and looked at the field. After loading the live ammunition, my Xiao Fei immediately cast the intermediate rifle proficiency skill. As soon as the skill came out, my Xiao Fei instantly felt that the chest ring target that was 100 meters away was instantly drawn closer to 25 meters away. Primary rifle proficiency, which allows the sight to draw targets 50 meters closer. Intermediate, it can draw twice as close again, or 25 meters now. Unsurprisingly, if we can upgrade to the advanced level, the distance can be brought closer to 12.5 meters. If you can't get a gold medal at this distance, then why don't you just quit the army and go home to raise pigs? My Xiao Fei immediately began to aim. This time, in order to get a double yoke, he didn't dare to be careless, and with each shot, he would aim for at least 5 seconds or more. Seek stability. Otherwise, if not for that purpose, he could have fired a shot in 3 seconds. And, odds are, you'll get first place. Phew. Bang. My Xiao Fei adjusted his breathing, aiming one gun at a time, all aiming almost after breathing out, is to spell breath for 2 to 3 seconds, and then shoot. With each shot, keep that rhythm. It's all about making the point of impact a little denser. The spectators outside the arena were all looking nervously at the competitors shooting inside. My Xiao Fei, you have to fight for me. Chen Hai gripped the level slightly harder, his pupils contracting slightly as he looked at my Xiao Fei's position. The other players, too, didn't dare to be too big, and all of them played very steadily. At this point, a little inaccuracy can lose the game. Without a certain amount of resilience in an all-army final like this, even a good shot can miss his aim in the middle of a match. And at just over 80 seconds, most of the players had finished their 10 rounds, but my Xiao Fei has one last shot left. Zhang He looked at the stopwatch in his hand and couldn't help but get nervous. Only 3 seconds left. My Xiao Fei, what are you doing? Fight. If the bullet doesn't go off when the time is up, or if it goes off when the time is up, it's been over 90 seconds. The shot, it's null and void. Bang. Finally, when the time came to 89 seconds, my Xiao Fei finally pulled the trigger and fired the last bullet. Please, my fellow readers, one thing, when you open the book's introduction page, underneath the writing, there is a function of investing to share the proceeds. Any account level up to LD3 can participate. Relatively few people are involved at the moment, so it's resulting in not a lot of exposure for the book. I hope that the readers who have reached the rank of Lord can support it and invest in it. As soon as you reach 100 or more people, you'll have additional referral exposure. Everyone help invest. Please everyone. End of chapter. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the shooting mission. Rifle mastery skill. Upgraded from intermediate to advanced. Just after the last shot. In my Xiao Fei's mind, the system's voice rang out. Hearing this voice, my Xiao Fei's hanging heart, too, was finally put down. Just now, the last shot was the key. The first 9 shots, though, were denser in point of impact, but there were no double-yolked eggs. The last shot was all he could do to stand up for himself. Aim for the middle of 2 bullet holes relatively close together. Those 2 holes no more than 5 millimeters apart. As long as the last shot managed to hit them squarely in the center, the bullet would be able to connect seamlessly with at least one of them, creating a double-yolked egg. The end result was that he succeeded. Moreover, since the reward came from the system's side, it proved that his 100-meter chest ring target shooting score was also the best among these 20-odd contestants. He got the first one. My Xiao Fei had thought to see if the advanced rifle skill doubled the target distance as he had expected, but by then, the examiner had told them all to stand up. Over at the target trench, more than 20 statisticians ran out, one for each target, and in front of everyone, began to tally the number of rings the players had hit, and for the 100 rings, they took out their calipers and started measuring the distance. Both the players, and those outside the arena, were watching nervously, except, of course, for McFly, who knew the outcome. And immediately after the first round of counting, they switched places and continued counting. 1 for 2, 2 for 3, 3 for 1, 3 a cycle, a total of 3 counts. This prevents any statistician from making mistakes. Only when the final results are in complete agreement can they be determined to be final. The process, too, wasn't long. but it took only a few minutes. The report card, soon, was also handed over to the examiner. The examiner held the report card and looked at the contestants below with a serious gaze. The contestants also looked nervously at the examiner one by one. In a building 2 kilometers away. This is the building where the coaches of the national teams of each subject stay. At this time, they are looking at the profiles of the various players here. Among them, on this side of the various types of shooting cubes, the coach of the 100-meter fixed target shooting subject was looking at the profiles of the competitors just like everyone else. I say, Coach sang, there's a game going on in your subject right now. Aren't you two going to take a look? The coach of the 100-meter rapid fire side rushed that 100-meter fixed target coach asked. Coach Sang said without lifting his head, what's there to see? On the surface, it is said that it is to select hands for the military games, but in reality, it is just a chance to get a competition within the army. Can they play any better than the regular shooters inside our national team? We've come over here, but we're just here to go through the motions. And over there, just let the individual subject examiners take care of it. The 100-meter rapid-fire subject instructor sniffed and nodded with pursed lips. That makes sense. The fixed shooter athletes on our national team probably shoot more training bullets in a week than they do in a year. And even if they were as talented as they are, they couldn't possibly shoot the scores we require. When you say it like that, I am not even interested in looking at the players' profiles. Anyway, even if their first-place finishers make it to the national team, the odds are that they'll be sitting on the bench, hardly getting a chance to play. Isn't this hilarious? A new recruit who's been in the army for less than half a year can come to the finals? What kind of joke is that? As the 100-meter rapid-fire coach spoke, he just happened to flip over to the piece of personal profile information of my Xiao Fei. Just looking at the rank, before he could see what my Xiao Fei had fought out in the group army, he flung it aside with a hand and cursed angrily. Is the standard of play in the force so low now? A new recruit can also play in the all-army final to come. Is it possible that they also think that it's just a bit of a program? And that even if they enter the national team, they can't possibly represent the national forces, and that's why they're so casual? Recruits? I've got a new recruit here too, named my Xiao Fei. Coach Zhang also happened to flip to my Xiao Fei's profile at this time and was stunned. McFly? Is that one of yours named McFly too? The 100-meter rapid-fire coach was also slightly wide-eyed. This one on my side is also called my Xiao Fei. 2 subjects. Both firsts? The 2 said, quickly picking up the information and reading it again. 100-meter chest ring target shooting with 7 internal rings? This new recruit is that good? The 100-meter rapid-fire coach was also seeing my Xiao Fei's results from the group army competition at this time. This is 39 seconds for me. 39 seconds. This time, very good. Although it's a bit short of the national team, the difference isn't that big. The 2 men faced each other. Obviously, neither was quite convinced that this was a score that a new recruit could put up. They looked at the results of the other players and realized that there were only a handful of 2 or 3 that could hit the same results that my Xiao Fei had in the group tournament. Is this recruit cheating? Or does he really have that power? The 2 men looked at each other and subconsciously asked. Look at the time. And now the 100-meter fixed shot is getting ready to end. So when the results come in, we'll know. Coach Zhang said, even if he doesn't manage to get first place this time, it may not be impossible to focus on cultivating him. After all, if he's a new recruit who can really hit this score, his shooting talent is still very high. If he stays in the national team and cultivates a bit, in the future, he may not be unable to become a Tiger General of the national team. Coach sang, the results of the 100-meter fixed target are out. Here are the results of the individual players. At that moment, the coach's assistant ran over with the player list results and handed them to Coach Sang. Coach Sang quickly took it, looked at it, and finally, his eyes stayed on the first place position. Mac Xiu Fei, 100 meters fixed target shooting. Score, full ring, longest 2 bullet holes distance, 44 millimeters. My god, this kid, actually 10 rounds, all of them hit into the inner ring, 2 bullet holes away, hit within 50 millimeters. This is already the caliber of a proper national team athlete. Previously, the group finals were split between the inner and outer 10 rings. The distance between the diameters of the 10 rings is 100 millimeters. The diameter distance of the inner ring is 50 millimeters. In other words, my Xiao Fei's entire army competed this time. 10 rounds, all of which went into the inner ring. And it's still 42 millimeters, which is 8 millimeters less than the 50 millimeter inner ring. Ask for recommendations. Ask for a monthly ticket. Seeking new book investment. End of chapter. So awesome. The 100-meter rapid-fire coach next to him was also shocked. This kid's shooting talent is so awesome. After reacting, Coach Zhang quickly rushed out as he picked up his briefcase. Go to the shooting range. Immediately, He quickly rushed out of the coach's office building with his coach's assistant. The 100-meter rapid-fire coach froze for a moment and reacted as well, running after him. McFly. It can't be the same person, can it? One of the coaches in the other square, looking at a dossier in his hand. The name of the profile clearly reads Xiao Fei, and at that moment, on the range, the examiner had announced the results. Target position 8, 12th Army Li Hao. 10 rounds, 100 rings. Distance between the two longest bullet holes, 56 millimeters. Target position 9. The examiner read it out as he did so, and when he heard that his score had been exceeded, the following contestants also showed expressions of loss and frustration one after another. Target position 15. 1st Army Zhao Pang. 10 rounds, 100 rings, two longest bullet hole distances, 46 millimeters. When this result came out, it instantly compared the results of the previous 14 players completely. Of the first 14 players, 2 were outright out of the tournament because they couldn't carry the pressure and didn't hit a full ring score. For the rest, the scores stayed largely in the 55 to 65 millimeter range. None of them scored within 15 millimeters. That's a score that's definitely very good now. All the other players in the room thought they didn't have that strength to play like that. Therefore, the contestants at the back, with the exception of Xiao Fei, the rest of them, had lost their competitive mindset. Ha ha ha, the 1st Army Major General couldn't help but punch Major General Chen when he heard this achievement. Old Chen. Now, do you still dare to say that Xiao Fei can defeat Zhao Pang of our army? Major General Chen grunted. Our army's Xiao Fei's results haven't come out yet, so we don't know who won yet. Although the words were like this, Major General Chen had no enemy in his heart. That's 46 millimeters. A week ago, McFly had just 7 inside rings and 3 outside rings in the syndicate race. Distance, at 60 millimeters or more. It's only been a week since then. How could McFly do a good job of hitting all 10 rounds on the inner ring at a distance that could be controlled to within 46 millimeters? Outside the arena, Zhang He's face also sank when he heard this achievement. He spent time with the national team and knows how hard it is to hit 46 millimeters. It's hard as hell for Xiao Fei to exceed the score, given his previous results in the syndicate tournament. Unless it's an explosion of luck. The examiner continued to announce the results. As expected, the results of the few people behind them were nowhere near as good as Zhao Pang's. Target position 21. XR Group Army. Xiao Fei. Upon hearing Xiao Fei's name, Major General Chen and Jiang He were both nervous. For his part, the Major General of the 1st Army had a calm expression. In his opinion, it was categorically impossible for Xiao Fei to surpass Zhao Pang. 10 rounds, 100 rings, distance between the two longest bullet holes, 44 millimeters. Boom! When this result came out, the whole room was instantly in an uproar. Brain all buzzed. 44 millimeters? It actually hit 44 millimeters. 2 millimeters beyond Zhao Pang. This Xiao Fei is actually so strong. Zhao Pang was also incredulous when he heard this achievement, taking a step forward and turning his head towards Xiao Fei's direction. And Xiao Fei's expression was extremely calm, not in the least bit thrilled that he got first place, because he already knew he got first place. Yeah, Fei, awesome. Outside the field, Zhang He's group of teammates from his own group shouted in excitement. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Major General Chen shouted 3 times in a row, looking extremely excited, and rushed the 1st Army Major General. What do you say now? You know how powerful our army Xiao Fei is, right? The Major General of the 1st Army was also filled with disbelief. How is that possible? This Xiao Fei is just a new recruit. To actually be able to fight like this. After a pause on the examiner's side, he also nodded at Xiao Fei with satisfaction before continuing to announce the results of the remaining few people. The final result was that only 2 people, Xiao Fei and Zhao Pang, scored inside 50 millimeters. Xiao Fei also, not surprisingly, got the first place. As the examiner announced that Xiao Fei was in first place, Zhang He and the others outside the arena rushed in, picked up Xiao Fei, and threw him up into the sky. The other players, on the other hand, had to leave in dismay. McFly. Major General Chen walked over, and the crowd then put Xiao Fei down. Chief. Xiao Fei smiled and saluted. Major General Chen somewhat excitedly patted Xiao Fei's shoulder. Xiao Fei, you've given our army a long face. Give me, an old thing, a long face. Bravo. Xiao Fei nodded slightly. This is what I should do. On the side, Zhang He was puzzled. Fei, why do I feel that you're not excited at all? You're still not happy after taking first place? Xiao Fei spread his hands and laughed. I'm so excited and happy. Crowd, what do you call a good laugh? Isn't excitement and fun supposed to be like us? Are you misunderstanding these 2 words in some way? The examiner also walked over and rushed at Xiao Fei. Comrade Mai Xiaofei, congratulations! You have been successfully selected for the World Military Games 100-meter fixed target shooting national team. Mai Xiaofei returned the salute. Thank you, McFly. At this time, a voice came, and Coach Zhang ran over with some shortness of breath. I am Zhang Dellen, the coach of the coaching group of the national team's 100-meter fixed chest ring target shooting subject. On behalf of the coaching staff, welcome aboard. Mai Xiaofei looked at Zhang Dellen and saluted. Coach Zhang. Hello. Zhang Dellen sized up Mai Xiaofei, and finally his eyes rested on Mai Xiaofei's rank of private. It's unbelievable that you, a new recruit, can fight so well. Mai Xiaofei laughed. It's just luck. Zhang Dellen waved his hand and said, don't say that. On the playing field, good luck is also strength. If you do get the chance to represent the national forces in the World Military Games, I hope you can keep that luck. Ha ha ha. Ask for monthly votes and recommendations. Also, please, my fellow readers, one thing. When you open the book's introduction page, underneath the writing, there is a function of investing to share the proceeds. Any account level up to LD3 can participate. Relatively few people are involved at the moment, so it's resulting in not a lot of exposure for the book. I hope that the readers who have reached the rank of Lord can support it and invest in it. As soon as you reach 100 or more people, you'll have additional referral exposure. Everyone help invest. Please everyone. End of chapter. Comrade Mai Xiaofei. At this time, another officer in coaching attire walked over and rushed Mai Xiaofei. I'm the coach of the national team's 100-meter rapid-fire coaching team. You can call me Coach Shen. Mai Xiaofei saluted. Good day, Coach Shen. May I ask what's up? Coach Shen said. It just so happens that I have also seen your information. You have enrolled in the subject of 100-meter chest ring target shooting in addition to the subject of 100-meter rapid-fire shooting that we have? Mai Xiaofei nodded. Yes. Coach Shen immediately asked urgently. Then you are in this subject. Are you sure? Your 100-meter fixed shooting has improved greatly from when you competed in the group army competition. On the 100-meter rapid-fire side, you did very well in your group army competition as well. Is it possible to play better as well? The others also looked at Mai Xiaofei curiously. Mai Xiaofei calmly said, it's okay. Not far away. The Major General and Zhang He smiled bitterly and shook their heads. This kid, no matter what, he's always so humble. They're so strong, but they like to say things like it's okay. I'll try. I'll be lucky, and so on. If it was them, they would definitely not believe this bull **** from Mai Xiaofei anymore. But after all, it was Coach Shen's first time meeting Mai Xiaofei. Even if Mai Xiaofei hit a good score on the 100-meter fixed target, he was not sure that his 100-meter rapid fire could make a bigger breakthrough. One can only say, good. Anyway, I believe you. I hope you'll be as good as the 100-meter fixed target, and that you'll be able to hit it out of the park again this afternoon at the 100-meter rapid fire. Mai Xiaofei stood upright and shouted, yes, I'll work hard. After dispersing, Mai Xiaofei also went back to rest. It's game day and pre-game practice is a no-go. And after it was dispersed, Coach Zhang quickly compiled the information on Mai Xiaofei and sent it to the head coach. At this time, inside the training ground for the members of the 100-meter chest ring target national team, the chief coach was training the 9 reserve members. As a rule, for each subject, the national team prepares 10 competitors. The decision on which 3 to put on the field will be made the week before the competition. Only 3 entries are allowed per single race discipline, per country. That means the head coach is now training 9 guys, all regular national team members. First place in the all-army competition to make the national team and round out the 10. 3 are up, leaving 7 as alternates. As Coach Zhang said before, originally, the national team had been prepared to have athletes in the military games for a long time. There's no need to get an army-wide draft at all. The only reason why we have to get it is just to use it as an excuse to have an all-around subject competition for the whole army. Even if the first-place members of those subjects make it to the national team, they may not be able to represent the national team. At that moment, the head coach's cell phone rang. Hello? What's up? Coach Zhang's voice came from the other end of the phone. Chief Coach, I'll tell you something happy. Here at the All-Army Tournament, a super talented prospect has emerged. In the finals, he shot a great 44 millimeters. The head coach's eyes lit up. I didn't realize that there were people inside the regular army who could play like that. It can't be the Zhao Peng from the last term, can it? He's not very stable. The last session had him play, and he ended up playing only 48 millimeters and was eliminated without even making it to the semi-finals. Coach Zhang said, it's not Zhao Peng. This time, Zhao Peng also hit 46 millimeters, but there are others who hit better than him. The head coach was immediately interested. Oh, if not Zhao Peng, then who? Within the regular troops, is there anyone stronger than him? Coach Zhang said, It's a new recruit who joined the army less than half a year ago. What? The head coach pranced out of his seat. You mean the recruits? Coach sang, yes. Recruits. This recruit only shot 7 rounds of 10 inner rings even at the group army competition, but by the all-army finals, it hit 44 millimeters. Chief coach, this recruit is definitely a good seedling worth cultivating, even if he can't represent the national team this time. Bringing him back and cultivating him properly, his strength in the future will definitely be very strong. The head coach exclaimed. Good, good, good. If it's a new recruit, then the potential for the future is unlimited. You must keep a good eye on him and bring him back to the national team in one piece. Coach sang, yes, guarantee to complete the task. Soon, a morning passed. The group army that Xiao Fei was a part of, except for himself, all the others, who had a competition subject in the morning, were all wiped out, and in the afternoon, it was also time for Xiao Fei to go forward to participate in the 100-meter rapid-fire subject competition. Fei, stabilize, just like in the morning. You can do it. Before he set off, Zhang He was still cheering on Xiao Fei as he had done before. Xiao Fei nodded. Yes, I'll pay attention. I had a really busy day today with a full moon out for the kids at home. I've been so busy that I've had a bit of heat stroke, got dizzy and couldn't write this chapter. Couldn't really write anymore. That's the first chapter for today. Sorry guys. End of chapter. On the spot, as before, roll call was taken and people were identified. The news that Xiao Fei had meanwhile taken part in the 100-meter speed shooting had spread in the morning. At this moment, outside the field, many people, even those who were not from their group's army, had curiously come over to take a look. All wondered if the all-army marksman who shot 44 millimeters on the 100-meter fixed target in the morning would be able to shoot dazzlingly on the 100-meter rapid fire as well. It was even the previous king of guns, Zhao Peng, who was in the viewing party. He clasped his hands to his chest and narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Xiao Fei on the field. In his eyes, naturally, there was some disbelief, because he knew about Xiao Fei's competition in the group army. That achievement. It was almost the same than he had 10 years ago, but Zhao Peng had spent 10 years before his marksmanship had reached the point it was at today. Where's McFly? It's only been a week. To his death. He didn't believe that Xiao Fei's rate of progress would be so fast, except for 2 reasons. First, in the time in the group competition, he intentionally controlled his own score, not to play so well. This belongs to the score control big brother, proving that the shooting strength, indeed very strong and very stable. At least, Zhao Peng thought to himself that he didn't have this kind of strong confidence to the point where he could control the score. Second, that's luck. It's not that it's not possible, and it is indeed possible to hit 44 millimeters with a certain amount of strength and a bit of luck. There were quite a few others who thought like Zhao Peng. For example, Coach Sang of the 100-meter fixed target national team and Coach Shin of the 100-meter rapid fire national team. Both of them were also very much looking forward to the results of Xiao Fei's next fight, and both of them wanted to know whether Xiao Fei really had hard power, or whether he relied on luck to get out of the line. There are still 24 people participating in the subject of 100-meter rapid fire. Because they went up one by one, it was still done by lottery in the final. Xiao Fei drew number 18, not on the top. At this point, there were still a few chiefs still coming to see this subject competition. Among them, the First Army and Chief Chen were also present. Old Chen, this 100-meter rapid fire. How is the strength of your armies, Xiao Fei? A chief curiously asked at Chief Chen. Head Chen said, 39 seconds, not top-notch, but very good. I'm sure he can still break through in the final. 39 seconds? The heads of the congregation slightly sucked in a breath of cool air. With this score, even if you can't take first place, entering the top 3 is still a sure thing. I just don't know if Han Hongfei of the First Army can play consistently this time. I heard that Han Hongfei can hit a time of 38 seconds 22 ah. Oh, the crowd turned their heads to the head of the First Army. The First Army chief sniffed, and a touch of arrogance was raised on his face. It's average. Taking the first place shouldn't be a problem. You old thing. One of the chiefs laughed and scolded. You don't want to play Guangong in front of old Chen. Don't forget that in the morning's 100-meter fixed target shooting, even your army's Zhao Peng, who was selected for the national team last time, lost to Xiao Fei. This time, for the 100-meter speed shooting, Han Hongfei might also be taken down by Xiao Fei later. The First Army chief grunted. I really don't believe that this Xiao Fei is so all-round. It's only a week apart, and both shooting subjects have improved so much. Ha ha ha, Chief Chen laughed out loud. You said the same thing in the morning, but in the end, you were still slapped in the face? The head of the First Army said angrily. Fight again if you can. Old thing, I'll you up. Chief Chen, my grandpa was buried a long time ago. If you have the guts, dig it up. First Army Chief. A chief next to him was speechless. I say, the two of you are almost 103 years old together, and you're still a nationalist and I'm an Asiatic, so can't you have some quality? Your grandma. The crowd turned to him. Bang bang bang, as a few of the chiefs began to spray cuties at each other. The competition side had begun. The rules of the game are still the same as those of the group. 10 rounds, 100 meters of forward motion, 10 target positions, only 1 round per target position. The front 5 targets, 30 meters to 50 meters from the target position. All of them are wobbly head targets. Hit that fall, behind the 5 targets, the same distance, also for the wobbly head target. Only, this head target is a little special. The hostage avatar in front. The target protrudes half a head behind the hostage avatar. You need to hit the target avatar, only to be considered a success. If you mistakenly hit a hostage avatar, you are eliminated outright. The one who hits all the targets in the shortest time is the winner. The players who are able to come over and compete on behalf of the group gold are the first in the group army, and their strengths are all very stable. 7 in a row, all of them hitting all 10 targets. The times are all around 39 seconds. The best result was 38 seconds 80 seconds. It was better than Xiao Fei's result in the group army competition. And the worst time was 39:60. All scored inside the 40. You can see how strong these players are. One can also imagine how strong those regular members of the national team, as well as the international players, are when they can't even get into the national team with this kind of performance. End of chapter. Han Hongfei in the mouths of several chiefs was the 14th to go up, placed in front of Mai Xiaofei. At this point, you're the Mai Xiaofei who came first in the 100-meter fixed target? Han Hongfei turned his head slightly and asked Mai Xiaofei at one side. Mai Xiaofei looked at him. A lieutenant in his mid-30s. A 30-year-old lieutenant. It was obvious that he had been promoted from the army. Otherwise, at this age, you'd be starting out as a captain at least. Mai Xiaofei nodded slightly. Yes, Han Hongfei said. Zhao Peng and I are in the same group army. Mai Xiaofei frowned slightly. Who is Zhao Peng? Han Hongfei raised an eyebrow. Egg? You're crazy. McFly? I'm supposed to know Zhao Peng? After freezing for a moment, Mai Xiaofei finally reacted. Oh, you're talking about the one who won the all-army 100-meter fixed target finals last time that competed with me. I'm sorry, my mind has been on the competition lately and I just can't fit much in. Han Hongfei sneered. It's fine, you cannot remember him, after all, he lost. But you, remember me, because, I'm going to get it back for our group. For our group, I will beat you. Remember, my name is. Before he could finish, Mai Xiaofei immediately waved his hand and smiled. Forgive me, but you'd better not report your name. I can't really remember those whose strength is generally weaker than mine. Otherwise, I'll have 4 more subjects to compete behind me, and then I'll run into your group again and ask me who you are. I'm really tired. If you guys are truthful about revenge, why don't you wait until the match is over and you guys gather up to find me, and I'll take on a bunch of you single-handedly, and save everyone's time? Han Hongfei's face at this point had turned iron blue. He was not expecting this new recruit in front of him to be this arrogant. Good. Yes. It's really been a long time since anyone dared to be so arrogant in front of me. Han Hongfei smiled back in anger. Fine. Then I'll wait until this match is over and I get first place before I tell you my name. I promise. You'll remember that name for the rest of your life. Mai Xiaofei smiled slightly. I'm sorry. In this life, I guess I won't forget anyone else's except my son's name. Han Hongfei. Is this kid cursing me? Soon. It was Han Hongfei's turn to take the stage. Kid, open your eyes and watch. What? Is the real master? Han Hongfei suppressed his anger and gave a stern word at Mai Xiaofei, and he quickly ran up. Mai Xiaofei, on the other hand, tugged at the corner of his mouth. Unless you also have a system. Ha! Han Hongfei came onto the stage and immediately drew a lot of attention, especially the chiefs. The head of the first army had a look of anticipation and gravity on his face. Han Hongfei, you kid have to fight for me. Chief Chen, who was on one side, was naturally a little nervous, although he still believed in his heart that Mai Xiaofei could do it. He didn't dare to be completely sure. After all, the time that Mai Xiaofei had clocked in the group army competition was only 39 seconds. Put in the entire team of finalists. It's only a moderate presence. And this Han Hongfei is the best within this subject. The best time, but it's a 38:22. Don't look at the difference of less than a second. But with this 100-meter rapid fire, you have to move forward 100 meters and stop every 10 meters to aim. Even if you are so explosive that it only takes you 2 seconds to sprint out 10 meters. What about your sudden stop aiming time? What about adjusting breathing rhythm and shooting rhythm in the back? All of this, it takes time. It is a great test of a warrior's physical strength, cardiorespiratory fitness, breathing rhythm control, and most importantly, shooting accuracy and stability. It can be said that 100 meters of rapid fire is so much harder than 100 meters of fixed fire. It is a better test of a warrior's overall shooting ability. My Xiao Fei, a new recruit, may not be as steady as a 12-year veteran. With a command from the examiner, Han Hongfei's entire body quickly rushed out. The front foot had just stepped into the shooting circle of the target, and before the body stopped, the gun was raised and aimed. The body didn't even stop before the shot was fired. Bang! Snap! The bullet hit the head target at 30 meters with precision. Yes, seeing the first shot so fast and so steady, the spectators, who were present at the match, had their eyes lit up. The head of the First Army, even more excitedly, directly tapped the table and shouted, "No wonder he dares to say so. This guy is a bit strong." My Xiao Fei couldn't help but nod his head at Han Hongfei's powerful explosiveness, shooting accuracy, and stability. With that first shot just now, it was a bit hard to even try to do it in their group's army if they hadn't been able to raise their rifle proficiency skill from intermediate to advanced as well as doubling their hand speed themselves. But now, any faster and it would be as easy as drinking and breathing for myself. For the next few shots, even at 50 meters, Han Hongfei was shooting from a standing position. Of course, with a 50-meter target, he didn't dare to shoot directly in motion, but instead made his body stop quickly. But still, the time to aim and shoot is faster than the others. All of them. Request for monthly tickets. Referrals. End of chapter. Bang! As Han Hongfei fired the last shot and hit the target drop, the whole room instantly rang a warm applause. Yes, the sound of Dao cheering resounded throughout the room. A few major generals, not far away, couldn't help but stand up and applaud. Obviously, they were also amazed by Han Hongfei's sport shooting prowess. The examiner exclaimed at this point, "First Army Han Hongfei, 100-meter rapid-fire subject. 10 rounds, all hit the target. All results valid. Time 38 seconds 10. As soon as this result was announced, the whole room was in an uproar, and the applause rang out once again. He was a full half-second shorter than even the second-place finisher. With this time, don't underestimate that half a second. A top competition like this competes to the limit. The time limit is not a difference of a few seconds and a few seconds, as in a syndicate race. By the time the whole army is here, 0 seconds. It's a limit point. It's all about who can win at the physical and shooting limits. On the side of a few major generals, Major General Chen's face also turned a little ugly. It seems that this one is Han Hongfei's. This score, placed inside the national team, also belongs to the middle of the existence, a major general said. At this time, another major general was smiling and said, "What's the hurry? Isn't my Xiao Fei of the old Chen family not yet on the field? Maybe he can work another miracle like he did this morning? That's not a good miracle to perform." Several major generals subconsciously looked at Major General Chen. Major General Chen was silent. "Anyway, it's my Xiao Fei's turn next. If it's good or not, we'll know after the fight." Han Hongfei ran back just in time for my Xiao Fei to depart. "My Xiao Fei, this time, I'll see how you can win against me." Han Hongfei rushed at my Xiao Fei and said coldly, "As I said, I'll definitely get back the field of our first army." My Xiao Fei just smiled faintly. "I advise you to speak to the next other player from your group army who is going to challenge me, so that he can get back 2 venues." When he finished speaking, he ran straight up, looking at my Xiao Fei's back. Han Hongfei, however, sneered, "I really don't believe that you, a new recruit, can still score any good results in sport rapid fire. You have no idea what a difference 39 seconds and 38 seconds make." Seeing my Xiao Fei on the field, many of the people outside the arena watched attentively. My Xiao Fei was the number 1 in the 100-meter chest ring target, and many people were looking forward to my Xiao Fei's performance in the 100-meter rapid fire. "Ready?" the examiner asked at my Xiao Fei. "Ready." My Xiao Fei held his gun in one hand and his body was in an arch shape, ready to rush out in a sprint stance. Its speed was in no way inferior to Han Hongfei's. "Go Fei, go for it." Zhang He and the men of this group of soldiers have clenched their fists and shouted mentally. Bang! Finally, my Xiao Fei rushed to the first target spot. "Raise your hand and aim." Bang! Hit the target at 30 meters. The whole thing, in one fell swoop. Only after the crowd reacted did they remember the actions they had just seen from my Xiao Fei. The process was so smooth and flowing that even when he was just aiming, my Xiao Fei had already pulled the trigger. The whole thing, it's like it's rushing out of the target sight. The feet didn't stay much in the target circle at all. So much so that it made a lot of contestants and people outside the arena, and even the judges, not see clearly whether my Xiao Fei shot inside the target circle, or rushed out of the target circle before shooting. And at the back, my Xiao Fei did the same, sprinting while aiming and shooting. Of course, at 50 meters, he still paused. The advanced rifle mastery skill was also cast by him. not having had the chance to test it when he acquired it before. Now that I used it, I found that it was just as I expected, and the distance had been halved again on top of the original. That is to say, if it was a target distance of 30 meters, after casting the advanced rifle mastery skill, the sight distance, all of a sudden, was drawn closer to more than 3 meters, and for 50 meters, the sight distance is only 12.5 meters. At this distance, as long as one wasn't blind and closed one eye, one could hit it. Plus he has the hand speed doubling skill, and the tactical moves skill. One of the two will allow him to make quick according snatch moves, and the other will allow him to maintain absolute consistency in his speed and movement. With all three combined, hitting a target at this distance is not a matter of minutes. So, after the start, my Xiao Fei kept running, including the 5 targets with hostage avatars behind them. My Xiao Fei also used a standing position. Bang! Bang! My Xiao Fei kept rushing and shooting. The whole process, relatively simple. The other players still paused to do a little according grab and aiming action, but my Xiao Fei just slightly stuttered his body, letting his eyes see the center of gravity, and just by aiming, he was able to determine the target. The sprint is fast. The according grabbing action is fast. The aiming is fast and yet consistent. The combined factors came down to the fact that it would really be too difficult for my Xiao Fei to not break all records, and whether it was the examiners, or the people outside the arena, and a bunch of contestants, all of them were shocked by these movements and shooting prowess of my Xiao Fei. Han Hongfei didn't even know how he should breathe at this point. If my Xiao Fei shooting at each target circle was not in violation of the law, then this speed definitely hanged him. As the last round was fired, the entire room became silent. End of chapter. The examiner was the first to react and looked at the time. 36 seconds and 80. My god. With this score, you can get a medal at the International Military Games. Making the national team's starting roster is definitely not a problem. Outside the arena, Zhang He, who had also been timing my Xiao Fei, was dumbstruck when he saw this achievement. There was no reaction for a moment, because my Xiao Fei was shooting too fast at the target circle. If not to slightly slow down to pause according to Rob aiming to shoot, do not need to speed up again. My Xiao Fei was able to rush out at a speed of 100 meters, maintaining high-speed shooting. Only afraid 20 seconds are possible, but there's no way. My Xiao Fei hadn't been perverted to this point. The most time-consuming aspect of sport 100 meters shooting is the speed of the start. Because of the slow start, there is naturally more time. You know, that's 10 firing points, and it takes at least 3 seconds or so to run from start to the next 10 meters. Even my Xiao Fei was no exception, but that is to say, the time left for my Xiao Fei to aim and shoot according to the robbery was only 7 seconds. The targets, mind you, are wobbly, not stationary. It's unbelievable to be able to do an accurate hit in such a short time while in motion. Report. Firing complete. While the crowd was stunned, my Xiao Fei had already run back and saluted at the examiner. A few examiners which were over to confer with their heads down for a while. The chief examiner then said to my Xiao Fei, "Comrade my Xiao Fei, when you fired just now, we're not sure if you had stepped out of the target circle before pulling the trigger, and it will take some time to look back at the video to be sure. Your results will be posted when the competition is over. Any questions?" My Xiao Fei exclaimed. "Report. No problem. Good. You go back. Ready next." The examiner waved his hand, then shouted at the contestants below. "It can't really be a problem, can it? It feels like a bit of a violation to shoot that fast. You're stepping out of the target circle." "Nonsense. Didn't the other examiner say? Need to look back at the video. Maybe people are shooting in circles? It's just that the examiner referee didn't see it clearly." Both the players, and those outside the arena, whispered and discussed. Not far away, Major General Chen was also a bit worried. Like him, of course, was the first Army Major General. Even though the time scores weren't announced now, they were all clear that the time used by my Xiao Fei was shorter than everyone, including Han Hongfei. And it's definitely not short that half a second, because they could see very clearly that my Xiao Fei's according to snatch and aiming time was less than Han Hongfei's, and the exercise time is only less than Han Hongfei. After my Xiao Fei walked down, he also just calmly swept Han Hongfei a glance, didn't say anything. Han Hongfei was even more afraid to have the arrogant look he had before. Regardless, even if McFly had violated the rules at one of the target rings, McFly had shown that he was going to be stronger. Everyone could see it, including Coach Shin of the 100-meter speed shooting national team off the field. At this time, he had already made up his mind that even if my Xiao Fei really violated the rules and couldn't get the first place to enter the national team, he would still make every effort to apply with the chief coach to break the rules and recruit my Xiao Fei into the team. My Xiao Fei is top-notch in terms of speed, movement and shooting, much more flexible and stable than Han Hongfei, a veteran. It is simply a loss for the national force not to have such a talent in the national team. Coach Shen, if, say, this my Xiao Fei really got the first place, wouldn't it be that for both of our subjects, he's on the national team list? Coach Zhang smiled at Coach Shen. Coach Shen glanced at him and grunted. I'm only afraid there are more than just our two subjects. At noon, I learned that this kid, who signed up for the competition subjects, has 4 more besides the 2 of us. Coach sang, 4? Immediately, Coach Shen told him about the specific process of my Xiao Fei's participation. After hearing this, Coach Zhang was dumbfounded. This kid is so awesome. Why do I get the feeling that he's been on the road to miracles and never stops? If he was first in all 6 subjects, it was in 4 different programs: shooting, physical fitness, fighting, and computer electronics and information technology. My goodness, the 4 programs across the field are actually proficient in all of them. This kid, awesome bad ah. Coach Shen smiled bitterly. That's not true. So, let's think about how to keep this subject from being dropped on him now. Coach Zhang frowned slightly. Do you mean to say that if he gets first place in the other subjects, too, he might choose to give up 1 or 2? Coach Shen, what else? Do you really expect him to take all 6 subjects to the World Games? Not to mention how strong those opponents at the military games are. The battle for the national team's starting roster alone is enough for him to eat a pot. If he doesn't give up 1 or 2 subjects, or even 3 or 4, to focus on training 1 or 2 of them, when the time comes, I'm afraid that he won't be able to pick any of them. Coach Zhang sniffed and nodded slightly. Seems to make some sense. At night, it's better to talk to the head coach about it. Request for monthly tickets. Request for recommendations. Seeking new book investment. End of chapter. The next pretty much 10 guys, who hit the mark, were all around 39 seconds as well. Not surprisingly, the best time, or Han Hongfei in addition to my Xiao Fei, was 38:10. At this point, everyone knew that the decision of who was first depended on the examiner looking at my Xiao Fei's replay and whether there were any irregularities. Han Hongfei and the First Army Major General were all tense. This is about whether or not their First Army can get back their honor. Zhang He and Major General Chen were also a bit nervous as they looked at the examiner who had gotten the final answer. If my Xiao Fei could get first place again in this subject, it would be the best result of all the players of their group army who had gone to participate in various competitions of the whole army in the past decades. On the contrary, it was my Xiao Fei, who had a calm and relaxed face. Finally, after scanning the entire room, the chief examiner was looking at my Xiao Fei and said loudly, XR Group Army my Xiao Fei, 10 rounds, all hit the target. After looking at the video replay check, it was finalized that there were no violations. The score is valid. When these words came out, both the First Army Major General and Han Hongfei sighed slightly, their faces full of loss. On the other hand, Major General Jiang He Chen became instantly agitated, and then the examiner announced my Xiao Fei's time score, which also instantly triggered the whole room. The final performance time is 36 seconds 80. Boom! It was an achievement that exploded in the minds of all who heard it. Those players, who were subconsciously turning their heads to look at my Xiao Fei, including Han Hongfei, were filled with disbelief. 36 seconds 80. This achievement, they all know clearly, that put in the World Military Games competition field, is also able to get the existence of the medal. Even, with a bit of luck, getting a gold medal is not a problem. It's amazing that this guy, he can hit such a bomb. Outside the arena, Zhang He and Major General Chen were both screaming with excitement. Major General Chen subconsciously looked at the First Army Major General to the side. Well, is there anything else you want to say? The Major General of the First Army muttered with a somewhat ugly face. It's only a matter of losing 2 matches. There are many more subjects in the later matches. I just don't believe that all the other players in your army are as strong as my Xiao Fei. The implication is that he has already admitted that he lost to my Xiao Fei. And he doesn't dare to say that he can beat my Xiao Fei anymore. One can only put the hope of getting back on the other subjects that McFly didn't take part in. Beating the rest of your army. This is a way to get back in the game, isn't it? On Coach Shin's side, he grabbed Coach Zhang's arm with an excited face. Did you hear that? This kid hit 36 seconds and 80 seconds. No one has ever been able to hit such a time in previous all-army competitions. Now, it's actually beaten by a new recruit. According to his performance, as long as he can stabilize after entering the national team, he can definitely represent the national team and even get a medal. Coach Zhang rolled his eyes. I'm not deaf. How could I not hear? Will you let go of me? You're hurting me with your grip. Your sister. Coach Shen, on the other hand, laughed. Oh right. I'm going to call the head coach immediately. Tell him the good news. After saying that, he immediately took his cell phone and ran to the side to make a call. Coach Zhang, on the other hand, looked at him with a slight frown before looking at my Xiao Fei. This time, it's hard to do. If this kid chooses to give up some subjects in the end, I wonder if he'll choose 100-meter fixed fire. Still have to work on his mind sooner rather than later. On the field, the examiner announced the end of the match, and my Xiao Fei was once again surrounded and congratulated by the crowd as he had been in the morning. Han Hongfei looked at my Xiao Fei being surrounded by so many people to congratulate him. Originally, he thought that he would get the first place, but he didn't expect that it would be taken away by this unheard of new recruit in front of him. But loss is loss. My Xiao Fei surpassed him by a full second in 40. It was already more than just a component of luck. It was absolute strength. He lost convincingly. This achievement of my Xiao Fei, he thought to himself, would be impossible to achieve given a few more years. The waves of the former river push forward the former waves. Han Hongfei let out a long sigh and left forlornly. Soon, the news that my Xiao Fei had taken 2 first places in a row spread throughout the entire competition base. The players on the Air Force and Navy side had all heard of my Xiao Fei's great name. Only one day had passed and someone had taken 2 first places in a row. It was impossible not to cause a stir. Certainly not when it comes to how sensational it is. After all, both of my Xiao Fei's firsts are shooting and belong to one category. But if you say he got number 1 in a different category, that's really something. It's like in the Olympics. When you win both the 100-meter track and field championship and the 100-meter swimming championship, that can definitely be called unprecedented. It's the same thing when you put it in the World Military Games. It's not that there aren't any all-powerful soldiers, and there are quite a few. But to be able to do that on such a big stage as an all-military competition is a very difficult thing to do. End of chapter. And naturally, after my Xiao Fei became famous, word spread quickly about his participation in the 6 subject competitions. 6 subjects. For different categories, looking at the entire Chinese army, it was also quite a bombastic existence. Of course, no one would question my Xiao Fei's strength. After all, those who were able to stand on the stage of the all-army finals were all selected through layers and layers of screening. Other things aside, the fact that people were able to overwhelm the experts of the group army to get the first place in the group army competition proves that they have that strength. If they had heard about this before the shooting today, they would have definitely questioned whether or not my Xiao Fei had a heavenly backstage that allowed him to come over here to gild the lily. But now, no one dares to doubt it. At best, I'm not too convinced that McFly can perform on other subjects in different categories. It is all agreed that no one can be able to get the first in the whole army in different categories of subjects. My Xiao Fei also brought the crowd's doubts about his strength in other categories of subjects to the second day's competition, the 400-meter obstacle course. The 400-meter hurdles are not quite the same in every country, but by and large they are not bad. It's just a matter of order. Now the whole army races here, or the troops as usual. There are 14 courses, 100 meters of sandpit running, ladders, crossing 3-step pegs, crossing trenches, jumping over short walls, climbing over high board jumps, passing through canopies, climbing over high nets, and passing through low pegged nets in Portuguese. Turn, return, cross the low pole net, climb over the high wall, go around the bridge post, cross the high board jump, jump off and climb up the trench, cross the 5-step pegs, turn, and sprint for the final 100 meters to the sandpit. And inside the army, 400-meter hurdles excellent is 1 minute and 50 seconds, 2 minutes is good, and 2 minutes and 10 seconds is passing. The highest published record in the army, 1 minute and 23.88 seconds. The top record at the World Military Games is 1 hour 21 minutes and 38 seconds, and McPhee's time in the group race was 1:27. Of course, this achievement is when the physique hasn't improved, the berserk points haven't improved, and the tactical maneuvers haven't. But now, his physique and berserk points had seen a lot of increases, and with the addition of tactical maneuvers, his speed and time could definitely be faster and less. The 400-meter obstacle run, in addition to speed and stamina, tactical movements are what counts. The movements before each obstacle is crossed, and after crossing it, what movements to make that will put the body in a quick sprint. Then there's the way each move across each obstacle is very well thought out. It takes repetitive training day and night, and the foundation of all is physical fitness. Normally, a full sprint of 400 meters at full speed with a light load would take more than 40 seconds. It takes over 50 seconds if you're armed. And now, the 400-meter obstacle course run, which is required, is also fully armed. An armed run of 400 meters with a dozen obstacles to cross in between, 200 of which, number 1, is a sand pit run. You can imagine how awesome it is to try to run under a minute and a half. In his previous life, my Xiao Fei didn't have a system, and when he ran the 400-meter obstacle course in the army, his best score was just over 1 minute and 40 seconds. For this achievement, in the whole company, it is also an existence that can be ranked in the top 5. Now, in the group race, even with the system's boost, it was only 1 minute and 27 seconds. McFly has seen players from other groups as well, Their times, too, were all around 1 minute and 27 seconds. The best was 1 minute, 26 seconds and 30 seconds, and the worst, 1 minute, 27 seconds and 69 seconds. The difference is just a little over a second. And the runners inside the national team can basically run in 26 seconds. That's why it's important to get to the national team 2 months early, to have special training. Soon the players were all in place. 400-meter obstacle course run with 30 people. 2 venues that can start running at the same time. It's also about half an hour to compare. Races like this one where you can clearly see the results and the action are usually well attended. There were most of the players who didn't play this morning, as well as quite a few coaches, running over. In addition to cheering on their group's teammates, there was also the desire to see the dark horse that was my Xiao Fei. All want to see if this new recruit can still run an amazing race in a cross-disciplinary subject. Off the field, a group of coaches, all standing together. 6 of them, all of them were full of expectations for my Xiao Fei. They are 100-meter fixed shooting, 100-meter rapid fire, 400-meter obstacle run, 5-kilometer cross-country run, computer electronic information, and fighting. The 6 coaches who had come from the national team were all looking at my Xiao Fei. Old Shun, this my Xiao Fei, won't really be able to come out on top in the 400-meter obstacle course, too, right? Coach Zhang asked at Coach Shen who was next to him. Coach Shen said, who knows, this kid, he always creates miracles, so maybe, this time, he can continue to be brilliant all the way, too. Coach Zhang said with some concern, if that's the case, I hope he can't. Coach Shen looked at him with slight surprise, then realized what he meant and smiled bitterly. This thing, it's not something that you or I can decide. If he can really get first place in 6 subjects at the All-Army Finals, it may not be that he can't do it at the World Military Games. End of chapter. On the field, my Xiao Fei looked at the 400-meter obstacle in front of him and slowly exhaled. To be honest, he was, at the moment, not sure what kind of run he could make. The rise in physique and berserker physique, and the use of tactical maneuvers surely gave him a big break in terms of ultimate speed and timing. As for how much room there was for this breakthrough, he wasn't sure. After all, neither has been tried yet. Had to try it at full speed. Whether he could take first place or not, he honestly didn't know himself. He subconsciously glanced at one of the second-year sergeants on the far side of the room. The sergeant was not exactly tall and fierce, all the same, but rather somewhat lean and strong, and looked as if he should be very agile in his movements. He was from the 8th Army of the Northwest Military Region, and was by far the fastest of their 30 runners. Seemingly also noticing that someone was looking at him, Cheng Hai turned his head slightly, just in time to meet my Xiao Fei's gaze. To my Xiao Fei's surprise, Cheng Hai did not have stereotypes of my Xiao Fei like Han Hongfei did before, or rather, a kind of competitor's hatred. Instead, he flashed a friendly smile at my Xiao Fei and nodded. My Xiao Fei responded with a smile as well. Soon, the order of playing was quickly decided through the drawing of lots. As well, what made my Xiao Fei a bit surprised was that he and that Cheng Hai were actually a group. I can't believe it was the last group to start. 30 people, divided into 15 groups of 2. The purpose of this is also to allow them to see the speed of the opponent next to them, and to stir up their competitive explosiveness even more. 15 groups of people, divided into standing pieces. After the order was determined, the competition soon began. 2 runners from different groups of soldiers quickly rushed out. Even a 100-meter run on a track on level ground, for a normal person, would take more than 13 seconds. Trained, it also takes almost 12 seconds. Those like them who have trained professionally for several years can basically come out around 11 seconds. But that's a flat 100-meter run in light gear, not a sand pit run in full gear. An armed 100-meter bunker run takes at least 15 seconds, even for the most explosive and physically fit. Moreover, it was still at a full sprint, so that it would consume a lot of his stamina. And crossing each obstacle also takes a different amount of stamina, not to mention the last 100 meters, which is also a toss back to this 100-meter sand pit, because that's extreme physical fitness, standard tactical maneuvers, willpower, and endurance persistence, not in the same league as an armed 5K. There is a saying circulating in the army that it is better to run 5 kilometers than to touch the 400-meter obstacle. Running an armed 5K is exhausting at best, but as soon as you run the 400-meter obstacle at full power, it's exhaustion plus weakness. It's safe to say that after running the 400-meter obstacle course, if you've done everything you can, it's definitely a bloodless return to the finish line. 5 kilometers is an exercise in sustained endurance. The 400-meter obstacle, on the other hand, is all about explosive power, endurance, sprinting, and tactical movement skills to the max. Soon the first group had finished running. The times were 1 minute and 27.55 seconds and 1 minute and 27.10 seconds. That's a relatively modest score for a final, and it was played consistently. But when placed in their group army, it was still an unrivaled presence. Group 2, Group 3, group after group of players went up. Each player, with immense care and seriousness, approached each obstacle. It's just like racing. If you drift late or early in one corner and disrupt the rhythm, then I'm sorry, you're basically out of the race. It's basically impossible to catch up with the same level of competition again. It's the same with crossing obstacles. Every obstacle, there's a trick to getting past it. Slowing down this technique, or making a mistake, will not only disrupt your breathing rhythm and forward footwork, but will also increase your physical exertion and mental exertion. It can cause you to panic in order to catch up with the opponent next to you, so no one misses a beat. And right behind them, there were 2 or 3 runners who just disrupted their rhythm because the opponent next to them passed them, in order to catch up. From there, mistakes were made, and in the end, instead, they were pulled farther and farther away, completely lost the opportunity to play against opponents and other players. The only thing they can do is to resist the immense pressure and pass every obstacle, as fast and as accurately as possible, while keeping their stamina and rhythm. Finally, relying on strong willpower and physical explosiveness and potential to complete the last 100 meters of the sprint. Soon, nearly 20 minutes passed. The first 14 groups have already competed. The best time, 1 minute and 26.70 seconds. That's a very good score. To be sure, inside the national team, the average time is basically 1:26 as well. This score into the national team, and then after 2 months of training by the professional coach of the national team, may not be unable to have another breakthrough. When it was my Xiao Fei's turn to stand on the starting line with Shanghai, it immediately drew the attention of everyone on the scene. The vast majority of the people were all rushing towards my Xiao Fei. All wanted to see for themselves how strong this dark horse could really be. End of chapter. Of course, more people are still bullish on Narumi, because Narumi's group game results are out there. Suffice it to say that even if someone in front of them ran a 1:26:70, but it still couldn't top Sung Hae's game in the group. As long as Narumi can consistently maintain the same results as he did during the group race, the odds are that he will get first place. More people, of course, still believe that Narumi would once again break his previous record. I'm looking forward to you beating me. Shanghai turned his head and smiled at my Xiao Fei. McFly, what's the situation? Anyone else wish they were defeated? Sung Hae said blandly, because I'm already number 1 in the group army. And not surprisingly, the 28 people who finished the competition in front of me were all easily surpassed by me. You, on the other hand, are an exception. Though, I've never seen you run, and your group times, they're almost a second off from mine. But, I can see the confidence in your eyes. That confidence is seems like it's telling me that there isn't a single person in the entire room who is your opponent, including me. Is it? My Xiao Fei was slightly out of his mind. He didn't realize that Shanghai was still so good at reading people. Indeed, from the moment he stood on the field, he didn't think he was going to lose. With no boost in constitution or berserk points, tactical movement skills, hand speed doubling skills, none of these were used up, and he was able to run 1:27 by himself. None of them can run under 1:26 yet if all of them are used. So what's the point of having these skills? Then, before my Xiao Fei could say anything, Shanghai continued, tell you one thing, I didn't use my full strength during the group race. My real time should be within 1 minute 26 seconds. My Xiao Fei was slightly surprised. This guy, he can run so well without using his full strength? But why would he tell himself that? I'm telling you this so you can get to know the real me so you can fulfill your potential. I, for one, love competition. And I love having a good competitor even more. My Xiao Fei, you are an opponent worthy of my respect. I hope you won't let me down. As my Xiao Fei sniffed, he couldn't help but have a touch of respect for the sergeant in front of him. Good, I'll do my best, my Xiao Fei said with a serious face. When they were ready, the examiner looked at the two and asked, are they all ready? Ready, both shouted at the same time. After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and smiled at each other. Then, their eyes firmly looked at the 100-meter sand pit in front of them. Ready, start. When the examiner's voice fell, the two of them violently rushed out. Next, stepped directly into the sand pit. The two ran straight through the sand pit. Everyone on the scene had their eyes fall on the two. Go Fei, go for it. Outside the arena, Zheng He slightly clenched his fists and whispered. Shanghai also deserved to be the hottest player. Just rushed out less than 30 meters, and was already 1 meter ahead of my Xiao Fei. He's explosive. Indeed. This is something that my Xiao Fei also admits. However, my Xiao Fei didn't use his berserk physique, but simply used his physical strength to run. Because his goal was not the 100-meter sand pit of this first level, The 400-meter obstacle is about not only explosive power and physical ability, but also the skill of crossing the obstacle. When Deng Hai sprinted out of the 100-meter bunker, he was already 5 meters ahead of Max Xiaofei. That's not a long distance, but it would take at least half a second to a second to catch up. Narumi's 100-meter bunker in just 13 seconds and 88 seconds. This guy's too explosive, isn't he? Off the field, some people followed the timing. Seeing Shanghai's first-level results, they were all astonished. When my Xiaofei stepped out of the 100-meter bunker, he looked again, and the time was 14 seconds and 30 seconds. Almost half a second difference. This my Xiaofei is not bad either. With this speed, he can also be ranked in the top 5 of all players. The first obstacle after exiting the sandpit is the hovering iron bridge. The iron bridge is 20 meters long and 40 centimeters wide. Once you're up there, keep some stability and rush through quickly. If the speed is too slow, it will cause the iron bridge to sway more and it will be easy to fall off. Once you fall, you have to rerun back to the start of the iron bridge and have basically declared the race over. But anyone who has run the course a few times, this pass is better. The point of failure is almost zero. There's basically no skill involved. Just open your arms, get your body in the best possible balance, and charge through. Rely on that, or physical strength. So, this obstacle point, for my Xiaofei, could not be used for tactical moves either, but instead, it was once again lengthened by Shanghai by 1 more meter, coming to a distance of 6 meters. The same goes for the high and low walls and high and low bars in the back. There's no technical maneuvering. Seeing that my Xiaofei had been left behind, quite a few people outside the arena revealed a look of disappointment. It seems that this my Xiaofei is going to fall on this one subject. At this speed, it's impossible to be a match for Shanghai. Ugh, I thought I'd see another good show, but I didn't realize. Ask for a monthly ticket. Recommendations. End of chapter. River frowned slightly, as well as in the tent not far away. Major General Chen, who was also watching the video, could not help but get a little nervous. My Xiaofei, you're not going to stop here, are you? But hang in there for me. You can't get your reputation back once it's made. The current my Xiaofei could be said to be famous throughout the entire army, and it was only a matter of time before the regular troops knew the name my Xiaofei. But if my Xiaofei can only get 2 firsts in shooting, then the gold content of his own value will be greatly reduced. He was now very optimistic and fond of my Xiaofei as a young warrior. One could even say that in him. One can see what he can contribute to the force in the future. But at a time when everyone thought it was impossible for my Xiaofei to have one, the next obstacle came to the high net. At this time, Shanghai had already exceeded my Xiaofei by almost 10 meters. When Shanghai had already started to climb the high net, only then did my Xiaofei rush out of an obstacle in front of the high net. This is the time. Seeing the high net, while my Xiaofei gasped for air, a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. The ground stake high net is in a square sandpit of about 20 square meters. If you want to hit the high net, you have to go 3 meters into the bunker. The high nets are 5 meters high and grid-like, and you need to grab the nets with your hands and step on the intersecting nodes of the rope nets as if you were stepping on a ladder, while pulling upward with both arms. At this point, it's all about arm strength and speed with the feet, and the high net is 3 meters wide, and there is no fixed support point in the middle, which means that when you climb up, because of your body weight and movement, the high net is going to wobble, which will greatly affect your balance and make you have to spend some time finding the nodes of the rope net where your feet are stepping. But by this time, they had already run half the distance, 200 meters, and their stamina had been basically depleted for the most part. Climbing a high net at such a height requires a lot of physical exertion, and the time it takes to cross this net is at least 5 or 6 seconds for them players. The safe way to cross, the safer way, is to climb up, slowly lean against the round crossbar at the top, belly flop over, and come down 1 foot at a time through the nodes. Slightly unsafe is to go up, hands back to grab the reverse side of the rope net, the body followed by the abdomen and waist strength back over. When you turn over, the body will hit the rope net. The rope net will have a counter thrust. With the help of this counter thrust, hands off, the body forward to jump down. At this time the distance between the feet and the sandpit was only about 2 meters, and it was inside the sandpit, so basically there would be no such thing as breaking a leg, and at the most, you would go down there, be unsteady, and fall down. This is the way the vast majority of people run, including all the runners just now. Of course, there are also adventurous, that is, directly and quickly climb up, and then use your hand to support the top round pole, a leap, jump down directly. This method, you need to have a certain amount of courage. After all, to jump down directly from a height of 5 meters, a careless jump down, it is easy to abduct the foot and fall. Once you fall, climb up also need time. so basically no one will choose this way. Scene. Narumi quickly climbed up the high net. It wasn't until Chang-hai climbed to the top that my Xiao Fei rushed out of the sand pit and started climbing. A shocking scene emerged. After my Xiao Fei's hands touched the rope net, his hands immediately gave birth to a force that kept exchanging. The point was that his feet, instead of stepping on the rope net, were hardwired to pull his body up with arm strength. This guy, he actually has so much strength to be able to pull up hard. Crazy. Pulling like this requires exerting at least twice as much strength than the other runners. Even if he's a bit faster, how can he play with the other obstacles behind him if his stamina is so depleted? The players outside the arena and on the field were surprised to see my Xiao Fei's actions, because McFly not only climbed like that, but he climbed fast. It was twice as fast as anyone else's normal climb. What they didn't know was that my Xiao Fei had already used his tactical action skill and hand speed doubling skill. The tactical movement skill provides him with a certain amount of arm strength, which, in this way, allows him to expend the same amount of stamina as a normal person who crawls. The hand speed doubling skill, on the other hand, allows him to move up the ladder faster in the tactical movement skill. Bang! Chang-hai was carrying my Xiao Fei on his back and didn't know his speed or the way he climbed. When my Xiao Fei started to climb, he had already reached the top, and after a backflip, his body bounced on the back net. He jumped on my Xiao Fei's side. A second after Sung-hai went down, he once again made a shocking move, only to see that he grabbed the top round pole with both hands as soon as he could, and then pulled hard. The entire body, diagonally topped up from the right, like a normal person bracing their hands against a low wall and jumping diagonally over it with both feet at the same time. That's the way it is now with my Xiao Fei. That's right, he jumped straight off a 5-meter high net. In this way. End of chapter. Is this kid crazy? The appearance of this scene immediately caused everyone to clutch their hearts, because it was very dangerous for my Xiao Fei to do so. Fast is gonna be fast, but jumping at this height, and, with the body still in a state of imbalance, it is very easy to fall. When they were training in the army, no one had ever dared to try that. Major General Chan's face also changed drastically, his mouth slightly open. This bastard boy, should he fight so hard? While the crowd was worried about my Xiao Fei, only to see that, after bracing his body over, my Xiao Fei's hand that was supporting the round iron bar slightly pushed. In a moment, his body, then, straightened quickly. On him, bang. My Xiao Fei's feet stepped heavily on the sandpit, and at the next moment, my Xiao Fei's body surged forward, coming up with a roll in the sandpit in the process. Roll over just enough to have your left foot in front and your right foot behind you. As his upper body lifted slightly, he had taken on the form of a 100-meter sprint run. In the next second, his two paws ruthlessly exerted themselves on the ground, and his body rushed out like 100 meters of information. I'll go. That works too. The crowd was amazed by this 1-2 punch of coherent tactical moves from my Xiao Fei. It's extremely stable from jumping over to landing to tumbling to starting out. Again, it landed to out of the bunker after crossing the high net. Everyone else, it would take at least 2.5 seconds. Even Narumi, it was about the same. And what about Max Xiu Fei? It just took less than 2 seconds to complete. Everyone else, it takes 5 or 6 seconds to get past this barrier. What about him? It's done in 4 seconds. This speed also made the distance between him and Narumi less than 5 meters at once. Chang-hai in front, out of the corner of his eye, also skimmed the side of my Xiao Fei catching up, and was also slightly startled. Hasn't this kid been pulled at least 10 meters away from himself, catching up so quickly? And the next few obstacles, because it is relatively simple, there is no tactical movement requirements. My Xiao Fei cannot catch up with Chang-hai, and, again, he was pulled away from the distance of almost 10 meters. As you can see, Narumi is very strong indeed. My Xiao Fei could only cling to him and then find a chance to catch up and pass him at the back. Finally, to the penultimate obstacle, the levitating bar. That's what we often see, a row of hangers on bars. The bar is 2.5 meters high and you need to jump up and grab it. The bar is going to wobble, so to get past it, you need to cross your arms and grab the bar, using your waist strength and the inertia of the back and forth wobble of the bar to quickly grab the previous bar. During this process, the feet cannot touch the ground. Otherwise, it is a violation and you need to climb again from the beginning. This obstacle tests a warrior's arm strength, waist strength, and physical fitness. Sung-hoi was still ahead of McFly, who had just arrived after he finished the bar. Then, the way my Xiao Fei crosses the bar again stuns the others, only to see that, when my Xiao Fei was at the distance from the starting point, he made a violent force and jumped out with the help of sprinting inertia. Grab the third bar with a straight hand. Normal people, after sprinting forward to grab the bar, the lower part of the body will be thrown forward due to inertia, to wait until the swing back, and then fall, with the help of waist strength, and then extend a hand. Grab the next. The arm is long enough or enough physical strength, can be spaced out a grab, so that you can reduce the time. The front runners, including the Shanghai, are all like this to come. And what about Xiao Fei? He sprinted harder, and, as soon as a hand grabbed the third bar, he had used his lumbar strength in the process, letting his lower body, quickly, fling itself forward. Then, on the front of his paws, he hung on to the sixth bar with precision, letting go of his hands and letting his upper body fall down due to inertia. Then the fronts of his feet clasped the bar with force, and paired with his waist strength, Xiao Fei's upper body flung itself up again. Finally, he reached out with both hands, grabbed the ninth bar with one hand, let go on the balls of his feet, and flung himself downward. With the help of inertia, Xiao Fei had reached the end of this obstacle when his upper body was pushed forward and he let go of his hands in the process. Holy, everyone on the scene, including the other contestants, were completely shown by the way Xiao Fei crossed the bar. Is this a ing bar? Obviously acrobatics, alright big brother. Isn't that the kind of obstacle crossing that only happens in those kind of action movies? And that's only for top special forces or agents. Okay, what's going on here? A new recruit who can also perform such counterintuitive maneuvers? It takes at least 4 seconds for someone else to cross this barrier. And what about Xiao Fei? Straight forward in less than 2 seconds. Are you kidding me? Request for monthly tickets. Request for recommendation. End of chapter. This guy. Seeing that Xiao Fei had closed the distance with himself all of a sudden, Shanghai was once again startled. He was so focused on his running style that he didn't even see how Xiao Fei had just passed the levitation bar. However, the next penultimate obstacle, the high wall, was all he saw. As he climbed the high wall and prepared to jump off and complete the final 100-meter sprint through the sandpit, only to see that Xiao Fei was sprinting at full speed when he was still 5 meters away from the high wall. The high wall was 4 meters high, sloping upwards at 75 degrees, and spitting out squares crosswise every 40 centimeters. Players also need to climb the stairs like a staircase, with their feet and hands stepping and grasping the protruding squares, and then, jumping down into the sandpit. The normal way for people to cross is to climb up like this, and then support the top of the wall with one hand, and jump down diagonally, so as to be able to best maintain the balance of the body. But what about Xiao Fei? He stomped on the 80-centimeter high one square, both hands grabbed the two cubes 3 meters high, and with the inertia and waist strength of the sprint, his legs and hands also snapped upward. The body directly jumped up 2 meters in the air, and his feet just landed on Gao Chang's 2.5 meters high position. Then, also with the previous kind of way a glance to that position after, Xiao Fei's hands have been able to support on the top of the high wall, both hands and feet at the same time force, directly a leap jump over. The whole process, in one fell swoop, did not drag on at all. The time it took to get over this obstacle was just a little over a second. This guy, saying that he can fly over walls, I'm afraid no one would dare to disbelieve him, right? The entire 400-meter obstacle, which was supposed to be the most physically exhausting, the most time-wasting, and the most difficult in terms of tactical movements, was the high net, the levitating bar, and the penultimate high wall. He actually managed to leap over all of them as easily as over the other obstacles. Unbelievable. The point is, he seems to have maintained a lot of stamina. By the time we get to Gao Chang, all the other competitors have basically run out of stamina. So how can they still be able to jump 1.5 meters high like him? Isn't this bull asterisk 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 asterisk? While the crowd was shocked and discussing, at that moment, Xiao Fei was already on the same starting line as Shanghai and appeared in the last 100-meter bunker position. Squad leader Chang, you're the one who told me to go all out, so I'll be polite. Xiao Fei rushed Shanghai to the side and was immediately activating the berserk physique. Instantly, a raging power surged wildly within his body. Xiao Fei only felt as if he had been hit with a few adrenaline shots, and the exhaustion he had felt before was swept away quite a bit. Feet, become light and powerful. Roar. Xiao Fei let out a beast-like roar while running wildly, his speed instantly increasing by a notch, directly pulling Shanghai, who was running with him, away by more than a meter. Shanghai's face also changed drastically. How could he not expect that Xiao Fei, like him, actually had such a strong explosive power after running the first 300 meters and passing the 13 obstacles? Too late to be more shocked. Shanghai could only clench his teeth fiercely and use his last bit of strength to catch up with Xiao Fei. But after all, he is not like Xiao Fei as the body has a hanging god. The front of the 300 meters almost exhausted all of his physical strength. The 100 meters that followed depended on the last breath and a bit of strength and willpower. But with this alone, it was impossible to catch up with the current Xiao Fei. He struggled to catch up, but was still being continuously distanced by Xiao Fei. With the last 50 meters left, he had been pulled 5 meters away from Xiao Fei. Narumi lost. At this distance, he won't be able to catch up at all. Everyone outside and inside the arena, seeing the gap between the two now, their hearts were filled with endless emotions. The whole time Xiao Fei was escorted by Chang Hai to run. The longest distance pulled more than 10 meters, though McFly drew closer in front of him time and time again through high nets and suspended singles, but it was still Narumi who had the advantage. With the last 3 or 4 remaining obstacles, everyone thought that as long as Chang Hai could hold steady, this first place would definitely be his. But what people didn't expect was that Xiao Fei ended up relying on a high wall obstacle to stiffen the distance between himself and Chang Hai to the same starting line. In the end, relying on his strong physical strength, he directly distanced himself from Chang Hai by 5 meters in the final 100-meter sandpit sprint. Don't underestimate the 5-meter gap. If it's over an obstacle it's fine, there's a chance to catch up, but it's the last minute. It was difficult to be overtaken by a difference of half a meter when all physical strength was exhausted. Not to mention, it was now a full 5 meters away. Xiao Fei seems to be slowing down. Is he out of stamina? At this time, the crowd saw that Xiao Fei slowed down quite a bit in the second half of the race. Chang Hai also saw a little hope. Take this opportunity. Ruthlessly clenched his teeth, let out a roar. Speed violently raised a little. In the distance from the end of the 20 meters. Hard to close the distance between the two to the difference of 2 meters. The last 20 meters. Xiao Fei, hold on. Jiang He and Major General Chen, a group of players from their group's army, shouted nervously. End of chapter. Everyone held their breath. The last 20 meters were only a matter of 3 or 4 seconds. 20 meters behind. Chang Hai was getting closer and closer to Xiao Fei. By the time it was 10 meters back, it had drawn less than half a meter closer. Xiao Fei, cheer up. Go for it. Jiang He clenched his fists tightly and roared in a hoarse, low voice, and by the last 5 meters, Sun Hai had caught up with Xiao Fei. Just when the crowd thought that with 5 meters left, Sun Hai would be able to take the first thrown back again with a bang. How do I know? Roar. Xiao Fei once again let out a beastly voice, his speed violently lifting again. When the front foot crossed the finish line, it was directly ahead of Narumi by 1 length to the finish line. Fantastic. River cheered loudly. And the time flashed up on the electronic time sentimentalizer at the finish line after both men had passed the finish line. On Narumi's side, it's 1 hour 25 minutes and 10 seconds. McFly, on the other hand, was 1 minute and 24.97 seconds. The room was silent when they saw the score. Both ran in 1:26, and McFly ran right into the 1:25 mark. Both of these accomplishments, in everyone's opinion, are pretty bombastic, directly over third place by more than a full second and a half. And Narumi, who ran in 1 hour 25 minutes and 10 seconds, didn't even get first place. That's what everyone, too, couldn't believe. This Xiao Fei, what kind of monster is he? How is it that every subject that attends is so strong? When the examiner read out the results, the entire room, then reacted. This was followed by a tsunami of applause and shouts. When the crowd all ran over to congratulate Xiao Fei, they realized that Xiao Fei was only sweating a bit, panting heavily, and blushing a bit. Still speaks well and walks still steady. Compared to the previous runners, they were all exhausted after running, because of excessive physical exertion and lack of oxygen in the lungs and brain, either lying down directly, or propping up their knees, gasping for air, and needing to be supported, before they walked out of the venue. Even Chang Hai on the other side of the group with Xiao Fei. After the examiner announced the results, he was still coming up for air and needed to be supported, which allowed him to stand up. These players, with the current situation of Xiao Fei, are simply a heaven and a hell. This Xiao Fei is recovering so fast? Or is it that this guy, just now, didn't put up a fight at all? Xiao Fei, congratulations! When the crowd dispersed after celebrating around Xiao Fei, Chang Hai also slowed down and walked to Xiao Fei and said with a smile. The tone, was still somewhat powerless. This powerlessness was due to the fact that he had exhausted too much physical strength and had not yet recovered, not because of the helplessness in his heart after losing. Thanks. Xiao Fei also smiled and nodded his head. Squad leader Chang, you're strong too. Chang Hai smiled bitterly. I'm not strong. Compared to you, I'm far from it. Just now, why did you let go of the water? Aren't you afraid that I'll overtake you at the last minute? Xiao Fei was stunned. I didn't expect that I slowed down in the last 50 meters, but he still saw it. Narumi said, actually, when you slowed down during the sprint back there, I just assumed you were running out of stamina. But from seeing the state you were in when we got to the finish line, I knew that you weren't physically exhausted, but that you simply weren't using all your strength. What's this for? Don't want me to lose too badly? Xiao Fei shook his head slightly and said directly. 2 reasons, I guess. First, I'm going to save some stamina. I still have an armed 5 kilometers to run the day after tomorrow. since it's a sure win, I don't think, at the last minute, there's no need to put up a fight. Secondly, I can also see that during the last 100-meter sandpit run, your stamina has reached its limit. What I want is to stimulate you and give you hope for a final sprint, so that you have a good chance of breaking through the limit. If I'm guessing correctly, your limit, it should be something like 1 minute 25.5 seconds, right? Shanghai didn't think that my Xiao Fei could still think of himself in this way, and immediately developed a wave of respect for my Xiao Fei. Nodding his head, he said, "You're right. I am capable of running 1 minute 25.5 seconds in my best effort state, and I'm in good shape today, and I should have no problem running that time. But back there, if you hadn't intentionally slowed down and given me hope, it would have been hard for me to push the limits and run 1 hour 25 minutes and 10 seconds, a time I've never seen or dared to imagine. My Xiao Fei, thank you." Sung Hei was full of sincere thanks. My Xiao Fei said, "You this achievement, I was thinking, even if you did not get the first, the national team side will also carefully consider? Will additional special recruitment you in?" Sung Hei spread his hands, "Let nature take its course." Saying that, Chang Hai said with an expectant face, "I heard that you have 3 more subjects behind you. Go for it. If you can get first place in the next 3 subjects, too, my Xiao Fei, you can definitely become the first person in the whole regular army. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for recommendations." End of chapter. When we got back, not surprisingly, the national team coach for the 400-meter hurdles approached us as well. "Comrade my Xiao Fei, welcome to our national team." My Xiao Fei also responded with a smile. "Thank you. You were amazing today. However, I have a question for you," the coach said. "I also noticed that you didn't seem terribly tired or weak when you reached the finish line. So, while running, you were intentionally holding back your strength?" After saying that, the coach was looking at my Xiao Fei with an expectant look. My Xiao Fei nodded slightly. "Sort of, because I still have 5 kilometers of cross-country behind me. I was reserving a little bit of stamina while ensuring that I could take first place. This, since the start of the 400-meter hurdles." He did. Of course, it was also after seeing Sungay's speed that he slowly adjusted himself. Otherwise, in the first 100 meters of sandpit running, he can use the berserk physique. Speed, not to mention will not be slower than Shanghai, or even overtake him a few meters, are very easy, including other obstacles in the back that didn't require any tactical maneuvers. My Xiao Fei never used his berserk physique, but even so, he was able to keep within a manageable distance of Narumi by relying on his tactical movement skills, hand speed doubling skills, and his own physical fitness. When the coach heard this, he immediately rejoiced. "That means that if you use all your strength, you might even be able to run within 1 minute and 23 seconds? My Xiao Fei said, "This, I really don't dare to be sure, because I haven't run at full power yet. However, I think it should be about the same. If he used his berserk physique throughout, progressing another 1.5 seconds would definitely not be a problem." Well, the coach nodded repeatedly. "That's good." After a pause, the coach said with some concern, "There's a question I'd like to ask you, about the 6 subjects you enrolled in." My Xiao Fei directly interrupted him. "Don't worry, unless it's because I can't get first place, I won't give up any subject." The coach sniffed, then breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, then I'm relieved." The current my Xiao Fei had already gotten 3 firsts on the final stage of various subjects in the whole army. He was also worried whether my Xiao Fei would be more cautious and give up 1 or 2 of the subjects when the time came, and whether the 400-meter obstacle course run would also be among the consideration plans that he would give up. Now that he heard my Xiao Fei's answer, it kind of gave him a peace of mind. With my Xiao Fei's accomplishments, unless the head coach's side had a brain fart, otherwise, he would never give up on him. My Xiao Fei hesitated for a moment and said, "Class president, I want to ask, is it the 2nd place? There is no chance to enter the national team?" The coach looked at my Xiao Fei and smiled. "In fact, you want to ask if Comrade Shanghai also has a chance to join, right?" My Xiao Fei nodded. "I personally feel that Shanghai has a very strong sense of competition and high potential. If he can be trained systematically, he can also run within 1 minute and 24 seconds. The coach nodded. "We know this if you don't tell us. Our coaches in each subject have had your individual performance information long before you competed. There has been a systematic evaluation of all of you. To be honest, for this subject competition, we always thought that Shanghai getting the first place would be the nail in the coffin, but we didn't expect that a dark horse like you would pop up." "Don't worry," Shanghai sighed. "The head coach and the other coaches of the coaching staff are also discussing whether to give him a chance to recruit him additionally. After all, although he is the 2nd place, but the results are also very good, and has reached the level of the national team." My Xiao Fei laughed. "You guys are professionals. I trust you." After the coach left, my Xiao Fei was resting. Next, there is fighting. Even though it was an all-army final venue, my Xiao Fei had the ancient martial fist skill and berserk physique in, and without any surprises at all, he took first place directly, armed with 5 kilometers. With the order of the examiner, my Xiao Fei was as fit as a fiddle and rushed out, still sprinting at full speed for the first half of the race and pulling right away from the big pack. In the second half of the course, the berserk physique was used to strengthen the body, and in the last few hundred meters, by virtue of strong willpower and endurance, it was hard to be the first to run to the finish line, and the way my Xiao Fei ran in such a manner once again caused everyone present to be shocked. They had never seen that for a 5-kilometer middle distance run, someone could actually dare to use the running style of a 100-meter sprint. In the end, it actually came in first. Is something wrong with our training methods? The coach of the national team's 5-kilometer cross-country run, looking at my Xiao Fei's 15 minutes and 57 seconds, he couldn't quite believe it was true. My Xiao Fei's Group 5K time, still only 16 minutes and 54 seconds, only a week past, broke into the sub-16-minute range. It's only half a minute away from the army-wide record. This achievement, put inside the national team, is also can be ranked in the top 3 of the existence. Put it in the military games and it would be in the top 10. End of chapter. Not only was the coach shocked, but the others, too, were extremely shocked. Hundreds of runners who didn't have a race discipline today watched from the finish line. Seeing my Xiao Fei get first place again, they were all abuzz. So far, my Xiao Fei has taken 5 firsts in 6 subjects. That leaves the last one, computer electronics and information. It would be a slam dunk to take first place again. The next afternoon came the computer electronics and information competition. This time, not a lot of people attended, only about 10. These, from the information reconnaissance units of the various military districts as well as from inside the headquarters of the various military districts. There is no specific planning, because this type of military, there are not many. Someone like my Xiao Fei, who had killed all the way straight from the field force, was the only one. It's the last subject. Confident? Chief Chen asked at my Xiao Fei. My Xiao Fei nodded. Not bad. Try it. Head Chen had long since gotten used to this answer from my Xiao Fei. Patting him on the shoulder, he said, "It's okay, even if you can't do this subject. You've taken first place in your other 5 subjects. That's enough." My Xiao Fei laughed. "Let's take a look. Maybe it'll work out too." Previously, during the group competition, simply just used the calculation since the electronic information communication skills. In the back, comes a hand doubling. That's different. Before, he was thinking faster than his hands. Now that my hand speed is up, I can basically synchronize with my thinking. He didn't think that he couldn't get first place in this situation. It could be said that of the 6 subjects, the ones he was most confident of getting first place were computer information and fighting. Entering inside, my Xiao Fei instantly became the object of attention of the other players once again. These days, there was no one in the entire race base who didn't know my Xiao Fei's great name. That's a superb man who won first place in 5 subjects in a row. Moreover, a field units who still dared to come to the computer electronic information skills competition was definitely the first person ever to do so. And outside the exam room, it was already crowded with people. Just like at the Groupon, everyone was expecting my Xiao Fei to take a 6-subject slam. I say, comrade my Xiao Fei, in this subject, you won't be as bullish as in other subjects, will you? In his seat, a player next to him curiously asked at my Xiao Fei, because each seat was 2 meters apart. The other players heard it. My Xiao Fei was stunned and looked up to see that the other players were also looking at themselves somewhat nervously. You can't blame them for that. If you compare this subject before the other subjects have started, these players were not going to believe at all that a new recruit from the field force could win against them. But now, people are serial miracle workers. They've all taken 5 firsts, and with this last one, people may not be unable to continue to work wonders as well. My Xiao Fei smiled and said, "Veterans and chiefs, I'm a field trooper and my strength is just like that. This subject, I was watching the newspaper. I did not expect to really make it to the finals." When the players heard this, they all somewhat didn't quite believe my Xiao Fei's words. The strength is not good enough to get the first place in your group army. Who are you fooling? Are you saying that you're the only one who can't sign up for this subject in your group army? At that moment, the examiner walked in and began to announce the rules. It's still the same as the syndicate game. Offense, defense, cracking, and stealing are assessed as a whole. It's about attacking enemy systems and breaking through their firewalls. Then, the other side system also has an automatic counterattack program. And you want to prevent the program from counter-stealing your own system while at the same time cracking various passwords on the local system. In the end, we managed to get the file while keeping our own system safe. Only, it's the all-military final. The local system is not comparable to the group in terms of defensiveness and anti-attack programs and password cracking. To say it was more than twice as strong would be an understatement. Did you hear everything? The examiner asked aloud. Understood, the crowd replied. The examiner looked at the clock. You have 5 minutes to check your equipment. Pause in 5 minutes. Both systems will connect automatically. Start on command. Yes. After everyone responded, they began to check and familiarize themselves. They are computer gurus and know that a good device needs to have those good configurations. If the configuration can't keep up, then the end result is far slower. And the equipment configuration for each player is the same. 5 minutes later, after all the contestants had checked that there were no problems, with an order from the examiner, all the players, then, moved quickly. Ask for a monthly ticket. Requesting recommendations. End of chapter. Ding. The system's voice suddenly sounded in my Xiao Fei's mind. Post a new mission. Ask the host to steal the enemy's files without any problems with silent computer technology. If you can't leave any information for the other system and get the first place, you will be considered to have completed the mission. Quest completed. Reward for primary computer electronic information skills upgraded to intermediate level. When the examiner's voice fell, my Xiao Fei heard this mission message from the system. Stealing enemy information files silently? My Xiao Fei frowned slightly. The task, to be honest, wasn't terribly difficult, but it's not exactly easy. It wasn't difficult because with the elementary computer electronic information skills that my Xiao Fei had comprehended, he was able to do such a silent infiltration into the enemy's system, stealing the documents and grinding out all the traces before it realized it. The reason it's not simple is that it takes at least twice as much time and effort as normal attack stealing. He wasn't even sure if he could complete this task from the system before the other players finished. Try it. My Xiao Fei gritted his teeth fiercely, and he began to act. That was an intermediate computer electronic information communication skill, a treasure that you couldn't even find upgrades for in the system mall. Although he didn't know how powerful the skill would be after upgrading to intermediate level, but now that the primary level was so awesome, how bad could the intermediate level be? Moreover, silent infiltration and theft, and then silent departure, are themselves indispensable means in battlefield informational warfare. For example, if what you stole was the enemy's battle layout plan document, like they are now attacking openly, even if they succeeded, the enemy would certainly not dare to use this plan again. But if it is you noiselessly sneak in to steal know of this plan, the enemy in the case of unawareness, your side can seize this opportunity to carry out a targeted ambush, and trying to make it to the all-army final stage. Trying to make it to that point is very tough. Even if someone could, they wouldn't take the risk. And someone can do it quickly, and can be completed before the others. That is the top Big Brother level computer experts. Like this expert, just like the special forces inside the Super King of Soldiers, will not be easy to show up in the public eye. Slap. Across the room, the sound of keyboards continued to resonate. All the players are doing their best to write out the attack code program as fast as they can. On my Xiao Fei side, he directly activated the hand speed doubling skill. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. It was still the same as in the syndicate final, and no one dared to waste even a little time watching the progress of the other contestants, because the backlash of the enemy system is always on the move. A slight distraction can be countered by the enemy system. Inside the surveillance room, there were also technicians constantly switching videos of the players, monitoring them. When they saw that more than an hour had passed since my Xiao Fei had passed and was still writing the program code on his own, without the slightest tendency to launch an attack, the several technicians froze. It seems that this my Xiao Fei is really not working. The other players are almost halfway through the offense, and he's still writing his own program software on his own computer. And by the time he's done, they're all finished. Another technician said, "This is the all-army final stage. It's not comparable to the group army one. The intensity, difficulty, and strength of the opponents are all far different. This my Xiao Fei is, after all, from the field force, and these information technology-enabled technical soldiers can't compare." It seems like those people out there who were expecting my Xiao Fei to get first place in the sixth subject are going to be disappointed. Another hour passed. Finally, the software that my Xiao Fei had written out was finished, but at that moment, the other players, the fastest one, were close to stealing the enemy files. On my Xiao Fei side, he immediately started the software, and at the same time, he himself accelerated his secret assassination attack on the loopholes of the enemy system. Sneak in quickly without triggering their firewall. The technicians in the monitoring room, who had little hope for my Xiao Fei for the second half of the journey, did not bother to notice my Xiao Fei anymore. It was the examiner who had lost focus on my Xiao Fei. 10 minutes later, one of the players had just hit the last spacebar, seizing the local system file successfully. At this time, My Xiao Fei was the one who suddenly raised his hand and said, "Report! Mission accomplished!" My Xiao Fei's voice rang out, instantly causing the other players present to change their faces, especially the player who just happened to finish looking at the enemy's top secret files in his computer system. His whole face, as ugly as if he had eaten. It was just a second. To actually lose to this my Xiao Fei at the very last moment? When the examiner and the group of technicians in the monitoring room heard that it was my Xiao Fei who had completed it, an extremely shocked look appeared on each of their faces. What the is going on here? When did this my Xiao Fei launch an attack on the enemy system? How come there's no sign at all that he's done it? There will be an update later. End of chapter. The others were shocked but were continuing to complete the rest of their progress, because no one knows if my Xiao Fei has violated the law, or misrepresented himself. Of course, this is rare, but it doesn't preclude it from being absent. If that's true, then first place, surely, is on to the next. Immediately after that, there were other players shouting reports one after the other. As a rule, once a report is called out, all must immediately stand up and move half a meter away from the computer equipment. The examiner referee will go down and check your results. Report. Results are valid. When the examiner had finished checking, he was immediately rushing to report to the chief examiner. Stop it all. The game is over. McFly first. Completion time is 2 hours, 8 minutes and 44 seconds. If anyone was finished before him, they can raise their hand and report it. No one's moving. All the players looked lost. Then they all looked at my Xiao Fei with sultry eyes. Didn't you say you were average at computerized electronic information communication? How did you get first place again? Inside the monitoring room, the technicians were also testing and replaying the whole process of my Xiao Fei, all trying to figure out how my Xiao Fei was the first to finish again when he obviously started his attack so late. Is there something fishy about this? Although the results were announced, the examiner still asked at my Xiao Fei, "Comrade my Xiao Fei, the results are out now, but I have a question I'd like to ask you. And of course, you may not answer it." "That's right, our surveillance techs have been monitoring your computer. Every move you make, any code, we have a record of it. But we found out that you launched your attack on the enemy system only 10 minutes before you shouted your report. How did you manage to steal the file out in 10 minutes? My Xiao Fei said, "Report. There's nothing this can't answer. It's actually quite simple. I've been editing more comprehensive and powerful virus software programs for nearly 2 hours ahead of me. This virus program of mine is designed according to the firewall loopholes of the enemy system. It can be used to infiltrate silently through its loopholes, and then I'll curate the periphery a little, so that, in this way, I'll be able to successfully seize the file." The crowd's eyes widened at the words. The examiner was even more incredulous. "You mean, you were fighting silently? The enemy system, from the beginning to the end, didn't even notice?" McFly nodded. "Yes." The crowd's mouths widened slightly at the words. And soon, the technician side reported this to the examiner, identifying my Xiao Fei's technical means. Only then did the crowd believe what my Xiao Fei had said. This guy, he's actually this strong? With a system with such strong defenses, it's amazing that he was able to steal the files silently without triggering a single firewall alert on the enemy system. What an awesome computer whiz that would have to be to do that. The examiner also suppressed his inner shock and rushed at my Xiao Fei to ask again. "There's one thing I don't quite understand. Since you can do it silently, it proves that your skill level is very high and has far surpassed the other contestants on the scene. Why don't you choose to launch a direct attack like the other players? So that, wouldn't it be faster? The risk would also be less." My Xiao Fei smiled slightly. "I know, but I don't want to. I just wanted to challenge my soft spot." Crowd? What the hell? Challenging the soft underbelly? You came to our all-military game and challenged your own weakness? We've put our best foot forward, and we're still no match for your soft underbelly? Brother, please think about it and say it again. Okay? Can you give us some face? Seeing the eyes of the crowd, my Xiao Fei continued. Regarding the way this subject is competed in the military games, I've actually gone over it all before. Noiselessly attacking, destroying or stealing was used in the second session, and the rules of how this session will be played have not been announced yet. I just want to try and see if I have what it takes. After all, it is the silent battle that holds the greatest value for your side. The examiner nodded in satisfaction and laughed loudly. Well said. I didn't realize that you, as a new recruit in the field force, could have such a thinking mind and strength. It's really something. The rest of you, does anyone else question McFly's accomplishments? The players froze for a moment, followed by slap. The crowd then began to applaud, looking at my Xiao Fei with admiration. If the other person is just a little bit better than you in terms of luck or strength, maybe you'll be unconvinced. But if the other person surpasses you too much, so much so that you have to be convinced even if you are not, then you can only really be convinced. Outside the exam room, the crowd came to life when they heard the applause from inside. Is it over? It won't be that McFly again, will it? My guess would be him. I don't think so. After all, he is still from the field force, and for electronic information and these technologies, he definitely can't compare to those specialties of others. There was a lot of discussion among the audience outside. Soon the results came in and one by one the players came out. The examiner followed suit. The audience greeted them. The examiners were not really obliged to announce the results to them, but they knew that they had stood guard for more than 2 hours for the final results. It wouldn't hurt to tell them. It's going to be announced to the whole army when we get back anyway. This time the first place in computer electronics information communication technology. The examiner looked at the crowd with anticipation, and deliberately sold the case. After a moment's pause, his eyes finally fell on my Xiao Fei. From XR Group Army, my Xiao Fei. When this result came out, not many people were surprised, to be honest. But it's still hard to believe that McFly actually got first place. Together with this subject, my Xiao Fei took first place in all the 6 subjects he had signed up for. According to the rules, all 6 subjects, he can enter the national team. The crowd looked at the new recruit with envious and admiring faces. Of all the people present, the youngest in the military was 5 years old. The longest, with more than a decade. At the highest rank, there was Lieutenant Call. McFly was the only one to compete as a conscript and got first place in all of them. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it to death. The news, in the coming days, would surely spread throughout the army. The name my Xiao Fei is also destined to become famous throughout the army. Become recognized as the all-around king of the regular troops in the entire army. I'm so sorry, there's a bit of a family emergency. This chapter was updated a little late. Now fill in the blanks. End of chapter. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Computerized electronic information communication skills. Upgraded from beginner to intermediate. Hearing the system's voice, my Xiao Fei breathed a sigh of relief. My Xiao Fei immediately opened the system panel. Name, Max Xiu Fei. Position, private. 7th company. Interspersed. Physique, 247. Gnosis, 3 normal is 1. Berserk points, 24. Merit points, 15. 400. Skills, Advanced Rifle Proficiency Skill. Beginner Tactical Movement Skill. Beginner Sniper Skill. Elementary Ancient Fist Fighting Skills. Elementary Land Transportation and Combat Equipment Driving Skills. Intermediate Computerized Electronic Communication Skills. Hand Speed Doubling Skill. This all-military match came down to a 2 increase in Constitution, a 1 increase in Berserk points, and a 2000 increase in merit points for a subject first. Rifle proficiency skill was upgraded from intermediate to advanced. Computer electronic information communication skill was upgraded from beginner to intermediate. Not bad. Next up is the military games, and then there's the ultimate war reward. Even if it's not enough for 100,000 points, can we at least pull in 50,000? Back at the residence, Zhang He also returned with a tired face. Seeing the look of joy in his eyes, my Xiao Fei smiled. Company Commander Jiang. Success? River nodded. Lucky, happy second place by a second. Managed to advance. Look at you. Compared to the last subject, you're first as well? Zhang Fan laughed. Just like you. I got lucky and was also a second faster than the second place. After a moment's pause, the 2 men burst out laughing at each other. Zhang He stretched out his hand at my Xiao Fei with a smile at the corner of his mouth. But he was full of fighting spirit. For the World Military Games. Cheers. Go for it. My Xiao Fei shook his hand. 3 days later, the all-army final is over. The first place winners in all subjects are all out. Includes all Navy and Air Force competition programs. And those that came after second place were, that night, sent back. On the army side of the XR group, in addition to the 2 men, my Xiao Fei and Zhang He, there was another person, who also got first place, in the bar pull-ups, the Navy and Air Force, as well as the group's direct units, both individually and in groups. Add up to a dozen or so. The dining room table. Major General Chan said, today is a day to celebrate. The Navy, Army and Air Force, as well as our direct units, all had more than 3 subjects where someone got first place and made it to the national team. For our group army, for the local units to which you belong, and even more so for yourselves, you have earned honor, especially McFly. Major General Chan looked towards my Xiao Fei, and the other players, too, looked towards him, their eyes full of admiration. Comrade my Xiao Fei signed up to compete in 6 subjects. For different types, all of them got first place. This is something that I, and more so the soldiers and leaders and troops across the army, did not expect. The name my Xiao Fei is destined to be written into history. Our entire group army, proud of him. Of course, the rest of you, even though you all just got first in a subject, are pretty impressive on the all-army competition stage. Come, let's raise our glasses and drink to this competition, the honor of getting it. On behalf of the group army, I also wish you all, after competing in the national team, success in getting your first starting place in the World Military Games, and get medals at the World Military Games. Cheers! The group of players grabbed their glasses and stood up. Cheers! Next, the crowd familiarized themselves with each other, and my Xiao Fei naturally became the one who got the most attention. Anyone who wants to make friends with the strong, even the Navy and Army fighters, perhaps what they train for, will never be tied to McFly for the rest of their lives, but that doesn't stop them from admiring the strong. It didn't break up until after 10, perhaps because of the fun. A dozen people, most of them, were already drunk, but my Xiao Fei was still awake. Chief, I salute you and thank you for taking care of me all these days. My Xiao Fei picked up a bottle of beer and directly gulped it dry. Major General Chen was startled and tried to reach out to pull my Xiao Fei back, but he was blocked by my Xiao Fei's outstretched hand. After drinking it in one gulp, my Xiao Fei's entire face, too, turned red. Major General Chen laughed. You're not very old, but you don't have a small amount of alcohol. You've drunk 7 or 8 bottles tonight, right? My Xiao Fei grinned. Not bad, Major General Chen, while awake. There's something I need to remind you of. My Xiao Fei, you said. Major General Chen, you enroll in 6 subjects. The military games won't prohibit it, as long as you have the strength. But have you thought about the national side? There are still 2 months to go before the start of the military games, and during these 2 months, the national team will have to conduct special training and tests on all of you. It's the best 3 that get to represent the national forces. Then how do you organize the time for the special training? They're all training 1 subject, and you, on the other hand, are training 6 subjects at once. Unless, say, your strength, which is already far superior to the other members of the national team, can steadily surpass them even without special training, in which case, the head coach will agree to give you a playing slot. Otherwise, if you take 6 subjects at the same time like this, I don't think the head coaches of those 6 subjects would agree. Once you're on the national team, it's out of the hands of us troopers. My Xiao Fei nodded slightly. Don't worry, Chief, I'll have a good chat with the head coaches of each subject when we go over there. The next afternoon, it was a car that came to transport them to the national team's training base. Conduct a 2-month special training program. End of chapter. This national team training base that my Xiao Fei and his team were at was only for Army subjects. The Navy and Air Force ones, they have their own training bases. After all, the training grounds for the subjects are all very different. Navies, naturally, need to be by the sea. The Air Force, too, has to go to the Air Force unit to have the appropriate weapons and equipment available to you. The Army, of course, accounted for 2/3 of all the competition subjects. The remaining third is the Air Force, Navy, ENI, blue balls, and the like. After getting out of the car, the crowd gathered. 70 or 80 people stood in formation. Opposite to them, there were also dozens of coaches of various subjects. They're coming over to collect. The players, one by one, are looking forward to their future with the national team. After straightening the line, the man in charge picked up the roster and shouted, "Now, those whose names are red, step out. Follow your instructor for this subject." With that, the person in charge began to read. 400 meters fixed sniper. Wang Xiao. Step out. Yes, a sergeant ran from the line U. 400 meters. Mobile sniper. 800 meter fixed sniper. 800 meter mobile sniper. 1200 meter fixed sniper. 50 kilometers of orienteering. River. Yes, Jiang He answered, then looked at my Xiao Fei. I'm leaving first. I'll look for you later. My Xiao Fei nodded. Good, go for it. After Jiang He went out, the voice of the person in charge sounded again. 100 meters fixed chest ring target shooting. Mac Shu Fei, out of the line. Yes, McFly came running in fast. But when my Xiao Fei wanted to run in front of that 100-meter shooting coach Zhang, he was shouted at by the person in charge. There's no rush. You stand here for now. The man in charge pointed to his side. My Xiao Fei froze for a moment, and soon thought of the reason why, and after answering, he stood still. At this point, the man in charge turned and faced the group of coaches in the back. 100-meter mobile shooting, fighting, 400-meter obstacle run, 5-kilometer cross-country, and computerized electronic information communication. You 5 coaches, come out too. The 5 coaches smiled bitterly and quickly stepped forward. The person in charge pointed at my Xiao Fei and said, "Man, there's only one, so discuss among yourselves who will take it away. I don't care on my side. Go to the side and discuss it yourself." Yes, the 6 coaches looked at my Xiao Fei and had a headache. This kid, Taking first place in 6 army competition disciplines means that, in all 6 of his disciplines, he'll make the national team. But what about the management and training of the people behind it? He just doesn't have enough points even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Under the incomparable envious gazes of the crowd, my Xiao Fei followed the 6 coaches and came to the open space at the back. The 6 coaches looked at my Xiao Fei. My Xiao Fei also looked at the 6. The 7 were speechless relative to each other. For a moment, he didn't know how to speak. Or my Xiao Fei spoke first, that. I'm curious to ask, how far apart are our training grounds for these 6 subjects? The 6 coaches sniffed. Coach Sang replied, for shooting, it must be the same large range. 400-meter obstacles and 5 kilometers aren't far off, but it's definitely with the shooting side. Some distance, fighting, computerized electronic information communication, and not too far apart. Let's put it this way, by car, you can get to any venue in 10 minutes. For running, in half an hour. McFly, it seems like, it's not that far. I was able to juggle it, but coach's class president. I wonder if your head coach's side, do they know about me? What are their opinions? Coach Zhang said, Comrade my Xiao Fei, you also know that shooting is something that, if you can't concentrate on training and constantly solidify it, when it really comes to the field, there will be a lot of uncertainties. So, what our head coach means is, I don't mind if you enroll in other subjects, but, the amount of training you do every day needs to be completed within the prescribed time first. On one side, Coach Shin of the 100-meter speed shooting also said, our head coach said the same thing. There's nothing we can do. The computer electronics and information coach's side did smile slightly and said, to be honest, in our subject, we also look at talent and the strengths that we already have. These 2 months of reinforcement don't really change anything. Just familiarize yourself with the rules of the military games, and a little bit of reinforcement of the training. But our head coach hasn't made a statement yet. He said he'd have to meet with you to talk about it. The 2 physical fitness subject coaches even directly spread their hands and stated, physical fitness is something that you should be aware of without me saying it. If you don't run for 3 days, your body functions won't be able to keep up. The fighting coach said, this subject of ours requires constant adjustments based on each person's fighting style. And even more so, we have to watch the fighting skills of our opponents from various countries, find their deficiencies, and look for and train ways to be able to defeat them. Therefore, the training time that needs to be spent is not at all less than other subjects. End of chapter. My Xiao Fei said helplessly. That is to say, for each of the 6 subjects, I have to complete a certain amount of training and assessment standards every day. So, I have to ask, the training times, are they all the same? The 6 coaches laughed bitterly. Can it be different? You can't ask the head coach to stay up all night with you at night after training the other members all day. Can you? My Xiao Fei nodded slightly. It really can't be. Well, since we've all picked up on that, I'll give my personal opinion as well. I would also like to ask the coaching squad leaders to please take notes and help me communicate this to the head coach. Personally, I don't think I need to spend much time training on it when it comes to 100-meter fixed shooting, 100-meter sport rapid fire, fighting, and 400-meter obstacle course running, which is a subject, because these 4 subjects, as far as I'm concerned, I'm confident that I'm better than any member of the current national team. I just need to go back and take the regular tests, and not participate in the daily training. If, say, any test, I don't get first place inside the national team, or if I let the head coach set a standard for me that I can't reach, I automatically quit. The group of coaches were surprised by what they heard. Comrade my Xiao Fei, you must think carefully. Although your performance at the All-Army final was good, your results, when placed inside the national team, are just in the middle of the pack. It's still unknown whether or not you'll make the playing roster. How dare you say you want to be number 1 on the national team? My Xiao Fei nodded his head seriously and said, I've thought about it very clearly. I have confidence in my own strength. Please help convey this to the head coach and hopefully they will agree with my program. Saying that, my Xiao Fei looked at the coaches on the side of 5 kilometers and computer electronic information communication. To be honest, right now the ones that I don't have 100% confidence in are the 2 of 5 kilometers and computer information. So, back there, I'll be focusing mostly on those 2. This is also what McSmartFast really thinks. 100 meters fixed target shooting. In the all-military finals, complete the system task, got the advanced rifle proficiency skills. With this skill in, if you still can't get the first national team, or even say that you can't get the first international military games, then simply head to die on the tofu. 100 meters speed shooting is the same. Advanced rifle proficiency skills accuracy added. The results naturally will not be bad. Later, they will also strengthen in the sprint explosive force and berserk physique training, as long as the promotion of a little up, that in the competition. absolutely also have great hope to come out on top. Fighting 400 meters obstacles. Not to mention, he did not use his full strength. He left the second place quite a lot. He really do not believe that the members of the national team can still go against the Sky Knot. These two coaches sniffed and didn't know whether to be happy or unhappy. Happy that my Xiao Fei was able to cooperate with the training in the national team. Unhappily, he said he didn't have enough confidence and by choosing not to go to other subjects for intensive training, does he mean that he is already confident enough? After confirming that my Xiao Fei was real again and again, the several coaches didn't say anything else and left, returning to the training grounds of their subjects. And my Xiao Fei also followed the armed cross-country 5 kilometers of the subject of the coach to go back first, and wait for other subjects behind the head coach of the news on the line. Coach brought my Xiao Fei to the dormitory. Let's get your stuff put away and then get some rest. The head coach has taken the members to practice and doesn't expect to be back until dinner time. Instead, my Xiao Fei said, I don't need to rest. Please take me to the training ground. I want to get right into the training state. The coach was stunned. Now, my Xiao Fei nodded. Now, I don't want to waste time. What he wanted to improve the most right now was still his physical fitness and berserk points. In 2 months' time, as long as he put his life on the line to train, his physique would definitely rise to 300 and his berserk points would reach 30. By then, 100-meter rapid fire, 400-meter obstacles, fighting, 5 kilometers cross-country, all can reach a qualitative improvement. The coach saw that my Xiao Fei insisted on going, and had no choice, immediately found him equipment, drove directly, and took him to the training ground. The so-called training ground is the back of the training base. At that moment, 9 soldiers in army camouflage training uniforms were rolling the tires and heading up the slope. The incline was about 15 degrees, and the tires, the big ones from one of those big trucks, were over 100 pounds. This kind of training, which is also a kind of training for physical strength and explosive power, is especially effective in training that burst of explosive power in the limit. And behind the 9 fighters, there were 2 coaches with books and whistles around their necks, constantly yelling at them to hurry up and speed up. At the top of the slope, the head coach, on the other hand, had his hands behind his back, with the look of a black Yankee, and his face was expressionless. The car stopped and the coach who brought my Xiao Fei rushed at him. Take your rank off. Come here with a name, not a rank. No matter what rank you are in the army. Here, you can only obey all orders from your trainer. Yes, my Xiao Fei answered and instantly ripped off his rank and put it in his pocket. End of chapter. Seeing the coach take my Xiao Fei over, the 2 executive coaches on the scene also curiously walked down. Is this the prospect you were talking about? The first place winner of the all-army competition, my Xiao Fei? The 2 coaches sized up my Xiao Fei and asked with a smile. Who else but him? Hello coaches. McFly saluted at the 2 men. Hello hello hello. Welcome to our 5 kilometers cross-country national team. I heard that you were the first in 6 subjects in a row. That's awesome. Now you're a big name in the whole army. My Xiao Fei humbly said. Not bad. The 3 coaches laughed similarly. If this is still just okay for you, then those of us who are here just don't even deserve to feed pigs in the army. Alright, hurry up and inform the head coach that my Xiao Fei is coming over. Immediately, one of the coaches picked up the walkie-talkie and contacted the head coach at the top of the slope a few hundred meters away. Boss, that my Xiao Fei, who was first in the all-military tournament, has arrived. The intercom went off. Send him up. Yes, McFly, get up there. The head coach wants to see you. Yes, my Xiao Fei was just about to follow the executive coach up when the intercom rang again. I'm talking about letting him come up on rolling tires like the rest of the members. Time. In an hour. Air. The 3 coaches were stunned. My Xiao Fei said, may I ask coach, where are the tires? One of the coaches said, wait a minute. I'll bring it to you. Soon a large tire, like the other members, was rolled vertically by the executive instructor. The rules are simple. Roll sideways and just get to the top of the hill. However, the head coach said for you to arrive within an hour, so you'll have to work hard. If you can't arrive and leave a bad impression on the head coach, it won't be good. My Xiao Fei stood at attention and answered loudly, yes, guarantee to complete the mission. After saying that, my Xiao Fei was on the move. My Xiao Fei, you may put down your combat backpack, the executive coach shouted. No, I can. My Xiao Fei answered back. That is, he began to roll the tires down the hill, then put them down, began to pull them up, then back down and rolled them up the hill. These tires, weighing over 100 pounds. The good thing is that it's sturdy and the weight won't be uneven from side to side. So if you're strong enough, you'll be able to turn it over. Isn't the head coach a little tough? The 3 executive coaches looked at my Xiao Fei's figure and discussed it in whispers. 1 hour, 500 meters of slope length. It's that kid Jiang Haochen. He can't do it either. That's not true. This is obviously a downward spiral for my Xiao Fei. It's not like you guys don't know what kind of piss the head coach is. What he's going to be looking at is not whether or not McFly can finish. It's attitude. 500 meters of slope length. 1 hour. Anyone else would definitely not be able to finish. It depends on whether or not my Xiao Fei will do his best to do it when he knows it's impossible to finish. Oh yeah, isn't this my Xiao Fei number 1 in 6 subjects? He just arrived today. Why did he come straight to report to us? What about the other 5 subjects? Did he give up? The 2 executive coaches looked curiously at the coach who brought my Xiao Fei over. That coach shook his head and said, "How could that be? It's so hard to get first place in 6 subjects at the same time. How could he give up so easily? How's that going?" That coach immediately told the 2 about the program that my Xiao Fei had said before. And after the 2 heard it, they both froze. This kid, he's openly calling out the head coaches of those 4 subjects. That's crazy, isn't it? That's not true. I'm afraid he's the only one who dares to make that kind of promise in the entire training base. Those 4 head coaches, I'm afraid they're all going to be pissed off to the point of madness by my Xiao Fei's arrogance. This kid, he's going to suffer. That's not necessarily true. The coach who took my Xiao Fei said, "You guys are unaware that this my Xiao Fei has raised his grades in these 6 subjects by several notches in just 1 week's time. Although, at the moment, his various achievements are placed inside the national team, they are the top of the list. But no one dares to fully question that he can't do it. Since he dared to make that kind of promise to the head coaches of those 4 subjects, he should, in his heart, have the courage of his convictions." The 2 of them frowned slightly and said, "You mean to say that even on the all-army final stage, his score is not the final score? He still retains his strength?" That coach said, "It's not impossible. Anyway, for this kid, I am optimistic. Let's hope that he really can do it. I really want to see him take these 6 subjects to the military games. Imagine if he could also get the gold medals in all 6 subjects at the military games. What a sensation it would cause, both at home and abroad." The 2 men snorted. "You're kidding. That's the World Military Games, not to mention gold medals. If you can get medals in all 6 disciplines, you're superb, right?" Thinking about what? While the 3 were discussing, on my Xiao Fei side, he had already rolled his tires and advanced a few dozen meters. "I'll go. That fast?" End of chapter. When the 3 coaches saw my Xiao Fei's speed, they were all surprised. He wouldn't be charging up the hill with all his strength right from the start, would he? In that case, he'll be exhausted before he reaches the halfway point of the hill. Hearing this, the coach who brought my Xiao Fei over suddenly remembered something. Said, "That seems to be the way of the boy." What? The 2 men wondered. That coach said, "This kid is all about sprinting at full speed right from the start on a 5-kilometer cross-country race. By the middle distance, the speed will slow down." But when everyone thought that it was impossible for him to have the strength to finish the back sprint, the boy sprinted madly again as if he had taken some kind of stimulant. It's not as fast as it was at the beginning, but it's fast. That's how he finished the 5-kilometer run. 2. At this time, the 9 members of the national team have reached the halfway point. That is, rolling tires to more than 250 meters. Who is that kid down there? I can't believe he's caught up almost 100 meters. By the time they got to 300 meters to rest and catch their breath, my Xiao Fei had already quickly rushed up to 100 meters. I think it was first place in the all-army final. Isn't the whole army competing during this time? First place. You can go straight to our national team. This kid can do it. It took us an hour to get up to these 300 meters. And he's actually so fast. He's at 100 meters. Humph. That's not what he can do. It's what's in his head. Can't you see he's trying his best to keep going without resting? If he does this, he'll be exhausted by the time he reaches 200 meters. Not to mention rolling the tires. He wouldn't even be able to climb to the top of the slope. Also, I don't understand how someone like that got first place in the 5 kilometers in an all-army race. These 9 people, at this time, were also divided into 3 groups. One person from the first echelon was nearly 30 meters away from the 3 people in the second echelon. At this moment, it was the 5 people in the third echelon who were discussing my Xiao Fei below. And in the first echelon was a man who looked to be 27 or 18 years old, with tan skin and tendon flesh. Even though he was currently number 1, it was evident that his current physical strength was still better than the members of the second and third tier. I said, "Lao Jiang, can you slow down a bit? If you're so fast, King of Black Hades will scold us again." Zhang Haochen's body paused slightly, wiping away the sweat from his face, gasping for air and turning his head to charge the few people below. "I say, you guys, there are still 2 months to go before the military games start. Don't you want to get a place in the lineup? Don't cheer up yet. Rest your asses. You have to have oil in your body to refuel as well." A member said bitterly, "You think we're all as sick as you are?" Zhang Haochen pointed at my Xiao Fei at the bottom. "Hurry up and cut the crap. When the newcomers below surpass you, at that time, Black Yama won't be as simple as scolding you. Are you kidding me? He's dramatically we're 200 meters away now. Can he catch up? The crowd was not impressed. We are serious members of the national team, specializing in training every day, 365 days a year. Can he compete with us? Jiang Haochen was unimpressed. Only his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at my Xiao Fei below. His intuition told him that this newcomer was not simple. At this time, my Xiao Fei's physical strength had also been depleted a lot, but she hasn't stopped since. He was now just going to use up all his stamina and then try to break through the limit. Finally, use the berserk physique again to energize the body's power before exhausting it all. Only by continually exhausting the body's stamina in this way, and exhausting the power coming from the skill, could greater progress be made. He didn't want to waste any of his training, each and every time, until he had drained his body dry. Otherwise, it wouldn't have any meaning to his physical progress, it would be purely a waste of time. The process, of course, is the equivalent of pain. Make you run 5 kilometers a day and maybe in the long run you can stick to it. But what if you were asked to do your best every day to burn off every last bit of energy to run 5 kilometers? Can you stand the pain of your body being drained? The agony of breathing, the extreme depression of your heart, the pain of your legs and muscles all over your body from lack of oxygen and exertion? But anyone who has ever run a 5K knows how tired you can get by the second half of the race. Once you've run hard, how hard it is. Once in a while, people still dare not experience it, let alone like my Xiao Fei, time and time again, letting his body be at the limit, experiencing that once in a while unbearable and painful. This willpower is not something that anyone has. It was through this willpower and determination that he was able to make huge strides in each stage of his physical training to get to where he is today. At the top of the slope at the finish line, head coach Zhong Hai used binoculars to look down at my Xiao Fei, who was in a desperate state, and couldn't help but be slightly moved. Next to him, the coach who brought my Xiao Fei here, also spoke while talking about my Xiao Fei's choices and plans after he came here. Zhong Hai said with a bit of disbelief, "This kid really told you that he has no confidence in the 5 kilometers. That's why he chose to come directly to our subject group training? Ask for a monthly ticket. Referrals." End of chapter. The coach who took my Xiao Fei nodded. Yes, in addition to our 5 kilometers, there are computerized electronic information communications. Zhong Hai nodded slightly. If it's simply these two subjects, it won't have much of an impact on training. But is he that confident that he can beat those national team members inside those 4 other subjects? His final scores, those 4 subjects, were stronger than those of the members of the national team? Coach, no. Of course, fighting in 400-meter obstacle runs, not so sure, because he didn't use his full strength. Zhong Hai laughed meaningfully. That would be interesting. However, from what I've seen so far, this kid does have a lot of potential. It's only been 20 minutes now, and we're already at 200 meters. That coach said, that's just the way he is. He'll give it his all up front. He held on for the second half of the race, basically by sheer willpower and strong endurance. Perhaps this is what you want. Take a look. I don't think I won't let you down. Zhong Hai nodded his head. Okay, then I'll see if he's really as good as you said on the phone you were talking about. Below, the 2 coaches were still constantly urging their members to speed up and not to stop or something like that. My Xiao Fei, who taught you to rush with all your might at the beginning? Now you don't have the strength, do you? A coach wearing glasses came next to my Xiao Fei and laughed. This tire rolling is a combination of explosive power and endurance and physical strength. It's a lot tougher than just running 5 kilometers. How are you going to get in the back when you use up all your strength in the front like that? But what replied to him was my Xiao Fei's smile. Even though he was extremely tired, that smile was still full of confidence. Coach, who told you that I'm running out of steam? Coach Glasses was stunned. Isn't it? Aren't you so tired that you almost can't even flip your tires? My Xiao Fei glanced at the 200 meters left in front of him, and nearly 100 meters away from the other members of the other third echelon. He gritted his teeth and proceeded to unleash what little strength was left in his body to keep the tires rolling. But the more he got behind the exhaustion of his physical strength, the process of lifting the tires and rolling them over became more laborious for my Xiao Fei. At this time, he was as physically exhausted as the other members who were only 100 meters away from the finish line. And each time, he had to grit his teeth and fight as hard as he could to let out a garnished roar before he could barely make it over. The first 200 meters or so, my Xiao Fei came up in one breath, requiring more strength than the other members, and of course, walked faster. It's just that there's not enough strength to move further up the ladder. Watching my Xiao Fei move upward with a lot more difficulty than the other members. That turtle speed, not to mention an hour to the top of the slope. It's just that if you give him another 2 hours, he may not even be able to get there. The spectacled coach in the back shook his head slightly and sighed. I thought this kid could be so awesome. That's all. Ha ha ha, that new kid down there is going to die soon. With this amount of strength, he still wants to represent the national forces in the military games. He's considered to be great if he can run and win against any of us. This kid is a rash. How can someone start at full speed without a little rest all the way to the bottom? He really thinks he's an engine and doesn't need strength. At this time, has come to only 50 meters from the end of the Jianghaochan, is also a slight pause, wiping the thick sweat, gasping for breath to look down. Cannot help but slightly frowned. Was my intuition wrong? This kid isn't as awesome at creating miracles as the others say? Last night, after he finished training, he also called his former comrades in the army and learned about all of my Xiao Fei's performances on the stage of the all-army competition. He first came into the national team step by step from grassroots unit training. It was also 8 years ago that he made it inside the national team through the all-army competition. Instead of being specially recruited from a gymnasium or elsewhere and then specially trained to be a specific member of the national team, like other members of the team, it was because he had come this far step by step through the competition that he realized how terrifying it was for my Xiao Fei to have gotten the first place in 6 subjects in a row at the all-army stage competition. And his 5K run times, which aren't bad either, are ranked in the top 5 for the national team. It is impossible for such a person to say that, after advancing only 200 meters or so, he cannot. He wouldn't be so stupid that he didn't even understand the reasoning behind the use of strength in the early stages and the lack of strength in the later stages, or else he wouldn't have been able to get the first place at the all-army competition. My Xiao Fei, go for it. With a silent thought in his heart, he turned around and completed the final sprint. At the top of the slope, head coach Zhong Hai looked at the figure of my Xiao Fei, who was quickly going to move forward, and couldn't help but sigh slightly. It seems that's all he is. The coach who brought my Xiao Fei was also puzzled. He wasn't like this when he ran 5 kilometers. Could it be that just after the race? His body is rather lackluster for the reason that he hasn't slowed down yet. Zhong Hai grunted. It's been 2 days and you still haven't slowed down? You also came out of the army and were once a member of the national team. So tell me, is it suitable to be an athlete if you run 5 kilometers once and have such a hard time recovering physically? That coach then stopped talking. He could only look at my Xiao Fei below with an expectant gaze and muttered, "My Xiao Fei, show that desperate spirit you had during the match." The next second after he said that, suddenly, roar, an extremely low, beast-like roar came out of his throat. The next moment, he took the tire on the ground, pulled it up violently, and then pushed it forward with all his might. The speed and power rivaled that of his initial sprint. Later, 2 more chapters. End of chapter. I'll go. Is this guy a human or a beast? The voice is so horrible. My Xiao Fei's voice instantly attracted the 9 members who had arrived at the front. Heads turned to look. Then, he saw that my Xiao Fei looked like he had been doped up, and after roaring, he didn't know where the strength came from, and the whole person looked like a different person. Quickly rolling the tires kept going. The tire, at this point, was like a toy in his hands. It no longer carries any weight at all. My day. What's going on here? Even if you're breaking through the limit, it's impossible to have this much power at once, right? A strong crossbow, right? Even if he breaks through the limits of his body, he can only gain a bit of stamina temporarily, and he won't be able to support him for long at all. Watch. 30 meters at the most and he's going down. The other few people nodded in agreement as they heard the words. That includes those coaches, too. They are in the training business. Naturally, he knew that a person could briefly have some power once he broke the limit without physical strength. It's like the final 100-meter sprint, where you were about to collapse from exhaustion, but with strong willpower, you push the limits and look at the finish line, and you roar to the finish line. That's the beauty of strong willpower. The stronger the willpower, the longer and more enduring the duration of the power gained. But any longer than that, it couldn't possibly hold up until my Xiao Fei reached the finish line. 1 minute at the most. But, the next scene they saw was one that directly shattered their 3 views. The current my Xiao Fei was as if his body had recovered to its peak state. Soon, it was 30 meters. His speed, however, had no tendency to slow down at all. This kid, he's a freak. The members and coaches are stunned. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and advance. If you let the newcomers pass you, tonight, you'll be waiting to double the extra practice. Coach Glasses shouted angrily at the other members. Those members instantly panicked as they watched my Xiao Fei get closer and closer to them. With less than 50 meters left, one by one, they didn't dare to stop and look at my Xiao Fei, but turned around and acted quickly. Originally, they had been exhausted just now, but also because of the stimulation of my Xiao Fei, so that in their bodies, but also by no means give birth to a force. Forward speed, but also a little faster. But this fast, compared to my Xiao Fei's, is still quite a difference. The distance between my Xiao Fei and them was gradually closing. Jiang Haochen, who was in first place, grinned. My Xiao Fei, I knew it. You're not simple. I'll meet you at the finish line. Zhang Hai, the head coach at the finish line, was vaguely agitated. He has been a coach for more than 10 years, has trained 4 national team athletes, but also has been to many troops and physical education schools to select talented, physical fitness. He looks at potential. It's like a spring. Some people, with all their might, can only lengthen the spring by 10 centimeters. But there are people who, when you pull gently, have a length of more than 10 centimeters. And this kind, they are more gifted. And now my Xiao Fei was like a spring that could be stretched to infinite length. How much potential there was. He couldn't see it at all. A warrior who was able to obtain a body comparable to his peak state just by breaking through the limits of his body could not be found in a million people. 20 minutes later, my Xiao Fei had caught up with the third echelon. Only 50 meters left to the finish line as well. A bunch of members of the third echelon had been dumbfounded and frozen. No, I say brother, do you have to fight so hard? A member couldn't help but shout at my Xiao Fei. Can you give us some face? In the third echelon, there were 3 people who, at this moment, wanted to kill my Xiao Fei. They weren't afraid that my Xiao Fei was better than them, but I'm afraid that my Xiao Fei will surpass them in this way and humiliate them. By the time my Xiao Fei started, they had already advanced more than 100 meters upwards. After leading by such a large distance, it was actually hard to be overtaken, or by a newcomer who had just arrived. If this gets out, do they people still want to lose face? By the time training is over, the head coach is only going to have to add them to the training until the skin falls off. My Xiao Fei didn't care about them at all and still continued to push forward. However, even with the berserk physique, the current him had basically exhausted the power brought by the berserk physique. But with only the last 50 meters left, my Xiao Fei was able to reach it quickly just by sheer force of will. Isn't what he's practiced in the past 2 months or so the limit of limits? The second echelon, on the other hand, was only 20 meters away from my Xiao Fei. Zhang Haochen had already reached the finish line, and at that moment, was sitting paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily to recover his strength. He looked at my Xiao Fei with eyes full of anticipation. He believed that my Xiao Fei would be able to reach the finish line with a bang. The members of the third echelon also knew that my Xiao Fei didn't have much strength left and kept trying to catch up, but they had underestimated my Xiao Fei's body and his willpower, no matter how much they chased after them. But they realized that they were still being continuously distanced by my Xiao Fei. The 5 people in the second echelon, on the other hand, were like avoiding the god of plague, exerting all their strength after hours, desperately rushing forward, wanting to speed up and not be caught up by my Xiao Fei. But the current my Xiao Fei was like a wild beast in a frenzy. His face was extraordinarily pale from the repeated overdraft of his physical strength, and to anyone it looked as if he was about to collapse. But on the contrary, his legs, they were as solid as a rock. Look at his eyes. So red, completely like a wild, mad, frenzied beast. It's full of murder. The coaches were shocked to see my Xiao Fei's eyes up close. They hadn't seen that a person's eyes could be so sharp and scary. Coupled with the resilient, maniacal aura that my Xiao Fei was now exuding, it froze anyone who would not dare to treat him as a human being. Zhong Hai at the finish line was already extremely excited at this moment. He was sure that this newcomer, my Xiao Fei, had an unlimited potential in the future. It was even very likely that he would, at the World Military Games 2 months later, over the strongest person from another country and blatantly take the gold medal. Finally, another 10 minutes had passed, and my Xiao Fei had caught up with the second echelon. They were now less than 10 meters away from the finish line. Go for it, come on. The coaches looked at the clock and went crazy. My Xiao Fei, only 2 minutes left, there are still the last 10 meters left. Hold on, one more chapter before dawn. End of chapter. You 5. If you lose to my Xiao Fei, you know the consequences. After the coach finished shouting at my Xiao Fei, he drank at the remaining 5 members of the national team. Those 5 members gritted their teeth one by one, ting their pants, which barely managed to keep up with my Xiao Fei's tire flipping speed. 6 men, each with veins rippling viciously as they lifted their tires, like it's going to burst at any moment. Bang! One member, in his quest for speed, got unsteady and slid right in and the tire rolled right down the road. The member looked at the coach with a desperate look on his face. Instead, the coach droned with an expressionless face. What are you looking at me for? Where you fell? Turn back from where you fell. Do you still need me to teach you? That member nearly cried out as he watched the tires roll down the hill at over 10 meters per second. Ha ha ha. The 3 members in the back couldn't help but gloat and laugh when they saw the scene. Roar! With the last 5 meters left, my Xiao Fei roared once again, his eyes so red that they were about to spew out blood, and he, who was still in line with the other 4 members, had his body erupt in a wave of power once again after roaring in anger. With a flourish, He rolled the tires 3 times in a row straight, 5 meters away, arriving 2 or 3 meters ahead of the rest of the second tier. Zhong Hai was at the finish line, looking at the card meter, and shouted, "Newcomer Mai Xiaofei, completed the training mission. Time, 59 minutes and 20 seconds. Once this result was reported out, it was even Jiang Haochen who was dumbfounded. It took him over 2 hours to even come up here, and Mai Xiaofei actually came up within an hour. What kind of divine physique is this? That's awesome, right?" And after Mai Xiaofei reached the finish line, he was directly paralyzed with exhaustion and lay on the ground. The blood color of one pair of eyes, too, gradually dissipated. It was as if he was watching a science fiction movie, leaving the group of coaches and Jiang Haochen in a daze. I thought, this guy isn't a half-orc, is he? After waiting for a while to slow down, Mai Xiaofei then struggled to stand up and saluted at Zhong Hai. "Hello head coach, Private Mai Xiaofei, reporting for duty." "Private? You say you're a private?" At this moment, the second echelon that reached the finish line, hearing Mai Xiaofei's words, each and every one of them sat up in surprise, their eyes almost glaring out. Zhong Hai nodded with satisfaction. "Good, welcome aboard." Zhong Hai returned the salute, patted Mai Xiaofei's shoulder, and laughed. "You gave me a big surprise as soon as you arrived. I was truly surprised that your willpower is so strong. The endurance is so long-lasting. No wonder you were able to take first place in 6 subjects in the whole army in one breath. You really do have great potential, just like Coach Joe said. I look forward to your next performance. Hopefully, you can keep it up and try to get a spot to play for your country." Mai Xiaofei stood upright and shouted, "Yes, head coach, what did you just say? He got first in 6 subjects at the all-army competition?" The 4 members that arrived looked at Mai Xiaofei with a dumbfounded expression. The smile on Zhong Hai's face instantly disappeared and he sneered with a dark face. "Other people, Mai Xiaofei, finished their training tasks in an hour. And you guys took more than 2 hours to finish. And you have the nerve to ask here." After saying that, he rushed at the spectacled coach and said, "Give them an extra 20 kilometers of practice. If they don't finish, they won't be allowed to eat." The members of the crowd were in despair as they heard the words. Then he looked at Mai Xiaofei with eyes full of grudges. Mai Xiaofei looked innocent. "What are you looking at me for? It's not like I'm punishing you." Zhong Hai immediately took Coach Zhou and Mai Xiaofei and returned directly to his residence. After letting Mai Xiaofei rest for more than an hour, Zhong Hai then called him over. "Regarding the advice you gave to other subject head coaches, I know that too. Are you sure you want to do this?" Mai Xiaofei nodded. "Yes, it can't be helped. I don't want to give up any of my subjects, so I'll have to use this method." Zhong Hai frowned slightly. "Are you that confident? Did you know that there are members of the national team in those 4 subjects who have better grades than you? And your results in the all-army finals, even if they were really good and allowed you to represent your country, would make it very difficult to get a medal at the international level. Instead of that, I would suggest that it would be better to drop some subjects and specialize in 1 or 2, so that there might be a chance of getting a medal." Mai Xiaofei glanced at Zhong Hai and smiled. "If I had to give up some subjects, then the armed 5 kilometers would be the first one I would give up, because that subject, by far, is the one I'm least sure of." Zhong Hai immediately slammed the table and said in an impassioned manner, "Give up what to give up? Just join together. I believe in you." Just kidding. How could he let go of such a good seed like Mai Xiaofei? It would be fine if they didn't see Mai Xiaofei's powerful physical talent. Now that he saw it, even if the god of heaven came, he would never let Mai Xiaofei go. Pust. Coach Zhou, who had just walked to the door, directly couldn't help but laugh. Zhong Hai's old face turned red. "What are you laughing at? Is your ass itching again? If you look like you have a pain in the ass, go set up the training ground for tomorrow." Coach Zhou hurriedly put away his smile and said, "Report." It's the sight of the head coach of the 100-meter chest ring target subject informing Mai Xiaofei to go over for the test. Zhong Hai frowned. "Now." Coach Zhou nodded. "Now." Also, on the other 3 subjects' head coach's side, they also said that they would let Mai Xiaofei take the test tomorrow. If they don't get first place in the nationals, they will be kicked out of the nationals straight away. Zhong Hai was furious when he heard this. "These guys, they're bullying people too much. I'll talk to them." Zhong Hai was just about to leave, but was stopped by Mai Xiaofei. "Head coach, no need. This condition of the test was originally proposed by me. I accept." Saying that, he looked at Coach Zhou. "Where's the training base for 100-meter chest ring target shooting? Take me there." End of chapter. The national team's range training base. Head coach, it's not really necessary for McFly to hit the number 1 mark on the nationals to get him over the hump, is it? Coach Zhang rushed the head coach a bit anxiously. "This Mai Xiaofei really has a lot of potential. You've seen the difference in his results in the group and all-army competitions. That's really a huge improvement. A gifted shooter like that is rare to find in 100 years. The head coach looked over at him and grunted. If he's so good, wouldn't it be nice to take a nationals first for me? I'm really putting my word on it. If he comes in first, I'll give him a direct spot to fight for his country and allow him to not come back to training. Coach Zhang was a bit worried, but hasn't he had our systematic training here yet? He's only in the top 5 like that for our subject members right now. It's only been a few days. How can he possibly hit number 1? The head coach spread his hands. That's out of my hands. He's the one who said it himself. Let's just test it. Plus, think about it. A rookie has the audacity to come in and challenge the authority of our coaches and the national team training system. If I don't, do you think that the rest of the team will be able to serve? It's still 2 months before the military games start. Let him make such a mess. What if people's hearts are scattered? Have you ever seen any athlete who made the national team and didn't come back to train when they were about to start competing? Since he's so confident in himself, let him prove it to me. Coach Zhang was at a loss for words. There's no way to explain it either. Because what the head coach said was right. If, say, my Xiao Fei can participate in training normally, it's impossible for the head coach not to pay attention to this good seed. Of course, it's not as if there aren't people within the national team who haven't enrolled in 2 or even 3 subjects at the same time. It's just that people are all the same type. For example, shooting is shooting. 100 meters stationary, 200 meters mobile, 100 meters rapid fire, sniping and all that. This kind of is nothing. After all, the same type, cross-training each other nothing, but also can make up for the shortcomings. If my Xiao Fei also has only 1 or 2 events, just the 100 meter fixed and 5 kilometers, it is also acceptable. At least all have a certain amount of time can be reasonably well organized. But now what? McFly came in with 6 subjects. Even if you give him 48 hours a day to count, no food, no sleep, it is impossible to complete the training volume of 6 subjects with the team. You're now throwing the other 4 disciplines out the window and just going for 1 or 2 of them. What do you make people's head coaches of those 4 subjects think? What do the players think? It's something that, when all is said and done, the head coach is in the right. Even if the head coach says he's going to put him forward for the national team, that's fine. Unless McFly is really strong enough for the head coach to give it up, convince the head coach and the national team members. In that case, it's really the only way to go. Take first place and conquer everyone. Bang bang bang. On the scene, members of the national team of the 100-meter fixed target, in constant aiming and shooting. At that moment, a car drove by. Head coach, McFly has arrived. Coach Sang said. The car door opened and Zhong Hai and my Xiao Fei stepped down. Hello Coach Chung. Coach Zhang saluted Zhong Hai and then introduced my Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, this is our head coach for the 100-meter fixed target subject. My Xiao Fei immediately forcefully saluted. Good day, head coach. The 100-meter head coach waved his hand. Don't be in such a hurry to scream. It's not certain if you'll be your head coach or not. McFly. Yo, old Zhong. You even brought someone here yourself. The 100-meter head coach turned his head to Zhong Hai and said with a leathery smile. To have you, Zhong Hai, personally bring someone here. It seems that this my Xiao Fei has already gained your approval. Zhong Hai grunted. You old thing less sour there. I say, you're setting this assessment threshold too high, aren't you? You're not bullying people. The 100-meter head coach said. I didn't set the bar. He did. Besides, if he doesn't win first place and can't come to practice, what do I want him for? I might as well find another one with good potential and get enough people to train them. At this point, members of the 100-meter fixed target shooting came over. They all knew that a new person was coming. I also know the big words that this newcomer is putting out. All of them wanted to come over to see what kind of god it was that dared to say these arrogant words in front of them. The athletes of the national team. An amateur dares to challenge them. The professionals. Zhang He walked up to the 100-meter head coach and whispered. I say old fan. This kid is quite good. Will you sell me face and lower your standards a bit? The 100-meter head coach snickered. How rare. You old bells have a time when you plead for someone. But I'm sorry. No. The standard requirements for this test have been put out and I can't take them back. Of course, it wouldn't be unacceptable to me if, say, he did play well, but wasn't number 1, and was willing to come back to me for a systematic training program and to complete a daily training load. How about it? McFly, can you take it? The crowd looked at my Xiao Fei, and Coach Sang even winked at my Xiao Fei, telling him to say yes first. Which knows? My Xiao Fei said, it's not a matter of accepting it or not. Rather, it's not necessary. The 100-meter head coach's face darkened on the spot at those words. What do you mean? It's not necessary? Are you saying that I'm not qualified to train you? Or are you saying that you don't see me at all? The other members of the national team, too, looked at my Xiao Fei with an unkind face. They really didn't expect that my Xiao Fei would dare to be so wild in the face of the head coach. Zhong Hai, who was next to him, was also startled. My Xiao Fei, how do you talk? Zhong Hai tugged on his shirt. Hurry up and apologize to the head coach. Instead, my Xiao Fei said, I have no intention of looking down on you. What I mean is that, at the moment, my 100-meter fixed target shooting is at the top of the bottle and it's very difficult to make any further progress. Spending any more time practicing would just be a waste of my time, as well as your time and energy. Of course, there's another layer. The 100-meter head coach narrowed his eyes slightly. My Xiao Fei said, it's my current shooting strength, which I personally think is enough to be able to get a good score at the military games. Why practice when you can get good grades and not improve, right? Ha ha ha. After freezing for a moment, the 100-meter head coach couldn't help but laugh. Only, that laughter was more of a laugh at my Xiao Fei's insouciance. Well. It's really been a long time since I've seen someone who dares to say something like that so confidently in front of me. Li Ziang. Here. A member stepped forward. Give him your gun. Yes. Li Ziang handed the rifle in his hand to my Xiao Fei and sneered. Kid, you're crazy. So show us your real skills, how strong your shooting is, and tell us where your crazy capital is. My Xiao Fei took the gun and smiled slightly. Don't worry. You'll see it soon. The 100-meter head coach pointed at Li Ziang and rushed my Xiao Fei. He's currently on our team. With the best results. Average score, 40 millimeters. I'm going to give you 3 chances, and if you can beat him one time, I'll not only allow no participation in training, but I'll promise you a spot to fight for your country. But if you can't beat it, get the hell out of here immediately. I'm most annoyed with people who are arrogant to no end without some ability. Dare you accept? Zhong Hai sniffed and immediately flinched, wanting to persuade my Xiao Fei to think clearly. McFly's score at the All-Army final was 43 millimeters. We're still 3 millimeters away from the first place winner, Li Ziang. Don't underestimate the 3 millimeters. At their level, if they wanted to progress by 1 millimeter, they might not be able to do so even with superb talent and several years of hard work, which knew that my Xiao Fei said, this is so easy. Tell you what, I'll play 3 times, and if one of them doesn't come out better than him, I'm gone. When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. That group of national team members all looked like they had been greatly insulted. How dare a guy who came from a conventional field unit be so arrogant? It's amazing that he can say that when he's managed to hit 40 millimeters or less all 3 times. Li Ziang directly said in a cold voice, my Xiao Fei, if you can do it, from now on, I'll call you master. My Xiao Fei glanced at him and said indifferently, let's talk about it. I have no plans to take on a disciple right now. Ziang Li, don't you dare be more arrogant. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Say it like I'm begging to be your disciple. The 100-meter head coach narrowed his eyes and looked at my Xiao Fei. After a moment, this was followed by, good, as you wish. Get started. Show me what you've got. My Xiao Fei said, don't waste time. Help me set up all 3 targets. Yes, the 100-meter head coach had it set up immediately. My Xiao Fei, ugh. Zhong Hai on one side really didn't know what to say about my Xiao Fei and could only sigh and let him make it on his own. What the hell is this kid? So crazy? The players, on their side, also gathered together and whispered. I heard it was a new recruit from the field force who had just joined less than 6 months ago. Recruit? A recruit can come to the national team? Li Ziang gave him a blank look. How come new recruits can't come in? People have military registration. Li Ziang narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at my Xiao Fei's back. He shot a 43 millimeters on the All-Army final stage. The other members of the team were shocked at these words. 43 millimeters? Really? This score is up to our team's average. If I hit it 10 times, only 3 or 4 times will make it to 43 millimeters. This kid, a new recruit, is such a good shot? Probably played at shooting before he enlisted. The all-military competition just ended. And even though he hit 43 millimeters, how long has it been since then? And now he has the audacity to say he can hit within 40 millimeters. Is this kid crazy? The chances of Li Ziang being able to hit 40 millimeters are less than 50%. Where does he get the nerve to say something like that when he's only shot 43 millimeters? That's when the 2 cars drove up. Phew, so lively. A few people were smiling and laughing as they headed this way. The 100-meter head coach and Zhang He were all over the place. These old things, what are they doing here to make a scene? It's not like it's their subject. Isn't tomorrow the time they're going to ask my Xiao Fei to take the test? Zhang Hai bristled. What are you doing here at this time? Watching a movie? That's right. The people who came over were the head speed shooting coach, the head fighting coach, the head obstacle course running coach, already the head computer coach. What are you old things doing here? The 100-meter head coach laughed and scolded. What? Got itchy hands and wanna come over and take some shots too? The speed shooting head coach laughed. I thought I heard you guys had a good show here. And by the way, let's also see just how much ink that my Xiao Fei, who refuses to train in our subject team, has to dare to say that he wants to defeat the best member of our team. It just so happens that we're both in the shooting disciplines. And I'm kind of here in advance to test the strength of this new guy. What about you guys? The 100-meter head coach looked to the other 3 subject head coaches. You guys aren't in the shooting disciplines and you're here for dinner? I can't prepare your dinners with the limited funds I have here. The 3 head coaches laughed. Look at you being so petty. We're missing your meal. The head fighting coach said. That's just it. If you don't have the money, just keep it in mind and invite it back some other time. 100-meter head coach. Can you guys have some face? The head speed shooting coach said. What's going on? How did it start? What kind of test did you set for this kid? What kind of test? The 100-meter head coach said. I didn't set the terms. He did. Immediately, he told a few people what my Xiao Fei had just said. The crowd of head coaches were stunned to hear it. This kid is so crazy? How dare he say that? What was his all-army final score? 43 millimeters. Coach Sang whispered from the side. House head coach. Report. Ready. Over the intercom, came a report from the side of the target trench. The 100-meter head coach nodded at Coach Sang off to the side. Let's get started. Yes. Coach Sang came behind my Xiao Fei, gave him a helpless look, and exclaimed, 100-meter breast ring target, 10 rounds, allotted time, 90 seconds, shout through, McFly, stand by to fire. Yes. My Xiao Fei immediately raised his gun, loaded the bullets, and began to aim. Coach Sang looked at my Xiao Fei in shock. You're going to shoot from a standing position? My Xiao Fei said. Yes, this will work. Coach Sang, a bunch of players in the back, a host of head coaches, on the shelf la 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 la. Gentlemen and gentlemen readers, please support this by subscribing. By Sheila. End of chapter. Shooting from a standing position is, after shooting in motion, the most difficult form of shooting. Even with 100-meter rapid fire, no one thinks about using this shooting position when it's not to save time. 100-meter fixed target shooting. Although there's no rule that says it can only be done in the prone position, but anyone who has ever shot a rifle knows full well that shooting prone is the best for stability. 90 seconds, no movement, aim and shoot. And you're playing stand up with us? Is it to prove to us how good a shot you are? Coach Sang couldn't help but remind him. I say my Xiao Fei, no matter if it's prone shooting or standing shooting, it's only about the score, not the difficulty of shooting. My Xiao Fei said. I know, it's just that I just changed into a clean set of clothes after exercising a while ago. If I get down this time, my clothes will get dirty again. In that case, I'll have to wash too tonight. Saying that, my Xiao Fei skimmed his lips and said, I hate washing clothes, goddammit. Coach Zhang's 3 views were almost shattered by my Xiao Fei. You engage in stand-up shooting at this critical time, and you're actually doing it just so you don't have to wash an extra set of clothes? Brother, can you find some reason that can be accepted by us normal people? Can we start? I'm ready. As Coach Zhang froze, my Xiao Fei asked. Ha? Coach Zhang reacted. Open. Start. The clock starts. Saying that, Coach Zhang had pressed the timer. When my Xiao Fei heard this, he stopped talking and started aiming. The advanced rifle mastery skill is directly activated. Then the tactical movement skill was also activated. The reason why this skill was also activated for use was because my Xiao Fei had tried it out, and this skill could, to a certain extent, improve his according to the grabbing stability. And no, it's not just when you're in motion that you can remain stable. The crowd at the back were stunned to see that my Xiao Fei was really shooting from a standing position. This kid, when it comes down to it, he actually has the nerve to be such a drag. Does it mean that you can't shoot from a standing position and still be as stable as shooting from a prone position? On the side of the national players, a group of players sneered. Shoot like that, and if he can hit 40 millimeters, I'll wash his stinky socks for a month. Ha ha ha, I'll wash his ass for a month if he hits it. Then I'll wash my underwear. Bang! After aiming for a few seconds, my Xiao Fei finally fired. After the first shot, every second, Mac Xiao Fei fired the second shot. Bang! Bang! Once again, this rate of fire smacked everyone in the face. Are you playing with us? Think it's a 100-meter rapid fire like that where you only look at whether you hit the target or not the number of rings. Even if you don't look at the ring count, can you stabilize and re-aim for a second? The 100-meter shooting head coach shook his head with disappointment. He originally thought that my Xiao Fei was more or less a bit strong, or else he wouldn't have dared to exaggerate in front of so many people. Not to mention not daring to shoot directly from a standing position. Originally, he was kind of looking forward to it, but now, seeing my Xiao Fei 1 second in one shot, is to think, this new recruit newcomer, is simply a nothing to understand the rash. The intensity and pressure of the World Military Games is not comparable to that of the group and all army competitions. Now in his opinion, it was probably more just luck that my Xiao Fei was able to enter the national team. Not only does the 100-meter head coach think so, other head coaches who followed to see the play also thought that my Xiao Fei was too impetuous and mentally unstable. Originally they were watching my Xiao Fei get first place in 6 subjects in the all-army competition. All wanted to come early and see the warrior with the most explosive score ever at an all-army tournament. But now, it feels like a joke. They weren't in charge of shooting, but they had all been in the military for a few years, and they knew best what kind of shooting was the most prudent. There is a 90-second shot aiming time. You have to shoot through it in 10 seconds or so. You're playing, right? While they were shocked, on my Xiao Fei side, he also finally finished shooting the first target. Coach Sang looked at the time. 15 seconds. My day. What the hell is this kid up to? 15 seconds to shoot? Not waiting for Coach Sang to yell at him to stop and get him ready to hit the next target, my Xiao Fei was already running towards the second target. The second target's target position, 2, was 2 meters away from him. After 2 or 3 steps to reach it, it is immediately aimed. 3 seconds later, bang! Shooting continues to begin. This all shocked Coach Sang and the crowd behind him. Is this guy testing the longevity of his gun or is he shooting at a target? It's just that in the army, without much mission challenge, it's not the way you play, is it? The second target, still a 10-second hit. Then a third. When all 3 targets were finished, my Xiao Fei then stopped. The capacity of a magazine is 30 rounds. 3 targets. Just enough to empty the magazines. Report. Firing complete. Hearing my Xiao Fei's voice, Coach Sang then reacted and quickly pressed stop the stopwatch. Time. 42 seconds. When Coach Sang said that, the whole room was awfully quiet. Even just hitting a target, 42 seconds, is fast. After all, what about the 90-second allotted time? No one in their right mind would shoot that fast. But what about McFly? 3 targets, 42 seconds, averaging 1 target in 14 seconds. This doesn't include the time it took for McSquizzy to move. That speed, even in any troop, in any shooting place, is pretty bombastic. How much better can you get when you play at that speed? Coach Sang looked deeply at my Xiao Fei before picking up the intercom. Target ho. Target check. Target ho copy. As the voice fell, the 3 targets were lowered. What do you think? The speed shooting head coach asked with a bitter smile at the 100-meter head coach. The 100-meter head coach waved his hand feebly. What else is there to see? Tell him to get lost, said the man, looking to the head speed shooting coach. You take it away? He's had enough time to train without us as a subject, I think. The speed shooting head coach laughed and scolded. What are you pushing me for? If he can't hit a 100-meter fixed target, how can he hit our more difficult sporting target? With that said, the two subconsciously looked to the other 4 head coaches. The fighting and obstacle running head coach was baffled. What are you looking at us for? He doesn't shoot well. Not necessarily our 2 subjects. Let's see if he comes to our training base to test before we say anything. Zhong Hai said. Anyway, this my Xiao Fei, my side won't let go. Such a good seedling can't be found anywhere. I'm still counting on him to fight for me for the first gold medal in our subject. The head computer coach chimed in. I watched the process tape of him at the all-army game. And this kid has a lot of potential, and I'm willing to take it. Gotta. The head fixed target shooting instructor spread his hands. So, he's just pulling his crotch on our shooting disciplines. Ha? Zhong Hai said. Don't be in a hurry to say so. Isn't this score not out yet? Maybe he really hit a good score? The stationary target head coach grunted. With that kind of play, you think he's going to do well? I was thinking that even if he couldn't hit 40 millimeters, he could give him a chance by being able to consistently hit 43 millimeters for the all-army final. But look at him. Just this attitude towards the test. With a shot like that, let alone 40 millimeters, he'd be lucky to hit 100 rings. What do you say? How do I want him? Zhong Hai was at a loss for words. If he were the other party, with a casual attitude like my Xiao Fei's, he definitely wouldn't want it either. Finally, amidst the crowd's anticipation, the stats were tallied on Target Ho's side as well. Over the intercom, came the voice of Target Ho. Report. Targets 1 through 3, all 100 rings. The moment the target reporter's words came out, the entire crowd, all of them, revealed a look of surprise. You can hit 300 rings that fast? The stationary target manager was also full of surprise. 1 second he was talking about how my Xiao Fei had even hit 100 rings. But the next moment, people did. And the next score reported by the target reporter completely made the jaws of everyone present almost not fall to the ground. Target number 1. Longest 2 bullet holes OD. 39.9 millimeters. Target number 2. Longest 2 bullet holes OD. 38.8 millimeters. Target number 3. Longest 2 bullet holes OD. 38.5 millimeters. Report over. No one in the room said anything. All of them were shocked by the results that my Xiao Fei played. and my Xiao Fei wasn't too happy with that score. Apparently, to himself, he said, "It seems that stance shooting, still not very good, need to practice more," though he doesn't say things too loudly, but the scene was extremely quiet and many people heard it, especially the group of national team members and Coach Sang who were close by. Hearing my Xiao Fei's words, he almost didn't directly spray him to death with a mouthful of air. "Damn, you stance can hit such an unbelievable score, and you're still so fast. You're not satisfied? Big brother, you're saying that on purpose to discourage us, right? And more ing practice. What else do you want to practice? 30 millimeters? 20 millimeters? Why don't you grab a gun and run to Mars to practice? Earth really isn't for you." The head fixed target coach immediately shouted, "Bring me up 3 targets. Yes. Coach Sang immediately contacted Target Ho. Soon, the 3 targets that my Xiao Fei had hit were brought up. The head coach picked up his calipers and measured them himself. The national team gathered around. Upon seeing the target's point of impact, it was once again a profound shock. "I'll go. I can't believe that for every target. There are 2 double-yolked eggs, 6 double-yolked eggs in all." The head coach quickly finished his measurements, with an uncontrollable excitement and thrill on his face. 3 scores, all into the 40 millimeters. And one is better than the other. It's unbelievable. After the fight, you get your gun back. Thanks. While the crowd was shocked, my Xiao Fei came to Li Xiang and handed him the gun. Li Xiang looked at my Xiao Fei with some daze, and then reached out a somewhat stiff hand to take it. "No, you're welcome." Coach Zhang also reacted at this time and gave a thumbs up to my Xiao Fei. "I knew you boys wouldn't let me down. With this score, even in the military games, you'd be well on your way to getting a medal." And Coach Sang said at those members of their national team, "Just now, whoever said that McFly would wash his socks and underwear and ass if he shot within 40 millimeters, I'll have McFly send it over later." A group of national team members. My Xiao Fei came to the fixed target head coach and said faintly, "Mission accomplished. Head coach, you do remember the promise you just made, don't you?" The head speed shooting coach quipped, "Maybe he doesn't remember. He just told me that he's kicking you out and doesn't want you anymore." The stationary target manager instantly blanched. "Get out of here. Who said anything like that?" The crowd of head coaches pointed and laughed at the stationary target head coach. Fixed target head coaches are embarrassed but have to live with it. Who made him so distrustful of my Xiao Fei just now? Now, when people shot such results in 1 second in one shot, he couldn't wait to offer up my Xiao Fei as a treasure. So where else would he drive him away? You know, if my Xiao Fei really wins the World Military Games, then he, the head coach, will also follow the glory. If it's the first title in team history, there's no doubt about it. Second class no contest. And even if it isn't, which third class can it be? He didn't care about the crowd's flirting and directly rushed at my Xiao Fei. Of course the promise is remembered. Starting today, you're a member of our subject's national team. And, straight out of the line, you can represent the national forces to the World Military Games. My Xiao Fei stood upright and said, "Yes, but on one condition." The head coach said, "You may not normally come to practice, but you must be present for one of the weekly tests. I have to make sure you are shooting consistently." My Xiao Fei, "Yes." The head coach nodded in satisfaction. "That'll do. No more problems on my end." After saying that, he rushed its 3 head coaches of fighting, obstacle running, and speed shooting. "Next, it's your turn." My Xiao Fei turned his head to look. Just now, he hadn't noticed that the head coaches of several other subjects had also come. Zhong Hai immediately introduced him to these head coaches. After my Xiao Fei saluted, he asked, "So, are you guys also going to take me to the test now?" Zhong Hai hurriedly said, "Little Fei, you trained so intensely in the afternoon. Your stamina hasn't recovered yet now. If you go for another test, you definitely won't be able to eat." The other subject head coaches also said, "There's no rush, and we're not prepared today. Let's do it tomorrow afternoon." "Okay, I'm all good with that." After finishing his speech, my Xiao Fei looked at the head computer coach. "Hello, I will, in the future, train at the 5-kilometer subject field during the day, and then go to the team to train at night. Will that be okay?" The computer head coach smiled and nodded. "Of course, thanks," my Xiao Fei said. "Then I'll start over tomorrow night." "Yes." After my Xiao Fei left, several head coaches looked at the fixed target head coach with envy. "Olshan, this time, you've picked up a treasure. If he can hit that at the military games as well, the gold medal should be in play, right?" The fixed target head coach nodded. The last winner was 39.7 millimeters, but every edition has different opponents. We have a dark horse on our side. Other countries, not necessarily not. Depends. This term luck is good enough. Ask for a subscription. End of chapter. When my Xiao Fei and Zhong Hai returned to the 5-kilometer training camp, The team members also came back from training. Looking at their half-dead state, my Xiao Fei knew that they must have come back from running 20 kilometers as well. Inside the room, the group of players were all looking at my Xiao Fei with a grimace. I mean, man, can't you take it easy? Why are you working so hard? More or less save face for us old comrades. My Xiao Fei laughed. I can't help it. The head coach told me to finish in an hour. I thought it was a dead mission. If I don't finish it, I'll be kicked off the national team. An hour? The player shouted Song Tian. I said brother. Bell black face. Oh, that's our nickname for the head coach. He tiger you. Who the hell can do it in an hour? He's just trying to give you a hard time. My Xiao Fei, but I finished it. Crowd. Instantly the nagging doesn't smell as good. Come on. Come on. You're good. You're good. We're all trash. Zhang Haochen came over at this time and laughed and cursed at the other team members. Get out of here. Don't teach us new comrades here. Saying that, Zhang Haochen stretched out his hand at my Xiao Fei. Get to know each other. My name is Zhang Haochen, and I'm also their captain. My Xiao Fei also extended his hand and smiled. My Xiao Fei. Zhang Haochen immediately introduced the other team members to my Xiao Fei as well. It's all about spending time together for the next few months. It's a competitive relationship, but it's also a comrade in arms. Whoever plays is doing their country a favor. It's not like the Olympics or something like that society is comparing it to out there. This is the military games, showing the individual strength of the ordinary soldiers of each country's individual soldiers and small teams, but also symbolizes the strength and image of the national forces. For soldiers, the interests of the national forces, above all else. This is the reason why it is rare to see, in international tournaments, conflicts and red faces between military teams. How did you train in your unit? We've got half of them here, and they were all picked over in the army, too, but I've never seen, like you, 6 as long as the subject, also omnipotent. One of the team members asked curiously at Qin Yuan. My Xiao Fei pursed his lips, just like today, practicing as hard as you can. Crew, we're fighting for our lives, too. My Xiao Fei, everyone's physique is different again. Player, the dining room table, the head coach, Zheng Hai, picked up a glass of wine and rushed everyone. Today, to welcome your new comrades, you are allowed 2 drinks. The military games start in 2 months, and after tonight, starting tomorrow, we're going to have to step up the intensity of our training. To step up the intensity of our training, don't forget that only 3 of you, out of 10, are qualified to represent the national forces. Those who want to get a spot, practice your ass off and raise your strength up. Got it? Understood. 10 men answered loudly. Come on. Cheers. Cheers. After a few glasses of wine, the crowd moved their chopsticks. As they ate, the crowd stopped. They all looked at my Xiao Fei with stunned faces. At this time, my Xiao Fei was furiously shaving rice and pinching vegetables. It looked like he hadn't eaten in 3 days. That, Xiao Fei, is the food in your troop bad? It's not bad, but compared to here, it does count as bad. The national team, indeed, has much better food than the local troops. My Xiao Fei drummed his mouth and raised his head. Looking at the crowd looking at himself like this, he could not help but be stunned. Is it a requirement in the national team that you can't eat so fast? No, no, no. Zhang Haochen waved his hand and said, of course not. The army is about thunder and lightning, and that includes eating. It's just that maybe we've been away from the army for so long that we did forget this fine tradition. A member of the team was worried. Fei, aren't you afraid of consuming badly if you eat so fast? Let me tell you, the human body also needs to be nourished. If you eat bad for your intestines here, what will you do for the training in the back? My Xiao Fei smiled. It's fine. My stomach is made of iron. I can't eat badly. After saying that, my Xiao Fei quickly picked up a few more mouthfuls of rice, and then stood up, shouted at the coaching staff, Zheng Hai, who was sitting at another table. Report, head coach, I'm done eating. Can I apply to go out and train? What? You're going to train? A member of the team hurriedly reminded. That, Fei, we are here. The night is the relaxation time. During the day so intense training, the body muscles, all hard, do not relax. It will be very affected by the next day's training, and the muscle cells will be damaged. Head coach Zheng Hai also nodded his head. He's right. This subject of ours is different from the others. The volume is high. The training intensity is high. The body is under a heavy load, and there needs to be a certain amount of time each day for the body's muscles to relax and ease into a state of relaxation. You didn't run the back 20 kilometers today, but we could all see that you were in a state of rolling over tires that was beyond the limit at least twice. That puts the load on the body, and it's at the level of their exercise. That's why I don't recommend that you go back into training. My Xiao Fei said, head coach, I'm a person whose body recovers faster, while others need a night's recovery time. I only need a few hours. Fast recovery? The crowd was stunned. Zhong Hai frowned slightly and asked, then how do you want to train? My Xiao Fei said, run. This is the most effective. Zhong Hai Dao, alright, since you insist on additional training, then go ahead. The training track is just outside. Thank you, head coach, I'll go then. My Xiao Fei turned around and rushed the team members. You guys eat slowly. After saying that, he ran out. Looking at my Xiao Fei's back, Zhang Haochen also quickly shaved a few mouthfuls of rice and stood up. Head coach, I'm done eating as well. I'm also applying for extra training. Zhong Hai put down his chopsticks and laughed meaningfully. That's really interesting. Usually, when I let you guys practice a little more, you're dying to do it. But today you actually took the initiative to apply for extra training. What? Struck by the spirit of McFly? Zhang Haochen laughed a bit. As an old member and captain, we can't let a newcomer compare to us, right? Zhong Hai pursed his lips and raised his eyebrows and nodded. Okay, go ahead. Yes. After Zhang Haochen ran out, the remaining 8 members of the team were all looking at each other. Then subconsciously the head coach looked over. Just saw the head coach looking at them with a smile on his face. The meaning of that is self-evident. The faces of the players changed. That, head coach, why don't we go practice too? A member of the team said with extreme reluctance. Zhong Hai didn't say anything and still looked at them with a smile. Look at them in their hearts. Let's go train. A few members were still able to eat and hurriedly skipped the plane. At this time, if they dared not to practice, tomorrow, they would definitely be tortured by Zhong Hai. Interesting. Zhong Hai smiled. Once this my Xiao Fei came, it more or less brought some pressure to all of them now. The other 3 coaches laughed. It's the head coach who can find reasons to put more pressure on them, right? Zhong Hai's face flushed as he looked at the 3 of them. Why are you still here? 3 executive coaches? Zhong Hai, go watch them. What if they get hurt? The 3 executive coaches' faces fell. Hopefully, the coach will have to work overtime along with it. When the players all ran down, my Xiao Fei and Zhang Haochen were already starting to run around the track. The track here, 500 meters a lap. Sort of a normal runway distance. My Xiao Fei didn't just run at full speed this time. Instead, choose an endurance run. But even then, it wasn't slow. It made Zhang Haochen, who was following him, chase after him with great difficulty, barely able to keep up with my Xiao Fei's pace. The other team members chasing after them, not knowing whether it was too much training in the afternoon or they themselves were inferior to the 2, were gradually unable to keep up after following for 3 kilometers, 10 laps, 12 circles, 16 laps, 20 laps, a full 10 kilometers. In one breath, my Xiao Fei's speed at this time was just a bit slower than when he had started as soon as he did. The other members, however, had all been thrown off by my Xiao Fei by more than a lap's distance. Even Zhang Haochen, who was very strong, was left half a lap behind by my Xiao Fei. And after running 15 kilometers, even my Xiao Fei's stamina was mostly depleted. Of course, this was while maintaining a speed that wasn't too slow, and without using the berserker physique. Alright, you guys stop. Zhong Hai shouted at Zhang Haochen and the other 9 members. You've had enough training today. Any more and you'll be far overloaded. Not conducive to tomorrow's strength training. Having received Zhong Hai's instructions, all 9 of them stopped. Each one was tired and out of breath. Asterisk. If we hadn't run another 20 kilometers this afternoon, at this point, we definitely wouldn't be pulling away from him by a lap and a half. Maybe we're the ones pulling away from him. A player looked at my Xiao Fei, who was still running on the field, and said reluctantly. Zhang Haochen grunted. But you guys don't forget that even though people like my Xiao Fei didn't run those 20 kilometers, the amount of load their bodies reached in the strength and endurance training of rolling tires in one breath and in 1 hour is not at all less than if we ran 20 kilometers. The crowd sniffs and stops talking. On the field, at 38 laps, my Xiao Fei roared, his speed accelerating in vain. I'll go. This guy actually has the stamina to accelerate. The crowd was stunned. Bang! At the last moment of exhaustion, my Xiao Fei also finally crossed the finish line of 20 kilometers, completely exhausted and limp. The pervert! The members looked at each other. Alright, unload. 2 by 2 massage each other to relax and apply the medicinal wine. Zhong Hai looked deeply at my Xiao Fei and said loudly at everyone. Of course put the gear away and looked over to McFly's side. And after my Xiao Fei put down the equipment he was carrying, he also swung up his pants and removed the 10-kilogram sandbags tied to each of his double calves. My day. My Xiao Fei, you still have sandbags strapped to your legs? 10 kilograms? The crowd was once again shaken. It was even Zhong Hai who was filled with dismay. My Xiao Fei smiled faintly. Get used to it. This way, you can train your leg strength to a greater extent. Crowd. Who the hell doesn't know that? We're just shocked that you can strap on this extra weight and still consistently run so fast and so long, okay? Zhong Hai also walked over and asked at my Xiao Fei. I'm curious as to where your limits are. Why do I get the feeling that you're getting a very noticeable improvement with every training session? There's always a way to push the limits. My Xiao Fei thought for a moment and said, to be honest, I don't know. It's probably the unbelievable dedication and playfulness I put into every training session. In my opinion, if you want to improve your physique, you have to constantly break through your limits. And perhaps it's because of this that I can't find an end to my limits. Zhong Hai. Crowd. The next day, my Xiao Fei was invited to participate in the national team examination of the 3 subjects of fighting, obstacle running and speed shooting. All unsurprisingly, of course, all took out the first place national team with extremely impressive results. By now, no head coach dared to question my Xiao Fei's strength. My Xiao Fei, too, had become a celebrity throughout the national team's training base. It was also to become the only person in the army to compete in 6 World Military Games subjects at the same time. And on the 5K training group and computer technology side, my Xiao Fei trained very hard every day. The amount of training, even more than twice as much as the other members. And 2 months passed. His physique, as expected, also reached 300. Berserker constitution, also reaches 30. You could say that it's really elevated quite a bit. It was something he almost took his life for. Several other subjects were tested, and my Xiao Fei didn't miss a single one. In every case, the score was one of the best and most consistent. Finally, 2 months later, the World Military Games, too, arrived as scheduled. The large playground and the athletes of all the subject competitions of the Army, Navy, Land and Air Force have all been concentrated here. A Major General, standing on the podium, looked down at the hundreds of athletes and exclaimed, tomorrow, you will be traveling to Africa to fight for your country in the quadrennial World Military Games. Since the first edition, we, China, have won more medals than ever before. The impact our Chinese military athletes are making in the world is also bigger than ever. Though, so far, we're still only in second place in terms of the total number of gold medals we've won, compared to the Eagle Jam countries. But I'm sure that this term, you guys can do it, because I believe in you. Playing in a foreign country, whether it's from the climate, or the environment, it's definitely going to have an effect. But what are you guys? You are our best soldiers and athletes in China. I'm sure you'll be able to overcome all the difficulties, represent your country, your troops, and defeat those geezers. Raise our army. Tell me, are you guys ready? Always ready, always ready, always ready. Hundreds of military athletes, letting out a roar of deafening play. Great, the officer exclaimed. On behalf of my country and people, I await your triumphant return. End of chapter. On a plane to Africa, a group of coaches were placed at the first class section. Because of the location and for some reason, my Xiao Fei sat with the new recruits as well. Coach Zhang, who was sitting on one side of my Xiao Fei, swept from recruit to recruit. They are all participating in the quadrennial World Military Games for the first time. Unlike the veteran athletes who have participated an unknown number of times, everyone was mentally highly strung at this point, and their bodies were tense together. It's good to be nervous, but it's not good to be overly nervous. Excessive tension in the mind will inevitably cause the athlete to play poorly in the mind. It's hard to focus on the game. This indirectly affects the outcome of the game. Coach Zhang shook his head, sighed in his heart, and helplessly murmured, sure enough, nervousness is inevitable. I hope McFly is in better shape. My Xiao Fei was no different from the other soldiers. Even if the results of the various competition subjects were good, the feeling of nervousness could never be changed. Coach Zhang was a bit surprised when he saw my Xiao Fei's state. He couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Fei, you? Halfway through his speech Coach Zhang hesitated a bit. He was afraid that my Xiao Fei was originally not nervous. But after his reminder the other party was stimulated again. That's a lot to take in. But right now, he's spoken. So what's the point? He couldn't help but start hoping in his heart that my Xiao Fei hadn't heard him. Unfortunately, all his expectations are just some self-deception. The two distance on each other's seats so close. How could my Xiao Fei not hear? Coach Zhang? My Xiao Fei looked at Coach Zhang suspiciously. Seeing this, Coach Zhang also asked directly, Fei, this is about to be a match. Aren't you nervous? My Xiao Fei froze and asked rhetorically, why are you nervous? Isn't it just a bigger game than before? Just play consistently. Coach Zhang was stunned and smiled again in relief. Looking at how bashful my Xiao Fei was, he knew that he had just overthought things. Who's nervous? McFly probably isn't. At this time, my Xiao Fei looked to the soldiers who were getting nervous on the side. His voice trailed off as he reassured the soldiers, and you don't need to be nervous. There's nothing to be nervous about. Just play consistently, like I do. What's more, most of our opponents, like us, have only had 2 months to train. How do you guys know you must be worse than the other team for the same amount of training time? And you haven't even competed yet? The crowd sniffed and subconsciously looked towards my Xiao Fei. Playing as consistently as you? Are you sure we're in the same category as each other? I'm afraid you're the only one in the room who thinks you're sane. A soldier sighed helplessly. How could we not know all this? We understand the reasoning, but we just can't help but be nervous. We have never seen such a big scene in our lives, and this is the first time we have participated in it. Speaking of midway, the soldier thought about how it wasn't the first time for my Xiao Fei. He nodded back, his voice low and muffled. I'll appease myself. Seeing this, my Xiao Fei shook his head helplessly. He couldn't help the soldiers in this matter. Under high tension, even if the others tried to persuade them, the soldiers could not listen. The only people who can help themselves now are themselves. Coach Sang saw this and he didn't interrupt. He had seen this in every class of soldiers and knew that he could not be persuaded. So from the beginning he didn't speak. At this point, the site of the military games. Because of the distance between countries, athletes representing some countries have already arrived. In order to have a hotter heat, the major media rushed to the place as soon as they got the information that they were going to compete. Major media outlets hold their cameras high that are broadcasting live when they see the Eagle Jam Nation that just entered the military games. The footage of Eagle Jam Nation was instantly recorded. After the live broadcast platform learned of this incident, he immediately asked the platform to recommend such live broadcasts and videos on a large scale. You know, nowadays, families are refreshing their videos in a big way in their free time. Upon seeing the name on the live screen, every 4 years the military training session is about to open. The crowd entered in droves. The heat of the military games is not comparable to the Olympics, but it is highly publicized, especially by military enthusiasts and the like. In no time, there were tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people in the live stream, and it continues to rise by the tens of thousands. Inside the live room, looking at the screen, the crowd clicked on the input box and started typing. I've really been looking forward to the military games for a long time, and it's so exciting that it's finally going to open. Brothers upstairs. It seems to be all the way. I've been waiting for 4 years too, and it's finally here. There were many fellow military enthusiasts who spoke directly from the heart as they entered the live stream looking forward to the past. Families, who knows about the military games? Tell my little brother what kind of team this was just now. It's hard to see. The screen is too shaky and there are too many people in front of me to judge. The brothers upstairs are still paying less attention to the military games. Let me say it. Just now it was the Eagle Sauce country. You cannot know about the other countries, but you cannot not know about this one. Why? It's my first time following, so don't spray. Don't worry, brother. The compatriots who can come here are all qualified personnel. Although our country of Huaxia has won more medals than ever before, there has always been a country above us in the front rankings, and this is the same country of Eagle Sauce that we just saw. A moment of realization dawned on the crowd. So it is. While the crowd was focusing on this place, the airplane from the Chinese side had already arrived at the airport of M country in Africa. All their actions were already reported. So when my Xiao Fei and the others had just arrived at the airport, there were people to pick them up. The crowd boarded the bus in an orderly fashion. Sitting in the car, the crowd looked out through the windows. For most of the soldiers, this side of Africa was their first time, and inevitably they were mesmerized by the view from the window. Gradually, the car had driven outside the grounds of the military games. At this moment, the soldiers' eyes came to life, and each one of them was startled by the sight outside the window. So many people? It's supposed to be a match tomorrow. Why are there so many people today? When Jiang Hao saw this, he understood the nervousness of the new recruits now. He was no better than these soldiers the first time. Except for one guy. Of course. Thinking of this, Jiang Haoshan's gaze subconsciously glanced at my Xiao Fei. Even though the competition is tomorrow, today is, after all, the day before the competition and the day when the participants from each country arrive. Those major media outlets, when they got the news that the military games were going to be held, naturally wouldn't let go of the heat of this blowout. It's not unusual for there to be more people, but when you go in later, you'll see fewer people. So if you're nervous now you can look ahead and it'll get better later. His words were true, but he still hoped that the first-time soldiers could get over it, and the results were somewhat unexpected. None of these recruits looked forward, despite their nervousness, and all were gazing out the window at the scene. What are they, not afraid? Seeing this, the other old athletes whispered at Jiang Hao and asked. Jiang Hao shook his head and whispered, "No, on the contrary, they are still afraid. Only, they're tougher than we were the first time." At this point, inside the live feed, look at the vehicles that have once again appeared, and the flags flying above them. I know this one. It's us. Huaxia. Brother, it's still you. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known you knew this was China. Ha ha ha. Soon the buses drove inside the grounds of the military games. Coach Sang shouted, "Get off!" Led by Coach Sang, the soldiers inside the car came outside one after another. Just outside the car, the crowd could feel the hot temperature over here. It may also be the reason for the temperature difference between the two areas. The soldiers hadn't been out of the car for long before they had the feeling of being roasted. That's not to mention the crowd of master instructors who arrived before them. The head speed shooting instructor held out his hand, and when the hot sun shone on it, within half a minute it had a burning sensation of being baked. He looked at the soldiers after getting out of the car with some concern. These temperatures are not for them. The next game is going to be a little grim for them. 100-meter head coach, it comes down to their luck. If on the day of the tournament, their first opponent is similar to the A tribe, it will be troublesome. If we give them a day's reprieve, maybe the soldiers will grow accustomed to it. The crowd of head coaches talked without taking their eyes off the soldiers. Zhong Hai nudged his head at my Xiao Fei's position. Look at my Xiao Fei. Seriously, I sometimes wonder if my Xiao Fei is really a new recruit who just joined the army not long ago. I'd believe you even if you said he was a veteran like us. The 100-meter head coach looked over. At this time, my Xiao Fei did not feel the slightest manifestation of the heat. It was as if he was in China. With a bland face. Agreed. Suddenly, a voice came from their side. Head coaches, we have arranged accommodations for you on our side. Please follow me. The head coaches responded and followed each other to their accommodations. The accommodations were much larger than the rooms they usually stayed in. With bunk beds, dozens of people can fit in one room. The room was arranged and the time had come tonight. Zhong Hai took a tablet to the room where my Xiao Fei was. Bishop, Bishop, the other soldiers followed. Zhong Hai nodded his head and waved his hand. I'm coming over now to show you the schedule. You guys take turns taking it. My Xiao Fei took the tablet and looked at the times of the various subject competitions on it. In fact, this time Zhong Hai came over mainly because of my Xiao Fei. He has enrolled in 6 subjects, and there is a good chance that there will be a time lag. My Xiao Fei read it and handed it to the next soldier. Zhong Hai saw him finish reading and said, Fei, come out with me. Yes, coming outside. Zhong Hai's face was serious as he said earnestly, Did you find it? My Xiao Fei found it. Although I just missed all 6 of the subject race times I signed up for. There was a time difference between some of the subjects and the second subject. Zhong Hai was not surprised that my Xiao Fei was able to find out. He asked rhetorically, Ever thought of a response plan? McPhee's schedule is set, and it's impossible to change it. One can only make up for this by taking it from McFly. My Xiao Fei, come to think of it, Zhong Hai didn't ask the other party what it was, since my Xiao Fei himself had a number. That was fine. Good. The two go in. And Zhong Hai waits for all the soldiers to finish reading, then leaves with the tablet. Early the next morning, my Xiao Fei and the others then followed Coach Zhang to the side of the playground. They straightened their backs and stood there neatly, as if they were stakes, erect and motionless. The other rover participants stood on the left and right sides of the Huahua. All the soldiers together had surrounded the entire perimeter of the playground. As for the various head coaches, they didn't follow along, and all stood in their places in the audience. And in the audience, because of the opening, all the media had free access. They were all so excited to record the scene down in the audience that they couldn't wait to get up and record it with more clarity. Inside the live broadcast booths of various media outlets, at this point it had reached over 100,000 people. You know, it's just after sunrise, and the fact that so many people are up to watch the live broadcast is a good indication of how much attention this military games is getting. Holy, I left yesterday with over 100,000 people, and now it's just dawn. I thought I came early enough, but I didn't realize you guys were even earlier than me. Dude, what are you talking about? The live feed stayed on last night. We never left. We were always there. While the crowd chatted, the opening ceremony of the military games came to an end. That night, the organizers of the military games looked at the 2 pieces of information in their hands in front of them. One of them was the subjects of the soldiers' contestants, and the other was a profile of my Xiao Fei. Since the inception of the military games, it is relatively common for a person to enroll in more than one subject, but it is really the first time for a person to enroll in 6 subjects like this, and it's still a new recruit who just got in not too long ago. Looks like this military games is going to be a lot more interesting than the previous ones. I just don't know if this kid really has the strength, or if Wasia is following along with the nonsense. Xingha. At once, the tone of the organizers of the military games raised. A major quickly came behind him and saluted. Chairman, the organizer said, aren't the major media outlets grabbing heat? Give them the contestants and subjects for this competition. Yes. Without any hesitation, the major left immediately after he took the list of participants and subjects from the organizers. Soon, the internet was suddenly full of lists of participants and subjects for this military games. At first, the crowd didn't bother, but suddenly, news broke out from all the major live broadcasts or videos. One competitor has signed up for 6 disciplines. My Xiao Fei instantly became the hot target of this report. Soon, the news set the world on fire. And the military games competition does not restrict individual competitors from accessing the internet. What happened to my Xiao Fei was also seen by other countries such as the Eagle Sauce country at the same time. Oh, is there no one left in this China, letting a new recruit participate in so many subjects? Is it that you feel that the medals won have been below us? So is it that you are going to give up? End of chapter. A couple of Hawkeye Nation head coaches got together. They looked at the news within their cell phones, and one sneered and laughed. What's going on in the heads of these WAC coaches? What don't the recruits know that they don't know? The difficulty of the fields to be crossed in each subject is comparable to asking a researcher to work on architecture, which is complete nonsense. Isn't that exactly what we want? We'll wait to see them laugh tomorrow. Ha ha. Same time, their taunts of Wasia could be heard in the various rooms where the military games were resting. In addition to the national participants, domestic viewers were also very puzzled by Wasia's approach. Some people even began to wonder if my Xiao Fei had paid someone to backdoor inside the live feed. What kind of person is this my Xiao Fei? How dare he enroll 6 subjects in one? Seriously, before watching this live broadcast, I was still very optimistic about our Huaxia, but with this sudden whole thing, it's hard for me to remain optimistic. Brothers upstairs, believe in Huaxia. This competition is for the honor of Huaxia. There's no way they joke about something like this. It must be that this person has something to offer. Ha! Overachiever? I've seen a person enroll in 2 subjects in the military games, but have you ever seen a person enroll in 6 subjects at once? What if there's a time difference between the subjects? Inside the live broadcast room, there was still a large portion of people who were originally very optimistic about Huaxia. Some people have even opened the input box and started to persuade those compatriots not to give up supporting Huaxia. But as soon as this person said it, a small percentage of my compatriots were already hitting the delete button and deleting what they wanted to say. Yeah, what if there's a time difference? Do you participate in one, and that one subject just doesn't come on and raise your hand? In the meantime, inside my Xiao Fei's room, everyone saw the list of participants and subjects. They were all excited one by one. As the old saying goes, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you'll never be in danger. They were naturally happy to see information about their enemies before the game, just as they were looking at it with grave gravity and fascination. Suddenly, the room rang with River's voice. Fei. The room was silent, and his voice wasn't very loud, but everyone was hearing him as well. The crowd thought that something big had happened to my Xiao Fei when they heard this, and one by one, they all put down their cell phones and immediately sat up from their beds. They looked at my Xiao Fei's bed at the same time. The crowd was relieved to see that the other party was fine, with a somewhat surprised expression on his face. Someone then chided, River, what's a squad leader like you yelling from here? Jiang He knew that he had lost his temper, but where was the time to explain all this now? He hurriedly took his cell phone to my Xiao Fei's bed. Fei, did you see that? You're on fire now. My Xiao Fei looked at Jiang He's screen with a bland face and said lightly, I know. You know? Don't you get excited when you know? My Xiao Fei spread his hands. It's not the first time. What's all the fuss about? Being said so by my Xiao Fei, Jiang He instantly felt that he was a bit redundant, and it suddenly dawned on him. Yeah, my Xiao Fei's last rescue went viral. Isn't it like going home again for people now? River put away his cell phone. Just as he was about to say something else, the door to the room was suddenly opened from outside. The crowd looked in response. Only Coach Sang came along with a couple of head coaches. The other soldiers were originally confused when they heard my Xiao Fei and Jiang He's words. Now all the coaches are coming all at once again, which makes their brains even more dead and confused. What the hell is going on and why is the head coach here? When the coaches saw that my Xiao Fei was fine, they remained serious. They all thought it was because my Xiao Fei hadn't looked at his cell phone and didn't know about it yet. Coach sang, Fei, you come out first. McFly answered, coming from the bed to the door. When Jiang He saw this, he could guess it based on the faces of the coaches, and he said in his heart, it seems that the coaches know it too, but with my Xiao Fei's strength, he should be fine. Look at the door of the room that has been closed. The soldiers were still a bit confused. Jiang He, what happened to my Xiao Fei? Looking at the coach's face, I can tell it's not a small thing. Is something wrong with McFly him? In these 2 months, no matter whether they were old or new athletes, they all had a good relationship with my Xiao Fei. Now that something was wrong with my Xiao Fei, the crowd's hearts were unsettled. At this point one of the older athletes whispered, I think you were all just looking at the roster and the subjects of the game. Quit and you'll see. If that's not enough, you guys check out the video or the live streaming platform. When you watch it you'll know why the head coach and the guys are the way they are. The crowd sniffed, and one by one, they withdrew from the list of entries and subjects. As soon as it was refreshed, the contents appeared in plain sight. Asterisk 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 asterisk. His voice drew strange looks from the others just as it fell. He hastily changed his words. No, these people are pounding on my Xiao Fei on the internet without understanding the situation. It's so unreasonable. I say, you kid, why do you think like Coach and the others? People on the internet don't understand the strength of my Xiao Fei. You've been with him for 2 months and you don't know it well? After being reminded, the soldier who had just anxiously fought for my Xiao Fei reacted instantly. Oh, it was my impulse. Ha ha, with my Xiao Fei's strength, we shall not caca them in the face by tomorrow. I can't wait until tomorrow now. He, who had just been excited, suddenly felt a little sad. It's just a shame that you can't see them get punched in the face through the internet. The crowd gradually all joined in the discussion. As for the outside, the crowd of head coaches looking for my Xiao Fei to talk to, the crowd had no worries. With my Xiao Fei's strength, their worries were purely superfluous. Outside, because the doors to the rooms here aren't too soundproof, the raucous sounds of the various rooms can be heard throughout the hallway. So when the coaches found my Xiao Fei, they took him straight outside. Outside also, because of the competition tomorrow, the place has been cleared long ago so that the various athletes can rest up. There was no one out there but them. The coaches looked at my Xiao Fei, and then a few people looked at each other. The helplessness and rejection of several people can be seen in all of them. Who's going to say it? Go ahead. It's better if you say so. That's what I thought. Several head coaches set their sights on Zhong Hai. Who let Zhong Hai have the best relationship with my Xiao Fei among the few? Just as he was hesitating and thinking about what to say to my Xiao Fei grabbed the opportunity to speak. Head coach, I already know about this matter. Anan, you've. Zhong Hai didn't wait to finish his sentence as he suddenly drifted off. You know? Several other head coaches were also a little surprised at this point, while more than a little puzzled. My Xiao Fei knows? So why is he still so calm? Is it hard to hit too hard? My Xiao Fei faintly said. Don't worry, head coach, this matter can't hit me yet. I'm not as fragile as you think. The 100-meter coach half expected. Really? Xiao Fei? This kind of thing can't be a joke. If you which think not understand and we a discussion, but don't save it for tomorrow. McFly said. Head coach, I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, these things won't affect my game tomorrow. What's more, they don't know me. I'll prove myself with my actions when it's during the tournament. Several bishop officials heard this and their eyes stared at my Xiao Fei as if they were scrutinizing each other, wanting to see if my Xiao Fei was pretending. My Xiao Fei's eyes were firm and did not dodge in the slightest. Seeing this, Zhang Haidao said, since Fei said so, just trust him. Several other head coaches sniffed and didn't say anything. The speech shooting head coach shook his head helplessly and sighed. Fei, you go back first. Looking at my Xiao Fei's back as he went back, the 100-meter coach asked, do you really believe Xiao Fei? Things are going to get a lot worse this time. Dash has just entered the army again not long ago. It's inevitable that his mind will be poor. For something like this to happen before a game, he's mentally, Several other head coaches knew that he was asking after Zhong Hai. They didn't say anything. Their eyes looked at the back of my Xiao Fei's departure while their ears focused on Zhong Hai's side. Zhong Hai shook his head. His voice was small, as if he couldn't say anything about it. Dash is in a situation that only he knows. I can't see through him. Then you. Maybe it's because of what we've learned about him in the last 2 months. The kid doesn't fight battles he's not sure of. Day 2. My Xiao Fei and the others arrived at the competition venue, led by the head coaches of each subject. The head fighting coach looked at the competitors around the fighting field. A slight frown creased his brow. Yesterday he learned about the goals of the contestants. But today, when he saw that one tall and powerful figure, he couldn't help but worry a little about his team's fighters. Thinking of this, the fighting head coach looked back at my Xiao Fei and the others behind him. They weren't much worse than the enemy from the looks of it. An existence that was close to 1 meter 9 or even more than 1 meter 9 in height. The body is also relatively strong. But if you're up against an enemy, you're still a little behind. Especially my Xiao Fei. He was extremely visible in the ranks of the grunts. My Xiao Fei's body wasn't bad either. It was just that he stood among a group of physically strong athletes, making him look very skinny. The fighting head coach looked around back and begged in his mind, I hope I don't run into them. Just as the fighting master trainer was observing the enemy, how could the enemy not be observing the Wasia's team? After what happened yesterday, who doesn't know that my Xiao Fei's first subject is fighting? There are pictures all over the profile. At the sight of the Chinese team appearing, the first thing their sight looked for was the figure of my Xiao Fei. And again, McFly is easy to find because of his size. After the contestants saw him, even though they knew that the current occasion was not right, they still let out mocking laughter. Ha ha, that one called my Xiao Fei really dares to come. Look at how skinny he is. I'm afraid I'll meet him and punch him to death. I'm the opposite of you. I'd love to meet him, and I'll make sure to get back at him for the loss I suffered in the last tournament in China. The voices mocking my Xiao Fei grew louder and louder, so much so that the voices of the crowd of contestants could now be heard throughout the fighting arena. The team from Huaxia Fighting sniffed, their fiery gazes glaring angrily at the other fighting contestants. But how many of those who come here are afraid of eye attacks? One is reckless. The mocking voices continued. The helpless soldiers looked to the side at my Xiao Fei, hoping that my Xiao Fei would not be affected by the enemy's words. The head fighting coach is also concerned about this. He was annoyed at the words around him, but he was only the head fighting coach of Huaxia, so how could the other contestants possibly listen? Luckily, at that moment, a man appeared on the fighting stage, and his voice instantly stopped the raucous noise. Quiet! I don't want to hear raucous voices while I'm talking. As he spoke, the head of the fighting tournament on the stage swept a glance at my Xiao Fei. Seeing that the other party's face was bland, unaffected by the mockery just now, it took him by surprise. The man in charge, who had regained his composure, said, on the big screen, the match format for the fighting tournament will appear. You have 1 minute to understand. Group knockout, 20 teams of 8 players each are drawn by lot. Play 3 games, 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon and 1 in the evening. First place advances to the top 20 elimination round. Now draw. As the voice of the person in charge dropped, the names of the teams on the big screen began to break up the order. Suddenly Mikuni settles and the screen begins to select his opponent. And that's when the crowd was secretly fighting. While the 3 countries of the AR want to run into HWA, the other countries want HWA to be left to them. Only at this time the Chinese team was very casual. Now they were chagrined at the various teams because of what had just happened. If you encounter any enemy, just fight and be done with it. Soon after, the hostile confirmation of the 3 countries of the Arakanese came down to the country of the woolly bear. Next it was the turn of the Sunset State. They likewise maintained the same idea that the ASS had just had, except that's ultimately just ideas, and their ultimate antagonist is the pickle country. And next it was the turn of the most important national team on the scene, Huaxia. The crowd's attention was more intense in this moment than it was on their own team. All want to see whose turn it will be to get this effortless promotion. Soon the goal was set. Dwarf Nation. Seeing this, the athlete from Shorty's country instantly had a triumphant grin on his face. They nodded triumphantly at the other teams, as if thanking them for this free opportunity. The other teams were disgruntled, but they were only disgruntled because it wasn't their turn for this opportunity. The Huaxia fighting head coach saw this, and he took a few steps back to his team's side. Get on the field later, and as long as it's not obvious, give them a hard time. A soldier glared angrily at the dwarf nation ahead. Looking at their smug looks, he whispered and gritted his teeth. Don't worry, manager, I promise not to kill them. Others chimed in. My Xiao Fei was the only one who looked at one of the athletes from the dwarf country with a somewhat serious expression on his face. That athlete gave him a strong feeling. He whispered a reminder to the team member beside him. This is good, but be careful. After being reminded by my Xiao Fei, the head coach suppressed the anger in his heart. Dash is right. None of the opponents this time are simple, so don't be careless on the field. Yes, after deciding on the teams to play against, the man in charge said, Huaxia, the dwarf nation stays. End of chapter. Teams from other countries left one after another. Only 2 teams, Huaxia and dwarf country, were left on the scene. Both athletes have set their goals in this draw. Definitely meet up afterward. Now that the 2 sides are together, eye contact can't be avoided. Only, in the eyes of the dwarf kingdom, it was all contempt and mockery. On the Chinese team's side, they were not willing to show any weakness and stared angrily at each other. The person in charge was quite helpless when he saw this. The president has asked himself to persuade both their teams. Can he really persuade them? He turned off the microphone and looked at the dwarf nation and said seriously, Dwarf nation head coach, you should know in your hearts that you are allowed to stay this time. In the previous match, you dwarf nation were too aggressive with your hands. You have been mentioned on the president's side, point blank in the fight afterward. The dwarf nation fighting head coach sniffed and nodded without saying much. The person in charge turned his head to look at the Chinese team on the other side. The Huaxia fighting head coach noticed the other party's line of sight, and the crowd immediately turned their heads to look. Head, it's good that your team has been abiding by the point, but defiance is a problem. Injuries occur in fighting, and those are unavoidable. So when you can't beat the enemy, remember not to be too brave and admit defeat in time. The Wahoo fighting head coach nodded. Good. Alright, you guys go ahead and decide who's going to be on the field and remind them that you only have 3 minutes to decide. Good. Watching the backs of the 2 teams leaving, the person in charge sighed in his heart. I hope that doesn't happen. Come to the ceremony hall. The teams from all the national fights are here. The head coach of Chinese fighting and the head coach of Dwarven Nations fighting opened up the 3-minute limit to the crowd. After completing the instructions, Xiao Fei and the others formed a circle. In order not to be overheard by his opponent's arrangement for the pair, the Xia fighting head coach purposely brought the man to a farther position. You've all read about the enemy before. The main purpose of the first round of fighting is to advance, so any enemies you encounter certainly won't be easy. So, 3 minutes later, the results of the group's discussions had been reported to the person in charge. The person in charge doesn't care about that. He glanced at the information and immediately said the first group of athletes from both sides took the field. With the voice of the person in charge, both athletes moved their muscles from their places. The HWA fighting head coach tapped his hand at the shoulder behind one of the athletes. Be careful when you get in the ring. Mark my words, never be careless. Good. HWA athletes take the stage. Shorty Nation slowly ascended the stage from the other end of the fighting ring, his eyes full of contempt. On the contrary, the athletes on the Chinese side were full of seriousness. On both sides, it's two extremes. Soon, the two stood aligned with each other. The short country looked at the Chinese soldier in front of him and laughed. Kid, as long as you beg me, when we start later, I can go easy on you. Chinese athletes do not show any weakness. You can't do it in fighting. In language, you can't do it even more. Remember what you're saying now, and I'll pay you back double later. The athletes from the dwarf country sniffed and felt that they were being looked down upon by the athletes from Huaxia. It made him feel bad inside. You, not waiting for him to finish his harsh words, the voice of the person in charge, who had already retreated to the stage, raised and shouted, "The match begins." At those words, the soldiers on both sides of the fighting stage moved at once. The fast-reacting Wahini athlete hits directly at the dwarf nation. The dwarf kingdom's side wasn't slow to react, as he tilted his body to the side and quickly dodged it. In an instant, the two fought back and forth, between the hands. Both athletes quickly perceived the strength of the opposing athlete. The dwarf kingdom instantly realized that the Chinese team wasn't as simple as they thought. Instead, the Chinese athletes found the dwarf nation to be less powerful than they expected. Looks like you're not very strong either. With only this kind of strength, how did you dare to say such words as asking me to beg you? Seeing that he was being mocked by the other party, the dwarf kingdom athlete raised his voice and spoke angrily. Don't be complacent. I'll make you beg for it. The Chinese athlete paid no attention to the words of the dwarf nation athlete. Sidestepping to his opponent's side, he drummed up enough strength for a sidekick and kicked directly at his opponent. Sudden attack and speech. No martial virtues. This athlete from the dwarf nation was slightly weaker than the Chinese athlete. In the face of the Chinese athlete's attack, he reacted half a beat slower and subconsciously stretched out his arm and bent it to fend it off. Unfortunately, he ended up underestimating the strength of Chinese athletes. Bang! The Chinese athlete's calf quickly made contact with the dwarf nation at the arm. In the next second, the dwarf country athlete only felt a huge force in his arm, coming from the Chinese athlete's calf. He blushed profusely, unable to defend himself. Bang! Mega force was not stopped by dwarf nation athletes. In an instant, it shifted to the chest of the dwarf nation, forcing his entire body to involuntarily retreat behind him. No martial virtues? You need to be clear. This isn't a house with you. It's a fight. Off stage, the head coach of Xia Fighting was no longer worried when he saw what was happening on the fighting stage. A satisfied smile grew on his face as well. In his heart, he said at the same time, well played. Because of his status, the head fighting coach can't say what's on his mind directly. But the contestants from other countries beside him don't care about that. As it stands, they're a done deal. And wahoo, they're going to take the first point. It seems like the Chinese team isn't as weak as we thought, so we should be more careful when we meet him in future games. Listening to the voices of the contestants not far away, the Dwarf Kingdom's fighting head coach's face instantly pulled down. He whispered to the other contestant beside him and instructed, when you meet another person from Huaxia, get your face back. Yes. Suddenly, an agnate on the stage exclaimed, there's a change. His pronunciation was not clear, but the crowd around him had already guessed what the other party meant based on the situation. In the meantime, originally it was still one-sided. When Huaxia suppressed the Dwarf Kingdom, the athletes of the Dwarf Kingdom suddenly made a dirty trick. The target shifted from the arm to the opponent's eyes, as well as the various joint positions of the body. This caused the Chinese athlete's face to change as he stared at his opponent with dead eyes and defended at every turn. At this time, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Once there was a time he didn't defend himself. He lost all by himself. When the Huaxia fighting master instructor saw this, the anger value in his heart instantly exploded. He shouted at the person in charge of the stage. Person in charge, shouldn't you put a stop to this kind of behavior? The man in charge likewise saw what was going on the stage. He sighed helplessly. I didn't realize that the last thing I wanted to happen was still happening. He turned his head to look at the Chinese fighting master instructor. The reason why I advised you guys before was to avoid such a situation. Now, unless your man forfeits the game will go on forever. Even I have no right to interfere. Just when the Chinese fighting head coach was about to speak, the Dwarf Nation head coach on the side suddenly interjected. Doesn't the person in charge understand what he's saying? Now only your people can voluntarily give up. Otherwise the game will go on forever. At those words, the Chinese fighting head coach looked over, seeing the other man's smug face. Every now and then he smiled a disgusted smile. The Chinese fighting head coach was even more furious in his heart. His breathing gradually became heavier, and his eyes looked viciously at the other party as if they were about to spit out flames. Instead of looking at me all the time, why don't you go focus on the athletes who are focusing on themselves? As soon as the Dwarf Nation's head coach's voice fell, a voice that was familiar to the Chinese fighting head coach suddenly came from the stage. Only instead of talking, it was wailing. Ah! The Chinese fighting head coach looked back and saw the Chinese athlete on the stage who was lying on the ground, constantly breathing heavily. At this moment, he clenched his teeth and supported his hands on the ground, wanting to hold his body up, but the body just a little up amplitude. The right thigh subconsciously force, directly involved in the joint connecting the calf. The Chinese athlete couldn't help but let out another yelp of pain. Only this time, he forced himself to hold back, and his original wail became muffled. Ah! Mind you, the fight isn't over yet. Looking at the Chinese athlete who was about to gradually get up, the athlete from the dwarf country behind him said in a cold voice, "Still not giving up?" The Chinese athlete is halfway up his entire body except for his right leg. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain and fiercely returned. "No, put down. Okay, then I'll help you." Seeing that the athletes from the dwarf country were still going to make a move on their own athletes, the Chinese fighting master instructor on the stage couldn't help himself. He instantly yelled at his athletes, "Give it up." The Chinese athletes on the stage acted as if they hadn't heard. Standing up straight, he continued to spar with Shorty Nation. But unfortunately, with one less leg to support him, how could he be an opponent? It didn't take long to get knocked to the ground again. The defiant Chinese athlete stood up strong once again. The result is still the same. Repeated this situation back and forth an unknown number of times. Nowadays, the parts of the Wahini athlete that can be seen are bruised and swollen. And there are no good places. That's not to mention the parts where you can't see the fracture. And like that, he's still choosing to get up, looking at his teammates who kept getting up and being knocked down on the stage. My Xiao Fei's eyes were already covered in red blood. The skin on his face was grimacing as well. Not sure if he was raging over his enemy's tactics or holding back the teardrops that were about to appear in the corners of his eyes. My Xiao Fei's gaze gradually shifted from his teammates to the Dwarf Nation athletes behind him. He clenched his hands into hard fists. If unfolded, you could see that he had broken the skin in his hand in several places. "Have you finally reached your limit?" Suddenly, my Xiao Fei heard the excited and hoarse voice of the head coach beside him. This was closely followed by a 10-second countdown by the person in charge of the stage. Game 1, Dwarf Kingdom wins. Game 2, Woolly Bear Nation vs. A Tribe. Will the first contestants please make a quick exit, and the second contestants will be on stage in 2 minutes. As the voice fell, my Xiao Fei and the Chinese main instructor quickly rushed to the fighting stage. The duo didn't bother with the Dwarf Kingdom, who was letting out a smug laugh. It's important to deal with the Wachovia athletes now. At this point, the other party had fainted and could not be delayed. There was an uproar as the person in charge made the announcement. The tense and oppressive atmosphere just now had long since silenced the audience's yahoos. Even the drone-recorded livestream was empty of pop-ups and nothing at this point, including the official security warnings sent out. See? So damn angry. Can't anyone cure them? Yikes. Unless the person in charge of the military games can manage it, who else can rule them? Is it hard to make that, my Xiao Fei? It's impossible for the military games to care. The people in charge have already stated that they can only terminate the game if the players themselves forfeit. Otherwise it has to go on forever. It's incomprehensible how the military games could place such rules. It's just full of loopholes. Please look at things sensibly. Fellow citizens, this matter clearly has nothing to do with the rules. It's just that the Dwarf Kingdom is too much for the rules to stop them. There was a lot of concern about this one, both on the air and in the audience. At this point, military games organizers' room. Various screens were set up in front of the president, including a live recording screen and a live streaming screen. He could clearly see the state of the audience and all the words on the pop-ups. He was also very disgusted with what the Dwarf Nation had done this time. Go for one last warning. And if it happens again the next time, you'll be kicked right out of the military games. Yes. On the other hand, after my Xiao Fei had settled his teammates, he quickly returned to the scene. The second round of the tournament had already begun at this point. But my Xiao Fei's mind wasn't on this. He kept his attention on the Dwarf Kingdom team on the other side, who were still talking and laughing. I hope you'll be laughing again later. While my Xiao Fei was focusing on that side, time passed quickly without realizing it. The second game also saw the end. In the second race, the Woolly Bear Nation athletes were superior to the Tri-State athletes. Plus the duo nailed it. So it didn't take too long. In the second match, Furry Bear Nation wins. Game 3, China versus the Dwarf Kingdom. Will the second contestants please make a quick exit, and the third contestants will be on stage in 2 minutes. They were confused when they heard this message in the live room. It's China versus the Dwarf Kingdom again. Is this secretly arranged by someone? It can't be that McFly from the scene, can it? I don't think so. If he were, wouldn't he have to be abused by the other side? Everyone expected the Chinese athletes to tyrannize the Dwarf Nation athletes, but after seeing my Xiao Fei on the scene, the crowd dispelled this idea, letting my Xiao Fei abuse his opponent. With such a big difference in stature, it's better to expect that my Xiao Fei won't be abused to death. 2 minutes passed in a flash. The person in charge of the stage gave my Xiao Fei a meaningful look. Contestants to the stage. Upon hearing this, my Xiao Fei took a step and quickly arrived at the fighting stage. The second match had already made my Xiao Fei wait for a long time, and now that the match had begun, he didn't want to wait another minute or even a second. Seeing that the other party had no intention of going on stage yet, my Xiao Fei said, "What are you waiting for?" The other side. Upon hearing my Xiao Fei's words, the Dwarf Nation head coach was completely unconcerned. It was as if a small person like my Xiao Fei couldn't enter his eyes. The Dwarf Nation fighting head coach, who had just received a warning from the chairman, warned the athlete beside him, "Just beat him up and lose him. Don't hit him hard." Yes, the Dwarf Nation athletes quickly took the stage. He looked at my Xiao Fei with contempt. End of chapter. Your name is McFly, correct? My Xiao Fei glared angrily at the other party. Remember my name. He'll be your nightmare. No, it will be your nightmare. As he spoke, my Xiao Fei twisted his head to look at the other Dwarf Nation athlete on the stage. The Dwarf Nation athlete on the stage was not amused and laughed. "Ha ha, I hope that later, you will still say something like that." Off stage, the man in charge looked at the duo with the tight relationship on the stage, his eyes narrowing slightly as he hoped that the Dwarf Nation would not forget the chairman's warning. Game on. The Dwarf Nation athlete took a step forward and quickly shortened the distance between him and my Xiao Fei. Half a meter separates the two sides today. Dwarf Nation throws a quick right. The head coach only said he couldn't abuse you, but didn't explain that he couldn't hit you. My Xiao Fei frowned slightly, merely puzzled by the other party's words. Seeing that my Xiao Fei hadn't yet fought back, the Furry Bear Nation on the stage seemed to have seen the outcome of this match. Hey, it's just like we thought. This my Xiao Fei is a charger on the Chinese team. It's just a bit of a shame that Wasia has already lost one game, and I'm afraid that if they lose again in this game, they will be eliminated outright. The other over-athletes sniffed and didn't say anything, but the shaking of their heads at this point proved all. Suddenly, the crowd's pupils shrank at the sight of the stage. So fast. At this moment on the stage, my Xiao Fei's right hand quickly stretched out, and the fist that was about to land on my Xiao Fei's face was blocked by his palm. Seeing that his move was blocked, the Dwarf Nation athlete's smiling face, which had been complacent just a moment ago, froze. The face gradually turned ugly. The movement in my Xiao Fei's hands didn't stop. His right hand gripped the Dwarf Nation's fist and violently wrenched it upwards with force. A fractured and crisp sound instantly emanated from the knuckles of his fist. "Ah, my hand!" The Dwarf Nation athlete couldn't hold back the pain, and cried out directly. Looking at the Dwarf Nation athlete in front of him who was constantly struggling and wailing in pain, my Xiao Fei's eyes remained cold and unchanged. It was as if it wasn't the joints of a human hand that had been broken by himself. My Xiao Fei said in a cold voice, "Noisy." Immediately afterward, he raised his right leg, the sole of a 42-yarder, and kicked the Dwarf Nation athlete hard in the stomach. At the same time, my Xiao Fei let go of his right hand. Dwarf Kingdom's entire body was kicked off by the huge force coming from my Xiao Fei's foot just now. The fighting stage area was limited, and in order to prevent the Dwarf Nation from being kicked out of the fighting stage, my Xiao Fei purposely controlled his strength when kicking his legs. The Dwarf Nation athlete slid just off the ground to the edge of the fighting ring. Ahem! Vomit! The newly stabilized Dwarf Nation athlete suddenly shrunk into a ball, face down, constantly kneeling in place and dry heaving. Seeing this, my Xiao Fei did not change his face and slowly walked to the other side. That's all the strength? If that's all it is, simply just give up. My Xiao Fei's words stunned the Dwarf Nation athlete a bit. How could he not hear that these words meant the same thing as his teammates mocking the Chinese athletes? What do you mean? Compare yourself to that inferior Chinese athlete? Just as he was dissatisfied, my Xiao Fei added, "Stand up. I haven't used my full strength yet." The athlete from the Dwarf Kingdom didn't know if he couldn't stand my Xiao Fei's ridicule or if the pain in his abdomen had eased. He braced himself a little bit from the ground with his left hand, and in a matter of seconds, he was on his feet. But just as he was about to straighten his entire body, My Xiao Fei quickly came to his side and kicked a sidekick directly to the Dwarf Nation athlete's waist. He had absolutely no time to dodge. With that, the Dwarf Nation athlete took the huge force at his waist. He flew off again. Off stage. Watching the situation on the stage, the contestants did not say a word. They were all stunned by my Xiao Fei's strength. The difference between the size of my Xiao Fei's body and that of the athletes of the Dwarf Nation was obvious to anyone with a clear eye. Even if the two my Xiao Fei's stature was added together, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to top the other one. Such a disparity in stature. In their eyes, were all existences that could be killed in seconds with a single punch. But now the result has greatly slapped them in the face. My Xiao Fei is trying to inflict all the insults his teammates have endured. This is what they should have to endure in the Dwarf Kingdom. The military games are about being on point. But what did they do in the first game? Even I got angry watching it. The Chinese soldier in the first game is a real man. I admire him. But then again, we did underestimate the strength of this Chinese soldier. And I'm afraid that his strength doesn't have to be any weaker than any of our soldiers present. Listening to the voices of the contestants beside him, the Dwarf Nation's head coach's face became more and more ugly. What the hell is wrong with him? To let such a rookie fight back? What a disgrace to our Dwarf Kingdom. You, find a way to tell him that there's no need to keep hiding his strength. The Dwarf Nation athlete on the sidelines was a little concerned. Head coach, what about the president? This side is going to lose. Couldn't care less. The Dwarf Nation fighting head coach's voice was low and warm with anger. I'll take care of it over there. Yes. At this moment, the crowd's minds were all on my Xiao Fei's body, completely ignoring the fact that the Dwarf Nation athletes under the stage were approaching the location of the fighting stage. And this time on the fighting stage, the situation in Dwarfland is very similar to the first WAC athletes. The skin that could be seen was bruised and swollen. No, I should say that the situation in the Dwarf Kingdom is even more miserable than that of the Chinese athletes. At this time, the joints of both arms of the Dwarf Nation athlete were broken by my Xiao Fei. And my Xiao Fei's movements didn't stop there. He in order to not let the Dwarf Nation athlete from the ground to lie until 10 seconds to end the match. My Xiao Fei one hand grabbed the Dwarf Nation's right hand. The other clenched his fist and kept hitting the opponent's abdomen. Seeing that the Dwarf Nation's eyes were already in a situation where they were about to turn white, my Xiao Fei then stopped and threw his opponent to the edge of the fighting stage. My Xiao Fei taunted, "Can it go on? Is that all the athletes in the Dwarf Kingdom have?" No matter how much my Xiao Fei taunted and mocked, the Dwarf Nation athlete on the fighting stage still didn't make any moves. Off stage, the person in charge saw this and shook his head helplessly. This kind of situation is not allowed by the military games. But the dwarf countryside made the first move. Can you still not let Hua Xiao return it? And that's exactly why. When the person in charge and the president reported it, the other person simply said, "Don't worry about it. Right now." Seeing that his opponent was lying on the fighting table without any movement, he started a 10-second countdown. 10. This made my Xiao Fei feel a pang of regret in his heart. He still hit hard. It should have been done with a lighter hand so as to allow the other to carry it a little longer. At that moment, the figure that made him hate suddenly appeared in my Xiao Fei's gaze. The opponent slowly approached the Dwarf Nation athlete on the stage. My Xiao Fei didn't stop it. He laughed coldly in his heart. This is to make the other party stand up again? Sure enough, and without knowing what the other side said, the Dwarf Nation athlete, who had just been playing dead, made a move to get up. The chief stops the countdown, but with both arms already broken, and the sharp pain in his abdomen. How could he just say it would go away? The Dwarf Nation athlete who had been unable to get to his feet broke down a bit. The voice murmured hoarsely, "I want the station." But before he could finish his sentence, the Dwarf Nation athlete stopped moving completely and fainted. When my Xiao Fei saw this, the anticipation in his heart turned to loss. There was no fight. The head countdown is over. Game 3, Hua Xiao wins. Game 4, Sunbelt Nation vs Kimchi Nation. Please retire the third fighter as soon as possible. And in 2 minutes, the fourth athlete will take the stage. As the announcement was made, there was an uproar, far louder than the previous two. There were even shouts of excitement that could reach the fighting grounds. I didn't expect this Chinese athlete with a weak-looking figure to be so powerful. He really took out my anger fiercely. Yeah, it hurts too much. We were all wrong about him before, thanks to the fact that I was just like those people on the internet who were saying that he was backdoor. And now it seems that it was all wrong. If anyone thinks he's bad at fighting, I'll definitely stand up for it. But to say that it's right for him to report 6 subjects by himself, I'll definitely refute that. It's just nonsense. At this time, the Chinese fighting head coach also rushed over. But when he saw the Dwarf Nation athlete who fainted on the stage, he had mixed feelings in his heart. It happened after all. He had been worried about that since a while ago, but he couldn't leave over there, so he could only put it off until now. My Xiao Fei came to him. Looking at my Xiao Fei, the head coach's heart was relieved, angry, touched, and bitterly smiling. McFly did the right thing, and if it were him, he would have done the same. But what about the president's side? Will it somehow stop McFly from playing? It's all up in the air. This couldn't help but make him start to worry for my Xiao Fei. Head coach, what's the situation on the captain's side? Hearing that my Xiao Fei was still worried about his teammates, the fighting head coach's heart was directly pulled full of favor towards my Xiao Fei, delivered in a timely manner. The situation stabilized on his end and there is no danger at this time. As for you, aren't you worried about the competition afterward? My Xiao Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It's fortunate that the captain was sent there in the first place. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Don't worry about the game, coach. The Dwarf Kingdom is fine and so will I. I hope so, but next time you meet the other side, remember not to do so. My Xiao Fei didn't answer. I'm afraid the result is known only to him. Noon. The 4 athletes advancing were decided in the morning session. Head, begin the draw. The names of the 4 teams on the big screen began to break up the order. Suddenly, Wasia's name stopped in the upper left corner of the screen. Seeing this name, the other 3 players in the arena had different thoughts in their hearts, and these thoughts are vastly different from their morning. The Woolly Bear Nation. The Sunset Nation timidly looked at my Xiao Fei as the morning scenes continued to pound their minds. The duo subconsciously took a step to the side, away from my Xiao Fei. The heart and prayed, never run into the Chinese. Only my Xiao Fei and the Dwarf Kingdom looked at each other. No one was convinced, and in their hearts and prayed that they must encounter each other. But God is such a tormentor. And the opponent of Huaxia was set to be the country of the sunset. The Dwarf Kingdom rival is designated as the Woolly Bear Kingdom. My Xiao Fei looked at the Dwarf Nation athletes and said, make sure you hold on until the finals. You too, the Dwarf Nation athlete said. Both understood what the other meant. First match at noon. China. The athletes from the country of sunset take the field. The 2 came onto the field, and for fear that my Xiao Fei would do to himself what he did to the Dwarf Kingdom, the Japanese but national athlete spoke his will just as soon as he got onto the field. McFly athletes, let's dot the I's and cross the T's. My Xiao Fei didn't want to ink. He just wanted to finish quickly now so he could have his afternoon duel. Game on. My Xiao Fei's body moved, and in just a few seconds, he arrived in front of the athlete from the Sunset Kingdom, followed by a side kick to his opponent. The Sunset Kingdom athlete was shocked. So fast, but he wasn't slow to react and quickly made a parry. However, under my Xiao Fei's forced suppression, coupled with the fact that the athletes of the Sunset Kingdom were already timid towards my Xiao Fei, the gap between the 2 sides was already apparent after exchanging dozens of rounds. Soon, the Sunset Nation athlete lost the match by a hand slightly short of my Xiao Fei. Under the stage, looking at my Xiao Fei who walked down from the head fighting stage, the Dwarf Nation head coach sneered, if this is the only strength you have, I advise you to give up on the finals. Otherwise, your teammates, that's what you get. My Xiao Fei didn't reply at his words, but only made a motion of snapping his ears. Finishing up the tournament. Next up is Dwarf Nation and Woolly Bear Nation. Having nothing to do with himself, my Xiao Fei left the scene. This made the Dwarf Nation's head coach blush very hard, feeling that he had been ignored by a small person, which was a strange shame for him. He rushed aside the athlete and said, this one has to be won. For the finals, I'm going to lay him down. Yes. Coming to the infirmary, the head fight coach saw this and asked, is it over? Well, the afternoon final against Dwarfland. Is there any confidence? They are no match for me. Okay, remember, don't hit too hard. In the afternoon, at this point in the fighting arena, apart from the person in charge, there were only 2 teams left, Huaxia and the Dwarf Kingdom. With the voice of the person in charge, McFly and the Dwarf Nation athletes came to the stage. The Dwarf Nation athlete said, it's not too late for you to go down there, or when the fight starts, you'll just have to pray I don't hit you too hard. My Xiao Fei said indifferently, you'll realize later that the only place you can move all over your body is your mouth. Game on. The voice of the person in charge had just fallen, and the Dwarf Nation grabbed the first opportunity to directly side kick towards my Xiao Fei. Seeing that the leg was getting closer and closer to my Xiao Fei's head, the Dwarf Kingdom was pleased with itself. Got it. Suddenly, his face changed, and a hand, like a vice, was fixed dead center at the ring of his here's foot. The Dwarf Nation athlete knew the situation was not right, and heard him hasten to exert himself in an effort to get his leg back, but it was all in vain. Just as he was in a hurry, my Xiao Fei said in a cold voice, remember how you targeted my teammates in the first place? My Xiao Fei's flat voice like a devil deeply irritated the Dwarf Nation athletes. This flustered him even more, in reverse contrast to the smug finish he had started with. You let go, as if he didn't hear it. My Xiao Fei kicked the dwarf over athlete violently. The Dwarf Nation athlete saw this and he panicked, both arms crossed against his front. This was just as my Xiao Fei had intended, and as his opponent resisted his power, His side grabbed the Dwarf Nation athlete's hand with a fierce force. In a flash, the dislocation surgery was done for the Dwarf Nation athlete. Ah! My Xiao Fei didn't care how the dwarf athlete wailed. He directly put him down and then made his move on the other 3 limbs that were still intact. So much so, that this fighting ground, which was originally only for fighting, was instantly transformed into a pig-killing ground. The screams continued until the sound stopped. End of chapter. The scene at the fighting stage immediately caused the crowd to buzz. Inside the live feed, through drone recordings, they watched the scene. Why is it that such a brutal scene is so exciting for me to watch? Brother, don't suspect something in your heart. You're not the only one. Even I find it exciting and awesome to watch this kind of scene. Ha ha, I apologize. I shouldn't have looked down on my Xiao Fei before. From today onwards, he is my role model. Inside the live broadcast room, although there was a lot of talk, none of them were denying what my Xiao Fei wasn't. Everyone couldn't agree more. At the same time, there were many compatriots who had changed their previous opinion of my Xiao Fei because of his actions. When the person in charge of the stage saw this, he immediately inquired about the situation on the president's side. Chairman, look, should I stop the other side? The organizers were looking at the live recording screen at this point. He could tell that although my Xiao Fei's move looked cruel, the Dwarf Kingdom's limbs were still intact. It's just a matter of dislocating the Dwarf Nation's limbs under the skillful maneuvering of my Xiao Fei. He said, don't worry about it. It will be timed normally later. Yes, on stage. Finishing all the dislocation surgeries, McFly stops moving. Instead of continuing to torment the other man, he quietly came aside and walked over to the already slightly hoarse-voiced athlete face of the Dwarf Nation. Don't worry, I've got a good handle on it. You haven't broken any limbs, just dislocated them. When we get off the field and have it hooked up, we'll be back to normal after a day's rest. Listening to my Xiao Fei's cold voice, the Dwarf Nation athlete had panicked his scalp. You're a monster. Devil. He almost gave out all his strength to hiss and curse my Xiao Fei. My Xiao Fei didn't care. You should feel grateful that this is the military games. Otherwise, with the way you're feeling right now, it totally doesn't outweigh the insults you're hurling at my teammates. After saying that, my Xiao Fei didn't want to care about the waste lying on the ground. He turned his head to the person in charge of the stage. No countdown yet? The man in charge froze for a moment, then reacted by starting the last 10 seconds of the countdown. When the time was up, the person in charge began to announce, afternoon final, Huaxiao wins. Congratulations to the Chinese team for entering the top 20 elimination round. Please exit the field as soon as possible. At that, the Dwarf Nation head coach grimaced and rushed the athletes aside. Go on, bring him down. At this moment, he was desperately trying to restrain his violent anger. If all parties weren't concerned about this place and worried about how it would affect the Dwarf Kingdom, he would have completely exploded. Yes, the other side. Hearing the result, the face of the originally supposedly happy Chinese fighting head coach didn't look good. He wants to be happy too. But Xiao Fei's move had likely been noticed by the organizer's side. What if the other side forced my Xiao Fei to participate in the match? I believe the higher-ups, under pressure from the organizer's side, will agree. After all, it couldn't be because of my Xiao Fei alone that the honor of the whole of Huaxia was affected. Head coach. The fighting head coach looked at my Xiao Fei in front of him. He wanted to say a few words about his opponent, but the words that just reached his mouth were swallowed back. Say what? Did McFly do something wrong? No, he's right. He's just helping his teammates get their revenge back, and that shouldn't bear the blame of others. It should be appreciated. You're doing great. My Xiao Fei froze. He had already guessed what the other side was thinking in his mind when he saw the expression on his head coach's face. I was already prepared to be told off by the other party, but I didn't expect them to praise me. This caused the original aggression in his heart to dissipate. Yes, the two laughed and exchanged pleasantries as they made their way away from the fighting arena, completely oblivious to the fact that the Dwarf Nation behind them was looking at them malevolently. Today's situation has put Huaxia and the Dwarf Kingdom at war. It turned what was an ordinary military game into a battle between the two sides. Come to the infirmary. At this point, the captain of the fighting team hadn't woken up from his coma. Here, however, are many more Chinese athletes. They were quick to come here after hearing about it from athletes who didn't have a game. Seeing my Xiao Fei and the head fighting coach return, they asked, that Dwarf Nation athlete. Solved. Without waiting for them to finish, my Xiao Fei returned. Hearing that, the crowd heart only a little more comfortable. But the heart of the Team Dwarf country's anger will not be dissipated. Night. All athletes returned to their restrooms, except for the injured. Paper can't wrap fire. They don't know where they heard some news. They all ran to gather around my Xiao Fei to ask about the situation. My Xiao Fei had no choice but to explain the matter when he saw it. This naturally included him addressing the Dwarf Nation athletes, or whoever did something out of character during the game, which would be bad. and the athletes were all out of breath after hearing that my Xiao Fei had solved the other side. That's the way it should be done. If it were me, I might have hit harder. Listening to their words, my Xiao Fei smiled. It was late and the crowd began to rest. During their time off, at night, many people are leisurely swiping their cell phones because they're back from work. The things in Huaxia and the Dwarf Kingdom were also edited into videos by many of his compatriots, all of which were sent to video platforms. This kind of video hits the aorta, so to speak, for fellow Chinese. One by one, the first thing they do after watching is to like, comment and retweet. In just a few minutes, the video had over 100,000 views and continues to grow. It was also because of this video that numerous people on the internet were able to see the identity of my Xiao Fei. In addition to this, McFly storms Dwarf Nation because of his teammates thing. There's another McFly valiantly jumps off a bridge on a person thing. After a night of fermentation, my Xiao Fei's matter had already spread throughout half of China. His name is also fondly remembered by his compatriots. From 50 to 60 years old, down to teenagers, no one knows who my Xiao Fei is. Day 2. My Xiao Fei and the others didn't know what was going on online. After they get up, they start going to compete in various subjects and don't have time to watch the hot news on their cell phones. After noon, the 100-meter head coach found my Xiao Fei. Fei, you did a good job yesterday. You didn't disgrace our Huaxia. My Xiao Fei, that's all I should do. Brat, you're still modest on it. Let's go. Follow me to the 100-meter shooting course. Yes. Arriving at the range, Li Xiang and the others had already arrived here. Head coach, McFly. Well, it's all here, isn't it? Arrived. At this point in the range, the various national shooting teams have arrived on the scene. Because it was a range venue, the audience wasn't as large as a fighting venue. Those who did not come over were extremely unified in their purpose. They had all seen the information about my Xiao Fei on the internet, and most of them were able to come this time because my Xiao Fei was going to compete. Nowadays, my Xiao Fei is so hot online, it was hard for the crowd not to recognize him. When my Xiao Fei and the 100-meter head coach arrived at the range, he instantly became the center of attention for all the competitors. That's my Xiao Fei? With his strength he can actually beat those big and bold fighters. The strength is not simple. So what if he's good at fighting? It's 100-meter chest target shooting now. It doesn't have anything to do with his fighting. The crowd of contestants completely disregarded my Xiao Fei. Which of them contestants were not veterans, or had practiced shooting in the army for several years before coming here? My Xiao Fei, where did he get his strength from as a new recruit? Totally a punching bag. My Xiao Fei also felt the sight of the people around him, and he turned his head to look at the Dwarf Kingdom on the side. The opponent was glaring angrily at the team on the Chinese side. I should say was glaring angrily at my Xiao Fei. The 100-meter head coach was also concerned about this, and he laughed. Your violent beating of the Dwarf Nation is now all over the internet. They're from the Dwarf Kingdom anyways. You've disgraced them. They'll naturally get it back with you. McFly nodded, shifting his eyes back to the Eagle Jam country. One of the contestants on the other side was also looking at himself. Only the other's eyes were filled with contempt. The 100-meter head coach looked along with my Xiao Fei. When he saw his opponent, the smirk that was still smug on the 100-meter head coach's face changed. That guy is from Eagle Jam Nation. His name is Bruin and he's a 2-time consecutive 100-meter shooting champion. One of the best classes. He shot 38.1 millimeters. But you don't have to worry too much. He's not consistent. He only hit 38.8 millimeters last term. It's not like you can't beat him if you come up with the 38.4 millimeters you tested with earlier. But it's anyone's guess how he'll do today. It may progress. It may regress. It all depends on your own luck. He'll be your biggest stumbling block to getting first place. The 100-meter head coach's words were followed by the voice of the person in charge of the 100-meter chest target on a raised platform next to the range. Begin the draw. The rules here are very similar to the fighting grounds, with lots drawn to determine the order in which the groups will go up. Soon, the draw was over and the order in which the groups would take the field had been decided. Coincidentally, both teams from the Dwarf Kingdom and the Eagle Sauce Kingdom were in front of the Chinese. Seeing this result, the team participants let out a celebration. Phew, could really be scared to death of this grouping. It's a good thing Bruin is up behind me. If he was shooting up front I could be crushed by the pressure he brings. Who isn't? Bruin's shooting ability is so sick. He's shooting in front of me and I can't even do my job properly back there. Just some pity for what happened to China. Ha ha, they were even divided into Bruin right behind. This pressure. While they were talking, the crowd all coincidentally placed their eyes on the Chinese team. When the Huaxia 100-meter head coach saw this, he no longer knew in his heart whether this was joy or sorrow. They were placed at the back, which was a good thing. After all, they could see the results of the other groups so that they could have a clear picture in their minds. But it was split behind the Dwarf Kingdom and the Eagle Jam Kingdom. This pressure, He looked back helplessly at the Chinese athlete. How could the Chinese athletes not know this? They looked at each other helplessly and smiled bitterly. At that moment, the person in charge said, "Group 1 contestants, please get ready at the firing position." Hearing the first group take the field, the 100-meter head coach rushed the Chinese athletes and said reassuringly, "There is still some time before you take the field. All this time to relax and unwind and mentally settle down. Yes, in the meantime." My compatriots in the live room also noticed that the mood of the scene was off, especially the faces of the Chinese athletes. They all saw it very clearly. This has left some of my compatriots who don't pay much attention to the military games wondering what just happened. Come out, a big brother, and explain to us why everyone is focusing on the Chinese side and what is going on. Let me say it. Hey, I don't know if I should say that the Chinese team had good or bad luck. By his words, those unknown compatriots in the live broadcast room were even more confused. But they heard one thing. This thing must have something to do with the lottery. The previous team of the Chinese team, the Eagle Sauce Nation, is also the same team that some people said earlier had been meddling over our Chinese team. In their team, there is an athlete who is a very strong shooter and has taken 2 consecutive championship winners in the 100-meter chest target shooting. So because of his strength, all the teams don't want to be ranked behind him. Otherwise the pressure on the subsequent competitors will be too great, which will indirectly affect their level of play. In that case, wouldn't this Bruin's strength have reached the ceiling of shooting? Then wouldn't it be a waste for the Chinese team to line up behind them? That's right. That's why I said I don't know if HWA's luck is good or bad. While the live broadcast was being discussed, time had passed quickly without realizing it. It was also the turn of the competitors about to shoot at the range to take their turn in dwarfdom. The Dwarf Nation shooter passes by Xiao Fei Mai before hitting the mat. "McFly, I'll get back the face we lost in this match and stomp on you hard with my strength." And without waiting for my Xiao Fei to speak, the other party had already walked towards the shooting position. As the match began, the crowd of shooters from the Dwarf Nation began to shoot. A few dozen seconds later, the shooting is over. The shooting leader gets the information from the target trench and he starts announcing the scores. As the head shooter announced, one by one the athletes from the Dwarf Nation below showed their frustration when they heard their scores. Target position 7, Dwarf Nation, 10 rounds, 100 rings, distance between the 2 longest bullet holes, 38.9 millimeters. Target position 8, but when they heard their companions' results, hope appeared in the eyes of all of them. At 38.9 millimeters, this is not 100% first place, but going into 39 millimeters, this is good enough to have competition for first place. After announcing all the scores, the Dwarf Nation shooter who had taunted my Xiao Fei and was also at target position number 7, came back and passed by my Xiao Fei again. "My Xiao Fei, you have an old Chinese saying that one should be self-aware. With your strength, do you think you can hit 39 millimeters? Quit while you're ahead and go back to bed." My Xiao Fei didn't want to take care of the other party, but this jumper kept fooling around in front of him. My Xiao Fei said, "Don't talk too much as a human being, or your face will be swollen." End of chapter. The Dwarf Nation contestants were poorly received. Originally, he had come to taunt my Xiao Fei with his strength, but he was infuriated by my Xiao Fei's words. He snorted coldly and said, "You Chinese only move your mouths. When you're actually shooting, you'll know that trying to hit my score is hard for you." That word was just on the tip of my tongue, but I was hesitant to say it. My Xiao Fei sneered, "Chinese words are difficult, not something people like you can understand. You, the Dwarf Kingdom, who thought he couldn't speak to my Xiao Fei?" Snorted coldly and returned to his own group. Looking at the opponent's back, the Chinese 100-meter head coach's face was serious and he sighed secretly in his heart. It was enough to have a Bruin before, and now there's the amazing achievement of a Dwarf Nation. McFly them. At that thought he turned his head to look at the Chinese athlete. "His score is amazing, but your scores aren't much worse than his, so just play normally when the time comes." "Yes." Listening to the tone of their replies, the 100-meter head coach could not hear the other side lost at all. That made him blink. "And you guys aren't worried?" Li Xiang's in their faces were not the least bit discouraged, and each of them had a smile on their faces as if they were very confident. "Don't worry, head coach, we know our strengths well. Even if we can't hit it, we still have my Xiao Fei, so we're not worried at all about how strong they're hitting it." The 100-meter head coach sniffed as he glanced at my Xiao Fei, the corners of his mouth twitching. It seemed right to comfort myself that way. By this time, the person in charge's side had announced that the next group of contestants had gone to get ready, and this is the group that the crowd is most interested in. Eagle Jam Nation. It's Bruin's turn. This horrible guy. I wonder how much he'll score this time. This competition doesn't matter to us anymore. That guy from the Dwarf Kingdom is 38.9. And that score already overpowers all of us. I'm afraid the only one who can surpass him is Bruin. Hey, our session is really too difficult. How come there are such two horrible monsters? When Eagle Land stood at attention, The firing chief said, "Commence firing." All eyes were on Bruin. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Bruin's heart was a little smug. He enjoyed the gazes. He began to take aim and then fired. Bang! After a few dozen seconds, Bruin stopped shooting. The crowd was shocked by the timing of Bruin's shot. That fast? He's already surpassed that guy from the Dwarf Kingdom this time, right? If his strength is the same as the Dwarf Kingdom, then he's basically finished the other side. It looks like Bruin has gotten stronger again in the past few years. Listening to their every word, the Dwarf Country contestants' faces grew ugly. His mind was no longer on my Xiao Fei right now. He just wanted to know how Bruin was doing today and if he had surpassed himself. The other side. The Wachovia 100-meter head coach said something strange in his mind. He seemed to be infected by Li Xiang's emotions and their mood, and was not at all worried by the speed of the other party's shooting. He was no longer questioning Li Xiang and the others. The head coach knew in his heart that Li Xiang had already made plans in their minds. They tried their best to try shooting on their own, and even if they didn't score high, they didn't lose heart. Their hopes were all in my Xiao Fei's. Fei, how was it? Any pressure? My Xiao Fei spread his hands and shook his head. No. Neither the previous Dwarf Nation contestants nor the current Bruin had caused him to feel any pressure. His voice was not loud, but everyone around him was now shocked by the speed of Bruin's shot. Everyone is now in awe time. They could easily hear the voices of my Xiao Fei talking to the 100-meter head coach. The original serious atmosphere of the range was destroyed in an instant. One by one, the contestants laughed wholeheartedly at my Xiao Fei's words. Ha ha, what did I just hear? That Chinese athlete even said he had no pressure. What is he? How dare he say such big words? I'm afraid that's also the funniest thing I've heard today. A mangaka who only knows how to fight and still thinks he's so strong? How dare he look down on Bruin, who has won 2 championships in a row? Bruin, who originally didn't hear what my Xiao Fei spoke like, guessed what the other party was saying at this time under the discussion of the participants. He frowned slightly and glanced toward my Xiao Fei. This time, instead of contempt, there was scrutiny in his eyes. He could sense from his opponent that my Xiao Fei was different from the other contestants. My Xiao Fei was at ease and really didn't feel pressured by the strength he had displayed. It made him flinch. Max Xiu Fei. Is this Max Xiu Fei really as weak as the rumors say? Through all the aura that my Xiao Fei exuded just now, Bruin thought that the my Xiao Fei in front of him was not that simple. At this point, all of the Eagle Sauce Nation competitors had finished shooting. The man in charge, who had also learned the crowd's scores from Target Trench, began to make announcements. When they heard the person in charge announce the first 2, one by one, unsatisfactory scores, no one in the audience, including the Eagle Sauce Nation contestants themselves, cared. All they care about is Bruin's accomplishments alone. Target Position 3, Eagle Nation Bruin. 10 rounds, 100 rings, distance between the 2 longest bullet holes, 38.1 millimeters. Upon hearing this score, all of the competitors began to boil over from Bruin's amazing accomplishment. 38.1 millimeters. Is there any point in continuing the competition with this score? I think it's better to just give the first place finish to Bruin. I'm convinced. Don't say you're convinced. I'm convinced too. 38.1 millimeters. Who dares to say no to that distance? Suddenly, I don't know who said. I'm now a little curious as to whether or not my Xiao Fei. He's still feeling the pressure right now. The crowd was instantly taken in by his words and focused on my Xiao Fei. The Chinese 100 meters head coach felt their eyes looking at jokes and worried that my Xiao Fei would not be able to stand the pressure, and consciously stood in front of my Xiao Fei. Seeing the Chinese 100-meter head coach in front of my Xiao Fei, even if these contestants want to see my Xiao Fei's jokes, they still have to weigh them. After all, they wouldn't dare pick a fight. And at that moment, just when all of them were about to give up on watching my Xiao Fei's jokes, my Xiao Fei stepped forward. Fei, the 100-meter head coach, was a little anxious when he saw McFly step out from behind him. My Xiao Fei shook his head at his head coach. Head coach, it's fine. I can fix it myself. Seeing my Xiao Fei's determined gaze, the head coach stepped back towards one side, leaving the position empty for my Xiao Fei. My Xiao Fei swept his gaze over all the contestants present who wanted to see him laugh. You guys want to know so badly if I'm under any pressure from Bruin? Now that you've seen me, do you think I need to answer? Upon hearing this, the contestants were a bit stunned for a moment. They didn't think that my Xiao Fei would really dare to come forward and admit it himself. For a while, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Bruin was also a bit surprised, not realizing that after his strength had come out, my Xiao Fei had the audacity to be so cocky. Was it his personality, or did my Xiao Fei have strength that could surpass his own? In thought, Bruin was tempted to go ahead and believe the first, but McFly gave him such a feeling of confidence that he had to believe the second. He said, "Huaxia's my Xiao Fei. I look forward to your strength." His words were so flat that no one could hear what Bruin was thinking at that moment, and the scene was restored to nature by his words. At this time, The person in charge had also finished announcing the results, and he began. Next group, Huaxia, please prepare firing positions for all Huaxia participants. Just as my Xiao Fei was about to head there, suddenly, a familiar system voice came from my Xiao Fei's mind. Ding! The system releases a new task. The host will shoot a 3-yolked egg and win the championship in the next 100-meter chest target shooting. Upon completion of the mission, you will receive the elementary radar scanning skill. My Xiao Fei sniffed a beat, somewhat curious about this skill. As if the system had guessed my Xiao Fei's doubts, it immediately prompted. Elementary radar scanning skill. Distance 200 meters. This skill can assist the host in quickly finding a target and calculating various data such as distance, which is a great aid in sport shooting. After understanding this skill, my Xiao Fei was shocked. Isn't this equivalent to Iron Man's intelligent auto-targeting? For this reward my Xiao Fei was imperative. And at that moment, when the 100-meter head coach saw that my Xiao Fei froze, he thought that my Xiao Fei was showing off when he said those words just now. He came to my Xiao Fei's side and comforted him in a small voice. Xiao Fei, don't feel pressurized, just play normally. Even if we lose this time, there's no harm in it. The other side is too strong. We'll be honored despite our defeat. McFly came back to his senses as he hummed and finished grabbing his gun and headed for the firing position. The man in charge saw everyone arrive. Let the match begin. All athletes in Huaxia are unified in their movements, shooting from the prone position. As for my Xiao Fei, he had to get serious and use prone shooting in order to be able to hit the 3-yolked egg and win the championship. Watching the same number 3 target position my Xiao Fei using the prone position, the rear of the Chinese 100 meters head coach froze. Max Xiu Fei is actually using a prone position? He hadn't even used this pose during the test, so it seemed that Brune and the Dwarf Nation contestants had really pressured him a lot. Hey, I hope everything goes well for McFly. Bruin's strength, he was too strong. And the 100-meter assistant coach had no expectations in his mind for first place in the shooting competition. He just hoped that my Xiao Fei could play steadily. At the same time, my Xiao Fei's advanced rifle proficiency skill was directly activated. To no surprise, the tactical action skill was also activated by my Xiao Fei. This skill has previously been proven to improve the stability of the gun when shooting from a standing position. Looking at my Xiao Fei's movements, the others couldn't help but sigh. You guys don't say. That Chinese shooting contestants' movements are quite standard. I just don't know how strong he is after shooting. Strength? What do you think a fighter can fight? After aiming for a few seconds, my Xiao Fei pulled the trigger. Bang! The crowd froze at the sound of gunfire. So soon? Did this McFly kid take aim? That's not all. After the first shot, without giving the crowd time to be shocked, my Xiao Fei pulled the trigger once again for the second shot. It's a shot every few seconds. 20 seconds later, Mac has fired 3 shots. This rate of fire, are you sure you're shooting seriously? Dude, this is a shooting competition in the military games. It's not a shooting range in your backyard. The person in charge of the 100-meter range shooting saw this, and he shook his head helplessly. This result was not really unexpected. Just before that, the head of fighting specifically reminded him not to underestimate my Xiao Fei. Now it seems that my Xiao Fei only has one skill in fighting. The rest is used by Huaxia to make up the numbers. Everyone at the scene was completely dumbfounded by my Xiao Fei's maneuver. Brune was also puzzled. Could he have really misjudged my Xiao Fei, and everything about him was an act? Bang! The shooting continues for McSquizzy. My Xiao Fei, who had already fired 7 shots at this point, slowed down. He hadn't forgotten his next task, and with half the time left for the 90-second match, my Xiao Fei was in no hurry at all. Aim well for the bullet hole you hit earlier and bang. 10 seconds later, another shot. At the back. Looking at my Xiao Fei in the number 3 target position, the Chinese 100-meter head coach had some panic in his heart. At this time, Li Xiang and the others had already finished shooting, and the only person left in the entire shooting position was my Xiao Fei, who was still lying there. He had been counting the number of times my Xiao Fei had fired, and at this point there was still one last shot left, but the time was about to reach 90 seconds. Why hadn't my Xiao Fei finished shooting? The head coach couldn't help but speculate in his mind. Is it possible that something happened to Fei during the game? Just as he was guessing, my Xiao Fei pulled the trigger directly after the second shot. Not more than a few seconds later. Bang! The head coach was even more confused. What the hell is this kid up to? What he didn't know was that just as my Xiao Fei shot the 8th bullet, he had gotten a notification from the system in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. Gains system reward. Primary radar scanning skill. This also proved that my Xiao Fei had completed the 3 yolks task while shooting the 8th shot, and such a result is already among the first in the whole competition. McFly breathed a sigh of relief. He was the one who felt no pressure on a couple of Bruin's accomplishments and was even confident of winning over them, but the system's mission forced him to be solemn. The good thing is that it turned out well. Not only did he win the game, but he also gained new skills from the system. Everyone finishes shooting and the shooting leader gets information about the crowd scores from the target trench side. When he heard my Xiao Fei's score, he was filled with disbelief and asked the target trench to bring my Xiao Fei's chest target over. This amazing achievement of my Xiao Fei's, if he didn't show it in front of everyone, he was sure that someone would suspect and pick a fight. They won't allow that at the military games. When the chest targets arrived, the person in charge began to announce the scores. Target position 1. Chinese Li Xiang. 10 rounds, 100 rings. Distance between the two longest bullet holes. 38.9 millimeters. The score made the crowd of contestants stare, and Wakovia's accomplishments continue. The second Chinese participant was also within 40 millimeters of the distance. The teams have a total of 3 contestants alone. Soon it was time for the most skeptical and anticipated McFly target. End of chapter. Target position 3, Xiao Mai Xiao Fei. 10 rounds, 100 rings. Distance between the two longest bullet holes. 37.8 millimeters. Boom! The announcement of the head's results was like a thunderbolt that struck the crowd hard in the head. 37.8 millimeters? How is it possible that this achievement has broken the world record? At this time, among the participants, a dwarf country participant suddenly shouted, "Impossible! There's no way he can hit 37.8 millimeters with a reckless guy who only knows how to fight. There must have been a miscue. I'm requesting a recheck of the scores." His words were recognized by all the contestants. They all knew what kind of my Xiao Fei was. After all, they had all seen the video of my Xiao Fei's fighting. What makes such a fighting only mangina fight like that? Everyone doesn't want to accept that. And what kind of person was my Xiao Fei? From the time they were given the list of contestants before the competition, a waste of space, playing soy sauce, all kinds of labels were in their minds, being labeled on my Xiao Fei's body. Now that my Xiao Fei had hit a score that surpassed them all, no one else would be willing to accept it. When the person in charge saw the reaction of the crowd of contestants, he shook his head helplessly. The last thing he wanted to happen happened. The person in charge no longer continued down the list to announce the results, and he looked over to the dwarven contestant who had just had an incident. Are you doubting the fairness of the military games? Or are you doubting the strength of the trial of the military games? The dwarf country contestants were just a little bit excited for a moment, completely forgetting where they were deep in the present. But even now, reacting, the dwarf nation contestant still stood his ground. McFly, what makes him able to hit that? He had just taunted his opponent, and now he had surpassed him. What was this? Heads. I'm not doubting you guys, but my Xiao Fei, he hit this score. I'm sure everyone in the room doesn't believe it. The man in charge sniffed. And how could he not know that everyone in the room was skeptical? Even if you get the news to see the chest target, then the person in charge of the heart is still skeptical. This is really my Xiao Fei hit? He turned his head to look at my Xiao Fei, then waved at the drone in the air. The drone approaches and the camera closes in a little on the chest target in the hand of the person in charge. He then took out his calipers and measured the point of impact of my Xiao Fei's shot in front of the camera. The scene above the chest target was the first to reach the screens on the range, as well as the platforms of various live broadcasts. I knew you guys would be. So a little while ago I had Target Trench bring over the chest target that McFly was shooting at. Now that you've seen the chest target he shot at, what questions do you have? The evidence is in front of them, and even if they don't believe it, even if they are not convinced, everything is true. Mac did shoot 37.8 rings. See the real picture on the screen. Brune froze. Sure enough, this my Xiao Fei was very strong. The dwarf kingdom and the crowd of contestants who had previously looked down on and mocked my Xiao Fei, each and every one of them felt that in the air. A pair of large invisible hands were frantically slapping their faces. The sides of his face were burning and hurting. At this point, McFly stepped down from his shooting position, and he looked at the dwarf nation's position. Next time make sure you don't talk too much before you've seen the results. Otherwise, the face will be swollen. As my Xiao Fei spoke, he placed his hand on his face and gently patted it a few times. Seeing this, the dwarf nation participant's face had turned green with anger. My Xiao Fei didn't care about his words and went straight to the 100-meter head coach. Head coach, I live up to my name. You kid, you've really given me a big surprise. The others trailed back with my Xiao Fei, and then they pestered my Xiao Fei to ask him how he did it. And by this time, the head shooter had finished announcing everyone's scores. Start announcing the final results of the game. Congratulations to Xiao Mai Xiao Fei, who won the 100-meter chest target shooting with a score of 37.8 millimeters. As the person in charge made the announcement, each of the other contestants left the scene with a grim, pained face. Bishop, let's leave too. Good. As they left, the entire range went cold. The live broadcast at this time, however, was the opposite of the coldness of the shooting range. Surprisingly, it's really 37.8 millimeters. This distance has already broken the world record for 100-meter chest target shooting, hasn't it? My Xiao Fei is really too strong. Not to mention being strong in fighting, he's even so strong in shooting. I now have to suspect that he's actually very strong as well. Brother, you have to believe that Xia will definitely not be careless and sloppy as long as honor is at stake. And since they agreed for my Xiao Fei to enroll in 6 subjects alone, I believe that they must have their reasoning. Ha ha, I knew that my Xiao Fei would be able to do it. Those who look down on my Xiao Fei come out. I remember that the one who looked down on my Xiao Fei before was called what 17 to come. Dare to come out? Now on such a hot emotion. How can those mocking my Xiao Fei come out? Maybe now people's numbers are logged off. After what happened with the fighting, there were a lot of compatriots who started to pay attention to my Xiao Fei. My Xiao Fei didn't disappoint them, directly hitting the crowd in the face and taking first place in the shooting competition. In an instant, my Xiao Fei gained a huge wave of heat, and all of these people became my Xiao Fei's fans. The next day, McFly, who had a night off, didn't forget about today's match. There are just 2 games today, one in the morning to determine the top 10, and one in the evening to determine the top 5. The head grappling coach found my Xiao Fei. When they first met, his first words were the same as the previous 100-meter head coach, and he praised my Xiao Fei. Fei, you kid really brings face to my Huaxia. I couldn't make it to the range yesterday, and I had to watch you via livestream. You are not seeing that. Those head coaches are all purple in the face from your final score. Ha ha, when my Xiao Fei saw the scene in front of him, he cautiously reminded, Bishop, restrain yourself, it's all fighting fields soon. Oh, good. Even though he said he was tightening up, he couldn't take that smile back. It kept spreading across his face. Soon, they arrived at the fighting grounds. The others were just discussing with their respective managers, but when they saw the arrival of the Chinese team, they immediately fell silent. One by one, all their sights were on the Chinese team. Today, McFly's heat is peaking, either from the first fight or yesterday's shooting. Everyone's eyes changed as they looked at this my Xiao Fei. However, that was only in the eyes of some weak ones. If it was an opponent who thought they were stronger than my Xiao Fei, they still despised my Xiao Fei as usual. For example, at this moment, when my Xiao Fei had just arrived at the fighting arena, he felt the other party's strange gaze. My Xiao Fei looked toward the other party. Upon seeing the other party, my Xiao Fei's brows were slightly pressed. A quick flash of the list of all the contestants that he had seen earlier flashed through his mind. Instantly recognized who the other person was. Kimchi Country, Chol Man Ho. The head fighting coach on the side also noticed the other's gaze, and he inclined his head slightly sideways to my Xiao Fei's ear. When you get on the field later, if you meet a Tetsu guy, be careful. Chol Man Ho, he's from the Kimchi Kingdom. Our team has seen his strength when we were in the other groups. It's strong, and if nothing else, Kimchi Nation will reach the top 8 with him. My Xiao Fei re-examined the Zhou Wenhao in front of him. It seems that the fight wasn't that boring. Fei, this is the fighting video from that day. Take a look. What are your chances of winning against him? As the fighting head coach asked the question, he opened his cell phone to find the recorded video of the previous day's live broadcast. Fast forward to the time when Chol Man Ho exchanged punches. My Xiao Fei sniffed and took a general look. He then faintly said, 90% chance of winning. 90%? The head coach was a bit surprised that my Xiao Fei still had a 90% chance of winning when the opponent was so strong. During the examination, they were not familiar with my Xiao Fei's fighting moves, so he was not clear about my Xiao Fei's true strength. Seeing that my Xiao Fei nodded his head in affirmation, the head fighting coach began to speculate on my Xiao Fei's true strength. At that moment, the head fighter stood on the fighting stage and said, begin the draw. As with the first day's fighting draw, the crowd soon completed the draw. The head fighting coach turned his head to look at my Xiao Fei. Does your brat have some kind of poison? Specializing in some kind of hostile attraction to those powerful people? That low a chance of a draw can be touched by you. My Xiao Fei glanced at the big screen on the fighting stage. Just now he and his head coach were discussing what percentage chance of victory he had when he ran into Chol Man Ho, and now he ran into the other side. The other party also found it coincidental and gave my Xiao Fei a teasing look. Ready on stage for the first one. With the voice of the person in charge, the first group of 2 fighters took to the ring. The opponents who could reach the top 20 were all more or less strong. If the luck is good, the 2 sides can fight evenly. If the luck is not good, encounter a higher strength, then can only admit their own bad luck. As for these 2 in the first group, the strength of both sides favored the former, and they were evenly matched. Both sides fought dozens of rounds before gradually dividing the winners and losers. After announcing their winning side, the head honcho began announcing the next round of players on the field. Game 2, China vs Kimchi Nation. Please retire the first fighter as soon as possible, and in 2 minutes, the second athlete will take the stage. Upon hearing this, the Chinese fighting head coach faced to stand in front of my Xiao Fei, covering his mouth with his hand to prevent others from seeing the shape of his mouth as he spoke. Fei, later if you can beat Zhou Wenhao, don't end it so quickly. First beat, and the other party to cut the fight. Wait to see the cut almost too. You're stopping. With that said, the fighting head coach quickly regained his form. McFly blushed strangely, then reacted with a sideways glance at the fighting assistant coach. I didn't realize that the head fighting coach had a scene he hadn't seen before, but he did understand what the other man meant. Meanwhile, inside the live broadcast room, a part of the crowd was apprehensive as they watched Huaxia's next opponent. This time, my Xiao Fei's opponent is actually that guy. This is bad. I don't know if he can beat his opponent. It should be about the same. My Xiao Fei's strength isn't weak either, so maybe both sides are evenly matched. Both of you upstairs. Don't play dumb with us. Tell us more carefully. The one standing beside the head coach of Kimchi Nation fighting right now is called Xiao Manhwa. I can't say anything about his strength. You guys can look at the replay of the live broadcast from the day before yesterday. His strength is very, very strong. Then according to what you guys just said, wouldn't that mean that my Xiao Fei is even weaker than him? Not sure. Check it out. Fighting grounds. The person in charge glanced at my Xiao Fei and said, the second contestant is on stage. My Xiao Fei and Zhou Wenhao have come to the fighting stage. With a confident look on his face, Zhou Wenhao said, my Xiao Fei, I've watched your first fight many times. Today, I believe I will know you better than everyone in the entire world except those closest to you. My Xiao Fei froze. He secretly said in his heart, I own the system. Even I don't know when I will become stronger. And you know it before me? Game on. The voice of the person in charge fell, and Xiao Manhwa said languidly, you will approach me first. At first my Xiao Fei didn't react. Just as the other party said, my Xiao Fei pushed his feet hard and charged straight towards Zhou Wenhao. You'd aim for the left side of the head. You'd stop in front of me and sidekick me. My Xiao Fei's body lurched. He stopped and took the lead in distancing himself from Zhou Wenhao. This guy. My Xiao Fei looked incredulously at Zhou Wenhao in front of him, and he secretly suspected in his heart, he can see through the thoughts in my mind? Mind reading? You needn't be surprised. I told you I'd be the most familiar with you, except for those who are. No, I'll even know you better than those of you who do. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. As he spoke, he also provocatively stretched out a hand, his 5 fingers bending back and forth toward his palm from their original straightness. Seeing this, my Xiao Fei smiled instead of being angry. A bit interesting. He'd rather believe that his opponent could see through his moves through his joints than that he'd dig through him based on just a video. So guess again what I'm going to do now. My Xiao Fei quickly approached Zhou Wenhao as he had done earlier. Xiao Manhwa looked relieved. You move closer to me. Then, before the words were finished, my Xiao Fei slashed down directly towards the position of Zhou Wenhao's shoulder with one hand like a sword. Zhou Wenhao's face changed greatly. This is, without waiting for him to say anything, my Xiao Fei's move had already arrived in front of him. Xiao Manhwa couldn't dodge towards other positions in time as he quickly stretched out his right hand across his face to ward off the attack. Bang! The hands and arms of the two men came into contact with each other and collided. Zhou Wenhao's immediately hissed. He let out a cry as he felt the pain of his arm and my Xiao Fei's hand knife coming into contact with a slashing force and jerking in the direction of the front. Seeing that the other party's face had screwed up into a ball, my Xiao Fei sneered. What? Can't see it anymore? What about this? As my Xiao Fei's voice fell, a horizontal punch from Xing Yiquan was directly thrown out. And how could Xiao Manhwa, as a kimchi countryman, read Chinese Xing Yiquan? Seeing that he couldn't see through my Xiao Fei's moves, Zhou Wenhao immediately changed his previous fighting plan. Seeing this, my Xiao Fei laughed. Why don't you continue? End of chapter. Watching the duel on the stage, the live broadcast room had looked confused. I can see the point of my Xiao Fei being able to suppress Kimchi Nation, but what moves did he hit? I see that he fights a bit like that. Just now I purposely googled it. It seems to be one of the ancient boxing styles, Xing Yiquan. I didn't expect that my Xiao Fei he would still know Xing Yiquan. It's not simple. The crowd looked at the screen. Their fingers kept tapping on their cell phone keyboards, and a pop-up screen brushed the live broadcast. And at that moment, on the screen, originally my Xiao Fei was still in the upper hand suppressing Zhou Wenhao, when suddenly, the situation of the match was reversed. Xiao Manhwa surprisingly fought Max Xu Fei back and forth. Suddenly noticing the change in the other party, my Xiao Fei was not surprised in his heart. From the exchange just now, my Xiao Fei could detect that the other party had not used his true strength, or he would not have suppressed it so easily. Zhou Wenhao sneered. I admit that you're strong, my Xiao Fei, but I won't give in to you anymore. He spoke loudly, and likewise, he moved quickly. It was a completely different concept from the speed at which he had just fought with my Xiao Fei. However, when did my Xiao Fei use his full strength again? Looking at Zhou Wenhao's moves, my Xiao Fei was able to easily resist every move, which made Zhou Wenhao instantly realize that something was wrong. But how could my Xiao Fei give him a chance to react? Taking advantage of his opponent's illness, my Xiao Fei took advantage of his opponent's daze and directly met him. One move Zhou Wenhao didn't block, and naturally Zhou Wenhao couldn't cope with the next few moves. In this way, my Xiao Fei and Zhou Wenhao were just fighting back and forth. But because of a mistake, the battle was directly reversed to one side. Looking at Zhou Wenhao, who was lying on the ground, my Xiao Fei reminded, "Today I'll teach you a trick. On the battlefield, frothing will kill you." Saying that, my Xiao Fei yanked his opponent up, preventing Zhou Wenhao from falling down again, dragged my Xiao Fei Zhou Wenhao to give him a beating. After a few minutes, until my Xiao Fei's hand was slightly sore, he withdrew his hand and threw it on the ground. "Hands are hurting me." As he spoke, my Xiao Fei even pretended to be in pain and rubbed this fist with his other hand. "Crowd, that's what we're saying. Max Shu Fei, can't you pretend to be more decent?" "Chief, time to put." The person in charge was snapped back to reality by my Xiao Fei's voice, and he glanced at Zhou Wenhao, who was lying on the fighting table. The corners of his mouth twitched as he thought to himself, "Is there any point in timing this?" Mind notwithstanding, there was a procedure to be followed, and he began that indifferent countdown. When the time was up, he began to announce, "Game 2, Huaxiao wins. Game 3, Woolly Bear Nation vs. A Tribe. Please retire the second fighter as soon as possible, and in 2 minutes, the third athlete will take the stage." My Xiao Fei came to the stage, and he whispered close to the head fighting coach. "Head coach, mission accomplished." The head coach sniffed and rushed around to see if anyone else was looking here. When he saw that everyone's eyes were still on Zhou Wenhao on the stage, he patted and caressed his chest with one hand inside in relief. Luckily no one noticed. He then turned his head and gave my Xiao Fei a somewhat reproachful look. "You kid, why don't you keep your voice down? Are you trying to get me killed?" My Xiao Fei mentally blanked the head coach. Their own voices were clearly so low that only the two of them could hear them, and no one else could hear them beyond 3 meters. He could sort of see that people with weak hearts really do lift their hearts. Now that the top 10 had been decided, my Xiao Fei only had to wait until the evening to fight the top 5 again. "Let's go back. Head coach, there's no point in staying here." There was some hesitation on the part of the head coach as he looked at the group on the stage that had already begun to fight, and he asked, "Not another look from here? Now they duel out the results, all of which you're likely to encounter in the evening. Would you like to observe them for a while?" My Xiao Fei shook his head and said very confidently, "Forget it, they're not my match. No amount of looking at them is going to strengthen them. Go back, just in time to see how the captain is doing." "Okay." Since my Xiao Fei was so confident, he couldn't continue to say anything. The duo left the fighting ring. Night. Once again, McFly and the head grappling coach came to the grappling ring. This time the crowd had to decide on the top 5, so there were fewer people in the fighting ring compared to the pair. Begin the draw. With the end of the draw, the crowd's opponents had quickly been decided. My Xiao Fei was the first match, and his opponent was Aguagua. With the sound of the athlete in charge taking the field, my Xiao Fei took the field together with the athletes from Agua. Coming to the stage, after so many fights, the athletes from Aguagua no longer dared to underestimate and ignore my Xiao Fei. His eyes were firm and his gaze was fixed on my Xiao Fei, and whenever my Xiao Fei made a move, he would react immediately. "Game on." As the words fell, the athlete from Agua's country immediately looked tense and stared at my Xiao Fei's body without letting go. To this, my Xiao Fei was completely unconcerned. It's been a slow day, and obviously there's still a match, so McFly doesn't want to keep inking away. He immediately said, "Just go straight to a quick battle. Don't ink it." As the words fell, my Xiao Fei was already close enough to engage his opponent. Because the athlete from Agua had to keep watching my Xiao Fei's movements, he was slightly slower to respond. If he could play normally, he might have been able to last a little longer from my Xiao Fei's hands. The game is over. The person in charge began to announce the results of the tournament, and Huaxia made it to the top 5, while the others continued to compete in the top 5 tournament. The next day, McFly didn't compete, so he and the rest of his companions went to the infirmary to check on the fight captain's condition. The other side is now on the mend. It won't be long before you can walk normally on the ground. When the captain saw my Xiao Fei coming over, he laughed. "My Xiao Fei, it's not easy for you to have a day off. If you don't take a good rest, why do you keep running to me?" My Xiao Fei said, "Last night the end of the game early. Want to sleep a little later, cannot sleep. No place to go, naturally come to you to see how you are. I really have to thank you for this period of time. If it wasn't for you, I probably wouldn't even be able to avenge myself." "Captain, that's a rusty thing to say. Don't say it again." The two of them talked and laughed for a while, and the whole atmosphere of the medical room came alive. At that moment, a voice familiar to the person in charge suddenly came to mind in the fighting captain's cell phone screen. Start the game. Upon hearing this voice, my Xiao Fei and his other companions joined him in placing their eyes on the fighting captain's cell phone screen. The fighting captain compensated with a smile. I can't move during this time either, so I can't go to the live audience, so I can only keep up with the match through this. My Xiao Fei said, today should be the day to decide the other 3 of the top 8, right? Upon hearing this, the fight captain looked serious. You might run into an old acquaintance in your match tomorrow. Although you won the last match against him, I'm sure he already has a good idea of your strength, so you'll have to be careful next. My Xiao Fei sniffed and raised his eyebrows slightly as he slowly came to the side of the fight captain's bed. When he saw the live broadcast on his cell phone screen, my Xiao Fei instantly understood what fighting captain meant. Just to see the first match. It's Chul Man-ho from Kimchi Nation. During that day's match, my Xiao Fei was worried that he would be forced to restrict the match from the side of the person in charge, so he specialized in hitting those harmless places when he was thrashing Zhou Wenhao. Even a bruised and swollen arm or leg is nothing. Just one night's rest and you'll still be able to play normally the next day. And Zhou Wenhao's luck was also good. His opponent wasn't strong. With his stature he could have won the match easily. My Xiao Fei stood up and said with conviction, no harm done. Even if we meet in the top 8, he's no match for me. Upon hearing this, the fighting captain advised bitterly, Fei, I believe that you are strong, but there are times when you should not be too careless. I've observed this contestant. He's not weak. And if we add to that the fact that he knows your fighting habits, I'm afraid it's not going to be that easy. My Xiao Fei had fought him once, so how could he not know the other side? The other party will indeed privately investigate him, but my Xiao Fei does not care at all. If the other party can dig through, let him dig to go. Captain, don't worry, I know in my own mind. Hearing my Xiao Fei say that, the captain nodded his head and gave a then continued to watch the match. The following night, after yesterday's encounters, 3 of the top 8 have been decided. At this time, the teams from each of the top 8 came to the fighting arena. Today was to decide the top 4 semifinals after all. It's crucial for the teams. The man in charge came onto the fighting stage. He looked at the list in his hands and said, the semifinals will be decided tonight, so please fight hard. Begin the draw. With his voice, the crowd's eyes immediately gathered on the big screen in the fighting arena. Looking at the word Huaxia, everyone could flash the figure of my Xiao Fei in their minds. They were all nervous. No one dared to continue underestimating my Xiao Fei, and each of them prayed in their hearts that they must not let their team touch them. Soon, 2 distributions had been completed in front of them, and the Chinese team hadn't stopped so far. When those 4 teams saw this, their hearts were relieved. As long as they couldn't meet Huaxia, they were basically halfway to the quarterfinals. In the next second, Wachovia stopped. All eyes instantly shifted to the Chinese opponent. Who was it? Is it a kimchi country? Woolly bear country? Or is it Pak? Soon, the word kimchi country ended up stopping at the location of the Chinese opponent. The crowd blushed strangely, and their eyes instantly shifted from the screen to the location of the pickle country. At this time, when the people of the pickle country looked at the results of the comparison, their faces were as ugly as if they had eaten. It's HWA again. Looking at their faces, the other teams were gloating one by one, intending to watch their jokes. The top 10 was when they fought Wasia and eventually Chul Man-ho lost to Mak Fei. Now in the final 4, the 2 sides meet again, and now no matter who wins in the final result, it's good for the other teams, who made both sides so strong that they didn't give the other teams a chance to win at all. First fighter ready. Looking at the scene in the fighting arena, the crowd in the live broadcast room had laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha, let these people look down on Huaxia and my Xiao Fei before, and now every one of them is scared to death when it comes to the drawing of lots. Look at the face of that kimchi country. If you didn't know better you'd think they ate. I really want the fight to be able to fast forward now. I want to see again how my Xiao Fei violently beat up Chul Man-ho of the pickle country. The previous one is still fresh in my mind now. It's so cool. Just as the crowd was exploring, the time they were most looking forward to came. Wasia versus Kimchi Nation. Will the 2 contestants please come to the stage? My Xiao Fei and Zhou Wenhao came to the fighting ring and the 2 of them looked at each other. My Xiao Fei, I didn't expect that we're quite destined to meet you even after we're about to enter the semifinals. Zhou Wenhao's face trembled with anger as he said defiantly, my Xiao Fei, don't be complacent. It was a fluke that you won against me last time. In the past 2 days, I have carefully studied all of your fighting videos. Even if I meet you, I don't see that I will lose to you. My Xiao Fei was unconcerned. In that case, let me see the results of your research. Game on. My Xiao Fei immediately punched towards Zhou Wenhao. Only this time he changed his punching technique. Another of the ancient boxing styles, Tongbei Quan. This, you are not, Xingyi Quan. Zhou Wenhao's eyes widened in disbelief. My Xiao Fei was also quite surprised, not expecting the other party to know Xingyi Quan. He said, it seems that your research was not without effect. To know about Xingyi Quan is worthy of praise. But, unfortunately, your knowledge of China is still too little. As the words fell out of his mouth, my Xiao Fei used his Tongbei Quan to brutally beat Zhou Wenhao again. After the person in charge counted down and Zhou Wenhao was still down and out, he began to announce, "First match, Hua Xiao wins. Congratulations to Hua Xia for making it to the top 4 semi-finals." Coming to the stage, the crowd immediately gave way to my Xiao Fei. The other teams had thought that my Xiao Fei and Zhou Wenhao would be able to fight to a draw so that they could also have some understanding of both sides. Even if you encounter it later, you won't be beaten without a fight. Who could have predicted that the game would have come to an end not long after it started? They had underestimated my Xiao Fei's strength after all. Fei, now I am really curious about how many kinds of punches you know. When my Xiao Fei returned to the team, the head fighting coach asked curiously. My Xiao Fei said mysteriously, "A lot. I'm not sure exactly." Head fighting coach, what a redundant question to ask yourself. Now that they had entered the semi-finals, my Xiao Fei and the others naturally didn't need to remain here. There was no talk all night. The next day, just as the sky was showing some signs of getting brighter, Zhong Hai found my Xiao Fei, and my Xiao Fei didn't forget Zhong Hai's reminder before. Today then 5 kilometers of armed cross-country. Because the venue was going to be in the backcountry, they had to get up early to gather and ride there together. When we arrived at the meeting point, there were already a few teams here. My Xiao Fei and the others didn't come early, but they weren't late either. The time was just right. I'm not worried about your fitness anymore. As long as there are no surprises, you're definitely going to take first place in this competition. You'll have to watch out for them during the game. Though, end of chapter. As Zhong Hai spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly as he swept at the several teams around him. Among them were the Dwarf Nation, Pickle Nation, a few teams that didn't deal with my Xiao Fei. My Xiao Fei looked along with him. They noticed my Xiao Fei and Zhong Hai's gazes and hurriedly turned their heads to look at other locations. But the perceptive my Xiao Fei still noticed. As they turned their heads, those sinister looks in their eyes seemed like they were trying to put someone to death. He sneered in his mind. I hope you guys are just thinking about it too. Or else, Zhong Hai reminded on the side. Several of their teams have lost to you in other subjects. And this time, the armed 5-kilometer cross-country location is in the back of the mountain. So they definitely won't let go of this opportunity to target you. Remember to watch out for them when the game is on. I'll keep an eye out. My Xiao Fei thought that he was strong enough to run in first place, but he wouldn't get cocky. Everything he did still had to be done with safety in mind. When everyone had arrived and was fully armed, the head of the 5K said, "All aboard." Each team's tournament players were led to their cars by their own head coaches. Soon the vehicle stopped and all the contestants got out, and the area of the race was reflected in everyone's eyes. It's not a normal runway, but a general mountain road with flat areas and roughness. Even the left and right sides of the trail, some distance ahead, had grass coming up. Obviously, this is mostly a temporary place that the organizers of the military games have found for the competition. The vehicle in which the person in charge is traveling is parked in front of all participants. Standing at the rear of the vehicle, he turned on his microphone and said, "Gentlemen, this is the 5-kilometer track you will be facing, because you numbered over 100, which is more than the lateral capacity of the mountain runway. So, next you'll be in groups." With that said, the crowd turned their heads to look at the large, temporarily set up screen on the right. All teams were disrupted at the same time. Zhong Hai, who was on the side, sniffed and secretly rejoiced as he whispered, "If they were grouped together, those two teams wouldn't necessarily be in the same group as you. It'll be safer during the game, too." As my Xiao Fei sniffed, his mind immediately fantasized about the grouping of the matches these days. The corners of his mouth twitched and he let out a bitter laugh in his mind. I hope, soon, the grouping ended. Hua Xia, where my Xiao Fei was from, was assigned to the first group. However, to Zhong Hai's surprise, the Dwarf Country and the Pickle Country were even in the same group. He turned his head to look at my Xiao Fei and said in surprise, "Xiao Fei, among you, is there some kind of injustice? With such a small chance of grouping, you guys could run into each other?" My Xiao Fei was seeing his grouping. The emotions in his heart didn't have any ups and downs. It was too normal. Normal enough that he had anticipated the end result before he was even grouped. That may be true. I'm not sure. That's rare. Just as the two exchanged words, the person in charge at the front had already begun to announce the rules of the competition. Armed 5-kilometer cross-country. First to finish in the least amount of time wins. But let me say this up front. There is a warrior watching every 500 meters for the duration of the 5 kilometers. So don't get any cheating ideas like taking shortcuts. The first group of contestants come forward and get ready. The first group of 30 or so participants came to the front of the trail. Suddenly, my Xiao Fei sensed a few strange gazes, and he immediately turned his head to look, just like just now. As soon as my Xiao Fei turned his head, the other party's sight disappeared. However, My Xiao Fei sensed that the gazes just now must have come from the pickle country and the dwarf country. At this time, 2 Chinese athletes came to my Xiao Fei's side. My Xiao Fei, when we start running later, you don't wait for us and just start running. At our 2 speeds we'll only slow you down. My Xiao Fei froze at his words, then reacting he nodded and said, good. Just now, my Xiao Fei was still hesitating how to tell the 2 athletes that both sides would run separately so that the other side wouldn't think much about it. I didn't realize the other guy had mentioned it before he did. My Xiao Fei wasn't worried about his players dragging their feet, but the Dwarf Nation and the Pickle Nation would surely find a way to lay their hands on him in the upcoming matches. Owning the primary radar scanning skill, one could keenly detect everything within 200 meters. Even if there was something urgent, my Xiao Fei could handle it with ease. Unlike the 2 athletes, when faced with a sudden situation they will definitely try to protect themselves. This will only harm them, and he couldn't say much about it, or it would surely cause discomfort in the other's heart. After both sides decided, the pressure in the hearts of the 2 athletes relaxed a lot. At least they didn't have to worry about dragging my Xiao Fei back. Suddenly, the person in charge said, the match begins. As the words fell, my Xiao Fei made a starting pose, and immediately afterward, with a whoosh, my Xiao Fei suddenly rushed to the first place, far ahead. Holy, that fast? The athletes in the same group were taken aback by my Xiao Fei's speed, but luckily they weren't slow to react. One by one, they reacted and went after him, as if they had reached some sort of decision. Pickle Nation and Dwarf Nation both looked at each other and nodded before starting at the same time. Rear. The others had been dumbfounded at the sight. Until now they hadn't reacted. What kind of speed did my Xiao Fei have just now? Did he forget that the discipline for this race is 5 kilometers? Just now the person in charge made it very clear that the race is now an armed 5-kilometer cross-country. And there's no way that my Xiao Fei didn't know that. Then don't you mean that he has the strength to maintain it all the way through the later stages, even if it's so fast at first? Not sure. I guess we'll find out later. Listening to the conversations of the other groups of participants, Zhonghai felt inexplicably proud in his heart. But when he saw that speed of my Xiao Fei, his heart also inexplicably bitter smile. This kid cannot run normally, every time at the beginning of a desperate run, until the middle and then slow down. Not sure what's going on with McFly there though, but what was certain was that my Xiao Fei's stamina recovery was fast. So fast that it was perverted. At this point, in just over a minute of the opening round, my Xiao Fei had finished running more than 500 meters. The warriors watching the 500-meter rule watch on the side were stunned. This speed, although the front can run very fast, but run to the back. Hey, this batch of Chinese team's first place is hopeless. Behind my Xiao Fei, in a matter of seconds, the Dwarf Nation and the Pickle Nation caught up. Although their speed was not comparable to that of my Xiao Fei, they already belonged to an existence that ranked second or third when compared to the other soldiers. What should we do? My Xiao Fei's speed is too fast. We can't catch up with him. The Dwarf Nation turned its head to the Pickle Nation on one side. Both sides communicated in the not-so-smooth Chinese language. The Kimchi Nation athletes looked at my Xiao Fei's back in front of them, and they had serious faces. My Xiao Fei's speed exceeded their expectations. But the leading athlete from the Kimchi country sneered, there's no rush. As good as he is at fighting and shooting, 5 kilometers isn't something you can win with your own reckless strength. Let's maintain our current speed and wait for him to run out of stamina before we execute our plan. The Dwarf Kingdom sniffed and gazed at the increasingly distant my Xiao Fei with fierce eyes. Good. Ahead. My Xiao Fei had activated the primary radar scanning skill while he was running. It wasn't until after the skill couldn't scan the other party that my Xiao Fei ignored the other party. All the mind was sensing the changes in his body. After these 2 months of intense training, my Xiao Fei's physique had been enhanced. Maintaining this current speed, if it were before, my Xiao Fei might have been exhausted. It's amazing that he's only a little out of breath after a kilometer now. Inside the live feed, they saw the scene through drones as well as surveillance in the trail. Upon seeing my Xiao Fei gasping for air, one of his compatriots let out a lament. No, I'm confused now. Hasn't my Xiao Fei received training from the national team? 5 kilometers running, even if he's physically fit, that's not how he runs. Actually, if you run at this speed of my Xiao Fei, it's easy to take the first place. Don't worry about the brothers upstairs. You don't understand. 5 kilometers, the speed you want at the very beginning has to be steady. Otherwise by the time you get to the midway point your stamina will be depleted very quickly. If you follow the speed of my Xiao Fei, believe me, no need to go to the late stage. Halfway through, he will have to die of exhaustion. Do you think those athletes behind Mac really can't outrun Mac? They're just recuperating, and they'll only go for a desperate run for the final spot when they've finished running the front half of the race. While they were lamenting, at this time, my Xiao Fei had already finished half of the journey. And, as the compatriot said, McFly wasn't in that great of shape. Already there is the appearance of stamina to be exhausted. A dangerous thought bubbled up in the minds of the crowd at the same time. It's over. And what they don't know is this. If my Xiao Fei wanted to continue to maintain the speed he had just achieved, he could still do so, but only on the premise that my Xiao Fei needed to use his berserk physique. It's getting to the limit already. My Xiao Fei's stamina had been depleted a lot at this point, and it wouldn't take long for his stamina to run out. The speed has slowed down as a result, but his actions haven't stopped since. His current idea was the same as before, which was to use this competition to exhaust all his physical strength and then try to break through the limit. Finally, use the berserker physique again to activate the body's power before exhausting it all. The trailhead. The crowd watched my Xiao Fei's agonized and desperate appearance through the screen, and they were deeply puzzled. What's going on? Could it be that McFly really doesn't get the gist of running 5 kilometers? The head coaches of the other teams immediately turned their gazes to Zhonghai, especially those few teams that didn't deal with my Xiao Fei. Their head coaches immediately started taunting. Chinese head coach, according to the past matches, you have never had this kind of embarrassing situation. Today this is, if you ask me, Wasia's head coach. Such a person's disgrace at the military games can affect your Wasia's honor. So it's better to abandon it early. Otherwise it will keep corrupting your Wasia's honor on the field. Zhonghai listened to the words of the dwarf nation, and in his heart, he did not want to take care of it. But the other party was getting more and more dengpy on his face. Can he not know what's going on with my Xiao Fei? When my Xiao Fei was first assessed, he also, time and time again, showed such an expression. But every time, he would instantly regain his strength. This time he wasn't worried at all when he saw it. Zhonghai laughed instead of being angry and said, "That's right. This kind of disgraceful guy should withdraw from the military games. Not only this man, but this team is out of the military games together." The just shocked crowd would have thought that HWA's head coach really wanted to kick my Xiao Fei out of the military games. But when he heard the words that followed, even the little cutie also understood what it meant. How could he let Huaxia pull out of the military games, when it was obvious that his intention was not to do so? Seeing Zhonghai smile at himself, the Dwarf Nation head coach, and the Pickle Nation head coach inexplicably had a bad feeling in their hearts. The smiles on their mouths also contracted at once. Zhonghai continued, "Being beaten so crippled at the fighting grounds has been spread to the internet. If it were me, I wouldn't even have the face to live. Not to mention staying in the military games. Hey, it's a disgrace to the old man." His words instantly made the crowd nearly break their defenses. Good thing they all held it in. You Chinese are only good at talking. Humph. He snorted coldly before saying, "Let's see. You'd better worry about my Xiao Fei." His words managed to pull the crowd's thoughts back to the screen. In the meantime, the Kimchi Nation athlete had maintained the speed he had just used and soon saw my Xiao Fei in front of him. Upon seeing my Xiao Fei's speed, he swept his gaze toward the surroundings. Seeing that the turnaround area around the mountain is just ahead in a few moments, where it is also just past the position of the fighters every 500 meters. Now the drones are in the back again. As long as there's no surveillance there, that's their chance to strike. Thinking of this, he hastened to say, "Here's your chance." The sinister smiles on both teams' faces showed for a split second, but they returned to normal as they passed by the monitor. However, their speed was getting closer and closer to my Xiao Fei. At this moment, my Xiao Fei's face changed. Suddenly serious from the exhaustion he felt just now. All his mind was on his own breaking through the limits. But then, he heard an alert from the primary radar system that someone had entered his scanning range, within 200 meters. What surprised my Xiao Fei was that the other party's originally very fast speed, after running behind him, suddenly slowed down. The opponent doesn't overtake himself and maintains this speed all the time. My Xiao Fei smelled intrigue in it. But with the surveillance at hand, he wasn't worried about the other guy getting his hands on him, and his mind went back to the limits of his physical strength. Feeling that his body was running out of strength, and that the next second would be 1,000 sails back, my Xiao Fei's eyes were suddenly firm. Suddenly, roar, an extremely low, beast-like roar came out from his throat. At the next moment, my Xiao Fei's steps were very steady, without the slightest hint of falling. Immediately afterward, my Xiao Fei exerted his feet and charged straight ahead. That speed was comparable to when he first started sprinting. Rear. Seeing this, the athletes of the two teams of Dwarf Nation and Pickle Nation were filled with surprise in their eyes. "This," Dwarfland said in surprise. "What do we do?" The Kimchi Nation athlete wasn't the least bit flustered. His eyes flashed with a bright light. "That's just right. He's a little bit faster, and it's also more favorable for us to get down. Follow it." End of chapter. My Xiao Fei, as well as the three parties of the Dwarf Nation and the Pickle Nation, one after the other, quickly arrived at the area of the turn. The Pickle Nation athlete just arrived here and took the first opportunity to check the situation around him. No fighter supervision, no drones, no surveillance. the best time to do it. Although my Xiao Fei suddenly accelerated and ran at a speed that wasn't too slow. But for a few athletes from the dwarf and pickle countries who didn't use all their strength in the first half of the road, it was still possible to make it through with a little more effort. It's just that later on, their speed will be minimized and they may even be unable to take a few steps. But now they couldn't care less. When facing my Xiao Fei, I don't know when a sudden change will happen, so I can't worry about this and that anymore. It must be operated as soon as possible. The athlete from the pickle country winked at his team and the athlete from the dwarf country. After the other party signaled, one by one, they used all their strength and ran in front of my Xiao Fei in a few seconds. The dwarf nation and the pickle nation looked at each other, and as the corners of their mouths quirked up, both of them simultaneously stretched their legs toward the path in front of my Xiao Fei to block it, trying to trip my Xiao Fei. You have to know that with the speed that my Xiao Fei is now going to run at, if he trips over their legs afterward, my Xiao Fei's impact will be very huge. Even gliding through the air for a while isn't out of the question. Ended up falling face first into the ground, dog-eared. However, in order to prevent them from going after themselves, would my Xiao Fei be foolish enough to not take precautions? The primary radar scanning skill had already scanned the small movements of everyone around my Xiao Fei long ago, including the insidious moves of the two stretching legs in front of them. My Xiao Fei sneered in his heart. Since you guys want to play, I'll accompany you. Thinking that, my Xiao Fei ran normally towards the front as if I saw it, and his speed didn't weaken in the slightest. Soon, contact was made between the soles of McFly's feet and the two athletes at the ankle rings. With the phenomenon of my Xiao Fei using his berserk physique, he was very strong at this time, and his stamina was getting more and more abundant. Under these circumstances, if my Xiao Fei stepped on their legs, they would directly break bones, as their bones made the crisp sound of broken bones. Click! The two athletes, one in front of the other, knelt with their hands clasped at the rings of their feet and rolled violently from side to side from the ground, wailing from their mouths, speaking words that Xia couldn't understand. Ah! My foot! Ah! Call the paramedics. The skin on both faces was screwed up, and one was in so much pain that he didn't care what language he was speaking. Behind them, Dwarf Nation, Pickle Nation saw the state of their athletes. They wanted to care, but my Xiao Fei was getting faster and faster, and the front was about to reach 500 meters. There's bound to be other fighters guarding the place. Trying to do something small, they have to do it right away. The Kimchi Nation athlete had a sinister look on his face and immediately said quickly, "We're in this together." Yes. Although my Xiao Fei didn't know what they were saying, he knew that the other party was about to make a new move based on the primary radar assist skill. Although my Xiao Fei didn't want to target them, but their current behavior annoyed my Xiao Fei. You asked for it, don't blame me later. Just as he was sighing in his heart, the other two teams of athletes had already accelerated closer to my Xiao Fei. It wouldn't take more than a few seconds for both sides to overtake my Xiao Fei from his left and right sides. Just as they were about to overtake my Xiao Fei and wrap up my Xiao Fei front and back, my Xiao Fei suddenly stretched out his left foot. He stretched his legs very quickly. The main idea is a surprise. The Dwarf Nation athlete could catch up with my Xiao Fei at his current speed, so you can imagine how much more blocky he is now. At such a fast speed, my Xiao Fei just stretched out his leg, and with the reaction of the Dwarf Kingdom, he could not cope at all. His eyes widened as he looked at his feet with an incredulous expression. Obviously, he had been treating my Xiao Fei as a soft target to pinch, and completely did not expect the other party to make a sudden move against him. In the next second, his entire body scurried toward the front, fall straight to the ground. There was a close contact between his face and the ground, a hard friction that caused the Dwarf Nation athlete to let out a pain sound. Just by listening to his hiss of pain, one could imagine how agonized the Dwarf Nation athlete was at that moment. The other athletes were startled by this sudden turn of events, but the body kept the same speed it had just run at. No need to be surprised. You guys will experience it too. Seeing this, my Xiao Fei said in a cold voice. The other few people sniffed, and for the first time, they didn't expect what my Xiao Fei was going to do at all. But when they saw it, my Xiao Fei used the same method and his other foot reached out to them. They were so fast. How could they break whenever they wanted to? Another athlete was tripped by my Xiao Fei. Only what my Xiao Fei did not expect was that there was an unexpected gain this time. After he tripped the athlete on his right, several athletes behind him were completely unable to collect themselves, and one by one, they tripped over the athlete in front of them. One for all for one. Only someone reacted quickly and braced themselves with their hands on the ground. But at this speed, the arm supporting all the impact will certainly not be able to withstand it. With an equally crisp sound and a broken arm, the Kimchi country athlete lay on the ground with a wail of pain. Seeing the situation, my Xiao Fei just smiled coldly. The one just now had also noticed that there was no surveillance equipment around, which was why my Xiao Fei had made a rash move. As the saying goes, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It was shown by my Xiao Fei to the fullest. With all the trouble solved, my Xiao Fei focused on the match. The end of the trail. The warrior who was the closest 500 meters from there took out his walkie-talkie and said, "The finish line! The finish line! Stand by! A soldier from China is about to reach the finish line." The same words passed through my Xiao Fei after he notified 3 times. After the words, the shock on his face hadn't subsided. What kind of monster is this that Huaxia has cultivated? How long has it been that he has finished running 5 kilometers? And the end of the line, after being notified by that warrior at 500 meters, they were also confused. One looks at the time of the moment and, just over 13 minutes have passed since the game started. Did this kid fly over? He couldn't have taken a shortcut. Could he? Or how could he be so fast? One by one, they were skeptical of my Xiao Fei's accomplishments. And just before they could recover from their shock, a Chinese figure had already appeared in their line of sight. Look guys, is that athlete wearing Chinese clothes? Holy, really? We were notified only 10 seconds ago, right? Does he want to run 500 meters in a minute? Just as he finished, his mouth grew from open. Between them, my Xiao Fei maintained his current speed and had already come to a position a dozen meters in front of them. Quick! Make room! A few seconds later, my Xiao Fei reached the finish line. One of the finishers immediately pressed the timer, and when he saw the timer on it, he couldn't even say the words of surprise. The others didn't look at the time, though, and they couldn't wait. Come on! How long? The soldier who had pressed the chronograph gulped. 14 minutes. 49 seconds. Obviously, he hadn't recovered from my Xiao Fei's shock. Upon hearing my Xiao Fei's score, everyone stared at my Xiao Fei, who was lying flat on the ground, with wide eyes, surprised and panicked. Is this guy really human? The fastest record of the military games is only 15 minutes and 22 seconds. If he really didn't cheat his way in and only ran in 14 minutes and 49 seconds, this has definitely exceeded the military games record. This guy, he's really more than a monster. My Xiao Fei was lying on the ground in the form of a big character. At this time, his physical strength had already been exhausted, and there was no more half of his physical strength in his body that could allow him to continue to stand up straight. Lying on the ground he gasped for air. Hearing the conversation of a few people my Xiao Fei wanted to retort, but right now, he felt that it was a struggle to even speak. In the end, my Xiao Fei blanked a few people from his heart. He stood before them as a living, breathing man himself, and even more shadows leaked out in the sunlight. It's amazing that you can even suspect him of being a monster. After my Xiao Fei finished, the other athletes in the first group were finishing their races one after another. When they saw my Xiao Fei sitting on the ground and resting, they were all surprised. And if it wasn't for the warriors at the finish line asking the others, the crowd would have long forgotten about the athletes from the Dwarf Kingdom and the Pickle Kingdom. After a reminder from the finishers' warriors, the race participants told the story of the 2 athletes lying on the ground and wailing. This is an international competition after all. Getting them to care for the other team's injuries in the middle of a game would be harder than killing them. Care that they are affecting their own team's performance and the organizers will make up for it then? No, it won't. So this kind of hassle is not on anyone's radar. Until now, the ranks of the Dwarf and Pickle nations lie from the ground. Upon realizing this, the fighters at the finish line immediately notified the person in charge of the start line so that they could delay the second set of matches. They then arranged for someone to take care of the Dwarf Nation and Pickle Nation athletes again at the notice of the person in charge. In the meantime, the starting point crowd watched the screen of the match. Because the screen had been following the drone recording just now, the crowd didn't see when my Xiao Fei reached the finish line. However, they knew one thing, my Xiao Fei was the first place winner in the first group. As for the timing, it hasn't been announced yet, but it was enough to make some people at the start look bad. At first, they teased each other for not being able to run 5 kilometers because of the speed at which my Xiao Fei started. But now, the reality turns out to be so embarrassing. Zheng Hai, China's 5-kilometer head coach, won't let go of this opportunity to mock the Dwarf and Kinchi countries. Hey, Fei, this kid is really, how come he doesn't know humility at all? Until now the Dwarf Kingdom and the Pickle Kingdom haven't reached the end of the line, so why don't you know how to get out of their way? His words were ostensibly saying that my Xiao Fei didn't know humility. But who was present at the starting point? And who was a cutie? They instantly heard Zheng Hai's mocking meaning. However, the crowd also heard a problem from Zheng Hai's words. Yeah, where's the Dwarf Nation and Pickle Nation crews? Why don't they reach the end of the line even when everyone is there? Can't you have lost it? Of course, this idea was just something they thought about and simply ignored. There were shortcuts on the mountain roads, but they were all monitored and watched by warriors, so they couldn't have taken a shortcut. What's more, shouldn't the shortcut have gone earlier? And why are they still missing? This question immediately filled the minds of the crowd, and the Dwarf Nation and Pickle Nation head coaches thought of that as well, and the two of them looked at each other with serious faces. Just then, The man in charge was just about to stop the second team from getting ready when he received a notification from the finisher's warriors. Upon hearing this, he looked at the Dwarf Nation and Pickle Nation head coaches and said, "Dwarf Nation, Pickle Nation head coach, I just been notified that your team members had some accidents in the middle of the game. A rescue is being sent over at this time. You don't need to worry." The others were baffled upon hearing this, completely confused as to what happened to the athletes of the Dwarf and Pickle Nations. How can an armed 5 kilometers cross-country run into trouble? They don't know, but the Dwarf and Pickle Nations know what's going on. Privately, the two sides agreed on the idea because of the fact that my Xiao Fei had disgraced them. After some deliberation, there was also the matter of today's game. But why did it turn out that way? The two of them glanced at each other. Their faces were both gloomy. It was definitely my Xiao Fei's side that was up to no good. Suddenly, one of the contestants shouted, "The results are out." The crowd instantly ignored the other two teams. It's not like they have anything to do with their own team. So what's the point of getting so caught up? The important thing now is to watch the game time. When they saw that the first place winner was my Xiao Fei, the crowd was not surprised. That's what they thought. But after seeing my Xiao Fei's results, they were dumbfounded. Is this the score? Is there a problem with the timing? My Xiao Fei actually only used 14 minutes and 49 seconds? This is fake. 14 minutes and 49 seconds. How did this run? Flying? Could it be that my Xiao Fei took a shortcut? After all, we're out of sight of him. Before he could finish his words, he drew the cold, stern gaze of the person in charge. Are you looking down on the fairness of our competition? Seeing this, the athlete who spoke just now subconsciously looked over, and when he and the other party met their eyes, he felt a pang of fear in his heart and hastily withdrew his gaze. The others had no more doubts about the fairness of the game, but this also made them lose the confidence in their hearts to compete for the first place. How does this compare? You can't run away from Max Xiao Fei even if you run for your life. And that's when the person in charge received the message that things were resolved at the end of the line. He started to stop the second group of athletes from getting ready and started. Inside the live feed, after everyone finished reading my Xiao Fei's results, the hands of the people who were typing stopped at once. It's hard for me not to doubt now. Is this guy my Xiao Fei really human? Strong in fighting, great in shooting, and such a pervert in running. I really, holy, guys, I just made a point to check, and my Xiao Fei broke the record again. Military games armed 5 kilometers cross-country. The fastest record is only 15 minutes and 22 seconds. My Xiao Fei is surprisingly faster than them by a full minute of fast time. The fastest 5-kilometer cross-country in light armor is only more than 12 minutes. This my Xiao Fei faster is not armed to catch up with the light armor? Brother, don't talk so wild. It shouldn't be so. Not to? You've seen Impossibility in McFly?